Alright, so get this T, in his last life, our boy was some big shot leader, right? But then bam, his rivals totally took him out, so when he croaked, he got respawned as a goblin named Mike. Like, talk about a downgrade. But his luck was straight garbage, and he came back as the weakest, most clowned on dude in the whole goblin tribe, every single day. Mike had to hustle his butt off from sunup to sundown, and my guy was still starving. And check this, if you didn't bring back enough loot, the whole squad would jump you. We were talking a beatdown that'd make a night in a Chicago jail look chill. Meanwhile, the rich goblin bros were just kicking back, getting fat off everyone else's work. Now our dude Mike, coming from the modern world, knows you gotta rage against the machine, you feel me? So he was not about to let that slide, especially cause in this new world, he and his little sis were getting punked 24/7 by the other goblins, cause they were so small, and the main bully, this total tool who was always shaking them down, was this dude named Jack. And right on cue, it wasn't long till Jack and his goons rolled up trying to get their cut from Mike. But this time, Mike was cool as a cucumber and decided to hit, and with that big brain energy, trying to reason with the meathead, he was like, look, even if you guys keep shaking me down, you're not gonna get much, and you still gotta pay your bosses up in Chicago, right? So he's like, why not just go hunt some real monsters? High risk, high reward, you feel me? The dum-dums actually listened and were like, yo, that kinda makes sense. And just like that, bam! Mike became their new master planner, Umo. He immediately cooked up this galaxy brain plan, peeped this down in the mines. There's this huge, blind centipede that only hunts by sound. And with their dinky little weapons, a head-on fight was a no-go, cause its shell was thick as a brick wall. The game plan was to bait it into a pit of acid, wild, right? Everyone was gonna spread out and take turns chucking bones to get its attention and lead it along. But, plot twist, they needed a final decoy to lead it right to the edge of the pit, and Jack, being the slimy snake he is, was totally planning on making Mike the bait, shocker. But his sister Lisa, bless her heart, stepped up to protect Mike. She was like, he's still messed up, I'll do it! You know Mike wasn't about to let his little sis get turned into monster chow. So he puffs out his chest and is like, they'll be the bait. And then he looks Jack dead in the eye and says, you better have my back and block the entrance when I get out. But for real. He knew this dude was gonna try and screw him over and leave him for dead. But that chump was so easy to read. Mike saw his little plan from a mile away, like he was reading a children's book. Meanwhile, the monster is over there showing off these giant, gleaming chompers. One bite from those things and it's game over, or you messed up for life. So Mike starts directing the crew. Like 8, when it gets close, chuck a bone to lead it away. Sam, you up first, you gonna bait it into the tunnel and get this party started. Hearing that, Sam gets all salty like, bro, why me? Then his boy slaps him on the back. Yo, you always flexing about how fast you are. Now's your chance to prove it. Just chill till you get the signal. We gonna drag this thing to the acid pool. Jack's gonna help me lock it in. Everyone got it. After hearing the whole rundown, Jack gives him this shady compliment like, not bad for a shrimp. The plan's actually halfway decent. Alright, so a few minutes later, it's go time. Sam's hiding behind a rock, peeping the centipede, when out of nowhere it just charges straight at him. Ah! My guy was scared stiff, and just booked it, running like he was trying to catch the last train out of Queens. He gets to this pile of bones, snags a skull, and just eats it at the monster. Sam was so freaked out he squeezed his eyes shut, totally ready to become a snack, but after a second, nothing, he was still in one piece. Turns out, the centipede heard the clatter and just dipped, didn't even stop for an appetizer. At the same time, across the cave, Mike's on lookout and throws up a hand signal. It's coming. Jack's over there smirking to himself, thinking, after we waste this thing, I'm gonna get rid of Mike and take all the glory. Just then, Mike starts tapping a bone on the ground, making some noise. Even Jack got a little spooked and looked deeper into the cave, and then, not even 2 seconds later, the monster heard it and came barreling toward them, screaming its head off. But Jack's not scared, he just laughs it off, then smashes a bone on the other side. Your turn, Mike. What a jerk, right? If you agree, smash that like button. He's thinking, the second that thing hits the pit, I'm locking you both in, it'll finish you, and the acid will finish it. But things did not go according to his little evil plan. All of a sudden, the monster just stops. It stares Jack dead in the eye, and dude nearly peed his pants, for real. Then suddenly, our hero Mike swoops in, gets the monster's attention, and yells, Jack, go! We'll lead it in! So Jack bolts, running for his life, but he's all confused like, wait, why isn't it following the sound? That's when Mike shouts at him, hurry up and get in there. And once Jack and the monster were inside, Mike slams the gate shut and throws the lock. Turns out it was Mike's plan all along. You absolute clown! Got him! Next time you try to play somebody, don't make it so obvious. Just then, the rest of the crew runs up. Where's Jack? Mike, are you good? Oh, thank God you're alive. And that's when Mike puts on his best Oscar-worthy sad face. Like his puppy just got run over on a street in Philly. My bad. He made a noise so the thing went after him, and it totally face-planted into the pit. But Zach had the worst luck and it snagged him. So I had to trap them both in there. Look, I don't want your money, and I'm so over you guys side-eyeing me. This is the only way I can pay respect for what Zach did. For real. May the heavens peep Zach's bravery. And y'all, just like that, they bought the whole story. Mike, you are a straight-up player. We won't forget this. I'm just gonna grab my sis and dip. May the universe bless you or whatever. So after they bounced, his sister gets all curious and is like, yo, what's the real tea? Did Zach really just sacrifice himself like that? He just played it super cool and was like, nah, it was probably just bad luck. Guess that freaky centipede, it doesn't just follow sound, but smell too. Who knew, right? After hearing that, she just dropped it. Lol, yeah, it's no shocker, he got what was coming to him. Then they left, but she was still feeling kinda sus about it. All on scene change. Over in their crib in Austin, Texas, Lisa is pushing Mike like, what's wrong? Just eat already! A massive, fat grub was just chilling on the plate. He was not about to eat that. No cap, you're not gonna eat. She kept going, come on, Mike. It's your absolute favorite. I even saved the juicy head for you. Mike just shoves the plate away. You don't want it. Fine, but then Lisa just stabs the knife right into the grub. Oof. Oh, she was dead serious about making Mike eat this thing, eat. He finally gave in, just wanting it to be over. Mike brings the grub up to his mouth, his lips sealed tighter than a vault, trying not to gag. The pure horror in Mike's eyes was so obvious. There was no way he was eating this nasty thing. Mike gave her the biggest puppy dog eyes. And then, she gripped the knife in her hand. I knew it the second that acid pit mess happened. You not Mike, are you? You some kind of demon! And even though he's trying to talk her down, Lisa, whoa. Put the knife down. I'm not a demon, I swear I can prove it. It looked like Lisa was not convinced at all. Try me, Mike was kinda shook. But then he suddenly remembered something. Marin powder. She was totally lost. Like what? I have a way to prove it! That Marin powder! I will drink the Marin powder we got last year mixed with holy water. So based on the lore Mike just dropped, that's supposed to smoke out a demon, right? If I burst into flames, then I guess your brother's just extra crispy. But if nothing happens, you gotta believe me, deal. Lisa was hesitating for a sec. I don't know, but he was all in. Alright, let's do it. Let me find it. Mike immediately dumped the powder into a cup. He had to make sure she'd stick to the deal. After I chug this, you have to believe I'm not a demon. Got it. Lisa just clutched the knife, looking all serious. And y'all, on the inside he was totally panicking. But on the outside, Mike's acting cool as a cucumber. Hoping this whole demon-busting thing was just some old myth. Otherwise, he was seriously toast. Then his whole expression changed. She couldn't help but get worried. Mike, what is it? Are you a demon? Turns out, Mike just thought the drink tasted nasty. Ugh, this is gross. Lisa got so mad she just decked him right in the face. Mike, you absolute idiot. Mike was so freaking happy. She called me Mike. She believes me, right? She wasn't overthinking it anymore. It really was him. He was just being his usual goofy self. I am Tanich, the dreamer of many worlds. Lisa could only laugh. Tanich. Out of all the gods you could pick, you choose the god of laziness. That is so on brand for you. Mike just got comfy with her. So what? I like being lazy, but Lisa was still trying to figure it all out. Okay, I believe you my brother now. But why have you been acting so weird lately? Ever since you recovered, you've been a completely different person. Can I tell you the truth this time? Mike thought for a sec. His dad had said something weird before. Maybe telling Lisa would help him sort it all out. If you think you know the secret, smash that like button and drop your guess in the comments. He sat down at the table, all serious. Mike dropped a bomb. I have memories from another life. He was even skeptical himself. Like he didn't really get it. It felt like he was just floating in nothing. Then his body felt like it got swept away by a river, straight into this zone of pure light. After he touched the light, he woke up with a killer headache and a brain full of memories that weren't his. Mike told her everything he could remember. That's everything I know. I swear on my life. Oh my God, do you have any idea what that means, Mike? Since way back, ancient gods and their warriors have been reincarnated into the bodies of normal people. They have powers that are totally insane, from being inhumanly strong and having this crazy charisma to literally being able to bend reality. After hearing all that, Mike was kinda skeptical, pointing at himself like, so you think I'm one of these chosen ones? Lisa wasn't 100% sure either, asking him, well, I mean, yeah! It's been forever since one showed up. Do you have any special abilities? He propped his chin on his hand, just listing off random stuff. You mean like being able to run faster than a bullet, being stronger than a herd of angry bulls, or leaping over the Grand Canyon in one jump? That kind of thing. After he said all that, she just nodded like, yes, exactly those abilities. Oh man, this is getting good. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Lisa was like, totally buzzing, so spill. You got M or what? But Mike just hits her with a flat nah, and she just freezes for a sec. Whatever. You were probably just a lost soul, Lisa said. And then she had to break it down for him, like, lost souls are peeps born with a whole extra set of memories, but zero powers, total bummer. Yeah, basically none of them ever get famous or anything, unless they hit the jackpot and get memories from some, like, mega important president or a legendary artist from, I dunno, Austin, Texas. And once it clicked for Mike, his whole vibe just dropped, so, I guess I really am just a lost soul, my bad for getting your hopes up. But you guys, her face just went slack and she was like, no thank God, we seriously do not need another chosen one running around. Lisa was legit waving her hands around, all panicky. She got real quiet and gave Mike this intense look, but for real, don't tell a soul about this. If the overseers find out you know the secret of the treasure, I mean, can you even imagine what happens next? Mike's face got dead serious. They'd get medieval on me, right? Like, I'd get unalived, or become some lab rat in a basement in Chicago. Hearing that, she totally freaked and slapped her hands over her ears. She literally shrieked, ah, stop. I can't hear this. If you actually do have some kind of secret sauce, Mike, you have got to promise me no one ever finds out. Mike just crossed his arms, looking at Lisa having a total meltdown, and said all cocky, chill. I'm not an idiot, I'm kinda attached to having, all 10 of my fingers and 10 of my toes. She set a plate of food on the table, but you could still hear the worry in her voice. But if anyone ever caught you using your powers, I can't even think about what they'd do. Hearing that, Mike's mind started racing. He pictured some random dude from down on Main Street spotting his secret. And then Mike would have to, permanently silence him. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Mike got all flustered. Yeah, me neither. He walked over to the table and looked at Lisa, softening his voice. Look, that's why I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to freak you out even more. And you could see it worked. 'Cause Lisa finally relaxed a little and just whispered, I get it. Then Lisa turned to him all curious again, so, spill, whose memories did you get? 'Cause you've got this, like fancy rich kid vibe from Beverly Hills. But you're not a jerk about it. And boom, her question just sent him spiraling. You could see the sadness in his eyes. He sounded kinda regretful. Nah, I wasn't some rich dude. These memories, they re from a whole other life. Dude was a legit revolutionary in another world, a fighter trying to make things right. Lisa just wiped her hands on a towel, processing that, and then hit him with another question. So, what happened to him? Mike almost spilled everything but caught himself, like, he messed up. But he was remembering exactly what went down. He got taken out by the rich elites who hated the changes he was making. Hearing that, Lisa's whole mood just crashed. Oh, I see, and then, bam, she totally changed the subject. Wait, you're not thinking about taking on the blues, are you? Mike just scoffed at her seriously. How dumb do you think I am? And the second he said that, she gave him the most judgmental side eye you've ever seen. Like, seriously. Drop a comment below if you've ever gotten that look. He saw it and immediately looked away, mumbling okay, fair point. Then Mike laid out why he wasn't about to go fight the blues. But for real, no, I'm not some warrior decked out in armor. I don't have an army, and I sure as heck don't have any mages on my team. So yeah, I don't think I'll be staging a coup in downtown L anytime soon. But Lisa got stuck on one word, mages. The heck is a mage? He explained it quietly. They're magic users, think sorcerers, but more scientific, It's less about chanting to spirits and more about controlling raw magical energy. And listening to Mike, Lisa's eyes went wide. She just blurted out, dude, you sound like you wrote the book on magic. And that's when it hit her. Like, wait a minute. She jumped on it. Wait a second, you can't use magic, can you? And Mike just points to himself, all sassy, do you feel any magic vibes coming off me right now? And based on her own senses, Lisa got all flustered. Well, no, I don't think so. Mike just casually pulled up a chair and sat down, his voice totally calm, then stopped freaking out and jumping to conclusions. If I could do magic, you would be already sensed it, right? I mean, that's literally the only reason they keep our people around, isn't it? The Boggy clan can feel magic, cause of our bloodline. It makes us useful, sure, but it also makes us completely disposable. And hearing that, she just had to agree, yeah, you were right. But then, guys, her face got all dark and she grabbed his attention, her voice dead serious. Mike, promise me something, okay? He was totally clueless about what was making Lisa act this way. And he was just like, what? She just stared at Mike with these super intense eyes. Man, what is she gonna ask? Smash that like button and hit subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. His face got all serious and he was basically begging, like, please, don't change on me, okay? Then out of nowhere, he just reaches out and whispers, come here, and bam. Mike pulls Lisa into this crazy tight hug. She looked totally shook, like had no idea what was even happening. He's just holding her super close, saying all soft, I promise. No matter what goes down, I'll always be your big bro. Okay, so bam! Scene change, we got rose petals floating everywhere, real aesthetic, and then Jake just shoots up in a hospital bed at, like, Cedar's Sinai and L, He throws a hand up to block the sun, looking so lost. The sun's just blasting him as he looks around, totally dazed, and is like, where am I? The second Brea sees Jake is awake and trying to move, she rushes over to stop him. Whoa, easy there, dude. Don't even try to move. You got a gnarly wound on your chest. You still in pretty bad shape, and yay all. If you remember from last week's Cliffhanger, Jake is finally awake. But things are about to get weirder. Hit that like button if you're ready for the tea! He finally focuses his eyes on the person in front of him and breathes out her name in total disbelief, Brea. Hearing that Jake still knows who she is, Brea gets this huge, cocky grin and hits him with, the one and only baby. Jake's still trying to get his bearings, holding his head and asking himself, was all of that just a dream? Sora leans in asking, what did you dream about? He just lets out this wild laugh and goes, you would not even believe it. Lying there in the hospital bed, Jake says, half joking, it was some messed up trip about the afterlife. And get this, I was a slave. But then, you guys, the camera pans to this single dark red rose on his nightstand, looking all ominous. You know that means something? Anyway, he starts spilling all the juicy deets about what happened in his dream. Like I wasn't even human! Can you wrap your head around that? She just gives him this look, like he's lost his mind, and says that sounds certifiably insane. Jake totally saw that coming. So he's not even surprised. He's all calm like I know, right? It's wild, then he gets serious. Okay, you two, give me a hand. I need to get out of this bed and get to the city council building on Main Street, like, right now. But hold up the second those words leave his mouth. Jake looks down and his hands start morphing into these creepy goblin hands. His vision goes all blurry, and he just freezes, completely shook, with this look of pure horror on his face. And just like that, any spark of hope in his eyes is gone, poof, replaced with this dead, empty stare. Jake just looks coldly at his new goblin claws, his voice all broken. How disappointing. So this is the dream, isn't it? Brea looks absolutely wrecked, her voice all thick and choked up as she says, I'm so sorry, my friend. There's nothing we can do. You can just see the sadness written all over her face. He starts stuttering. I am gonna miss you guys so much. Sora looks just as heartbroken that they have to leave him, she says, full of regret. We were gonna miss you too. You were gonna live a good life here, okay? Promise us. Hearing that, you can see something shift in Jake. He can't just wallow, he pulls himself together, cracks a smile, and replies with total confidence. I will, you can count on me. And as his friends start to literally fade away, like something out of an Avengers movie, they give him one last mission. Totally believing in him. Change this world for the better, and Jake just scoffs, like, is that even a real question? You two, of all people, should know I'm gonna shake this world to its very core. Then suddenly, Brea points over to the side and says we'll be back to visit bro, and Jake's eyes land right on Mike. Brea keeps going, but for now he's the one sticking with you. Mike is just giving him this deadpan, empty stare. And Jake's face just scrunches up in total annoyance. Are you kidding me? Mike, couldn't you have picked someone who's less of a total pain? Whoa, shots fired! Mike walks around the bed to face Jake, giving him the nastiest side eye. You can tell that one landed. He totally snaps back, hey, I have feelings too, you jerk. Jake just barely glances at him and is like, so you were still here then? Mike just shrugs, dripping with sarcasm. Yeah, duh, it is my body, you might recall. Then Jake's whole vibe shifts and he gets dead serious, sorry. But a team can only have one shot caller. And you were gonna have to ride shotgun for a while. Mike points at his own chest, protesting. But it's my body. Jake just nods with this little smirk on his face. And I will take great care of it. But let's be real, we both know you can't change your own destiny. But I can, oof. That was a low blow. Drop a comment below. Whose side are you on? After hearing that, you can see the wheels turning in Mike's head. He looks super conflicted. Yeah, I guess you rewrite. Then out of nowhere, Jake reaches out and puts a hand on his shoulder, looking at Mike with this super determined gaze. And he says, all hopeful and encouraging, Mike, people are gonna remember your name for a long, long time. Hearing this, Mike's like, pleading, can you just do one thing for me? Be straight up with my sister. I don't want to see her get hurt. Jake answers back, his voice full of confidence. I've never had a sister, but I promise I'll look after her like she's my own flesh and blood. You have my word. I'm going to make this world a better place. But then, just for a second, This flash of sadness crosses Jake's face, and his voice kinda cracks a little. For you and for her, hearing how dead set he is, Mike just breaks into this huge grin and says, "Alright then, I'm trusting you, man. Mike, thank you." Jake says right back, "And you can hear how grateful he is, man! What an ending!" Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Nah, Mike, thank you, and you guys, get this, rose petals literally started falling from the sky. It was like time itself just glitched. The sun peeked over the mountains, kicking off a whole new day. 8 So cut Tom, Mike and Lisa pulling up to some spot out near Austin. Place is crawling, with other people just like them. She nudges his arm, totally teasing him. "I seriously can't believe your butt was out of bed before mine this morning. And you even cleaned up and made breakfast. What were you, a butler in some Beverly Hills mansion in a past life, or something?" Hearing that, Mike just frowns and clears his throat, all serious like, "Lisa," but Lisa just busts out laughing, all smug, and goes, "I'm kidding.
I'm kidding.
I'll lay off, promise." Out of nowhere, a voice from behind them shouts his name. They both whip around, totally startled. And who do they see? It's Carl. He walks over, giving them a totally shocked look. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. Seriously thought you were pushing up daisies somewhere in Kansas." Lisa's face totally lights up, and she yells, "Carl." Meanwhile, Mike just smirks at the joke and shoots back, "Not yet. And she's not gonna let it happen anytime soon." She runs right up and starts spilling all the tea, like, "Carl, you are not gonna believe what went down yesterday." If you're loving Lisa's energy, smash that subscribe button right now. So while she's gushing, Mike's watching how close Lisa and Carl are, and he's kinda rereading the old guy's file in his head. See, Carl's a supervisor, and he was boys with Mike and Lisa's dad, Greg. He's been looking out for the two of them ever since their parents got taken out 2 years ago, during that insane attack by the Goblin horde. It's kinda sus seeing a supervisor being so tight with slaves, but hey, there are good people everywhere, right? Anyway, Carl jumps in and asks Mike, "Yo, is it true you helped take down that monster Centipede?" Mike just shrugs, playing it super cool. "I just ran faster than they did." After hearing that, the old man just explodes with laughter and says, "That's the Mike I know. Nobody's faster than you, kid." Carl starts laying out their work for the day. "Glad to hear it. I'd hate to waste my points, just to have you slacking off. There's a ton to do today, Lisa. You re-needed at the mushroom farm, and as for you, Mike." The two of them stand there, ready for the daily grind. Then boom, the scene flips to this crazy long line of slave-class goblins. Every single one is holding tools, about to go mine some minerals. Meanwhile, Kenny's in the corner, whispering and plotting some seriously shady business. He's like, "I don't have any points," but then says he has a sister and is all, well, adding in this super sleazy voice, "We accept all kinds of payment." And then suddenly, Jack violently grabs Kenny by the neck. He slams Kenny's head straight into the ground with so much force. The dude coughs up what looks like cherry syrup. Jack's eyes are just blazing with rage, his deep, rough voice hiding a straight-up terrifying threat. Let us know in the comments, was Jack's reaction justified? "I already told you, no women terrified." Kenny just stammers with a shaky voice, "I'm sorry, I." Jack cuts him off. "You re with us now. You don't buy M or sell M." Tony steps forward, holding out a hand to stop him. Jack, let him go!" If he's all messed up, the supervisors are gonna start asking questions. Hearing this, Jack says nothing. He just gives Tony this ice-cold stare, and his eyes are basically screaming, "Shut your damn mouth." Seeing that look in Jack's eyes, Tony just freezes, pressing his lips together with this super wary expression. Jack finally lets Kenny go, who just kneels on the ground, spitting up pools of that red stuff in pure agony. Jack turns around, tossing out a threat, "Next time, I'll feed you to the goblins." Tony then sits down next to a shaken Kenny. He says softly, "Sorry about that, man. The boss is real touchy when it comes to women. His dad died young, and his mom had to, work the streets of Philly to support the family." Hearing that, Kenny gets a little curious. Is she gone now? Tony remembers the past and mumbles, "Yeah, she got the black spot. It's curable, but it costs a ton of points." The boss tried to save up points to get her treated, but all her old clients totally ghosted her. He looks over at the green goblins and says, "None of those green skins would ever admit they had fun with a gray skin." Tony saw the hate still on Jack's face, and added a warning, "The boss is still bitter about it, so remember that." 8. He walked over to Jack and hesitantly said, "Boss, you gotta stop this. If you don't control yourself, we were gonna lose more guys to Victor." "Did you tell him the rules?" Jack asked. Turning back to Tony, Tony immediately confirmed, "Yeah, I tell everyone. They can steal and run away as much as they want, but they absolutely cannot mess with women." He then tried to explain why there were still guys like Kenny. They know the rules, but they were dudes. Right. Not enough blood to feed both heads at the same time. Jack paid zero attention to what Tony just said. He stuck to his guns, saying decisively, "I don't need that kind of filth in my crew. Let Victor deal with him." Tony quickly jumped in for Kenny. Boss, don't be like that. Just let it go this one time. Without our crew, we were basically nothing, and we were already lagging behind Victor's squad. Just then, he spots Vince and says with pure disgust, "Oh, look over there, it's your favorite little pet. He's back, and my guy Vince looks like he's in some beef with a couple of other dudes." Jack sees Vince actually defending someone and is totally shook, like, wait, since when did this little pest grow a spine? His boy asks all confused, "Yo, for real, I never got why you hate that kid so much." Jack just stays silent, but you can tell there's a whole novel behind those eyes. Seeing Vince stand up for someone else now is totally messing with Jack's head. It throws him way back to when Vince was just a little kid getting picked on at the playground down in Austin, Texas. He remembers that little tear-streaked face, so scared, as Vince braced himself for a beatdown from the bullies. All he could do was squeeze his eyes shut and pray. He was clutching his Lunchables, ready to take the hits, but Vince waited, and nothing happened, so he worked up the courage to peek one eye open. And when he looks, his face is pure shock. A younger Jack had already come through and completely mopped the floor, with those wannabe tough guys in, like 5 seconds flat. He offered Vince a hand up, saving him from those punks, but after that day, something happened that made Jack learn the hard way that sometimes being the hero backfires. Big time. Yeah, I learned that lesson the day I helped Vince.
He thinks, okay, so flashback time, you guys.
Jack's remembering when he and Vince were super tight, like actual brothers. Vince was my total opposite, but we were still family. As the years went by, they grew up together. Whatever Jack had, Vince got one too. But then one day, the whole thing just imploded. So in his story, a whole army of these gray goblins shows up. It was during the yearly mission down to the lower levels to, clean house of all the wraiths and other creepy crawlies. Me and Vince were leading the charge with Victor and his goons. The goblins probably looked at us and thought we were just some easy targets. But I trained my boys to watch their own backs. They went toe-to-toe with some gnarly spider freaks, and everyone pulled together for an epic win. We were unstoppable. Going deeper, he and Vince saw this crazy bright light. It looked like a whole forest was growing inside the cave, like something you'd see in a sci-fi movie. Then, the gray goblin army started to creep in. When we set up camp near what looked like the Chicago suburbs, they split us into scouting groups. My crew got sent to the sketchiest, farthest end. Kyle went to a lake nearby, and Victor took his guys to the other side of the cave. Even though Vince was nervous, you could see he was stoked to be on the front lines. But knowing I was heading to the most dangerous spot, Vince asked to go with Kyle's group instead. Kinda sus, right? Jack just wanted him to be safe, so he sent him with another squad. I just wanted to keep him out of trouble. So I was like,
yeah, for sure.
And just as Jack predicted, just as he freaking knew, a whole pack of wraiths jumped us, and we had to fight like crazy to get out. After that chaos, a bunch of us were hurt, and everyone's paranoia was cranked up to 1,000. Our senses were on super high alert, record scratch, and just then, he sees something so messed up that all the color drains from Jack's face. He was a mix of terrified and just disbelief. Kyle's entire crew had been wiped out, and Vince was just gone. Then one of his guys spotted something behind some bushes. When he went to check it out, Jack saw a small footprint. Instantly, he got his crew and they took off, tearing through the mud after the tracks. I didn't care who had him. I just wanted my little brother back. When he finally caught up, Jack saw a gray goblin with the exact same build as Vince. His heart just plummeted. He literally could not believe his eyes. Jack slowly crept closer to check, but before he could even see how bad the kid was hurt, his instincts went wild, telling him something was flying right at his face. Without even flinching, he just snatches the spear right out of the air, so slick. Jack's eyes were blazing with pure fury, and gritting his teeth, he snapped the spear in half with his bare hands. On the other side, Victor shows up with his crew and signals for them to surround Jack's squad. We were outnumbered 2-1, but my guys knew how to fight, and his guys, well, they didn't. Jack with just one axe was enough to make those chumps crumble like that spear. His eyes suddenly darted sideways. Just then, some old dude and his soldiers charged in with everything they had. Jack's face was twisted with rage, his eyes wide, staring them down without a single drop of fear. But then all of a sudden, he felt a crazy sharp pain jab him in the side. Jack just crumpled to the ground, a wound already leaking some red juice from his side. His eyes were wide with shock. He slowly looked up, unable to process that the person who just stuck him was Vince. I was so dumb, so blind, he's thinking. The goblin army forms a shield wall, and suddenly one of them leaps high into the air, spear in hand. Bro, what is this betrayal? Drop a comment if you reshook. It hurls the spear, nailing an enemy with a perfect shot. After the throw, it lands perfectly on its feet, total superhero landing. But then it looks back at something, and instantly starts to panic. He starts freaking out, screaming for his crew and pointing like a madman. Scar had Jack on his knees. Dude, with Jack in a headlock. He's yelling, "Yo, back off. If you want your boy here to see tomorrow, you'll chill out right now." Of course, Jack's crew just freezes up, pinned by that snake Scar. Jack just looks so betrayed and is like, "Dude, why?" Just grins this nasty grin and says, "Sorry, Jack, but being your little sidekick was never gonna get me that high-rise apartment in Miami, man." Jack looks crushed, stammering, "But we're family, man." Scar's eyes get all cold and slithery as he sneers, "Family, you really bought that garbage." Then bam, we get this flashback. Jack's chilling on this throne-like chair like he's the king of Chicago. Girls everywhere, people waiting on him hand and foot, and Scar. He's just some nobody in the background. He's thinking, everything was so easy for you. The ladies, the crew, the power, while I was stuck in your shadow. But then I figured it out. I had the one thing everyone wants but nobody gets, your trust. And I used it to get exactly what I deserved. Quick flash to Scar cutting a deal with Victor. Back in the present, Victor's got his piece aimed at Jack while Scar keeps running his mouth. "Don't you worry, bro, I'll tell your sister you went out like a hero, saving us from these thugs." He leans in real close, whispering, "She's gonna be so grateful, you know." And between us, that girl is stacked. For a hot second, the whole scene goes black and white, just Jack's silhouette holding an axe. And you hear this totally unhinged laugh. Y'all, if you re getting chills, smash that like button. Scar feels the vibe shift and instinctively backs up Victor. Just watching from the back, says all cold like, "Only an idiot celebrates before the body is cold." Knock off the chit-chat and finish him already. Scar's all awkward now, rubbing his hands together like, my bad, boss. I just figured you'd want the honor of the final blow." Victor just ignores him, going on this whole monologue, a king taken down by a traitor's blade. It's almost poetic, straight out of Shakespeare. Don't you think? Hearing that, Scar's like, "Oh yeah, totally, sir." With that, he raises his knife. "Later, Jack, don't worry. I'll be a real good friend and take care of everything you leaving behind." But then out of nowhere, Jack's hand shoots out, grabs the blade, and with a flick of the wrist, it's a freaking axe. In one clean swing, he lops off both of Scar's hands.
Oh my god!
Jack's eyes are just pure fire as he growls, "We'll finish this later." Then he just charges at two goons nearby, who are screaming their heads off in total panic.
Boss, what do we do?
An aura of pure chaos is just rolling off Jack as he goes ballistic. Jack just smirks. "He already served you up to me on a silver platter." The old-timers on the enemy crew are looking on, absolutely terrified. With Victor gone, his lackeys got steamrolled by Jack's boys. A little later, Jack's dragging Scar off to some abandoned warehouse in Detroit, with the traitor just blubbering nonstop. "Jack, my dude, please spare me.
They made me do it!"
If I didn't, they were gonna go after my family, everyone I care about." Hearing this, Jack just throws back a stone-cold reply. "Then you should be taking yourself out." Jack leaves him sitting there in the dirt and says, "Later, Scar, try to be less of a dirtbag in your next life." Scar is totally confused. What are you talking about?" The second he says that, Scar hears this creepy animal screech that makes his blood run cold. One by one, these gnarly, mutated creatures start crawling out of the shadows. Jack just turns and walks away, not even looking back at Scar's desperate screams.
"Jack, help me!"
"I'm sorry, I'm begging you." Jack's just thinking ice cold. Mercy is expensive. That's a lesson Scar taught me. And I am not making that mistake again. The scene switches over to where Mike is. Tony, seeing Jack roll back in, is all frustrated. "Boss, are we really gonna just sit here? We can't let Victor's trash run wild on our block like it's downtown L." Hearing this, a ticked-off Jack just says, "Forget it. Some people gotta learn to stand on their own 2 feet. Even if it's the hard way." The whole crew just turns their backs, leaving Mike all alone with 2 of Victor's goons. Jack's just watching from the side, commenting, "You can't turn a Chihuahua into a pit bull, you know." Jake, who's right next to him, chimes in, "Kid's a total greenhorn, right? Thinks a few nice words can fix everything. Should we step in?" Jack doesn't even turn around, just says flatly, "Let him be, let him wise up, or let him get wrecked, whichever comes first." Jake just thinks for a sec. Then he gets it. "Let these clowns rough him up a bit, then we swoop in and look like heroes." "Smart play, boss." One of Victor's goons picks up a sharp rock, grinning. "All right, little man, it's begging time. You beg real nice, and we might make it quick, maybe." But then Mike's face gets all dark and he just roars, "So what if we weak?" The goon is so startled he actually stumbles back. Mike keeps going, totally fired up. "Does that mean we supposed to just lie down in the mud and let you jerks walk all over us? Let you mess with the people we care about and turn our lives into a living nightmare?" For everyone was shook, he just powerfully raises his hand and points right at the whole crowd. Let me know in the comments what you think is about to happen. And don't forget to share.
Yo, hell to the no!
I ain't living like that. For real, when I was about to check out, I saw the whole highlight reel of my life. And you want to know what I saw? And this random dude, hiding like a scared cat, just had to ask. Dude was all like, what? What'd you see? And Mike, my man, just deadpans. Nothing, I saw absolutely nothing. He said it so chill, like he was ordering a coffee. He saw a life that wasn't even worth a piece of gum stuck to a sidewalk in Brooklyn. A life with a whole lot of nothing but back-breaking work, getting paid dust every single day. Living like we just cogs in a machine, ain't it? Chief, that ain't living. That's straight up a nightmare on Elm Street. And that messed up situation was supposed to be our forever. Nah, and then it hit me like, if I'm already living in this dump, why not start a riot? What have I even got to lose? Mike spun around.
Looking at everyone, the drama, you guys.
For real, what have we got to lose? He was hyping them up, no hesitation. Are we kinda weak? Yeah. Do we sometimes want to run and hide?
You betcha.
But if we all squad up, we can pull off some seriously epic stuff. So fam, I'm asking you to have my back, and I swear, I'll have yours. I'll be the one throwing the punches, and the one taking the hits for you, and together, we gonna get our respect back. And y'all, the crowd went wild. They totally bought it, and started chanting his name.
Guys, if you're feeling this hype, smash that like button.
Mike. 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 Out of nowhere, some dude screamed, bro, watch out.
And just in time.
Mike Matrix dodged a cheap shot from that lanky fool. And get this, the guy must have nicked him, cause a little cut showed up on Mike's arm. Seeing that, String Bean over there just started throwing haymakers like a maniac. But Mike was just ducking and weaving, smooth as butter.
Then bam!
Mike hits him with a quick counter.
And my guy is down for the count! 1 hit!
With that scrub handled, Mike just brushes his shoulder off and goes, 1 down. So where's his little friend? His eyes scanned the mob, and there was the other dude, already getting rocked by the crowd. Seeing that, Mike just grins and shouts, "You see that? My people Victor ain't squat, and his little posse are just a handful of goons.
But look around!
There are tons of us. Roll with me, and I swear on my mama, that dude will never mess with us again." Suddenly, everyone starts clapping, and Mike looks over to see Jack. Jack gives him this intense look and is like, "Mike, we need to talk," and right then, plot twist. Lisa shows up, pulling back the curtain from where Mike was hiding before. She slips inside, closing it behind her. Lisa straight up panicked. "What did you do?" And Mike just plays it cool, all confused. "What are you talking about?"
Oh, Lisa was not having it. She snapped. "Don't play dumb with me."
It's the only thing people are talking about. Why would you be so stupid and take out Victor's guys? Mike's just calmly patching up his arm and says, "Oh, that had to be done." Lisa is totally baffled. Why? Why did you have to, do that to them? He replied, all casual, "To make friends." And when Mike dropped that line, Lisa's brain literally short-circuited. She's like, "To make friends? Who on earth offers people to make friends?" He just points to a chair, telling her to take a seat. She was so mad at how chill he was being, her stare could be cut glass. Seeing her about to blow a fuse, Mike just sighs like, all right. Fine. You could practically see the gears turning in his head, like he was mapping it all out. Then he starts breaking it down for Lisa. "Look, we need a crew to survive here. And in this little corner of hell, there are only 2 big players on the map, Jack and Victor. Jack's tough, no doubt, but Victor, he's got the guards in his pocket, plus his own goons. His whole setup is way more stable, honestly, if you a hustler trying to get ahead. Victor's crew looks like the VIP section. But here's the tea, Victor's got way too many people. The competition inside is brutal, like Black Friday at a Walmart in Miami. Best case scenario, I'd just be some random redshirt who gets taken out in the first 5 minutes." Mike thought back to how confident Jack looked, but Jack, he's different. He said his position isn't as solid. So I knew he'd be open to an alliance, as long as I could prove I was worth it. So I put on a little performance for him, a private show, you could say, and once he saw I had some serious value, boom, he came right to me. Drop a comment below if you think Mike is a genius or just crazy. Of course, not everything went down perfectly. He flashed back to that moment with the dude they captured. It was getting real intense. They had the guy down on his knees. The dude was begging for his life. "Please, man, for the love of God, just let me go." And Jack, ice cold, raises this sharp thing, about to end it. But then Mike jumps in to stop him. Jack, seeing this, gets all pissed. "What the hell do you think you're redoing?" Mike turns back, dead serious, and says, "I think we should let him go." Jack is freaking out now. "Are you kidding me? If we let this dude walk, he'll be back tomorrow with his crew, and next time, it'll all be your head on a platter, or your sister's." But Mike just shook his head, totally disagreeing. He starts laying out his logic. "Look, whether we ice this guy or not, I've already ticked off Victor enough that he'll hunt me from here to San Diego. But showing a little mercy to another poor soul stuck in this dump can't be wrong. There's gonna be a time when we're at the bottom of the barrel, forced to do messed up things just to level up. Some of us even do terrible things when we feel like we have no other choice." Then Mike looks right at the terrified dude and says with total confidence, Look, I'm just saying, I believe even the baddest of the bad deserves one shot at making things right. 'Cause even when you re-drowning in the drama, you can still find your way back to the good side. He gives the big fella a pat on the shoulder and asks, "Yo, you still remember how to stay afloat, my guy?" The dude totally hesitates, groans, and looks over at his boys like, "Help me!" He was bugging out, thinking he was about to get the same treatment as his friend. But that fear just flipped a switch, and he goes all firm. "I can swim, bet, I can swim." Mike kept trying to get through to Jack, like, "Bro, I know this is a wild move, but we gotta show we were not like Victor's crew. And what's a bigger power move than this?" Mike's words had Jack frowning, for real thinking it over, and even with Jack giving him that major side eye, Mike stood his ground, not backing down at all. Tony's just watching this whole soap opera go down, laughing, and he tells Mike, "You replaying a risky game, kid, I kinda dig the chaos." This made Mike pause for a sec before being like, thanks. Tony, realizing Mike had no clue who he was, just grins and says, "The name's Tony. It's what the real ones call me, and you've got guts, for real." Hearing that, Mike gives Tony a quick thanks and turns right back to Jack, pleading, "Please, Jack, can you just let him walk? For me." Tony totally backed Mike up, jumping in with, "I think we should listen to the kid, boss. He's got some serious nerve." Jack was quiet for a hot minute, then just let out this super frustrated sigh. He throws his arm up and declares, "All right, it's your funeral, man." The big dude hears this, frantically looks around, then scrambles to his feet and books it. He stops right at the door of the hideout. The guy turns back and says to Mike, "Thanks, bro," and with that, he was out. Mike gets all smug, gloating to Jack, "See, there's still some good in people." Jack just looks away, totally annoyed, and mutters, "You were certifiably insane." Some of the crew in the back started whispering, "No way, he just let him go, see, told you he was soft." Mike just blows them off and gives Jack a little wink. Or maybe this whole block in downtown Austin has been running on fear for way too long. Jack shoots back, looking hella frustrated. Maybe, then out of nowhere, a voice cuts in, "Are you two done with your little drama club meeting?" Those shows up, and his whole serious vibe sends a wave of panic through everyone. Someone shouts it's the supervisor. Jack looks like a deer caught in the headlights, stammering, "S supervisor, we were just..." But Mike, cool as a cucumber next to him, just happily calls out his name. Das. He walks over all happy to shake the guy's hand. The two start chatting, and those kicks it off. "Hey Mike, how's Lisa doing?" Mike replies, "She's good. I'll let her know you asked. We all wrapped up here." And then those turns to the crowd and just absolutely loses it. "All right, you lazy bums, the show's over. Get back to work. If you fall behind schedule one more time, you'll be answering to me." Seeing this, Jack leans over and whispers to Mike. He's not mad. Mike glances at him and says all calm, "Nah, he's a family friend. But he will be if we just stand around here gossiping any longer. You got a place we can talk." On scene, the flashback ends there, and Mike continues spilling the tea to Lisa. So basically, he saw the tides were turning, and figured it was better to be with me than against me. He offered to protect me from Victor, and even help me start my own crew. Lisa gets all curious and asks, "Okay, spill, what's in it for him?" Mike just answers with a shrug. "I agreed to be his guy on the ground and manage the buffer zone between his turf on Bourbon Street and Victor's territory." Hearing this, Lisa asks all defeated, "So you were like a gang leader now? Isn't that what you wanted?" Mike calmly confirms her worst fears. "That's right, I can't protect the people I love without having some power, and I'm not strong enough to do it by myself. I need a squad that has my back." As he finishes, he points right at Lisa and adds, "And that means you, Lisa." Hearing this, she asks superstitiously, "Is he, my brother, still in there?" Mike's whole expression shifts for a second before he answers. "He is, and he loves you like crazy, in that super annoying, overprotective big brother way." Lisa's gaze gets sharp, dead serious, and she locks onto him. "What's your name?" "Your real name." Mike starts backing up, all flustered. "Who, do we really have to do this? If I tell you my real name, being a demon and all, I'll have to go on the run to keep it secret. Or I will be literally stuck as your servant." But Lisa is not playing. "Is that right? Then spit it out, before I go find someone who can make you." Faced with that intensity, Mike knew he had no choice. "My name is Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, but people just call me Leb." Learning this, Lisa gives him a super serious command. "All right, Leb, hit yourself." Mike looks at his own fist, which is legit trembling, then jokes, "Yeah, that's not gonna happen." Lisa just breaks into this huge smile and says, "That's good enough for me. What a crazy story, right? Smash that like button if you re-team Mike, and tell us in the comments what you would be done." Okay, so while all that chaos is going down, this dude Fatty is just sprinting. He's having this major flashback to the moment he got saved. Hearing that voice in his head, "Yo, you gonna swim, buddy?" So intense. And get this, Fatty's having a total main character moment, thinking about his past life. He had a wife and 2 kids, living that suburban dream. probably out in like Fresno. Then bam, one day his family gets cornered. So one of Mike's huge goons is totally creeping on his wife, like just staring her down. Fatty and his wife are shook, obviously. But Fatty finally gets some nerve and is like, nah, not my family, and decides to step up. Next thing you know, slap, a hand lands on his shoulder. It's this goon with a busted bowl cut who's suddenly all interested in Fatty. And just like that, they drag him away, leaving his family behind. So messed up. Then they make him kneel in front of some big shot. And there's Mike looking down at him with this stone cold, you retrash expression. He lets out this big sigh and just waves his hand, like, fine, you can join the crew. And that's when Fatty's life went full to mode, just robbing people and getting wasted 24/7. It gets worse. He straight up ditched his wife and kids to live this thug life, completely breaking their hearts. Then we get this quick flash of the three of them, Mike, and the boys partying.
And then bam!
The moment Mike took out the other big dude in their little squad, and that whole scene just keeps replaying in his head. Can you swim? Buddy like haunting him. Fatty is just wrecked with regret, slumps against a wall, holding his head like, bruh, what have I done with my life? He's thinking about his wife and 2 kids. Man, he's whispering, Megan, I swear I can fix this. You will see. We were gonna bounce from this dump. Maybe move to like Austin and start over, I promise. Then he just snaps out of it, gets his game face on,
And starts running, yelling, he will swim!
Cut to inside the cave, where there's this super busy underground market. People are everywhere, selling their loot, just chilling. Lisa yells out,
I'm not done yet!
But Mike completely blanks her. He's looking around all interested and is like, yo, you gonna camp out here all morning, or what? I'm just trying to hurry it up, dude, you need to save some cash. And hearing that, she gets totally ticked off. Cause someone Mike keeps stashing all his earnings, and never spends a dime. Mike gets all defensive and antsy like, saving up for a wooden door for our cave, okay? And Lisa, just completely done with him, goes on this epic rant. And how many times do I have to say it? We don't need a freaking door. We live right next to the guard post on 5th Street. Who's gonna mess with us? Seriously! Plus, you recollecting protection money, right? Aren't you taking a little off the top from the workers like every other boss? Mike gets this super self-righteous look on his face and starts explaining to his sister. It's not like that, Lisa. Look, Jack didn't give me this whole sector, cause it was some kind of gold mine. He handed it over because he was making basically zero from it. If anything, I saved him cash by taking this dead-end spot off his hands. Lisa gives Mike this major side eye, totally skeptical. So then why'd you take it if it's such a trash deal? And you can just see his ego inflate, lol. He gets all dramatic. From humble beginnings, great things will arise. Just you wait. But before he can even finish his big speech, someone starts yelling from across the way,
Boss Mike! Boss Mike!
Mike points at this dude who's totally out of breath and introduces him. Lisa, this is my new guy, Jake. What's good? And Jake gets this super serious look on his face as he reports. Boss Mike, Victor just sent a message. They're re-announcing a new expedition down to the lower levels. It's going down in 2 weeks. This news totally makes Mike and Lisa get all thoughtful. Meanwhile, over at the secret base, Jake is drilling his crew. He's standing off to the side and just screams, attack, and boom, all the spears snap into position, perfectly in sync. Okay, maybe their form was a little sloppy, so Jake yells the command again. And the whole squad does the move one more time, raising their spears and aiming forward together. But like the vibe still wasn't it, the intensity was just not there, so Jake screams again. And this whole group of kinda scrawny dudes does the move again. They do it one more time, looking like a bunch of programmed robots from a factory in Detroit. Okay, that time looked a little better. Jake decides not to push his luck.
He just yells, attention!
Spears up. Jake turns to Mike and says all respectfully, they were ready for your inspection, sir. Behind him, all the fighters are standing ramrod straight, one hand on their spear, the other giving a sharp military salute.
Talk about discipline!
Mike scans the line for a second. Then he's like, thanks, Jake, let's go see what these guys are really made of. Drop a comment below if you think Mike's new army is looking fire, or if they're totally gonna flop. And you see Mike's golden eyes just shift, and his gaze gets super intense. You can't even tell what he's thinking. But he's locked onto 2 dudes in the ranks who are totally slacking off, busted. These 2 clowns were just gossiping about something, cracking up and having a great time. But Mike was not having it. He just zooms forward like a freaking arrow. Whum. He kicks the bottom of the spear of the dude closest to him. The guy's support is just gone, and he immediately starts wobbling and stumbling all over the place. Lumao. Mike gets right in the other guy's face and warns him with this super stern voice. And you better believe that dude snaps to attention. Head bowed down like he just got grounded. The first dude totally beefs it and ends up face planting on the damp cavern floor. Total wipeout. Mike just stands over him and goes, "These are weapons, not your little toys. Oof, that's gotta sting. Make sure to hit that subscribe button to see what happens next." 8. Listen up, rookies. Eyes front zip it, you feel me. And with that, he spins around to face Vince, ready to drop the hammer. 40 push-ups for each of you. Now get someone to babysit and get the rest of these wannabes started on drills. And ong. Vince flinched so hard.
Snapping back, yes, sir.
Like it was pure instinct. So Vince is all yes, sir. And the squad split up to start throwing hands, practice style. Meanwhile, Jack's just chilling on the side, posted up like he's watching a UFC fight in Vegas. And for a hot second, the results weren't totally garbage. He's thinking 8. I tried to teach some simple moves. And it looks like their two brain cells are finally rubbing together. But lol, that good vibe lasted for, like, 2 seconds flat. In the end, Jack couldn't help but spill the real tea. But let's be real. At the end of the day, they're Regis miners from Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's literally no surprise they get absolutely clapped by goblins. Like, even with the basic training, it's a total mismatch. Like putting a high school team from Ohio against the Golden State Warriors. When they see their only move is the oldest one in the book, dip out and run for the hills. Jack's just sitting there, head in his hands, totally stressed. He's cupping his chin and sighing all dramatically. The guide getting banged up bought us a minute. But straight up, it's not enough time. You could see Vince's whole mood just drop. Dude went dead silent. He was totally vibing with Jack's frustration, you know. After a super awkward pause, Vince finally broke the ice. He asked Jack all nervous, like a freshman talking to a senior, sir. I've, never actually fought, but from what I've seen, wouldn't it be, way better if we had some long-range weapons? Jack doesn't even turn around, just keeps watching the rookies get wrecked, and goes,
Yeah, no duh.
But the good wood for bows is harder to find than a cheap apartment in New York City. The 1%ers and those freaking goblins are hogging all of it, and y'all. Vince starts bugging out, cause Jack is saying this so loud. Not even trying to whisper. My guy is spilling top secret intel like he's just chatting about the weather in Miami. Vince is looking all sketchy, whispering, bro. Sir, you gotta keep it down for real. Jack totally gets why Vince is tweaked out, but honestly he's so over it all. He just feels completely defeated and has, zero energy left to even pretend to care. I mean, why bother keeping it a secret? It's not like he has a master plan to fix this mess anyway. Let over here, who even cares at this point. He slumps back down, head in his hand again, and lets out this super long sigh. Jack's like, I'm not an idiot. Vince, I'm just feeling hopeless. Man, I'd give my left kidney for a real gun right now. Then Vince chimes in, what about slingshots and javelins? And bam! Jack actually sits up straight, looking interested for the first time all day. He crosses his arms, getting into full-on strategy mode. Nah, most of these rocks are too weak. They just bounce right off. And the guys can't be lugging around a whole armory of javelins. But, he says, and you can see that little spark in his eye, what if we got a little crafty? What if we could, fill the slingshot ammo with a little something extra? Vince is looking confused. He's like, fill them. With what? And Jack just gives him this little smirk, all mysterious, like, oh, you'd be surprised, my guy. Then he lays it all out. Think about it. We could pack with all kinds of surprises, paralyzing poison, knockout powder, you name it. We could even load with oil and have a goblin barbecue. All the idea was absolutely fire. It would have been perfect. But then, reality came in and slapped him right across the face like a freight train from Chicago. He remembered their whole situation, and you could just see the light go out of his eyes again. He slumped right back down, sighing. Too bad all that stuff costs money, and I already blew our entire budget on this janky wooden armor and these helmets. But Vince, ever the optimist, chirps up, hey, the fighters are super grateful for it, sir. Jack just grunts. I get it. He's back to moping, chin in his hand, wishing out loud, if we just had some metal pellets for the slings. Now that would be a game changer. So Vince asks, would lead bullets work? And Jack's eyes light up again. Totally. A good lead bullet could punch clean through a helmet. But even if we could score some lead ore from a mine out in Colorado, we don't have anyone who can actually shape it. And then, you guys. Vince drops a total bombshell. Actually, sir, I think I know a guy. Jack's eyes went so wide, I thought they were gonna pop out. He shot straight up and was like, wait, you can do it. For real. Vince is like, whoa, not me. It's this exile my dad helped out a long time ago. I can hit him up. But listen, he's not gonna do it for free. He pauses for some dramatic effect, then adds, but I'm pretty sure it won't break the bank. And just like that, Jack was back in the game. He leaped to his feet, totally re-energized. Droppo in the comments for Vince, our MEP. With his hands on his hips, he was all hyped up, like, alright bet, let's roll, I gotta meet this dude, right now. Jake just scratched his head. All awkward and stuff. Yeah, about that, boss. He's kind on the down low, doesn't want anyone outside my fam and a couple others to know he's around. If I take you, I'm gonna be in some serious hot water. Mike's whole vibe just deflated hearing that. He flopped down, so that's the tea, huh? Guess he's too proud to let people see him when he's not on top. Jake was quick to apologize. I'm so sorry about this, sir. But Mike wasn't even about to blame him. He just waved it off. It's all good. Jake, go cut a deal with him. This lead ammo is about to be a total game changer for us. Jake snapped a sharp salute, ready to go.
Yes, sir.
And with that, he bounced. Meanwhile, those two soldiers from before finally finished their punishment. They dragged themselves over, looking completely wiped. And even though they were totally gassed, they managed to report, "We've completed the push-up punishment. Sir Mike." Mike turned to them and was like, "Good, 'cause I've got a new gig for you too. You guys know where the acid pits are in the forbidden caves out past Fresno." They were looking confused as heck, but the two soldiers answered honestly. Yeah, their voices were totally shot hearing that. Mike got all hyped. "Let's go. Go grab a few more guys and some rope. We about to take a little field trip."
Why all?
Yo, if you go on this sketchy field trip, smash that like button. So, Mike standing in front of this monster with a crazy wide mouth just packed with a million sharp, spiky teeth. The two soldiers with him and Jake totally freaked when they saw it. Their faces went ghost white as they started backing up, terrified. One of them couldn't help but stammer. What in the actual heck is that thing? They were still shaken, their fear just getting worse. Seeing them lose it, Mike just calmly told them, "It's already toast. Y'all, don't worry." The soldier in charge of dragging the monster's body asked him, "Where do you want us to put this?" Mike just pointed and said, "Leave it over there, leaning against the wall." Jake asked all curious, "Boss, what even is this thing?" Mike replied, "An old friend we about to put to good use. You get the samples I ask for." Before Jake could even answer, Mike was already holding the little projectiles from the guy who'd be making them. After checking it out for a sec, Mike commented, "Not bad, the weight and shape are pretty legit." Jake added, "He takes a ton of pride in his work." Sir Mike looked like he already knew, replying, "I can totally tell from these designs." Then Mike gave Jake an order. "Hand me a sling. We're gonna test this bad boy out." With the sling in hand, Mike placed the super detailed projectile right into the leather pouch. Mike started swinging that sling like a beast, making it spin in the air like a ceiling fan on high. His target was the dead monster. Once he had enough speed, Mike snapped his wrist and just let it fly. The projectile literally ripped through the air at an insane speed, finally slamming right into the monster's snout and getting stuck deep inside. Jake asked him, "So, what's the verdict?" Mike stared at the projectile he just shot and said, "I think we need a few more tests." Then Mike ordered Jake to pass out the rest of the samples to the others, telling them whoever shoots the deepest gets 10 points. Hearing about 10 points, Jake pointed to himself and was like, "Can I get a shot too, sir? I used to be the best shot on my block in Chicago when I was a kid." Mike didn't even hesitate. "8, bet. Show 'em what you got." Mike once again was just watching from the side. He was already thinking about their future, man. If even a kid can use a sling to hunt for food, this is gonna change everything. Jake got all fired up and eagerly took his turn, but, it looks like the result was a big ol' wump wump. Mike tried to cheer him up. "Better luck next time, my dude, Jake. You just gotta practice more." Jake replied, totally bummed out, "Yes, sir." Even his voice sounded completely defeated. Not letting him sulk for long, Mike called out to him, "Jake." He just looked up at Mike without saying anything. His face said it all. He was ready for whatever Mike was gonna say next. Just waiting to listen and obey, Mike told him, "Let the guy know we need a ton of ammo, like as much as he can possibly make. But tell him to skip all the fancy designs. We ain't got time for that." Jake's face finally lit up again. He replied super cheerfully,
Yes, sir.
and immediately took off running. Watching Jake leave all happy, Lisa, who was standing right next to Mike, couldn't help but get sassy. "Well, look at him. Someone's having a good day." Mike totally ignored her and changed the subject. "It'd be an even better day if you'd just let me buy a wooden door for our house on Elm Street." Lisa threw her hands up and shot back, her chill vibe instantly flipping to annoyed and grumpy. Drop a comment below. Should Mike just buy the door already? And don't forget to share. Ong, how many times do I have to tell you? We are broke. We can't afford a new door. Lisa wailed, totally burying her face in her hands. "Babe, do you even know what went down today? My supervisor literally told me to chill out, 'cause I was grinding way too hard for points," Gabe asked, scratching his head like he had no idea. "And y'all," Lisa just snapped. She grabbed him by the collar and screamed, "This is so messed up, Gabe. Seriously messed up. You're gonna work yourself into an early grave. I told you to take care of yourself." Then, just letting out all that rage, she shoved him off and turned her back on him. Gabe tried to smooth things over, all like, "Look, Lisa, I know it's hard with you carrying all the weight, but this is all for our future. You know." Finally, just to shut him up, Lisa spun around and hit him with a big fat whatever. When they got back to their apartment over on Main Street in Miami, Gabe jumped in first. Hey, let me handle dinner. You just chill. It's the least I can do. Before he could even finish his sentence, this nasty smell just smacked them both in the face, making them stop dead in their tracks. Lisa was the first to gag, asking, what in the actual heck is that smell? A second later, Lisa saw something that made her let out this blood-curdling scream. Gabe finally got a good look at what was in front of them. And Lisa just couldn't even. Turning away while she shrieked her head off. She could not handle it. Lisa literally dropped to her knees and just hurled everywhere. Gabe, trying to be helpful, was rubbing her back and said, I guess we re-getting that new door after all. Oof. Drop a comment below if you think Gabe has the worst timing ever.
Okay, so flashback time.
Vera was totally spacing out, lost in this old memory from when he was a little kid, all confused by the racket a bunch of dudes were making. He was completely mesmerized by the spread of amazing-smelling food laid out in front of him. One of the guys, stuffing his face, saw him drooling and sneered. Yo, look at the little hungry punk. The dude next to him chimed in, Paft, what'd he do to earn a bite? Let him find his own scraps. And then get this, his own stepdad strolls over, grabs him by the scruff of his neck, and just tosses him aside, growling, Get out of here and find some scraps. You earn your keep on your own. Can you even imagine? Vera's thinking to himself, back when I was a kid, I legit thought life was nothing but pain. And yeah, no kidding, his stepdad was the frickin' kingpin of the local gang in their neighborhood. It was so messed up. When the guy looked at Vera, all he saw was his mom's past and his own failures. And all the goons who hated Vera's real dad took all their beef out on him. They literally just left him, a little kid, to fend for himself on the streets of Philadelphia. After a while, when he got older, his folks, and I'm not even kidding, sold him to the fighting pits to pay off their gambling debts. Like, who does that? Night after night, Vera had to just shut everything off and fight like hell against other kids just to survive. He basically lived his life covered in blood. It's giving major gladiator vibes, but like, way more tragic. It was the same horrible grind, day in and day out, until one kid was on his knees, trembling and begging him, please, have mercy, man. Vera just stood there, panting hard, probably having a whole existential crisis. He scowled, thinking mercy. I don't have any mercy to give. Him living means I die. Any shred of compassion Vera ever had was just being totally ground down into dust. In the end, he still brought his blade down, taking the kid out without a second thought. He thought grimly, where I'm from, rat fights were just a normal Tuesday. The kids in the neighborhood would get their kicks by making starving rats fight to the death over a few crumbs. Just like me, the weak were forced to fight for the amusement of the strong. But one night, I saw something different. So this one punk was poking a rat that wasn't moving anymore with a little stick,
Yelling, get up and fight! And then BAM!
Another rat just shoots out of nowhere to get revenge, sinking its teeth right into the kid's hand. That kid freaked out, screaming his head off.
Get off me!
Then he quickly got the upper hand, slammed the rat to the ground and stomped it flat. Brutal. Vera watched the whole thing from a distance, his eyes wide. He pressed his lips together and thought, seeing that little beast fight back, I suddenly realized something. If even an animal couldn't accept this slave life, how could I? It knew it couldn't win, but it fought anyway. It died a rat, not a slave. Vera's hands slowly clenched into fists as he thought, if a rat could be that brave, so determined, then why can't I? A fire of resolve started to burn in Vera's eyes, and he kept telling himself, that day I broke the chains that held me down. From then on, I live by only one law, my own yes! If you rehyped for Vera's comeback story, smash that like button right now. So then one day, he cleanly slipped something into his parents' drinks without anyone noticing. Vera stared blankly at them. He thought grimly, if my folks had been sharper, they could be avoided this. And y'all, Vera didn't feel a single ounce of regret for what he'd done. He thought coldly, I planned everything perfectly. They were never waking up again. Whoa, the tea is scalding. What do you think about his revenge? Let me know. They were the ones who showed me the rules of this messed up world, so I took every last thing they had. Victor raised his blood-soaked axe, with a look on his face that screamed, 0 F's given. He was thinking their power, their lives, and yeah, even the skin off their backs. He stood on a platform looking down at all the chumps below, raised an eyebrow and yelled, tonight you all saw this old pig get what was coming to him. Now tell me,
who are you gonna bow down to?
But then a sound totally snapped him out of his little flashback. Victor lowered the flute in his hand, giving a death stare to the dude who just said his name, which had the guy sweating bullets and apologizing. My bad, boss, sorry. But Victor was just like, spit it out. Osman hurried up and reported, boss, it's for real. Gary is the snake in the grass. Hearing that, Victor just slowly turned away, nodding like, yeah, I know. He walked over to these clay statues sitting nearby, picked one up, and just stared at it super intensely. And after a minute he mumbled, "What a damn waste." He remembered, when I took over my dad's spot, I was surrounded by a bunch of old-timers. To make it out alive, I had to build my own crew, you feel me? I needed people who were just as hungry as me. Victor remembered personally picking Gary out of thousands of dudes to be on his squad. He pursed his lips thinking, Gary, the very first of the 10,000 I chose to be my muscle. Just a bunch of abandoned sons of big shots like me. All of us starving for a better future. After that, he and his new crew rolled up on some goblins who were throwing a rager down on Bourbon Street, ready to crash the party. While those goblins were getting totally wasted, Victor's crew kicked the door in and rushed planning to snatch all up, Victor thought. Dead serious. Together we were gonna lock down my position and secure our future. Back in the day, Gary was always the first one in, slicing up any goblins in their path, which always got him a nod from Victor. You were like a son to me, Gary, the first one I ever picked. Back to now, Osman was shook over the betrayal, asking out loud, but why would he do that? I just don't get it. Victor just waved a hand to chill him out, saying, don't play yourself. The second I made you and Hamo my right and left hand guys. His ego left him with only two options, get with the program or try to take my spot. Victor turned and put the little clay statue back where he found it. He let out a big sigh, thinking, it was bound to happen. From the day I took you all in, I taught you this world is messed up, chaotic, and cruel as hell. I wanted all of you to be absolute legends, not tied down by any rules, morals, or gods, but hey, I guess you reap what you sow, right? Osman finally got himself together and nervously asked Victor, so, what's the play, boss? How we handling this? Victor just smirked and answered with ice in his voice. Don't trip, the arena is already being built, we just gotta wait and see how things shake out. Osman's eyes went wide as he asked, wait, is that why you told us to send that package to Mike? He nodded. You got it. Osman, still not getting it, was like, a boss, using the heads from the Pog family. That seems a little savage. Victor rubbed his chin and said, for a deserter. Nah, not at all. Dudes like Pog have no problem getting their hands dirty when it helps M. But when they've had enough, they think they can just peace out and move to some quiet suburb in Ohio. He let out a dark laugh and added, for the record, I never told M to go off people or snatch women. They did that all on their own. But the second they get a guilty conscience, they want to point the finger at me. Osman shot back. But you didn't stop them either, boss. Victor just shook his head. Nah, not really. If I spent all my time babysitting those clowns, we never would be gotten this big, and at the end of the day, they served their purpose. He paused for a sec, then added, his sons are gone, so at least now his life's finally got some meaning. Victor smiled wide, remembering the past, and said, good thing Bolo saved his wife and daughter from Gary's crazy behind. I made sure they were moved to a safe house somewhere in Dallas. It was the least I could do. He looked up at Osman, his voice low as he gave the order. He get this message to Gary. Tell him to get his crew together and hit Mike's forces. The kids built up a decent little army. It's about time we see what they were made of. Osman nodded. On it, boss. Victor grabbed his flute, put it to his lips, and got lost in his thoughts. Don't let me down, Mike. Let's see if you were really all that. Meanwhile, over at the base, Mike was breaking down the game plan with his crew. Pointing at a map, with our numbers, we lock down these other routes completely. Their whole army's gonna get funneled right through the Corpse Eater cave. And that, my friends, is the kill box. Then, Mike turned to Jake. What do you guys think Mike's about to say? Drop your predictions in the comments and smash that like button. So are the barricades up, or what? Jake snapped back. My guys are swearing on their lives they'll be done by morning. Even if it's the last thing they do. But y'all. Mike just hit him with this ice-cold stare, and his voice got all low and threatening. And what happens if they're not ready when Gary's whole crew rolls up from Chicago? Jake immediately backtracked like, yes sir, message received. I'll go light a fire under right now. But then he got all shaky and was like, sir, real talk. The squad is low-key freaking out. We way outnumbered. And most of these dudes have never been in a real scrap before. Mike wasn't having it though. He cut him off, all confident, like, but what? Listen up, Jake, since forever, big shot generals have always needed that good juju from the gods. I guess some things never change, even weird superstitions, right? Anyway, the scene flips to this super spooky, misty cave entrance, looking like something you'd find deep in the woods of Portland, Oregon. So Mike steps inside and is all like, you anybody home? And bam! Two freaking cloaked goblins just pop up behind him out of nowhere. Major jump scare. One of them goes, so, you've finally arrived, super dramatic. Mike's like, yeah, I'm here to see the priestess Kataga, and the goblin's just like, hold up, everyone who wants to see the boss has to get cleansed first. He points to another creepy cave opening. In there, so Mike's like, 8 bet, A and heads on in. Only to find this ancient-looking goblin lady just chillin' inside. The old lady pipes up, I'm serving up the soul-cleansing waters of Marin. You gotta drink it 2 times. And you guys, Mike literally shuddered. You can tell he's had this nasty stuff before, and it was not a vibe. Oh, the waters of Marin, Mike says, just dripping with sarcasm. Fantastic, hope it actually works this time, so where's the tap? The old lady's all mysterious. The gods will provide, my dude. You just have to fill your cup with the drips from those hanging rocks. Mike is just staring at every single drop, and she's like, someone's in a hurry. Mike plops down and goes, well, yeah, I'm about to go fight a whole battle, and I've got major FOMO, don't want to miss the main event. Hearing this, the old goblin lady gets this super confused look on her face. That's weird. She says, most soldiers are trying to get out of a battle, and Mike just hits her with, maybe that's 'cause I'm not most people. Okay, main character energy. The whole vibe in the cave just got super thick. The old lady asks him, all cryptic, so why is this fight such a big deal to you? And he just brushes her off with, Paft, you wouldn't get it. The old goblin lady just fires back, honey, this is the shrine of JJ, the literal goddess of war. Who do you think would get it more than me? But Mike's eyes, no fear, just this weirdly calm acceptance. You know what? You were right, he admits. This one fight, it's everything, it decides my whole future. If I win, I can actually make this world not suck for a change. But if I lose, my crew and I are toast. He picks up the cup, is this enough? The old lady just tells him to drink up, and guys, he takes one tiny sip and his whole face cringes up. He goes ghost white and literally gags, like he's coughing up his soul. Ah, still tastes like sewer water from a back alley in Miami. After a beat, she asks, you said you want to make the world better. What are you really fighting for? Mike puts the cup back under the drip and says, justice, I just want things to be fair for once. But the old lady hits him with a serious warning. Listen, kid, there's no such thing as a fair world, it's built to be unfair. What you call justice for one person is a raw deal for someone else. Your justice is another man's pain. It's a messed up cycle that only ends when people start getting hurt. And right then, Mike's eyes get all cold and suspicious, and he totally challenges her. That's a real sus thing for a follower of a war god to say. He fires back, isn't your goddess, like, super thirsty for all the drama and bloodshed. And she replies, my goddess only wants what's best for the world. That living things get stronger by fighting their battles. Pretty sure dead people can't level up. The winner is just whoever's tougher. Mike just scoffs, so, if I said your goddess was completely nuts, would you, like, get offended or something?
Ooh, the shade.
Smash that like button if you reliving for this sass. But get this, she just busts out laughing. Honey, all the gods are insane. If they were normal, do you think the world would be this chaotic? Mike just stares into his gross cup of water, but now his voice is full of determination. So what's the alternative? He asks, just give up and live like a total nobody. But the old woman keeps getting closer, whispering in his ear. Being a fool, you so blinded by rage you can't even see you, fighting the wrong enemy. The gods aren't your problem, you literally playing right into their hands. Oof, plot twist. Mike completely ignores her, and just chugs the whole disgusting cup of water. Then he looks at her, dead serious, and asks a heavy question. Then tell me, Priestess Kataga, who is the real enemy? And you can see it on her face, she finally realizes Mike isn't like the others. Not so dumb after all, she says. I see you. Mike is totally calm now. You've got some pretty sharp comebacks for an old priestess who supposedly just lives on roots and berries. And she's like, nice try, kid, but no, I'm not a god. Okay, if she's not a god, then who is she? Drop your theories in the comments. 'Cause I am shook. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more of this tea. Mike was so not bothered. He was basically like, gods, dudes, whatever, I'll wreck 'em all. And anyone who steps to me is getting zero mercy, period. The priestess could totally see he was being extra stubborn and tried to talk sense into him. Like, yo, a world built on beef is just gonna stay beefin'. Is this guy actually buggin' for challenging the gods? Or is this all part of their master plan? Or is he just doing what they want? Mike just lets out this little laugh. Like, are you trying to say I'm just some puppet? And she claps back instantly. And you re so sure you were not? Ooh, the shade. Mike didn't even answer, just stood up like, alright, I'm over this spooky nonsense. It's giving me flashbacks to the group home back in Philly. Seeing Mike about to bounce, the priestess asked, hold up, you were not even gonna ask the god Zira for a little good luck charm for your squad. Mike didn't even look back, just waved her off like, whatever, let your god pick a side. I've got a war to win, so when he gets back, Jake runs up all anxious, so, how'd it go, boss? Mike was looking kinda shook, not gonna lie, but he played it cool. It's all good, the victory god gave us the green light. Round everyone up. So he's literally stressing over what he's gonna say to everyone, and then bam, the whole army is assembled. Mike barely starts with, Alright, why all? I wanna when some dude starts shouting, "The priestess is here." And boom, she appears out of nowhere, shocking everybody. General, you mind if I give your army a blessing before this whole thing kicks off? Priestess throws her hands up in front of the whole crowd, declaring, "My brave warriors, the literal goddess of war Jaja sent me to hook you all up with her blessing, and to give you the juice to absolutely demolish your enemies. Oh, and P.S. She told me your general needs a new nickname, a name that actually slaps for a true warrior. Therefore, Mike shall now be known as Lep, the Liberator." Bro, Mike was absolutely floored. The crowd starts going nuts chanting Lep. Lep, and he just whips his head around to stare at her. He's like, "How did you even?" But she cuts him right off, gives him this super intense look and says, "Your time being the bad guy is over, Lep. Now go show the gods what you remade of." Meanwhile, across town near some warehouse on 5th Street, a couple of banged up soldiers are helping each other back to base. Hamo sees them and frowns. "There you are." The dude with a scar on his face looks kinda surprised. "Oh hey, Hamo." Hamo immediately goes, "What happened to you two?" "Ah, it's nothing." Dio just wiped out and clocked his head. Hearing that, Hamo walks closer, like, "I see, get him to the medic's stat." Before he left, the scarred guy turned back to give him a heads up. "Yo, be careful, Gary is in a seriously full mood." Hamo's like, "Good looks, I will try not to mess up." He heads over to a tent, where Gary is cleaning his weapon. Seeing Hamo, he asks, "What? You here to watch the show, Hamo?" But Hamo wasn't playing. He went right for the confrontation. "Don't you think you being way too hard on your own crew?" Gary answers, all calm and collected, "It's just discipline. Nothing more." Hamo is getting so annoyed. "So what's the real reason you re-ghosting me? Am I nothing to you?" Gary was literally speechless. He couldn't even answer Hamo just kept going.
It's jealousy.
"I never even wanted to be Victor's replacement."
What other choice did I have? Tell me.
Gary snaps back, totally irritated. "You could have just said no." And just like that, the drama exploded. Hamo scowls and says, "For real, you really think Victor would have been cool with that? If you were him, would you?" "Yeah, that's what I thought. I just don't want to lose you, man." Gary is absolutely fuming, yelling at Hamo, "So you want me to just ignore a direct order from Victor to go after Mike?" Hamo instantly loses it. His eyes are filled with rage as he screams right back, "Stop playing dumb. We both know exactly what I'm talking about." "Yeah, I know," Gary says, looking at him with these ice-cold eyes. "Of course he knows. Why else do you think he sent me out here? This whole mission was a setup to take me down from the start. If I win, my squad's gonna be wrecked, and I can't challenge him. And if I lose," Hamo immediately cuts in, "then go to him, beg for forgiveness. Tell him you'll be his loyal little sidekick." Suddenly, Gary's whole vibe changes, his voice gets super soft, and he gently messes with Hamo's hair. The mood swing is real. "Why all? Hamo, did you forget what Victor told us? One emperor leads to glory, but two will only bring a whole lot of tragedy." Drop a comment below if you think Gary's being deep or just super dramatic. Then out of nowhere, a soldier shouts, "Commander, the troops are ready to roll." Gary, while suiting up, warns Hamo, "Look, Hamo, no matter what you and Victor think, I am not an idiot. My scouts are reporting every single move Mike makes. This is gonna be over before noon." Hamo then just says, "Lep," and Gary's completely lost. "What?" Hamo tells him, "My spies are saying he's going by Lep now. Last night, he got blessed by that priestess of JJ with the title Lep, the Liberator." Gary just scoffs with total disgust. "Huh, really, the Liberator? That's pathetic. I'm dead." Hamo warns him, "You better tell your scouts to be more careful. Smash that like button if you think Gary is about to get seriously humbled." Oh, I bet that's not the only secret he's got tucked away. Gage was walking around like he owned the place, totally full of himself. He's all like, "The gods can bless me 100 times, I couldn't care less. My win is totally guaranteed, cause I'm on the path of twin illusions, whatever that means, lol." And Miles is like, "You really still believe that nonsense? You seriously think you gonna be the next big thing, the Ascendant?" And Gage's face. He looks so salty, refusing to accept reality, so Miles just lays it on him. "Dude, Gage, the Ascendant is just a fairy tale. Like, some character they made up for bedtime stories. You actually think some random little creature took over the whole forest and mashed together hundreds of tribes into one giant crew. And get this, what about the part where he supposedly had a major glow-up after every few fights? We not just talking about getting ripped," he said. "This dude literally leveled up, getting bigger and stronger with every single battle." But Gage, stubborn as ever, was like, "Nothing is impossible for the chosen ones, bro." Miles, bless his heart, was still trying to talk some sense into him. Okay, but if he was so amazing and brought everyone together, where is it all now? Did it just vanish into thin air like a bad Wi-Fi signal in downtown Austin? Gage clapped back instantly. "Miles, seriously, I thought you paid attention in history class. His own kids took him out, then they had a massive family feud and wrecked everything. And nobody could get their hands on the ancient secrets, because everyone's too busy fighting. That's why we need a new ascendant to hit the reset button on the world. Miles just stares at Gage, who's already got his weapon out like he's the star of an action movie, and asks, "So, let me guess. That's gonna be you. And what? You re gonna fight Victor for the title?" Gage dramatically shoves the tent flap aside, storms out, and declares, "The world needs a makeover. And he and I don't care whose feelings we gotta hurt to make it happen." Then outside, he holds up his weapon and starts screaming, "Alright, squad. It's time to go squash some bugs. We only got 10 days before the big trip, so let's wrap this up fast and bounce." I all ready for this. And the whole army just explodes.
Yes, Commander!
Meanwhile, poor Miles is just watching him leave, a single tear rolling down his face, whispering a prayer. Aw. Drop a comment below if you think Miles is the real one here. So Gage is staring dead ahead, leading this totally intimidating army, looking all cool and focused.
Then bam!
He throws up a hand and everyone freezes. A soldier sprints up, totally out of breath. "Commander, they've built a wall at the end of the cave, just a few hundred kilometers away." And for those of you scratching your heads, a kilometer is like a goblin yardstick. It's named after these legendary armored dudes who were all like 6.5 feet tall beasts. So Gage asks his guy, "How many we talking?" And he's like, I counted 20. But Gage is doing the math in his head, thinking, nah, there's gotta be at least 30 of them. He grills the guy again and finds out from other lookouts that they've blocked off all the escape routes. Apparently, the little huts on the side are just full of old people and kids, totally freaking out and hiding. And what does Gage do when he hears this? He lets out this super evil, triumphant laugh like, "Dude, chill. Perfect," he says. "We need an audience for the show we about to put on." But then, plot twist. A scout yells, "Commander, behind us." Gage whips around, and guess who's rolling up? Victor's entire army. Seeing them, this one dude in a helmet just flips out on the scout. "You dummy, he's obviously here to watch us win. What else would he be doing?" Then he turns to Gage, all confused. "So, Commander, if that's the case, why isn't he jumping in to help?" Gage just lets out this little chuckle, like he's dealing with a toddler. "Great idea," Gage says, dripping with sarcasm. "Why don't you go find them another 300 soldiers, and then maybe it'll be a fair fight." Everyone just stares at each other, dead silent, so Gage yells, "What's with all the sad faces? He's here for front row seats to our victory. You guys really think we gonna lose to some nobody and his crew of ditch diggers from the Jersey Shore?" The soldiers all kinda look around at each other, super awkwardly for a second, then they all raise their weapons and scream, "No, Commander." Gage is totally hyped. "Yeah, now that's the spirit I'm talking about. Alright, let's go show Victor what we remade of." Meanwhile, on Mike's side of the field, Jake is giving him the rundown. "Sir, they've stopped moving." Mike just nods. "Yeah, I see that, Jake. Looks like it's time for a little chat." Taking Mike's weapon is like, "You really going out there?" Mike just shrugs, cool as a cucumber. "Why not? It's tradition, right?" But Jake's not convinced. "Isn't this just a huge waste of time? I mean, let's be real. They're gonna attack us no matter what." Mike gives Jake this super serious look. "Jake, if you ever want to be a leader, you gotta remember one thing: the fight is decided before the first punch is even thrown. This is the perfect chance to stack the odds in our favor." As he starts walking, Jake hustles to catch up like, "Wait, how are you gonna pull that off?" And Mike just says, "By making him want to tear me apart." So, at the same time, Gage is walking towards Mike, and Gage, of course, has to open his big mouth first. "So you Mike." "Huh, I was expecting someone bigger, not some kid who looks like he just got his driver's permit." Ooh, the shade. Smash that like button if you ready for this showdown. Mike was ice cold, like, "Yeah, keep calling me a runt. I love it. You think I don't know my own name, dude." Gary got even cockier. "You guys," he's like, "you don't know who I am. Bro, you dumber than you look. I'm Gary, and I'm about to end your whole career." But Mike, our boy, was just giving him this look of pure disgust. "Gary, seriously, this is all Victor thinks I'm worth. Go back and tell your boss to send Ace, Luke, or Hype if he actually wants a fight." And get this, as he's saying it, Mike literally turns and waves him off like a fly. "You're not even worth my time." Gary was so mad he was shaking, fists clenched, muttering, "You pathetic little worm." Oh, but then Gary just stops and bursts out laughing. Mike turns back like, something funny. And Gary goes, "You really brought these little playground toys to a showdown in downtown Austin. When I'm done crushing these rats you've gathered, I'll ask my new little pets what made you this way. Then I'll have them write a whole diss track about it. All about the weak little fool who got stomped under my boot. How's that sound?"
But then, whoa, he flinches.
His pupils shrink because he sees Mike just radiating this insane, godlike aura. Mike just turns away and drops the coldest line ever. "You better start praying to whatever god you believe in, 'Cause you ain't getting any forgiveness from me. Gary heads back to his troops, totally shook, like what did I just see? Then he tries to play it off. Nah, it was nothing. And he yells out, I'm offering a huge reward to whoever brings me that kid's head. So Gary's whole army just starts charging at Mike's. Gary is screaming for them to go. First one past that barricade gets 20 credits straight from me. But then, out of nowhere, all this stuff starts flying at Gary's army, and he's totally blindsided. What is that? A whole bunch of his soldiers get hit before they can even react, leaving him just frozen there. And what's Mike doing? Just standing there chilling with his arms crossed. This made Gary absolutely lose it. He grips his weapon and charges forward himself.
Shake it off!
Come on, keep moving. The soldiers are trying to hype each other up.
They read just slingshots. Fam, don't let him slow you down.
Gary's whole crew just roars and charges, screaming wreck 'em all. On Mike's side though, they're super calm just watching from the high ground like it's a movie. Jake pipes up. Sir, I think we really made them mad. Lol, ya think. Everything was going exactly according to Mike's plan.
You guys!
He jumps down and tells Jake, awesome work. Jake, tell the slingers to fall back once they out of ammo. And tell them to watch the guideposts. Have the spearmen hold the barricade as long as they can. It's time to prep for phase 2. Ooh.
The plot thickens.
What do you think phase 2 is?
Let me know in the comments.
Over on Gary's side, he's thinking, does this kid really think this pile of junk from a New Orleans scrapyard can stop me? He orders his soldiers to give zero mercy. One of Gary's guys breaks through Mike's barricade and climbs over, all excited.
Come on, you little noobs, get back here. It's showtime.
Suddenly he looks down at his feet and sees a rope, picking it up like, what's this? Oh honey, you are in for a surprise. The second he sees that, Mike immediately orders his guys to pull back. Gary is still just standing there watching, completely clueless. When his second-in-command runs up, Commander Victor is watching us. Gary just waves him off, still acting all high and mighty, and turns back to his dad. Enjoy the show, Pops. You'll get your turn soon, the nerve. All of a sudden, a massive fire just erupts, and all his soldiers are swallowed by a sea of flames. It's only then that he realizes what's happening. Screaming in total horror, a panicked soldier cries out,
What do we do, Commander?
A huge fire is just consuming everything. Way off in the distance, Ace just deadpans. Well, they've lost the advantage. Hype, who was right next to him, immediately shoots back. They'll get it back. Ace is like, he's already sent people to get water and blankets from the houses. It's only a matter of time before they break the line. Luke, standing there, just scoffs with total mockery in his voice. How pathetic. Use your axes. You idiots, don't let the enemy escape. Ace then points forward and says, no one's escaping. Luke, look. After looking where his buddy was pointing, Luke's eyes go wide with absolute shock. Hype looks over in that direction too, and his face is just pure disbelief. A whole army is charging from the distance, and right behind them, a massive fire is getting closer and closer. One of them suddenly screams,
It's Jack's army!
Ace just stands there, muttering Jack will crush him if he even dares to run. Luke, standing beside him, starts taunting, this is nothing but a back alley brawl. Hey, anyone want to make a bet? I'll put $20 on the kid. Hype could not handle his trolling and yelled,
That's disgusting.
This is our brother's life on the line, and you
Just making bets? Are you stupid?
Luke didn't even seem to care. He just chuckled. You re the one who doesn't have faith in our brother. Hype then just muttered, I'm gonna need some more bonus points for this. If you were loving this drama, smash that subscribe button. I got $20 on Gary. And Tony, never one to back down, was like, bet, I'll throw down 22. You can just see Luger doing the math in his head, grinning like he just won the lottery. Sweet. 8, so they're on the move again, for real this time. Over on the other side, one of Gary's boys runs up to him, all hyped, boss. We totally cleaned out those houses. While shoving some flaming junk out of the way, Gary's like, good, use it for shields and barricades. We'll score more ammo that way. But then one of the guys, sounding super stressed, goes, we gotta rig something up to bust through their defenses.
Like now.
But yo, a whole wave of confidence just washes over Gary. He's so sure he's gonna win. He just roars. This is pathetic. What are we doing? Playing hide and seek out here in the middle of Queens. On the flip side, Mike's getting a real status report from his crew. 8, what's our head count? Jake, who was right behind him, spit it out without missing a beat. Looks like we lost 2, 5 are injured. After soaking it all in, Mike says, understood, so we lost like a quarter of our crew in that mess. It's still not even close to a fair fight. But hey, it'll have to do. Jake's looking at him like he's speaking another language, totally confused. Sir, what about Jack? Mike just smirks, basically telling him to focus up. Jack is only a problem if we blow this. And we not gonna blow this, are we, Jake? No sir, we definitely won't. Mike's expression was pure, uncut confidence. Like good, get that horn ready to blow. So down below, the enemy crew grabs their shields and makes a mad dash for the fortress. I'm talking a full-on sprint. The shots raining down on them couldn't even scratch the shields. The bullets were just pinging right off. It was crazy. From behind this moving wall of shields, Gary just keeps screaming at his men, "Hold the shield steady, you clowns." Then one of his guys next to him reports, "Boss, check out the enemy. They're rescattering." And just like that, a whole crowd starts running around like they were lost on Bourbon Street during Mardi Gras. And this wicked grin just spreads across his face. Gary's voice gets even more hyped. The rats are doing what they do best. We'll mop 'em up later. All around him, his whole crew starts chanting, "Let's go, boys, pick up the pace." And the shield bearers just start pushing forward even harder. Meanwhile, Jake's getting nervous. "Sir, our guys are retreating. What's the plan?" Mike just watches for a hot second before speaking. "I see it. Hey Jake, you know the difference between a good leader and a great leader." Jake, still looking totally lost, answers, "No sir." Mike lays it out real clear. A good leader tries to fix his past mistakes. But a great leader knows he's got to look in all directions, not just back or forward. And down below, the two sides are just going at it. Clashing hard, it's absolute chaos. Meanwhile, Gary is still riding that high, feeling himself, and totally lets his guard down. A sudden shout makes him freeze. What the hell? Then the shield wall comes to a dead stop, and Gary smashes right into it. Oof. He looks down at his leg, and you can just see the pain on his face. It looks bad. Why all? Then Gary picks up one of the trap spikes from the ground. So that's why his guys retreated. It was all a diversion. Then this insane sound just blares across the whole battlefield. Gary freezes on the spot. The horn, the guy next to him, is clutching his head. "Boss, we were so screwed." Gary just tosses the spike, his patience totally gone. "I know, you moron. I'm not blind." His crewmate keeps going. "No, boss, the tents." There's a whole other squad in the tents. And amidst this storm of arrows, a small figure just appears, darting through the darkness before slipping right inside the shield formation. Get this, the enemy was using their own shields to make a protective cage around everyone inside. Big brain move. Arrows from the outside are just raining down on this little protective bubble. Up above, Victor's eyes are glinting. Like he's really thinking about this whole thing. Luger just laughs. "Looks like my money's safe." Tony, looking completely stunned, says, "Gary's trapped. Dad, let me take a few guys and get them out of there." Luger's eyes are just filled with pure scorn as he says, "That's his battle to fight, Tony. Let him rot in there for all I care." But Tony stands his ground, his voice sharp with anger. "He's one of us." "Luger, how can you even say that?" Then as just screams, cutting them off, "That's enough!" Then he turns to Victor. "Commander, it's your call." The drama!" If you think Luger's being a snake, smash that like button. The murderous intent in his eyes was impossible to hide. Down below, Gary is still getting totally cornered, yelling, "Where the hell did that punk get a crew like this?" A voice cuts through his yelling, "Yo, hold up, isn't that Pog's old lady?" Which makes him snap his head around to look. "Where?" His crewmate pointed. "Over there, that weird chick with the red armband. And dude, that's Can's old man and Maya's little sister." He mumbled, "Wait a sec. I know most of these people. What?" Drop a comment below if you think you know what's about to happen. So get this, Hank is over there, chomping away with his mouth full. And I'm thinking this dude is legit unhinged, cause he wants to round up every single family Ghost ever did dirty. But yo, the turnout was insane, like a whole army of angry ants ready to stomp a giant. Then Jack, always the party pooper, chimes in all serious. "The giant's not down for the count yet." Hank just shrugged it off like, "You really think so?" But Jack's giving this death stare like, bro, nothing's scarier than a trapped animal." Then bam, someone shouts, "Yo, the commander's here!" And this silhouette just walks up out of the mist, cool as a cucumber, and it's Mike strolling in like he owns the block. Ghost's head snaps up, and you can just see the "oh crap" look on his face. He leans over to his boy and whispers, "This dude loves the sound of his own voice. Let him get a little closer. And when I give the signal, we were gonna light him up, pass it on." His dude whispers back real quick, "Bet." A Ghost gets all cocky again, yelling, "You gonna talk us all to sleep? Get your little self over here and spit it out, punk." But Mike's voice is totally chill from across the way. "Sounds like a plan, but I'm not here for you, oof." The burn. Ghost's eyes go wide, like, "What?" And Mike drops the bomb, "I'm here to talk to your crew." Then he cranks up the volume, "Yo everyone, listen up. This ain't your beef." And the whole crowd just starts looking around at each other, completely lost. Like they were trying to find their car in a Walmart parking lot in Miami. Mike's voice gets stronger, and he starts laying it all out. "They were just playing us, making us throw down to wear ourselves out. So all the real ones get taken out fighting each other. While they were kicking back, laughing from their penthouse suites. You guys aren't my enemies. You were my brothers. And I don't want to see a single one of you get hurt. I know you didn't ask for this. I know you don't want to be here. And you sure as hell don't want to check out in some random alley in Chicago. Not for some clowns who could care less if you live or die. So I'm here to say, anyone who drops their weapon can walk away. No questions asked. Okay, now Ghost is starting to sweat. He screams back, "No way, that's Cap." The second we drop our gear, you were gonna wipe us all out. And his crew is buying it, not trusting Mike at all.
They start shouting, "Yeah, he's right."
We'll take you with us before we go down like chumps. Ghost gets this little smirk, like he's won.
You were wasting your time, little man.
You think you'd let us walk? Everyone in Victor's army goes down swinging. But after all that, Mike just shrugs, and y'all, what he says next is everything. He goes, maybe, maybe not. But did you ever stop and wonder why your big boss isn't here with you right now? It's 'cause he wants Ghost gone. Ghost and every single person loyal to him. Then Mike points to these soldiers way in the back. He ain't here for backup, fam. He's here to clean house if you win, to take you out. And his finger is pointing straight at Victor, who's just standing there on a roof in Austin, looking all high and mighty. The drama And as long as Ghost is breathing, you will be forced to fight his battles and get put in the ground for him. So, the way I see it, you got two options: you all get wiped, or Ghost does. Mike just shrugs like it's the most obvious thing in the world. And right then, Ghost's face just crumbles into pure terror. One of his guys, voice all shaky, asks, "Boss, is he telling the truth?" Then another dude jumps in, totally panicked. He said Victor is gonna come for all of us if he's not taken care of. And just like that, the whole crowd starts buzzing. You can hear whispers breaking out everywhere. Maybe Victor only wants him. We were just following orders, right? Oh, the backstabbing is about to begin. Ghost, looking wetter than a sheet,
Start screaming, "No! Guys, I'd never!"
he's trying to yell over them. I'm just doing what Hard wanted.
This is for you. All of you.
But Mike just crosses his arms, hits him with this killer smirk, and goes, "You mean it's for yourself, don't you?" Mike, drop if you agree. Smash that like button right now. Veins are popping on Ghost's neck, his eyes are bugging out, and he just roars and charges at Mike with his axe.
Screaming, "You!"
But then plot twist. One of his own soldiers, shaking like a leaf, steps out holding a pipe, and Ghost just freezes. His face is pure disbelief. He just stares, then looks down, and sees a freaking pipe sticking right through his gut. He makes this choked sound and just collapses. His eyes already starting to look empty. Then other soldiers step up, still holding their weapons, and their voices are shaky, but you can tell they mean it. "Sorry, boss. I got a kid." One says, "This is on you," says another, "Don't blame us, you reach us the next savior, right?" Savage. Ghost grinds his teeth, grips his axe so hard his knuckles are white, and snarls, "You backstabbers." In a last burst of rage, he swings his axe like a maniac at the guy who just spoke,
screaming, "I'll take you out myself!"
And y'all, tears are literally streaming down his face as the life just fades from his eyes, and he whispers, "So, this is what you felt. Whoa. What does that even mean?" Drop your theories in the comments. And as he's checking out, he gets this flashback to when he was a kid. How could I have done that to you? It flashes to these cold blades going into someone, and he's kneeling in a puddle of red, whispering,
"Yeah, I'm sorry, Dad." "What?"
The plot thickens. You are not going to want to miss the next episode, so make sure you resubscribed. So get this, some rando soldier just drops to one knee like he's proposing and goes, "We give up, sir." Mike and Jake both whipped their heads around so fast I thought they'd get whiplash. And just in time, here comes Jake, rolling deep with this massive crew out of nowhere. The main dude struts forward, giving off this super proud, icy vibe, like he just marched all the way from Austin. He's just death staring the other general. Talk about intense. Okay, so then we cut to Matt, and he's kneeling by Gary's body, just bawling his eyes out. He's clutching his sword, eyes blazing with pure rage, screaming, "I'm gonna end every single one of you, and I'm starting right here." Matt's about to go full berserker mode when this deep voice just booms out, "Hold it." He spins around, and his face is priceless. Pure shock, "Dad. You absolute piece of trash." But Jake is totally chill, just points forward with these ice-cold eyes. Matt totally freaks and looks behind him, and yup, there's a whole freaking army just waiting. That's when Mike narrows his eyes, and his whole vibe just goes dark. Oof. The other general just stares at Jake for what feels like forever, probably doing the math in his head. Then he's just like, "Nah," and waves his hand, telling his whole crew to bounce. Lol. Matt is totally seething, but he finally turns to leave, not before throwing the nastiest stank eye ever. Jake just shrugs with this smug little smirk, totally unbothered, and poof. The enemy army just vanishes into the fog like a magic trick, leaving total silence. So Jake quietly asks, a little confused, "But we won, boss, so what gives?" Mike just keeps staring off into the distance, his voice super low. "This was just a warm-up, Jake. This ain't the end of the war, and trust me, it's not gonna be this easy next time, Ikes." Let me know in the comments if you think Mike is being a buzzkill or just smart.
Jake's like, whoa, chill, I guess not, but we still won today.
That's gotta be worth something, right? Mike actually closes his eyes and cracks a little smile. You rewrite, it is. Break out the good stuff for the crew. They earned it. Jake grins ear to ear, gives this crisp salute,
And yells, yes, Commander.
but like record scratch, before anyone can even pop a cork, another voice cuts in, all frantic. Commander, we got a situation. They both whip around and this soldier is totally out of breath. It's Jack's crew. They're rejacking all the good stuff from the battlefield, and the other squads are trying to grab all the prisoners. And yup, there's a whole crowd already swarming the bodies, picking them clean like vultures on a side street in Miami. Mike marches right over, his voice pure ice. Stop what you redoing, right now. But this one dude, without even looking up, just smirks and sneers. Get lost, kiddo, we just clean up your mess. The audacity. Smash that like button if you think this guy is about to get wrecked. Mike just tilts his head, hand chilling on the handle of his spear, his tone totally stone cold. This is my mess to handle. Take your guys and leave. And don't come back until Jack and I have sorted this out. Just then, you can hear heavy footsteps coming. The looter shoves his stash in a bag and mutters something to his crew. We'll show this little punk who's boss around here, so this dude will, with a dagger and a seriously nasty grin, steps up. Looks like you got a lot of clout from this win, huh? Go ahead and hand it over, or things are gonna get real messy. More footsteps rush up from behind. Mike just closes his eyes and sighs, like he is so done with this day. Then raises his spear like, dude, you really don't want to do this. Will just smirks, grabbing his club and sneering. Works for me, I will just be taking it from your cold, lifeless hands then. But before he can even finish the sentence, bam! Will gets absolutely decked by a massive punch. Mike's eyes go wide with shock as Will just eats dirt. This guy, Tony, storms over, totally fuming. You three! What the hell do you think you redoing? The other dudes start shaking in their boots, stammering, ooh, we were just. But Tony is livid, a vein is literally popping on his forehead as he snarls. What is wrong with you? You want to spend the next week licking the fighting pit clean with your tongue? Ah, is that what you trying to tell me, huh? Bro, these dudes started sweating bullets, shaking their heads frantically and screaming in terror. No, we swear. Tony's voice drops to this low, dangerous growl. You want to be on permanent guard duty outside the den. They're furiously shaking their heads, no. He points at Will on the ground, his voice booming. Then what are you standing around for? Drag this myth head out of my sight. And don't you ever let me catch you pulling a stunt like this again. Tony just rubs his temples and sighs as the three of them scramble off. Then turns back to Mike with this super awkward smile. Sorry about that, kid. These morons are gonna be the death of me. Mike just laughs, handing his spear to a soldier behind him. Don't even worry about it, man. Thanks for stepping in, Tony winks, half joking, hey, no need to thank me. I just didn't want to explain to their families back in Chicago how they went out like total chumps. Mike just shrugs with a smirk. I wasn't gonna end them, just school, and a little Tony nods slowly, getting this far off look in his eyes. After what you did to Gary, I'm honestly shocked they had the nerve to try this. Some people just never learn, you know. And that's when a calm, deep voice calls out nearby, drop a comment if you want to know what went down with Gary. Well, you were the one who recruited them. After all, Tony whips his head around, gives a quick bow, and scratches his head all embarrassed. Yeah, my bad. Commander, Mike just puts his hands on his hips and smirks at Jack. Thanks for the last-minute save. Man, Jack just shakes his head, like my right-hand dude said. No thanks necessary, but hey, it's all good, he jokes, sticking his tongue out and crossing his arms. What a goofball. And that's it for today, guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, share with your crew, and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, so does that mean you not gonna ask for your cut of the loot? Victor just laughed, his voice cracking up. Well, the deal was 2/3, but after that whole mess, I'll chill and just take half. Mike smirked and held up 2 fingers. Hold up, half seems a little steep, don't ya think? You said it yourself, we were the ones throwing down. So how about we do a little 80-20 split, my guy? A freaking stat screen just pops up showing a measly 2/10 for him, and a fat 8/10 for Mike. Victor squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head, his voice dripping with sarcasm. See, this is what happens when you try to be a nice guy. People will always try to play you. I mean, you fought alone and came out on top with barely a scratch. That's facts. But you couldn't have pulled it off without my intel, so half is the absolute bottom line. Mike shot up 3 fingers, still trying to haggle. Bro, we didn't just take out one of your main rivals, but you also scored a massive haul without losing a single person on your crew. Let's call it 70-30. The two of them just kept going at it, arguing back and forth like they were on some corner in Philly. Poff, Gary was just a small-time pest. Besides, I'm the one who helped you track down the families of his victims. He smirked, still holding up those 3 fingers. Yeah, you helped. But I was the one who actually got them to show up. It's still 70-30. But you can have Gary's busted old axe. Victor shook his hand to lock it in, his voice firm. Deal. The poor lizard on the ground was whimpering as 3 pairs of stone-cold eyes just stared it down. Mike turned to Victor and added in this low, slow voice, that one's on you, Chief. He cleared his throat and barked out an order.
All right, listen up.
Loot everything from that first fence on up. Move it. Mike crossed his arms and called Jake over, asking straight up, yo, what's the deal with the prisoners? They were all tied up and under guard. Jake answered instantly, looking totally stressed out. Sweat was just pouring down his face. Sir, the families were not trying to hand them over, but we somehow managed to talk them down. Mike nodded, looking pleased. His voice went ice cold. Good. Once the families bounce, strip those clowns down to their underwear and kick em out. And don't forget to give 1/3 of the haul to Victor. We have a deal. Jake, still sweating and looking awkward as heck, said, boss, I gotta be real. I do not vibe with that guy. Mike just tilted his head, looking completely unbothered. We don't gotta vibe with him. Jake, we just need to play nice, while we've still got the same target on our backs. Jake asked nervously. And what happens when we don't have that common enemy anymore? Mike cracked a smile, but his eyes turned deadly serious. Then we find out who's really running things. But for now, that's a problem for after this whole expedition is wrapped up. Jake was looking around all panicked, his hands shaking while gripping his staff. A huge roar echoed, making him slam his eyes shut and just swing his staff around like a maniac, screaming, who's there? Then Jake's foot slipped, and he totally ate it, face planting right into the dirt. Ouch. Jake grimaced and rubbed his head with a low groan. Pushing himself up, Mike strolled over and looked down at him like, Jake, my dude. What in the fresh heck are you doing out here? He stammered, all scared. My bad, sir. Mike bent down to grab the staff, his voice totally teasing. What, you trying to catch some breakfast? Lol. Jake frowned and stuck out his tongue, his face still twisted up in pain. No way, boss. Those things taste like actual garbage. He leaned in and asked Mike, all serious. Have you ever actually tried one? Mike raised an eyebrow, trying to think, but was like, nah, can't say that I have. Jake's face went ghost white as he mumbled his story. Trust me, you do not want to go there. When I was a kid and we were broke, my mom used to catch a few and fry 'em up. It was literally like chewing on lawn clippings. Mike glanced around, looking thoughtful, and said, noted, but yo, I don't blame you for being jumpy. Where'd all the workers and vendors from this morning go? Place is a ghost town. He answered immediately, his eyes darting towards the boarded-up houses. Anyone who isn't rolling out with us on the expedition is hiding out, sir. Mike frowned, totally surprised, and asked, hiding from what? Jake explained awkwardly. It's the elves, sir. Things got a little, chaotic when they rolled into town. Mike rubbed his chin, thinking, hide you kids, hide yo wife, huh? Jake just looked confused and mumbled, sir. Mike pointed behind him. His voice was super casual. It's just an old saying from my neighborhood back in Austin, Simon. Let's go. We don't want to be here when they show up either. The two started walking up the rocky slope, dust kicking up around their boots. Jake squinted his eyes and asked cautiously, sir, no offense, but is something bugging you today? You seem off. Mike tilted his head, a little mystery in his eyes. Nothing specific, why? Jake shouldered his staff and said hesitantly, well, with all this drama going down, you've been acting super quiet and calm, too calm. Mike's lips curled into a full-on sneer. Aren't I always calm? Jake quickly tried to backtrack. You were too calm. I mean, you re always calm, but not like this. But when you re this calm, it's 'cause you re secretly furious about something. Mike pursed his lips and looked at him, asking like he was genuinely curious. Is that right? And what other brilliant observations have you made? Jake was quiet for a second, then just mumbled, you like to smile. He saw Mike's look of total disdain and immediately tried to explain himself, getting all flustered. What do you guys think Mike is mad about? Drop your theories in the comments below. Don't give me that look, boss. You re totally digging it. You re always cheesin' until something really grinds your gears, makes you see red, or like, you re ready for someone to take a dirt nap, for real. He looks up at the sky all dramatic, oh for real. The kid just nods like a bobblehead, facts. Mike's like, anything else you want to spill? And Jake gets all pensive, thinking, the only time you get that heated is when someone tries to mess up your game plan, or messes with your sister. Then he just goes dead quiet. Staring at the sky again after a beat, he says real low, Jake. Mike's whole vibe just goes dark, man. He looks down and says, you re on thin ice, my guy. And Jake, bless his heart, is just like, huh? What's thin ice? Is that like a new spot over on Elm Street? Mike just lets him hang there for a sec, probably hoping the gears start turning. Lumao. Then he sighs, bro, it's an expression. It means you replaying with fire, doing something you really shouldn't, 'cause it's risky. Jake's jaw just hits the floor, looking all kinds of shook but also a little spicy. Boss, you real like a walking encyclopedia, but my bad for real. If I was flapping my gums too much, Mike turns to Jake, super serious, and is like, just be more careful next time, 8. You can see him flashing back to Lisa's face, all twisted up and pissed, but you re not wrong. There's definitely something messed up going on with my sister. Oof, the plot thickens. Wow! Mike's totally picturing Liz's furious face, and you can tell he's just simmering. My sister's been holding a grudge ever since that whole thing with Gary went down. I can still hear her just ripping into me. She's convinced a turf war with Victor's crew is about to pop off, and she's putting all the heat on me for it. Jake jumps in real quick, all gentle like, hey boss, you know that's just Lisa being Lisa. She's been hustling hard to provide for you both, with you dropping all your cash on supplies and gear for the crew. It's gotta be putting a huge strain on her. Besides, man, prices for everything are skyrocketing. You know why. Our guys on the inside say supplies from out of town are drying up fast. And some big shot up top is playing games with the food chain. He says it in this low, serious voice. This is gonna be a major problem for crews like ours. Jack's crew and Victor's guys pay their people in food, so if prices spike, they're gonna lose their grip. Keep your ears to the ground and report back if you hear any chatter when we hit the rally point. He starts walking faster, looking totally stressed. Yeah, I feel you, boss, but you two literally grew up together down in Miami. That can't be the only problem, right? Mike's face scrunches up, totally annoyed. No, it's her fiank. Jake is like, wait, what? The tea is scalding, people. Her fiank, he snaps back, Jake, you remember that happy-go-lucky dude? When he confirms it, the kid's face goes ghost white. Wait, and he's actually with her. Mike gives him the death stare, his voice a low rumble. Jake, didn't we just have a talk about you running your mouth? Just snaps up a shaky salute. Like, yes sir, my bad! He's so scared. He lets out this big sigh, his voice low but firm. But yeah, it's true, the dude cares about her. And even though he tries to play it all cool and detached, he gets all in his feelings. Anytime he thinks my business is gonna put her in the line of fire, Jake leans in, all excited for real. What'd he say? You can see Mike reliving the whole gnarly argument. His eyes get all hard and bitter as he says that I'm just another thug, giving the gray bonds a bad name. And that she'd be better off if I was pushing up daisies. 'Cause I'm just a freeloader who brings nothing to the table. Jake gets dead serious. Boss, just say the word soon as we get back. And a couple of the boys will go pay him a little visit. Over on the west side in the middle of the night. We'll even wear masks so nobody can narc on us. Mike just freezes, gives Jake a hard look, then looks away again, his face like stone. Jake, you will absolutely not do that. The kid hesitates, asking, you sure, boss? Can't we just, rough him up a bit, just to be sure? He cracks this little smirk, a wild mix of being annoyed and kinda touched. Look, while I appreciate the enthusiasm and you wanting to defend my honor and all, just leave him be. If anything ever happens to me, I know she'll be well protected. Jake nods, and you can see the worry leave his face a little. 8, boss. If you say so, I guess. I can kinda see where he's coming from. Mike just shakes his head, looking tired. Yeah, I get it too. But there are way better things to talk about for your last meal before a battle. They both stop walking, and he looks up. We rehear. In front of them is this massive, chaotic crowd of people, just a sea of bodies churning around. They hop in line to get through the main gate and head inside. It looks wild out here. Then this super sarcastic voice cuts through the noise. Well, look what the cat dragged in. And it's Carl. Just standing there with his arms crossed, looking grim. Heard you. You've been a busy little bee kid. Jake literally slaps his hand over his mouth like he just saw a ghost. Jake whispers, yo, isn't that your foster dad? Mike's face turns to stone. I did what I had to do, Carl. The older man just stares him down, his voice super heavy. But was it the right thing to do? I don't have a problem with you starting your own crew. But don't you think you went way over the line? You could be just tipped off the guards instead of making your own people risk their lives like that. Oof! Drop a comment if you re on Mike's side or Carl's side. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Yo, chill, he said, trying to play it cool. We already squared it with the guards. The supervisor shot him a nasty look. Totally salty. Oh, you did, huh? Then how come nobody looped me in? Mike just smirked, cool as a cucumber, dude with the top brass giving us the green light. You seriously think they gonna let some random dude from, Fresno cramp our style? The guy totally clammed up, just frowning with his arms crossed, staring at his shoes. Mike tilted his chin up, staring Carl down like he was dead serious. The dude just shut his eyes and sighed. Alright, fine, you got me. But Carl wasn't done. Looking kinda sketched out. But for real, kid, let me ask you this. You think Greg would be proud of the path you re-on? Mike bit his lip, and man, you could see the memories of the dad he hadn't seen in forever just hit him like a ton of bricks. Mike's dad, Carl frowned, and his voice was quiet, but it cut deep. Look, I don't know what you replanning for the future, But for the love of God, don't disappoint him by turning into one of these goons. You feel me? Mike just flashed a grin. Nah, man, what I'm gonna do is clean this whole mess up. I swear it to you. And I swear it to him. Carl just waved him off, finally chilling out. 8, just don't get yourself iced out there. Mike turned to bounce, yelling all hyped, "Yo, Jake, let's roll. Time to find him!" The hall was an absolute madhouse. Just a sea of people and a buzz of whispers and shuffling feet. It was a total zoo. Mike and Jake strolled in, looking fly as they weaved through the crowd. Mike's eyes were darting everywhere, and his eagle eye vision totally clocked a tiny detail. Some random dude was trying to peddle his stuff, mumbling to get people to look. This other guy stumps up to them, all up in their grill, like, take your trash and sell it on some corner in Miami, or better yet, stick it where the sun don't shine. Then another dude chimes in, super casual and totally clowning them. Yo, L spaced and left his canteen, so we were trying to find him a new one. That price is a steal, bro. Mike gave him a death stare. Get a clue, dude. That's a Parasa flask. The shells are way too soft. They'll be moldy in like 2 days. You need to cop an Opasa flask, you heard. The guy just tapped the flask on his hip, all smug. Peesh, this baby's been with me on 2 whole trips and hasn't spilled a single drop. Maya chimed in, half joking but also kinda serious. But they'll be toast in a week, just watch. She just waved the other dudes like, yeah, whatever. For real, but it ain't gonna be from thirst. See those soldiers over there? Maya pointed, and her face went dead serious. They rewrite there. Drop a comment below if you think those soldiers are bad news. A massive crowd was blocking their view, just a wall of people. He put his hands on his hips, scoping out the scene. 8. You spot the commander and Jake anywhere. The dude across from him just scratched his head, looking awkward. Nah, they gonna be late. They lev all the way out by the supervisor's block. Clear across Austin. Suddenly, someone comes sprinting towards them, totally freaking out. Maya, we got drama! Some of Victor's crew are trying to start beef with Jack's guys. Mike's face went pale. How bad we talkin'? The guy was catching his breath, like real bad. Most of Jack's squad ain't even here yet. Mike didn't hesitate. Get everyone who's here now. Jack's always had our 6. Time to pay him back. He started wegging out, pointing at the floor like he didn't know what to do. But what about the commander? We were supposed to link up with him here. Then both of them whipped their heads around to look at something else. Their eyes were locked, and you could cut the tension with a knife. Across the way, the kid's jaw hit the floor, and he pointed with a shaky hand. Who, boss, you seeing this? That goblin has a fox with 3 heads. 3! Can you believe it? Mike snapped. Jake, my guy, do you ever, rid the room? The kid was just clueless, huh? Why? Boss, this is a neutral zone, a total safe space. It's not like Victor's crew or some other shot caller is gonna mess with us here. Mike just sighed, completely annoyed. Yeah, try telling that to the dudes who've been following us. Jake immediately ducked and started looking around, whispering all nervous, wait, someone's on our tail. Mike just smacked him on the back of the head. He was like, dude, stop looking! If they know that we know, they might try something. They've been on us since we walked through the gate. Jake whispered, so why haven't they made a move yet? Mike's voice was ice cold. Either they were waiting for us to walk into the perfect spot in this back alley in Chicago, or we were already in their trap. The kid's face scrunched up, totally sensing the bad vibes. That sounds not good, right? Mike shivered. Could be, so what's the play? What do you think we should do? Jake pointed at himself, completely lost. Wait, boss, you re-asking me? Mike tilted his head, his eyes scanning every inch of the place. You re my number 2, my right-hand man. Jake, your job isn't just to follow my orders, it's to use that brain of yours. I need to know that if I'm not here, the crew is safe with you calling the shots. Mike smirked, so, get us out of this, you in charge now, I'm following you and You guys, the look on his face! He was totally bugging out, his brain probably short-circuiting from the pressure. What do you think he'll do? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to smash that like button. 8, my play, he whispered, all serious. Listen up, we got 4 clowns on our 6, 3 more to the right, and another 3 creepin' on the left. They were pulling, that classic wolf pack move, trying to corner us, and who knows how many more are waiting up ahead to jump us. This is getting real. Jake was totally bugging, shaking like a leaf, for real. That many, dude, we gotta, what do I even do? But Mike just gave him a look like, he got this. Yo, Jake, chillax, take a deep breath, man. Just pretend we back at the training grounds in Fort Knox, Kentucky, running drills. So Jake, my man, took a huge gulp of air, trying to get his head straight. Like, okay, relax, get it together, bro. Suddenly, his spidey senses were tingling. He was locked in, picking up every little sound, totally on edge. He snapped his head around and hissed, Mike, this way! Let's dip. And Jake's grabbed Mike and started weaving through the crowd like they were threading a needle. It was insane. He totally used some random dude's suitcase to vault over,
and the guy screamed, "Hey, watch it, pal!"
Lol. But mission accomplished. They finally busted out of the human traffic jam and could breathe again. Can we get O in the chat for that escape? Jake peeked back, whispering, "You see him anywhere." Mike, cool as a cucumber, glanced over his shoulder and was like, "Nah, they dipped. We re-clear for now." They were not going to try anything while we re-blended in with all these Goblin guys. Not gonna lie, Jake, that was some quick thinking. Big brain move right there. Jake was scanning the area, all anxious. "Thanks man, we still on track, right? This is the plan." Mike just gave a little nod, his eyes locked on the goal. "I think so. Once we get closer to the extraction point where our squad's waiting, we'll all make a run for it." Jake suddenly pointed,
his voice all hyped up. "Dude, there it is! Straight ahead."
"I see the big rock. That's the spot we told him to meet us." But y'all, when they got to the rock, Mike got this super sus look on his face. He's like, "Where is everyone? I don't see our guys." And then Jake's face went completely white. "Oh no, dude, look, they retrapped. They were completely surrounded by a whole mob. And get this, 2 dudes with massive swords were just chilling on top of the rock. One of them smirked and was like, 'Looking for your little friends.' Yeah, they were not going to be saving you today. You little punks, we've got some unfinished business." Wikes, the absolute hate in his eyes was terrifying. Like he was trying to burn a hole right through them with his stare. So our boys, Mike and Jake, went straight back to back, pulling out their weapons. Their eyes were just lit up, ready to throw down with this whole crowd. But Jake was freaking out, squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, "Mike, where is everyone else?" Mike just gritted his teeth, his voice was pure steel.
"It doesn't matter right now.
Just remember your training, Jake. We watch each other's 6, and we walk out of here, you got me." The goons on the rock lifted their swords and
Yelled, "Get him!"
And just like that, Mike had a major flashback. The scene just shifted, and suddenly he's walking past a Barnes & Noble, past a bus stop on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, and his eyes lock onto this huge billboard. He looked so tired, you guys, he just closed his eyes and turned away, trying to escape this heavy, suffocating feeling. The billboard was blaring. "Join the fight today. Citizenship through service at Acadia Academy." Mike's whole face hardened, and when he opened his eyes again, the look was pure, deadly serious. Snapping back to the present, Mike just let out this primal scream and charged in like a freaking hurricane. He was swinging his club like a madman, and every hit was like a sonic boom. His eyes were just filled with this unbreakable determination. It was epic. And we flash back again. Turns out, my dude Mike actually joined the military. He became this absolute unit of a soldier. Forged in the fires of battle, he was training non-stop, day and night. Just pure sweat and grit. He was going so hard he literally ripped a heavy bag open. Bam. The sound of his punches just echoed through the gym. But when Mike, totally out of breath, turned around, there was just nothing, an empty, lonely room.
"So sad. Anyway, back to the action."
Mike's leg flies up, and he just plants his boot right in some goon's face. Then he spins and clocks another dude across the neck with his staff. This is wild. Smash that like button if you think Mike is a total beast. Mike's catching his breath, and he looks back to check the score. And oh no, Jake's in deep trouble. His hands are shaking while he's trying to block 2 guys coming at him with axes. Mike's face gets serious as he spots another psycho with a dagger charging him like a maniac, and boom, another flashback. We see Mike decked out in full combat gear, stepping onto a battlefield with a rifle. Just pure survival instinct running through his veins. He was always covering his boys, running straight through a storm of bullets to get the bad guys. You could see the tracer rounds zipping across the sky, just non-stop gunfire and explosions and shouting. It was total chaos. This one memory is seared into his brain, a dark, snowy night, completely surrounded by the enemy, and at that exact same moment in the present. Jake drops to one knee, totally wrecked, his face all bloody and messed up. The parallel is insane. Jake was biting down, trying so hard not to give up. Then out of nowhere, Mike swoops in. He knees one dude in the chest, creating some space for Jake, and pulls his buddy back to his feet. What a friend. And it was like the past and present just merged into one. The way they stood together, gripping their weapons, moving in perfect sync, it was unreal. They both let out this crazy battle cry, ready for whatever was coming next. Flashback one last time. Mike was standing all alone, surrounded by fire. It was a total mess. Then his squad mate laughs while hopping on the helicopter, and turns back to shout at him. "Private Vanderstin, you licking the scenery. Let's roll, we don't have all day." And you could see how exhausted Mike was back then, but he still managed this totally determined smile. What a legend. Drop a comment below with what you think is gonna happen next. And don't forget to share this with your friends. Yo, these two were just standing there, huffing and puffing, with like, dozens of bodies on the ground. It was a total mess. Mike just scoffs, looks up, and is like, ice cold.
"Yo, hey Mo, let's get a move on."
"I ain't got all day to chill here in downtown Chicago." His face was all twisted up, absolutely fuming. He's got this death grip on his weapon, and then bam. The camera zips us over to a whole different spot. So Ruby straight up yanks Kate's hand, all frantic like, hurry up, Kate. We gonna miss everything. Kate's blushing, looking all shy and stammers, Ruby, but before she can even finish, she smacks right into this super tall dude, oof. The bump makes Kate let out this little groan, and Lisa just glances down at him, totally cold, like she couldn't care less. Then she scowls. Her voice super sharp. What are you looking at? Mind your own business, creep. But get this, the guy just silently turns away, completely unfazed, like he's got better things to do in Austin, Texas. Lisa just laughs it off and starts walking next to Kate. She leans in and whispers, totally teasing, trying to make friends with every rando you bump into. See mun, let's go, we almost there, and then holding hands again, so they weaving through this massive crowd, heading for the middle of the square. And there, standing all alone in the middle of this gnarly scene, are Jake and Mike. They totally battered, but their eyes are just blazing, intense. Homegirl was completely stunned, her jaw literally on the floor with admiration. At that exact moment, Hamo and Mike just rush each other, and their weapons clash with this insane, echoing thud. And just like that, Mike knocks Hamo's sword right out of his freaking hand. Hamo's eyes go wide, like he can't even process what just happened. You can see he's furious but also, like, super sad. The drama. Hamo just roars, Gary was my brother,
And you took him from me!
but Mike, he just puts a hand on his hip, smirks, and goes, your brother was a clown who couldn't see the truth if it bit him on the nose. Ouch. That's cold. Don't be an idiot like he was.
Now beat it!
Oh, Hamo was livid. He just starts swinging again, throwing himself into this totally desperate, all-out attack. Off in the distance, you've got Jake, literally shaking. He's bleeding all over, but he's forcing himself to stand. He's squinting at the fight. And you can just tell he's stressing hard. Then someone comes up to him, bows, and opens this cloth bundle, panning, sir, here it is, and boom, flashback time. We see Mike giving the bundle to Jake. Guys, what do you think is in the package? Drop your theories in the comments below. Mike's voice is all deep and serious, like, I'll handle things here, I'm counting on you, man. Jake just clutches that bundle super tight and disappears into the crowd, thinking to himself, don't worry, boss, I won't let you down. And we back to the present, where the fight between Mike and Hamo is still going off. With the sound of their weapons ringing out all over Times Square, Ruby and Kate are just watching, holding their breath, not even blinking. Ruby's got her fists clenched, yelling from the crowd, yeah.
Get him!
He's so sick. Kate just tilts her head, her eyes all wide and innocent, and asks, seriously? I thought the dude with the longsword was more your type. Ruby just bursts out laughing, all proud. He is the one I'm talking about.
Silly!
Kate just pouts, I knew it. But then Lisa's voice cuts in, all snarky, you've got some seriously messed up taste. Ruby just glares daggers at her, oh really? What would you know, you hired muscle? Lisa just casually crosses her arms and says, more than some pretty boy's little guard dog, oof. Ruby gets right in her face, pointing. You looking for a problem, Merc? Kate immediately jumps in, Ruby, chill out. Then Kate turns to Lisa and asks, what makes you so sure he's gonna win? Anyway, he looks like some broke miner from West Virginia who can't even afford a new shirt. Lisa just gives this cold little smirk. That's what happens when you hang around rich kids too long. You start thinking a guy's worth is in his wallet. As they were arguing, Jake tilts his head, frowning a little. He's noticed something. And Jake goes, Kate, you hear that? Ruby goes quiet, and Kate's eyes just go wide. Her cheeks turn pink as she stares at Mike, watching his every move. And his eyes, these blazing golden eyes, just make her freeze. Oh my god, is she crushing? Her voice is literally shaking with amazement. And Ruby is right on her. What is it? What's going on? Lisa smirks, see Kate. That's what I'm talking about. Kate just lets out this little breath, her eyes glued to Mike as he dodges a nasty swing. That miner. He's doing that on purpose. Lisa looks at Ruby and asks, you don't see it? Ruby's just like, no, I don't see it, doing what on purpose. And right then, Mike just slams his forehead into Hamo's with this loud crack. Hamo stumbles back, and before he can even blink, Mike sees his chance and grabs the handle of Hamo's weapon. He gives it a hard yank and just flips the dude right over his shoulder. You hear this sharp scream as Hamo hits the ground hard, groaning in pain. Total takedown. Ruby is just stammering, totally shocked. What? How did he? And Lisa explains it all slow, like she's a pro commentator. This was never a fair fight. The guy with the spear was just studying his opponent's moves. He was running the whole show from the beginning. Mike steps forward, aiming the tip of his spear right at the shaking guy's face. His voice just cuts through the silence like a knife. You lost, let go of the hate, and I'll let you walk away today. Mike looks down at him with total contempt, his eyes sharp as hell. So, are you done?
Man, what a burn!
If you think Mike is a total boss, smash that like button. Hamo's covered in sweat, face all bloody, breathing super heavy. He bites his lip, and his eyes are still full of fight. Then he lets out this wicked laugh, a totally twisted, challenging smirk spreading across his face.
Oh snap, this isn't over. What's he gonna do?
Let me know what you think in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Nah fam, but you rebout to be, and just like that, the dudes we thought were knocked out get back on their feet, shaking and holding their fresh wounds, their eyes glowing a freaky, demonic red. He lets out this little laugh, his voice all raspy and echoing in the dead silence. They never learn. Mike just smirks. His voice is super chill, but has this ice-cold edge to it, you know? Yo, my offer's still on the table, just bounce. The guy scowls, acting all high and mighty. And why would I do that? That's when Mike's eyes get dark, and his voice gets heavy like steel. Because I'm running out of reasons not to put you on a t-shirt right here. Hamo slowly gets up. His body is trembling, but he's still trying to sound tough. You're the one who needs to back off. Then he suddenly frowns, looking all around like a paranoid squirrel. What the hell is that noise? Mike just chuckles softly, a little glint in his eye. Oh, that's just my crew pulling up. And bam, a whole squad comes charging in from down the block, yelling, "Chief!" The rivals froze. Their faces went ghost white like they'd seen something straight out of a nightmare. They just booked it out of there, while Hamo was screaming his head off.
What? No!
Mike just relaxes his shoulders and tosses his blade aside. Hamo appreciate the workout, man, but Hamo's gritting his teeth, snatching up his own sword. You could hear him huffing and puffing from a mile away. The entire plaza went dead silent. Every single person just watching the backs of these clowns as they ran for their lives. This old dude Gozak crosses his arms, and the corner of his mouth twitches up. See, that was a big brain move. Kate frowns, totally confused. What was? The old man tilts his head and starts breaking it down for her. That crew uses a horn to signal each other. While that dude was busy fighting, his homies were already calling for backup. Ruby's eyes went wide with admiration. Damn, I didn't know the Grebham boys from down on Beale Street in Memphis were that slick. Gozak gives her this little smile. Yeah, but these guys clearly are. You should probably marinate on that. Ruby was just shook. Wall. Completely speechless. Just standing there while the wind is whipping her hair around like some dramatic movie scene. After a second, she tugs on her friend's arm. Come on, Kate, the show's over. Kate just nods. Her eyes still glued to the fight scene for one last second, probably replaying it all in her head. Meanwhile, across the way, Mike's crew is all hype, slapping each other on the back and cracking up now that the danger's past. Mike's got this huge grin, but his eyes are still sharp, still scanning the area. Kate gives him one last look before turning away and whispering, "We should bounce." Then this guy Mon steps up, his voice all deep and gravelly. I already sent a couple of guys to tail him, but Mike waves them off, telling them to fall back. Messing with the locals here in Austin could bring a world of hurt down on all of us. Jake strokes his chin, all thoughtful, and asks, "Is that why you didn't finish him, boss?" Sir Mike smirks, his tone half joking. "Yeah, let's just go with that." He looks up. "Jack, what took you so long to get here?" The man sighs, rubbing the back of his neck, looking drained. Some punks from Victor's crew were messing with Jack's group, so we went to give them a hand. It turned out to be no big deal. Mike rests his chin on his hand, looking all thoughtful. "I have a feeling something else went down." Jack holds up the horn. "We booked it back here as soon as we heard Jake's signal." Mike squints at him sarcastically. "You didn't just leave Jack to handle that mess, did you?" The man shakes his head. "Nah, the Victor guys took off as soon as Jack and Tony arrived." Mike cracks a smile, tilting his head, so, all good then. His eyes suddenly lock with Gozak's, and the whole mood just flips, getting super serious. Mike asks quietly, "Is there something I can do for you?" The man smiles. "The name's Gozak, and I wanted to congratulate you on your win today. I've been in a lot of scrapes, and I have never seen anyone throw down like you did today. I'd like to talk to you about how you fight." Mike tilts his head a little, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "A lot of scrapes. Is that right?" The man nods. "That's right, all over." Mike smiles and calls out, "Mun, go find some of that mushroom brew. We can't be bad hosts." They both bust out laughing and shake hands, a real solid grip. As Mike says, "Looks like we have a lot to talk about. Okay, all, story time. We gotta hit rewind to the earliest days of this era. So Zom, the Oghal father, was battling this enemy from the void. He got taken out, and the whole world just fell into total chaos. But get this, from a single drop of his blood, a new deity was born. JJ, that's her name, and she was the one who collected all the scattered pieces of Zom. She's the one who forced the death god Dun to reforge them. And it was she who was named the greatest general ever when Zom was reborn. She took back all the land from that creature from the void and its minions. This is the gospel that Duke preached, in his role as the god of war. Just like she once walked into hell itself to win back Zom's soul. We will march into the underworld to take back what is rightfully ours. You might have heard this whole trip is about wiping out the Hipplins. And that's true, but it's not the whole story. The real tea is that there are ancient treasures right under our feet. Treasures that others have been too scared to go after in the past. He clenched his fist with crazy determination. You are the lucky ones. The ones chosen for this day, man. Talk about a hype speech. Smash that like button if you ready for this treasure hunt. All, listen up. This ain't some boring hunting trip, it's a full-on raid. We gonna hit this place harder than a hurricane in Miami, claim what's ours, and make every single one of us stupid rich. Duke was working the crowd like, you don't care if you rebog.
Berg, Dark or Goblin?
He threw his hand up. Every last one of you is about to be a legend.
So ride with me!
We gonna fight. We gonna own this place.
Duke screamed, and we are not gonna lose.
He was like, in the name of the expedition.
Let's go!
And dude, the whole place went absolutely wild. Mike just deadpanned. Honestly, I've heard worse speeches. Greg, who was next to him, just sighed. That's Duke for you, not like his brothers at all. That kid is greedy and way too ambitious. Mike just crossed his arms, looking totally unimpressed. Mike was like, wait, he's the son of the Jira tribe's big boss. The old dude nodded hard. You got it, this whole expedition is just Duke's way of proving he's got more game than his brothers. Mike rubbed his chin, totally thinking, okay, I see the play here, Greg, spill it. You know what he's really after, don't you? The old guy started sweating like he'd just run a marathon in Dallas. I have no idea what you talking about. Mike leaned in real slow. Look, a prince doesn't just roll up with twice the usual crew and hire a bunch of random mercs from all over without having a very specific prize in mind. And since we going down, not up, there's gotta be something major down there he's jonesing for. You could see the gears turning in Greg's head. 2. Okay, you were right, man. You were always 5 steps ahead. Mike, I'll go hit up my contacts. You could tell Mike was thinking about a million different things at once. Yeah, me too. The faster we figure out Duke's real endgame, the better our odds of not ending up as Monster Cho. Meanwhile, Tony totally face-planted on the ground. My lord, Victor looked at him with pure fire in his eyes. Get the hell away from me before I literally end you. Tony scrambled up and bounced. Victor just tilted his head and was like, from now on, Tony answers to you. If he ever wants to be in charge again, he's gonna have to work for it from the bottom up. But as argued back, Chief, he was just trying to do right by Gary. Victor just exploded. And what if he'd actually succeed? What if Duke found out? How many of our heads do you think that Jira, Prince, would want as an apology? How many more of my crew would I have to bury? I get why he's pissed, okay? Oz, trust me, I feel the same way, but this ain't the time to make a move. Oz was quiet for a sec, then asked, so when is? Chief, what's the plan? What are we waiting for? Victor gave Tony this long, icy stare, and then this totally twisted, slick smile crept across his face. These levels go deep, girl. And there's all kinds of stuff hiding in the shadows. Oz, just be patient. Our time is coming. And it's time for a brand new segment.
Wall!
Spilling the tea with Professor Lisa. Air horn sound, what's up? Guys, it's ya girl, Professor Lisa. A bunch of you in the comments have been asking about Goblinid society. So I'm here to give you the full scoop. So, in the world Mike and I are from, UV got a few big shot races, including us Goblinids. Basically, all Goblinoids came from the old and sad empire, but then we split into a bunch of different crews after the whole thing fell apart. The Dark are like the most teched out goblins. They were traders, fighters, sailors, you name it, until the humans came and messed things up. Then you got the DK. These guys are a straight up warrior race. Everybody knows they were legendary knights and mercs for hire, cause they re-insane on the battlefield. Fun fact, even though they re-goblinids, they were never part of the whole and sad empire thing. The plain old goblin tribe is the most basic one you'll find. They were basically always beefing with their neighbors, and, like, with each other. It's a whole thing. The top dogs of the goblin tribes are the Jira. They were the ones who basically took over the Bogi. The Bog are known for being master hunters and trackers, straight out of some survival show. But real talk, their tempers are as nasty as their breath. And that's saying something. Luckily, there aren't a ton of them running around. Now, at the very bottom of the goblinoid social ladder, you've got the Bogi. But even they have their own little cliques and drama. So, the Green Bogi are like the preppy kids of Bogi society. They re the middlemen for the goblin bosses and the rest of the Bogi. A lot of Bogi have green skin, cause they got some goblin in their family tree. But you can tell they re not goblins, cause they re smaller and their ears point out to the side instead of up. And then there's us. The Greybon Bogi. We re literally at the bottom of the barrel. Our ancestors were these amazing sorcerers, like majorly powerful, but now, we re stuck working in mines and caves, doing all the crappy jobs that even the other Bogi are too good for. The Jira enslaved our people for generations, and now we basically just their servants. But hey, thanks so much to all of you for dropping comments and asking questions about us. It means a lot. I really hope this little lesson helped you get the vibe of Goblinid society. If you've got any more questions, for real, just drop M in the comments below. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more lore drops. On the table was a plate with what looked like a couple of level 1 dried leaves. Dan and Vera were just standing there, completely shook, their eyes huge with shock and confusion, like their brains were still buffering what just went down. He totally scowled and whipped his head around, looking super pissed and grossed out. Dan's hand slowly reached out, his fingers just barely touching the plate on the table, like he couldn't believe it was real. Okay, so Vera was so over it, she yanks the curtain aside, steps out, and bam, she just freezes. 'Cause Jake is standing right there, his back to her, staring at something like he's watching a street performer in Times Square. And she doesn't say a word, she just stumps over and snatches him by the collar. Jake legit jumps out of his skin and whips around. And the second he sees it's Vera, that smile on his face just completely dies. Vera just drags Jake away without a single ounce of chill. He gets hauled into this cave that smells super strong with herbs. Like it's clinging to the walls, She's using her hands, like trying to ask Jake if this grub and a mushroom top can be turned into a burger or something, lol. So he grabs 2 different mushrooms, one with a pointy top and another all round and fat, and starts gesturing back, trying to explain. Meanwhile, not too far off, Stan and his crew are just chilling around a table, totally chowing down, after they finish their meal. The whole squad gets up. They were all adjusting their gear, getting in this perfect line, and marching straight onto level 2. But while they're walking through this super gloomy cave, Gus just stops cold, pointing with a shaky hand. His eyes are bugging out with panic, like just the idea of Vera gives him the major creeps. Jake freaks out and immediately dives behind a huge boulder. His heart is just hammering away. He sneaks off and hides behind this giant mushroom, all deep in thought. Then Jake just freezes up, his ears twitching, 'cause he hears this super faint noise coming from the shadows. He turns around, and you won't believe it, Vera's dragging some dead animal over. After a few quick chops with her knife, the thing is cut into chunks. He just plops down on the ground, frowning at the pile of meat and pointing at it like, bruh, what is that? Finally, they're standing over a pot of boiling water and just toss all the meat in. And you can see them through all the steam, just looking at each other and smiling awe. When the meat's cooked, they each try a piece, and the moment they bite down, their eyes just light up.
It must be good!
Then bam, scene change. Now there's a group of people in armor with weapons, silently climbing up this rocky slope on level 3. Right after they eat, Jake starts gesturing again, warning her that if you eat the wrong kind of rat meat, you will get super sick and, unalive yourself. The second he finishes his little psa, they both jump up, shouting and chasing this rat that's running wild. They barely get a few steps before they freeze. 'Cause that one rat called all its homies, and now they're surrounded by a whole swarm.
Oh snap!
He lets out this little sigh, glancing at her all covered in grime, and then points off to the side. Jake stands a little ways off, quietly keeping watch while Vera washes up, low-key a gentleman, right? Let me know in the comments if you agree. After cleaning up, Vera feels totally refreshed. She's walking along, smiling all happy, and before he can even react, Vera just smacks Jake on the back so hard his knees buckle. Oof. He gets so mad and points right in her face, signaling that she's always beating him up, but she gets just as pissed, whips around, and storms off. And just like that, they go their separate ways, totally fuming.
Scene change again!
A group is walking silently through the wind on level 4. Vera is sitting on a table, obviously in a terrible mood, which makes Dax and Stan start whispering to each other, all confused.
Ooh, drama!
Her cheeks suddenly get all red as a picture of his face flashes in her mind. Then Vera bites her lip, probably cringing about how she acted before. Her gaze slowly drifted downward, her expression turning somber as if she was remembering some unspoken sadness. In another corner, Jake leaned against a boulder with his arms crossed. You could see his scowl from across the street in downtown Chicago. After a long, awkward moment, she just kinda bows her head and walks away, looking so alone. Then Gus glances over at him. He points right at Jake, basically telling everyone, that's the guy Vera likes. And before we can even sip that tea, a loud roar echoes from a nearby forest, and a giant monster charges out, just wrecking her crew. Vera's gritting her teeth, putting all her strength into this massive swing of her sword. The blade flashes and sinks deep into the monster. But Vera's brow is all furrowed, like something's wrong. She's breathing super hard, trying to push through these sharp pains, spreading through her body. Even though she gave it everything, The monster was completely unfazed, and in the split second the monster raises its claws. A figure zips in from out of nowhere and shoves her out of the way. She tumbles to the ground, totally dizzy.
And you!
Vera is completely covered in the monster's drool, so gross. She turns to look at Jake, completely stunned. He just grins at her all sheepishly and hands her knife back. And Vera just bursts out laughing so hard she's crying, as the monster finally goes down for good. Vera just gives Jake a little wave and a smile before turning to leave. He's waving back like crazy, still smiling as his eyes follow her walking away. Aw. If you ship these two, smash that like button. Okay, hold up. Rico's eyes are bulging, and he's biting down on a cloth so hard, his face is all tensed up from the pain. His eyes roll back and his face is just twisted in pure agony. Yikes. Mike's eyes land on Jack's leg, which is super bandaged and looks gnarly. He walks over to tell him it's gonna heal up. He says to change the dressing and slap more Nacolite on the burns when the crystals. The mist turn blue to neutralize the acid. The dude doing the bandaging just nods, like yes, Sage. Mike finishes, stands up with his hands on his hips like a total boss, and scans the area with a critical eye. Staring at the monster's body, he mutters under his breath, what a waste. Then some other guy appears in a flash to give a report. The plot is thickening, y'all. Share this with a friend who loves this kind of drama. Dude, I asked, but the medics straight up refused to roll out. They were all like, taking care of the Reborn ain't our problem. Unless some rich dude from Bel Air says so. When Mike heard that, his whole vibe changed. Man, he just crossed his arms and looked absolutely pissed. 2 months, 4 floors, over 100 guys gone poof, these old fossils playing strategy games with actual people's lives. Some things never freaking change. Can I get inf in the chat for our fallen homies? Jake just nodded all yes sir, but then he immediately shakes his head, like he's glitching, totally confused. Jake speaks up, sir. Jake said the big boss wants us to start the harvest, like, right now. They don't want to waste any more time on the wounded. And hearing that, he just went radio silent, staring off into space, totally lost in his own head. His eyes scanned over the crew of injured dudes, every single one of them patched up. Yeah, that's right, it's time to collect our treasure. The boggies were digging tunnels like they were on a caffeine buzz. No breaks at all. Most of the gray ones are super small, and definitely not cut out for cave life. I used to wonder why the goblins forced them to be miners. For real. It reminded him of being a kid, the very first time he stepped into the caves. And he finally figured out it was all for these gorgeous mist crystals the boggies used for light. The old dude, with the snow-white hair, slowly picked up the blue stone, putting it in a box so gently you'd think it was made of glass. In the dim light, man, it was a whole mood. A little boggy hopped up, hugging the blue stones to its chest like a prize. See, the world up top uses these to power up their magic. They were basically toxic to anyone without magic, but they don't do a thing to the gray buggies. The whole group of buggies was just having a party, passing the blue stone back and forth. And you could hear them laughing all through the cave. With their natural-born magic skills, they can handle these toxic crystals without even thinking about it. So that's why we here. In the mines Jira sent us to, that bogey over there was totally dialed in. He was rhythmically tapping the blue stone with a little hammer, making sparks fly everywhere. But they still need to be purified and made safe to use, which is a super long and hella expensive process. You could hear the sound of blades doing their thing as they, opened up the monster's belly to find a new stash. All this gross fluid just started pouring out. The first crews who came down here found out that hiplings naturally refine both metal ores and mist crystals into a safe form, which they used to build their nests. How wild is that? His eyes darted around at all the monsters laid out on the ground. Ever since then, they've been sending teams down here on the regular, saying it's to clear the mines of threats. But let's be real, it was all about harvesting those refined crystals. Mike was dead silent, just thinking. I heard that hiplings used to be super isolated, never messed with anyone, just chilling in their own little corner of Chicago. But after the Great Hunt started, there was no going back. Now, both sides will throw down on sight. What a total waste. From way up top, some big dude started yelling, his voice echoing like crazy. Be careful with that stuff, you absolute clowns. It's worth more than your worthless lives. In the distance, he and another guy walked over, looking super ticked off. God, I hate that guy. He bent down, opened someone's bag, slid something inside real sneaky, then turned rack. Tony! How bad is it? He frowned a little, his voice dripping with regret. 10 guys. Kid, we lost 10 good men. The guy next to him just shut his eyes and sighed hard. They were gone because we rushed in. Bro, even a toddler could have seen that ambush coming if we just scouted it out properly. Tony rubbed his chin, looking grim, and nodded. Yeah, no cap. What I don't get is why. This wasn't just about some shiny stones. I'm telling you. Mike then kinda lazily pointed in another direction. Maybe he knows, and boom. Just as he said it, the figures of Victor and us slowly appeared in front of them. Rack glanced down. His eyes filled with suspicion, as the veins on his hand started to pop.
All the drama!
Rack looked up, his deep voice warning Tony, I know how you feel, man, but remember the deal. We're supposed to be allies right now. Seeing the shocked look on his face, the guy just smirked. Rack, are you still pressed about my little test? Dude, how many years has it been? Rack snapped back, totally irritated. A test, you made my closest bro, my ride or die, turn against me. I had to literally pull him away from you. Viz, still smiling like a psycho, spoke all softly. Rack, you still don't get it. If I hadn't given him the chance, someone else would have. It's really no surprise your crew is always betraying you. As soon as he finished that sentence, Rack went off and lunged forward, trying to kick him right in the face. But the others immediately blocked him.
Boss, don't do it.
He's right, Rack. It's not worth it. He's just trying to get under your skin. If you attack him, Duke will literally have you taken out back. He sneered, glaring with pure hate, and shoved their hands away. Fine, then Rack just turned and walked away. No hesitation. I'm going to check on the crew. Tony, you take care of the kid, and Scene. Man, what do you think is going to happen next? Let me know your predictions down in the comments. So get this, as Victor walks off, this old dude just scoffs and yells after him, all dramatic, come find me whenever you want, Rick. My door at 123 Oak Avenue in Miami is always open. But Rick, he doesn't even look back, just flips Victor the bird. Total savage move. Then Mike steps up, all sassy, and is like, okay, so besides the whole, trying to murder us thing, is there any other reason you here? Spill the tea. And you guys, the old dude leans in real close, whispering in his ear like it's some top secret gossip. As a matter of fact, there is. Talon's sources finally got the scoop on why this whole trip is so rushed. Mike's totally not buying it, like, and what reason is that? The old guy pauses for a sec, then explains, a full-on family war between siblings for the top spot. Mike's just like, paffed. I didn't need your little spies to tell me that, old news. He stops for effect, closing his eyes before dropping this. Oh, for sure, but did your sources tell you how Duke plans on actually winning this war? The shade is real, wow. And the reason this whole expedition is moving faster than a New York minute. Mike's like, and your crew knows. The old guy looks up all smug. It took a lot of time and a whole lot of cash. But yeah, they figured it out. Mike is giving him major side eye, wondering why he's sharing all this hot goss. Then the dude drops the bomb. He knows where to find some legendary magic weapon that was used way back in the day. Meanwhile, Kyle is walking right next to Jake, bugging him nonstop. So when are you gonna tell us why the boss was so ticked off? Jake just grimaces, rubbing his temples like he's got a killer headache. Kyle, my guy, I already told you, I wasn't even there. Mike's the one who knows what went down. You wanna know why he's mad? Go ask him yourself and get out of my hair. Kyle gets all sly, tapping his elbow. See, man, you his favorite. You've gotta know something. We just worried about him, Playing the sympathy card, what a snake. You get it. Jake just bursts out laughing. Oh, is that what this is? Kyle starts pouting and stammering. Yeah, Jake totally cuts him off, shaking his head like he sees right through the act. I knew it. Kyle just shrugs, trying to play it cool. Alright, fine. I was just curious and a little worried he'd start some beef with the elves and drag us all into it. Matt, who was standing right behind them, chimes in. That's hilarious. Is that what you worried about? From what we've seen, he's the one who ends all the fights. He raises an eyebrow, his face twisted up in annoyance. Hey, mind your own business. Then Kyle turns to Jake with this sneaky grin. So he's keeping secrets from you, huh?
Oh, the drama!
Aw, poor Jake. I guess the boss prefers a grumpy old man like Mike over kids like you. Before he could even finish the sentence, Matt just grabs 2 handfuls of Kyle's hair. Lol. Shut your trap. The last thing we need is you spreading more rumors. Kyle shoves Matt's hands away, raises an eyebrow, and says all cocky, don't worry about me. Then he puckers up and blows a teasing kiss. I'm sure your little stone girlfriend will comfort you when you crying on her gorgeous lap. What a burn. While they were messing around, this crazy force just smacks Kyle from behind. He whips around, totally startled, and guess who he sees? Lisa standing there with an ice-cold expression. You gray elves, can you ever shut your mouths? This is a scouting mission, not a casual stroll through Central Park. Jake steps forward, forcing a laugh to cut the tension. Listen, Lisa, I'm sorry, he just likes to run his mouth. He doesn't mean anything by it. He's all talk. She narrows her eyes, leans down, and her voice is like a low-key threat. If we get spotted because you people can't keep quiet, I will personally throw you to the hip lings, we clear. As soon as Lisa stomps off, a voice calls out from behind. Don't let her get to you, kid. Berserkers like Lisa are just born grumpy, Ben and Gary step up, chiming in. You know that feeling of being all wound up with no release. Yeah, that's the permanent mood for berserkers. Gary then adds, though, if I had to smell Ben all day, I'd be pretty testy myself, lol. The old man's eyes go wide, and he clears his throat super loud as a warning, hey. Scouting unit up front. And with that, the crew moved in this crazy forest with jagged rocks and weird patches of pink grass. The whole group stood there dead silent. The vibe was so tense, until Kyle broke the heavy atmosphere. Jake, I have to admit, this 5th floor is way more beautiful than I expected. It's hard to believe a place like this even exists underground. The scene in front of them was like something out of a fairy tale, and he just stared, his mind totally blown. What are those things? Matt asked, staring hard at these black, leaf-looking things rolling all over the ground. Fuzzy spores, Jake said. This floor is crawling with herds of them. Mike already gave me the heads up. Kyle rubs his stomach, looking super hungry. Are they edible? Jake gives him a major side eye. You can try, but the rumor is they'll literally trample anything that gets near their herd. After hearing that, he totally backs off the idea. Never mind then. Better not to mess with them. Then Jake turns to the old man, looking all curious. Yo Gary, how much farther until we meet back up with the main crew? He glances behind them while pointing. Dude, it's so hard to judge distance in a weird place like this. Seriously guys, what do you think is gonna happen next? Drop your predictions in the comments and smash that like button if you re-loving the drama. But for real, I think the Rendezvous spot is that way. Ban, my man, what's the move? Ban was just clutching this wooden box, totally zoning out. Then he's like, the step counter says we clocked 10,230 steps to the edge of the recon zone. He's all, and right now, we at 3,478 steps on the return trip, so I'm guessing if we just, follow this stream, we've probably got another 6,000 steps left. And bro is a human piece, I swear. The second he said that, the whole squad just mobbed him, everyone talking over each other like, wait, hold up your box talks. And Ban's just like, nah, chill kid, it just counts my steps, lol. Then Raka stomps forward, all big and powerful like he owns the place. 8, let's roll. And just like that, he's in the lead. But then the kid pipes up like, yo, real quick, can I ask you something? Like, where'd you even get that box? The old man just gives him this look and goes, I jacked it when we were throwing down with the pink skins out east. And Jake's face was a total question mark, like buffering. Pink skins. Yeah, the Driss, E and Ong, Ban whips around, his eyes are huge, mouth wide open like he's about to spill all the tea, but then he just glitches. What? Why don't you right? Your people are, not allowed to leave this place? He looked so awkward, like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. My bad, dude, but Jake just laughed it off, like, it's all good, no biggie. Then Ban hits him with this sneaky little wink. And Ban's like, what do you mean no biggie? That's a massive deal. Kid, how are you not totally losing it living underground 24/7? Like no sunlight. At all.
Not even a sky!
He goes on, bro, I've been down here for 5 minutes, and I'm already about to have a full-on meltdown. Then after they walked a bit, Jake points up at this light well, we got a few of these, But yeah, I feel you, Jake says, looking up with this super confident smile. One day we're gonna be free, but until then, we gotta be strong enough to actually keep that freedom. A talk about an epic comeback. That's what Mr. Lep is always drilling into us. The old dude, Ban, rubs his chin and grunts. GP said that guy was legit. But I always kinda wrote him off. Maybe I need to rethink this whole Mr. Lep situation. And Jake just tilts his head with this huge grin. For real. Just go chop it up with him for a few minutes. You will see what's up. So Jake's like, 8, so spill the tea. Who are these pink skins and Driss people? Ban literally scoffs. Off, the pink skins are a bunch of clowns, swarming all over the east like roaches in a New York apartment. Seriously, you can't even trip over a rock out east without a whole squad of him popping up. But then his vibe totally shifted. Like he was remembering some messed up battle. And you could see it actually hurt him. We actually just had a major throwdown with them not long ago. Some crew looking like they just crawled out of a swamp in Florida stole a few of our hogs, so we rolled up to have a little chat about getting M back. So the fight is going absolutely wild, and then boom, these robed figures just appear out of nowhere. Then this other crew, called the Driss, shows up and just steps right into the middle of it all to shut it down. They were just standing there, staring Ban dead in the eyes. They were basically a bunch of priests, always on that peacemaker grind. It's their whole code, or whatever, no throwing hands unless you redefending yourself, and always trying to get people to just chill and talk it out. Anyway, back to the story. He says, pointing at his little wooden box, he saw one of the Driss dudes had this thing, and he told me it was mine if I called off the beef, so I was like, bet, why not? Ban holds up the box, looking at it like it's a winning lottery ticket. Best deal I ever made, you have no clue. This little thing has saved my bacon more times than I can even count. After hearing the whole story, Jake was quiet for a sec, And then he was just like, dude, that's actually pretty sick. And as Ban was thinking about those mysterious black-robed guys, he nodded. Yeah, they are. Word of advice, if your people ever get their freedom, and you run into those chill pink skins out east, just respect their beliefs and their traditions, and they'll show you love right back. But the guy in the lead, Raka, glances back and just shuts it down. Not gonna happen. The Briam Republic already took out most of them. And that's when it hit Ban. Oh, right, damn it, Jake, who's totally lost now, just looks confused and asks, what's the deal? Who are you guys talking about? And the old man started picturing the uniforms those humans wore. A bunch of arrogant jerks in skirts, always marching around like they own the whole block, waving their stupid flags. They torched everything, burned down every single temple from here to Sacramento, and then just slapped their own gods' names on everything. Just thinking about it made Ban grit his teeth. For real, his eyes went ice cold and he cursed. Those absolute clowns. I swear, I'm never working for them again. I don't care if they're reoffering all the cash in Vegas. Jake's whole face scrunched up, his eyes filled with suspicion. Wait, you worked for them? Ban didn't even try to explain, just nodded. Of course we did. We were a mercenary crew, kid. That's the job. We've pretty much worked for every group out there. Jake went dead silent, just rubbing his chin, like he was trying to solve a super hard math problem in his head. So are you guys here as mercs too? Oof, you could feel the tension. He and Raka exchanged a look, but nobody said a thing. Ban just rubbed the back of his neck, refusing to make eye contact. Well, not exactly. He had this flashback of old Duke, standing there like a crime boss calling all the shots. Okay, look, the real deal is, we got hired a while back to help out Duke's second in command. His whole squad charged headfirst into a brawl with the Wolf Pack during the war with the Cur, and they got absolutely wrecked. Total ambush. What do you think happened next? Drop your theories in the comments and smash that subscribe button so you don't miss the next part. So get this, Duke got shanked, like straight through the chest. We literally tried everything. The two of them just stared back, totally shook, but like, what could they even do? He just sat there, head in his hands, totally broken. Then Duke, ever the opportunist, slides in with another deal. He was all like, I'll smooth things over with Jira for ya, if you run a little errand for me. And boom. That's why we out here in the middle of nowhere. So, back to the present, Ban's just zoning out, staring at the sky over what looks like a rough part of Dallas. And he's like, I still think he was the one who dropped the pin on my little brother's location for Kerr's crew. After dropping that bomb, he kinda looked away, super bummed out, but we had to do it, cause the fam can't take any more alls with our clients. Our rep has been in the toilet ever since we linked up with Billum.
I mean, come on!
We just trained their squad and threw down in a few skirmishes. But now we getting dragged for all the messed up stuff this so-called Republic is pulling. Total scapegoat situation. The fire just torched everything. Right in front of Ban's eyes, this Republic was wrecking temples, libraries, schools, you know. The kind of stuff people tear down when they want to completely erase a culture and paste their own over it. You see a flag flying from a house in their new hood. Give it time. And you've got a brand new loyal colony, ready to simp for the Brazilian Republic. Maya totally shook, was like, whoa, that's wild. You think we should spill this tea to Lep? He just nods. Yeah, I'll hit him up. But while they were chatting, Jake started acting mad sus, fiddling with something. Yo, what's Raka up to over there? Lisa, also getting weird vibes, crept forward. Where's Raka going? She followed his gaze. Raka, what's the deal? You find something juicy. The rest of the squad moved up behind them, forming a line. Then, out of the darkness, these freaky yellow monster eyes flash, ice cold. And you hear these heavy, thumping footsteps. A huge cloud of dust kicks up, so thick you can't see your own hand in front of your face. They just stood there frozen, watching this swarm of insects marching like they in a freaking parade. Kyle's face went completely ghost white. His jaw hit the floor, and he stuttered, insects. Dude, it's a whole freaking army of them. As night rolled in, they all huddled around the campfire, absolutely terrified. Kyle gave the dude smiling next to him major side eye as the swarm zeroed in on the expedition team. The bugs just kept coming, a solid wall of nope. It was a legit bugpocalypse. Ban turned back to the crew, keeping his voice low. They were making a beeline for the expedition team, no doubt about it. This is a surprise attack. Maya and Kyle just looked at each other and screamed at the same time.
What are we gonna do now?
And before anyone could even process that, he whips out an ivory horn and blows. The sound just rips through the entire forest.
Jake, what in the actual heck are you doing?
Gozak was beyond furious, snatching the horn away. Are you trying to get us all taken out? The totally panicked, tried to explain himself. We have to warn the others. They need to know what's coming, even if it totally blows our cover.
Oh, the drama!
Ban pulls his knife, locking eyes with Jake, and the air got so thick you could cut it. I'm gonna end him. Seeing this, Kyle literally jumps in front of Jake, trying to de-escalate with a nervous smile. Whoa, pump the brakes, dude. These things communicate with smells, like pheromones. Even if they heard the horn, they wouldn't give a single crap. He scanned the area, then yelled, Raka, you got any of them on our 6? Raka glanced around, then tilted his head back and took a big ol' sniff of the air. Now looks like we re-clear. Hearing that, Gozak just sagged with relief. Okay, looks like the kid actually made the right call for once. Van finally lowered his weapon from Jake's face, fine. But his eyes shot daggers at him. But for real, next time, you ask before you gamble with the whole crew's lives, kid. That's not your call to make. Seeing everyone had finally chilled out, Jake just shook his head, smart enough to keep his mouth shut. The man walked over, clapped Ban on the shoulder, and said, just let it go. We gotta get back to the main expedition and give them the 411 on what we saw. Gozak immediately switched into strategy mode. The kid's horn might be giving them a heads up that something's off, but it's not gonna tell them how bad it is. Based on the size of that swarm, this is 100% a major assault. The second he said that, the vibe got super heavy, dead silence. He was the one to finally break it. Raka, you re our best tracker, for real. Is there a route back that avoids that bug nightmare? Raka lifted his chin, his eyes practically sparkling with confidence. This big nose of mine is gonna do its absolute best. You can bet on that. He shot back a smirk. If that big nose of yours gets us back to Miami in one piece, I'm buying you all the mushroom wine you can drink. He turned and gave a slick wink. You got yourself a deal. Raka took point again, leading the team out of there, after what felt like an eternity. The group finally took a breather, and Ban was just bent over, totally gassed. Man, smash that like button if you think they were gonna make it. Ong in the back, the whole squad was absolutely wiped, like they were all slumped on the ground, hands on their knees, just gasping for air and dripping sweat, and Kyle's face was all scrunched up. You could just tell he was about to start complaining. He's like, I'm about to pass out. He's wrecked too. Let's just vibe for a second, then we got a dip. Then Kyle suddenly gets it. Like a light bulb moment of failure, his eyes just filled with regret. Jake, yo, my bad. But Jake just hits him with the one eyebrow raise, completely unbothered by Kyle's drama. What is it now? Kyle was just sitting there on the ground, fists balled up, looking super tense. He should be never hyped you up to join Leo's crew, man. The second he heard that, Jake just lost it. He started cracking on him. Don't even sweat it, and his smile was so genuine. Like not even a little bit of a told you so, in there. For real, if it wasn't for you, I would be never had the guts to stand up to my parents. I'd probably still be stuck on this whole trip with literally zero skills. Honestly, I probably owe you my life, and you could see Kyle finally start to chill, the stress just melting off his face. You were right. Then he gets this, like, cheeky look and pipes up. So, next time those freaky bugs are chasing us, you think you could, like, run a little slower? Jake's huge laugh just shattered the tension, and in the back Maya just facepalmed so hard, she was so over it, you guys. Garrett looks over, totally focused. Ben, we've got nothing back from your horn. It's dead air. Hearing that, Ben just went silent. You could tell he was getting freaked out too. I'm not getting anything either. Either the other squads are way out in the boonies, like past Fresno, or he gives this little nod and adds, they can't answer. Brad was giving major side eye, though maybe this isn't the only swarm. The other teams could be totally gone. Brad tightens his grip on the rope on his shoulder, kinda thinking out loud. If they really got jumped, it would be been loud as hell, but, like, I don't hear a thing. It's ghost quiet. Kyle hops up, his face all hopeful, so there's still a chance, right? But Jake completely ignores him and just yells, we gotta bounce now. Let's go! The bugs from the cave are crawling out, and look at Brad's crew hiding in the bushes like a bunch of scared cats. Seriously, you guys, hit that like button if you as stressed as they are. Kyle's ears totally perk up and he asks, wait, what's a goat? The old dude was shook. You don't even know what a goat is. Bro, it's something that's even louder than you, if you can imagine that. This one guy sitting off to the side pipes up, all curious, yo, why are they just standing there? It's like they're on security duty or something, but the other guy is like, nah, these bugs aren't smart enough for that, and shakes his head, glancing back at the old man. Who even knows why they were posted up there? But this is the only way to the main camp. We have got to get past them before the whole freaking army shows up. Hawk, what's the play? The old man was quiet for a hot second, then looked up. We got two choices. One of us plays bait and leads them on a wild goose chase, or we all throw down together, so what's it gonna be? Jake just stared at the swarm, rubbing his chin. You could see the gears turning. Then after a beat, he just speaks up and takes over the whole situation like a boss. I'm the fastest one here. I'll be the distraction. The rest of you, go warn the main camp. Hearing that, Ben, who was right next to him, just stared, his jaw literally on the floor. I'm not kidding, it was epic. Jake, dude, you know I was just kidding about you being slower than me, right? Jake didn't even argue, just nodded. Kyle was completely floored. His face was just a perfect picture of whiff.
Then why?
But Jake cut him off. His voice was pure steel. You just don't want to watch my friends check out before I do. Maya couldn't keep quiet anymore and jumped in, trying to find another way, any other way. Jake, those things are faster than us. There's no way you can outrun them all the way to Austin. If anyone's gonna be the bait, it should be one of the mercs we hired. And Brad totally backed her up. She's right, the kid, Hawk, and I can take one of them down. But Jake wasn't budging. His mind was made up. But not 3 of them. If they win, they're coming for you next. These bugs track by scent. The only play is to lead them far enough away, so everyone can get through the tunnel before they double back. Jake stood up, looking all heroic. His eyes were so intense, leaving zero room for argument. It has to be me. Drop a comment below if you think he's being a hero or just plain crazy. Okay, scene change. The other group is trekking through this wild giant mushroom forest. On the way back, some of them are just vibing, chatting away. But the others are seriously struggling to carry this palanquin thing, looking absolutely wrecked. Wendy starts complaining to Kate, and she is so annoyed. Afa, I have bug bites everywhere, and they were probably never gonna stop itching. So Kate, being a total bestie, starts scratching her back for her. Better. Oh my god, I hate this armor. Wendy makes this super satisfied face and whispers, ah, that's the spot. Then she looks up at whatever's happening in front of them and just cringes so hard. It's gotta be bad. Couldn't they make this gear, like, a little more practical? I mean, look at that. Who in their right mind thought a boob plate was a good idea? Kate just sighs, totally defeated, and is like, well, if you want to wear something cute, you could always go up there and wait on him instead. The sight of some mage feeding grapes to this dude Big G gave her the perfect opening to tease Wendy. As long as he notices your, charms. Wendy literally stuck her tongue out like she was gonna barf. No thanks, I'll take the bug bites. Seeing this, Kate just gives her a total girl power wink, and that's the tea for today. Make sure you share this vid with a friend who gets it. See Ruby. Problem solved. Ruby just grinned at her like, yes, that's why you re my bestie. Kate always finds the silver lining. But Kate was barely listening. Totally zoned out on the creepy forest vibes. Things will be way brighter once we piece out of this nightmare. But Ruby gave her major side eye. Yeah, I wouldn't count on it, girl. I heard floor 6 is even worse. And just like that, Kate's good mood totally evaporated. Her face scrunched up like, oh, of course it is. That's just what we need, right? More doom and gloom. But then Ruby got this mischievous look and playfully pointed behind them. Hey, on the bright side, your crush is right there. She was totally talking about Mike. He was trailing behind them, looking all serious and focused. Ruby totally hit a nerve, 'cause Kate went beet red and stammered, he is not my crush. Ruby was like, oh really? Is that why you bring him up like every 5 seconds? Hearing that, Kate got all defensive. I just said he's a good fighter. That doesn't mean I like him or trust him. Ruby just shook her head, genuinely confused. I seriously don't get what your problem is with the guy. From what we've seen, his crew is super disciplined and can roll with the punches, and honestly, they've been pretty cool to us. Kate, still looking all flustered, finally spilled. You mean a little too perfect? I always get this vibe that something's off about him. He's got the energy of some shady CEO from Wall Street. You know, more of a slick talker than a real fighter. It was obvious Ruby wasn't buying it, shooting back. He's no salesman, Kate. You've seen him in action. Kate paused for a sec, thinking I have, but that makes it even weirder, like who's that smooth with their words and a spear? It's sus. Ruby just shrugged, like I said, you re-obsessed. Why don't you just go talk to him and get the scoop? Kate's face flushed and she totally avoided eye contact. I wouldn't know what to say. The second she said that, Ruby put a hand on her shoulder with this all-knowing smirk. Kate, have I ever told everyone about that time back in Austin, Texas when you were herding pigs? And there was that cute farm boy. Suddenly, Kate's eyes went wide, staring straight ahead like she'd seen a ghost. Her expression was pure shock. Ruby was totally thrown off by the sudden change. Yo, what is it? Kate was super tense. There's something up ahead, and right then, a warning horn blared from up front.
Blair, Blair!
The troops instantly snapped into a defensive line. It's an attack. Everyone, push forward. Kate commanded, her voice ringing out, get ready to protect the boss. Suddenly, she glanced to the side and just froze. Kate saw a soldier sniffing the air like a bloodhound and was like, is it? What's wrong? The soldier took a deep whiff and then looked at her, terrified something smells off. Then he just screamed, spiders. Ruby and Kate just stared at the dude, completely stunned. But dude was way too slow. In a flash, someone else in the squad got snatched from above,
screaming, help me! Oh my god, help me!
Ruby pointed up, totally freaked out. What the hell is that thing? Kate looked up and saw the giant spider right there, and she just screamed, ambush. It's a trap. The warriors scrambled into formation, shields up. The spider didn't even hesitate. It just charged and swiped a leg, sending Ruby flying back hard. Seeing her friend go down, Kate went into full-on rage mode and charged. She blocked a hit with her shield and yelled, pin the legs. Go for the legs, they were the weak spot. Without even thinking, Kate viciously jammed her dagger into its leg. The thing let out a horrifying shriek, calling its buddies. The other fighters swarmed in, hacking away at its legs too. Kate scrambled on top of its head, raising her dagger high. She brought it down with everything she had. And the spider finally stopped trashing around. Then she yelled to the squad, we gotta go help the others. But Ruby pointed at her, looking super worried. Dude, you better wash that gunk off before it burns through your skin. Kate just waved it off. Nah, it's not burning, I'm good, but like a second later, the whole world started spinning. Oh no, guys. What do you think is gonna happen? Drop your theories in the comments. My head, and then she just collapsed. Ruby screamed in total panic, K. As everything went blurry, Kate remembered something from way back. I seriously hate this armor. Kate was thinking about her dad. My father died in battle during a crazy storm. The village chief's punk son tried to get with my sister, so my dad. Well, he chopped off the dude's hand. So the elders gave him two messed up choices, pay a massive fine and lose his own hand, or fight her dad, being the brave guy he was. Chose to fight, but Kate absolutely hated that he was put in that spot. The fool chose to fight, and the price for his family was either getting wiped out, or being enslaved for 3 generations, man. That is so messed up. If you guys are feeling this story, smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. So get this, the head honcho got fed up and just straight up kicked us to the curb. Then, not even 2 weeks in, we bump into a whole swarm of Jira baddies, and bro, it was way too many to even think about fighting. My uncle went out like a hero trying to save us, and my mom and sister. They got dragged off to some house of horrors down in the bad part of town, like somewhere sketchy off Bourbon Street in New Orleans. My whole crew. We were basically clueless, totally in the dark about our own roots. I was literally born for this. My whole life was one big training montage for a throwdown. I seriously thought, okay, this is it, my big moment. But I guess fate was like, nah, not done with you yet, fam. So right then, Kate's eyes flutter open, all groggy and confused by the crazy scene. She's like, what is even happening right now? She's trying to move, totally freaking out. Yo, I can't move! I can't feel a thing. And then boom, a voice from the side is like, yo, I wouldn't struggle if I were you. Kate's squinting, all suspicious, who's that? I can't see squat, everything's a blur. Then another voice chimes in, trying to calm her down. He's right for real. Just save your energy while this whole paralysis thing wears off. Completely lost now. Tries to turn to the voice, Where the heck am I? But the guy next to her just dodges the question, hitting her with the classic. What's the last thing you remember? Kate's trying to rack her brain. I was fighting a bug, we body one. And at that, everyone around her just busts out laughing. So rude. Someone goes, just one, and Kate immediately claps back, all heated. Oh yeah, how many did you get, smart guy? And of course, Tony just had to flex his numbers on her. He's like, Mike over there. He bagged 4, I got 3, Rax got 3, then he points at Victor, and this clown right here, but before he can even finish, Victor cuts him off with a smirk, also got 3. Oh, this totally set Tony off. He shot back with some fake nice comment, still cute, got some real nerve, The other dude just ignored them, shaking his head like he was babysitting toddlers. The first guy sneers, Victor needs to teach his little lapdog some manners. Tony, absolutely fuming, fires back, oh you just wait, when I get my hands free, I'll be the one teaching you a lesson. Kate's looking around, totally panicked. Is the whole squad here? Is everyone okay? My cool as a cucumber just tells her, nah, not everyone. Just the ones who got splattered with that nasty spider goo, from what we can figure. Lets out a huge sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. But Tony just had to be snarky. Glad your fuzzy little boss is safe, Maybe worry about your own skin for a sec. Kate, totally annoyed, snaps back, I do care! They can have that pig for dinner for all I care. I just need to know my girls are safe. Then you could see the fear creep in, and she whispered, but they were not gonna, eat us, right? And Mike started to break it down for her. Maybe, he said, but this is a whole lot of work just for a snack. Peep this, what do you see? Kate squinted into the darkness. I see you guys, and the others. And then, bam! Her eyes went wide. You guys, smash that like button if you did not see this coming. The cocoons weren't in a nest. They were just straight up floating in midair. Kate's jaw literally hit the floor, they're re-floating. How is that even possible? Seeing her face, Tony got all smug. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you. Even Victor was looking pretty stressed out. Victor sighed. I seriously fear for the future of our species, and before you open your mouth again, and make us all sound even dumber, Tony. All the chatter must be woken them up, 'cause creepy crawlies started coming out of the cocoons. That's when Victor dropped the bomb on them. Guys, this is the 7th level. The laws of physics just don't apply here. Everyone just stared, completely shook like, no way, that's impossible. But Victor, who was acting like he had the inside scoop, kept going. But it's true, after pulling a surprisingly smart move, they've dragged us deep into their home turf, probably somewhere weird like Austin, Texas. Kate was still not buying it. No way, they were just bugs. They can't be that smart. Even Will tried to argue, but dude, they were just bugs. Mike got super serious. My first instinct would be to set up an ambush and a diversion to take, like, at least half of their territory. We totally slept on these bugs. And I've got a feeling there's way more going on here than just us ending up as the main course for their queen. Will was totally blown away. Oh damn, he's right. Vic just grinned, all satisfied. He is, isn't he? Still totally lost. Was like, okay, so what's the plan? Victor looked super confident. Don't sweat it, there's a plan. Then he looked right at Mike, all expectant. Right, Mike? After a super awkward pause, Mike just casually looks at Victor and goes, that depends. Can you feel your everything again yet? You could literally see Victor's face tighten as he gritted out.
Yeah, I can.
Mike just says, calm as anything, cool. Then I guess you about to feel everything they gonna do to you, bro. Every single head snapped to look at him. And Victor looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Victor's like, what are you even talking about? And Mike just sticks his tongue out, all playful. That's right, there's no plan. My bad. And even through all this chaos, Tony cracks a smile. Well, guess we all going down together. Drop a comment below with who you think is gonna survive this mess. And don't forget to subscribe for more drama. Mike gave Victor this look of pure disgust, like he just stepped in something nasty. Yeah, looks that way, he said, trying to sound positive, but yo. Victor, at least now you can finally get your act together. So what, this is the last hurrah before the creepy crawlies come for us? Victor asked, trying to sound chill. Without even blinking, Mike just spilled all the tea. From what I'm hearing, you were gonna have a real good time knocking some sense into Hank. His face was smug. I mean, come on. The guy ditched you to go hide with Jack's crew over on Elm Street. But that ain't even the half of it. Hank, my dude, you should be heard the absolute trash his little squad was talking about you. Hank totally flinched when he heard that, and Victor looked like he was about to go nuclear. And then Hank just completely lost it, screaming his head off. He didn't even think twice, just spat right in Victor's face. Victor went from 0 to 100 real quick, threatening him. I won't even need a weapon for what I'm about to do to you, fam. The two of them just kept jawing at each other, stumbling away. All that noise. The nasty spiders below looked up and the whole swarm started crawling right for them.
Wikes!
Seeing his perfect opportunity, Mike called out to Kate, who was just standing there watching the whole dumpster fire unfold. Mike was like, all right, I'm getting us out of here. You keep a lookout, just in case any other party crashers from Miami show up. Kate was totally shook. She did not see this coming. Wait, I thought you said. Mike just gave her a look and explained. I needed a distraction. And just like that, he sliced clean through the web, totally blowing Kate's mind, with one smooth swipe of that sharp knife. The sticky strands just snapped apart. Mike zipped right over to Kate and helped her break free, and then, the two of them immediately slid right down to the ground below. Mike landed like a total pro, smooth as anything, while Kate, bless her heart, hit the ground with a big ol' thud. Meanwhile, up above, Hank and Victor were completely surrounded by those things, not daring to even breathe. So awkward. Kate said, looking kinda embarrassed, sorry, it's still kinda hard to move, but Mike was super chill about it. Nah, it's all good, fam, and get this. He'd already scoped the place and grabbed a spear while she was talking. Kate, there are weapons here. Do what you can. Then Mike just laid out the whole plan. I'll draw their fire. You go and get the others loose. Kate was like, super confused. How are you gonna distract them? He gave her this super confident smirk. You haven't noticed yet. And then in a flash, he just launched himself into the air. Okay, this place was straight up ignoring the laws of physics. Seeing Mike just floating there, Kate was still completely lost. What even is physics? Lol, but she snapped out of it real quick. Never mind, I gotta save the others with that. Kate went to free Derek. She got right in his face, threatening, drop the weapon and help me. If you want to live to see tomorrow. So after a whole lot of slicing and dicing through all that gross webbing, just one clean cut after another, Kate finally managed to set her people free. She asked Victor with real concern, can you even stand up? He put on this big fake show of thanks and said, I will take command now. Thanks so much for saving me for last. The shade is real, people. Kate tried to help Victor up. I had to wait for the whole swarm to move. Dude, he shot back, sounding super salty. Yeah, right? but you couldn't have gotten to me before him. She just asked him straight up, if I did, would you have even let him live? Hank overheard and got totally offended, saying sarcastically, excuse me. Are you trying to insult me? Hey, I'm a realist, okay? He makes a great meat shield. Get back with me. Victor then turned to Kate. 8, what's the head count? How many of us are free? She did a quick count and replied, I count 18 of us. He smirked and said all cocky, paffed. That's more than enough to take on 3 of those things. But Hank immediately shot that idea down. It's not just 3 anymore. Look. Derek's face was totally savage as he swung an axe right at a monster's head. Seeing the monsters swarming into attack, Kate launched herself into the air, dodging a super vicious attack. She shot this ice cold. Blade-sharp glance over her shoulder. A little kid was cornered against the rocks, shaking like a leaf and screaming his head off. Suddenly, someone's feet were flying across the ground. In a total desperate rush, Kate shot forward like a lightning bolt, swinging her arm in a massive slash, a flash of steel coming right down on that monster's head. Let's go. Kate. She stared at her hard-won kill. That's the 3rd one. Kate's furious and determined voice echoed across the whole area. Help me fight this thing. And without a second thought, the kid she just saved bolted,
yelling, sorry, Ivy got a family back in Phoenix.
Kate's eyes went wide with disbelief when she heard that. What? That single moment of distraction was all it took for a monster to launch a sneak attack on her. Totally caught off guard. Kate was knocked to the ground, and her weapon went flying out of her hand. Shaking, she struggled to get up, her hand reaching for her weapon, but the monster suddenly swung its pincer, clamping down hard on Kate's arm. The pain made her let out this blood-curdling scream that probably echoed all the way to New York. You guys, smash that like button if you hoping she's okay. Kate's eyes went huge with terror. As the monster started to move, getting ready to pounce, she was totally helpless, and legit tears were welling up.
No way, not like this.
Mike just charged in like a total hero, screaming, and slammed his club down, pinning the beast's head to the floor as the weapon went straight into its eyeball. So gnarly. This nasty green goo started oozing out of the eye socket. Mike's eyes kinda softened and he was like, sorry I'm late. Kate was just gasping for air, still looking totally freaked out. Get this, even with a club literally in its eye. The monster's eye starts twitching like crazy. Mike just freezes, looking at it like, are you kidding me right now? What? He literally grinds the club down, pushing it deeper into the monster's eyeball. Kate's jaw just drops. You could see the pure terror all over her face. She was so overwhelmed she just threw her hands over her face.
Like, I can't watch this.
Even just seeing the reflection of that beatdown was probably haunting. Mike's face was pure murder mode as he raised the club again.
Come on, why won't you?
He screamed. He pushed so hard the monster's eye literally bulged out of the socket. Just die already. Showing zero chill, Mike swung that thing like he was at bat for the Yankees, aiming right for the busted eye. His swing drove it straight into the empty socket gag. Mike yanked the club out and rushed over to the girl, but plot twist. Hank was already holding her, and he turned and gave Mike the super shady, provocative look.
Oh, the drama is real. Well,
Ivy got her, don't you worry, kid, Hank said, all smug. Mike just gently put a hand on her head. Is she alive? Hank was like, her arm's broken and she's out cold. Hearing that, Mike let out a huge sigh of relief and even cracked a little smile. I owe our crazy goddess another one. But then he got this super curious look on his face. You going soft on us? Hank asked, you don't usually care this much about goblins. Mike just smirked all mysteriously. Ivy got my reasons. You take care of her while I go help the others. As he walked off, he tossed back a quiet, hang in there, and you guys, Kate, who we all thought was knocked out, froze up and slowly turned her head. Her eyes all wide and confused. What? Hank's face was like, I do not have time for this. You could see him scheming though. Sorry, Paul, you take the lead. I'm bleeding out. It is what it is.
Yeah, right.
You take her. He just tossed Kate over Mike's shoulder. All right, but don't blame me if you die. Mike tightened his grip on his weapon. Don't worry. I'll be back, total action hero vibes. So Hank is left staring up at this giant monster getting ready to attack. After it's gone, we'll have a little fun, he muttered. Nearby, a giant spider's body was just laying there, fresh from a fight. This place is wilder than Miami on spring break. Hold up, the spider's eyes were totally locked on the group. Trying to pick its next meal, the sorceress looked over. Her eyes wide like she had no clue what was even happening. She couldn't hide how sus she was, so she called Hank over. He walked up with this face that was a perfect mix of annoyed and nosy. What's the matter, sorceress? Why aren't you hitting that thing with your magic? The sorceress got so mad. Flames were literally erupting around her. I've even trying, but some dude named Drog starts screaming. That damn maniac, he won't get away with this. He was totally losing it. I am Drog Remerson, son of Mach, champion of the West Hills. Okay, important.
You will die by my hand, you creature!
He yelled, but then Hank just ran up and shoved him hard. his eyes blazing with determination. You were the one in the way, Hank snapped.
Totally fed up, sorceress, now!
Drog clutched his head, acting all dramatic. You stupid traitor.
How dare you?
The sorceress closed her eyes, raised her hand, and this magical light started popping off. Oh, great keeper of the sky and sea, hear our plea. Grant us the strength of your power so that we may defeat your enemies. Her pendant started glowing with this insane blue light, like she was powering up. Yo, if you think that's cool, smash that like button for our girl. The beam of magic just shot out and slammed right into the giant spider. Boom. A huge explosion went off. Hank looked up, his eyes full of hope. Did it work? The giant spider was hiding in a thick cloud of dust. You could barely see it. Hank's knuckles were white. He was so tense. Is it working? How big of a rock do I need to smash this thing? Raising his axe high, Hank just went for it, charging at the spider like a freaking whirlwind. His gaze was laser-focused, ready to land a sick hit. With his axe gleaming, Hank yelled out, I guess we redoing this the old-fashioned way. But then his face just fell, and he looked totally shocked and grim.
Oh, damn it!
The attack completely missed. The spider dodged it like it was nothing. Of course, Drog's face was super smug as he started trash-talking. It missed. Too bad. Hank dropped to one knee to catch his breath and just sighed. Love you for that. Big guy. The spider turned to face both of them, like it was challenging them. Who do you think is gonna get wrecked? Let me know in the comments. Tony's eyes were practically on fire for real, and he just bellowed, get to the left. And you better believe I was about to. I was getting so heated. But then Drog just body checks him aside, all like, I am Drog Remerson, son of the undefeated Moloch. Then he lets out this choke scream, full of rage. Like, what the hell?
Now get out of my way!
So while these two knuckleheads are having a slap fight, the crab spider thing just swings a massive claw at both of them. Mike's just watching, dead silent, probably getting that bad vibe in his gut, you know, like something is seriously off. He waits a sec, then reaches for his piece, whispering,
maybe I should just, but then bam!
Mike just locks up, clenching his fist like he's trying to hold back a freakin' hurricane inside. You could tell he was dying to jump in, but he held back, waiting just a little bit longer. Nah, it's not like I can change much right now. I'll just wait this out a little more. Hearing a sigh, Mike glances over, looking all thoughtful and stuff. Gotta find a healer for that arm when this is over. Her arm snapped. She's got a few busted ribs, and she's basically stuck. The painkillers I hooked her up with should keep things from hurting too bad for a while, at least until we can get that arm sorted out. Ooh, and then Tony gets this super intense look. His voice drops real low. Are you going soft on us? 'Cause you usually don't give a crap about goblins. My guy literally squeezed his eyes shut, trying to find his happy place in all this chaos. I wonder if she'll be a little nicer to me when this is all over. Lol, priorities, dude. I don't know if this girl's got beef with me or what, but dude, you could see the pure anxiety behind his eyes. And just like that, the mage just bolts, totally panicking. But she keeps looking over her shoulder, 'cause the spider is right on her six. What's it gonna take to get rid of this thing? Mike, why is its armor black too? Her face was just pure, unfiltered terror.
I don't know!
Drog's face was dripping with sweat, just pouring down his cheeks. I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch. The mage girl finally snapped and screamed, we know. Shut your pie hole and just run. Then all these voices start overlapping like, what are we even doing? Everything went into slow-mo. I swear, the plan was, we get it to the cliff edge, we all dive out of the way, and hope the fall does the job. The three of them stop, and the mage just says, cool as a cucumber, hold your ground. The giant spider screeched to a halt, squaring up to the three of them, like it was a dance battle on the streets of Miami. The mage's mind was racing, and she muttered, well, so much for that plan. Then the spider lets out this roar that just shakes your bones and makes it hard to breathe. The shock on the mage's and Dan's faces was a pic. They had no clue what was coming. Then, while Tony's body is just floating in midair, completely out cold, like totally limp, then like his spidey senses went off, his eyes just snapped open. Tony's looking around, all dazed, like where am I? That centaur dude totally wrecked me. And while he's trying to figure out what's what, this crazy noise echoes out. He freezes and looks over. And on the other side is this absolute unit of a bug, and it's staring down a group of people huddled together on the edge of a cliff, looking terrified. Tony sees this and starts frantically looking around, yelling, where's my axe? After a quick search turns up nothing, he makes a call. Alright, looks like we redoing this freestyle. Tony looks up, scoping out the place, and spots a bunch of rocks just chilling in mid-air. You can literally see the light bulb go off. He gets this huge grin, his eyes totally lighting up. This bug's face was massive, with two glowing eyes and nasty drool dripping everywhere. It locked onto its next meal and just lunged. Its eyes flaring up, the terrified mage covered her face with her hands, too scared to even watch, and then bam. A massive boulder just crashes down on the bug's head, squishing it flat on the spot. Hilarious. Hearing the thud, the mage peeks out from behind her hands, her eyes slowly opening. Everyone was shook. The bug's head was completely crushed by the boulder. Total carnage. Some guy in armor yells, "The gods have saved us." The mage is trying to listen. And then she just gets a feeling and looks up. That's when she sees Tony, just hopping across the floating rocks like he's in a video game. The mage cracks a smile so relieved, and says, "Yeah, I guess they did." Then Drock grabs his hammer and climbs on top of the bug's corpse. Raising his hammer and roaring like he actually did something, Mike walks over, carrying Kate, looking totally wiped. Drock gives him a dirty look and sneers. "Well, look who it is." The coward finally decided to show up, and then, out of nowhere, a hand just shoves him so hard from behind. He screams as he goes flying forward.
Lol, Karma, quick!
Tony, standing on the bug, just growls, "Watch your mouth, you idiot. He and the defender are the ones who saved our butts." Then Dan chimes in. He's right. What a team. Let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button. If it wasn't for them, we'd be total bug cho in those nasty cocoons. You should show a little gratitude, for real. You have like zero chill for anyone. Drog just scoffs and claps back. Like, what the hell would you know about respect? You're just some purple-skinned simp. Ain't you that dude from back east always kissing up to some human? Totally unfazed, Dan fires back. "I don't kiss up to anyone. I was a straight-up gladiator before this, you red-faced clown. And I was a master sailor for Edros before that." Dude is totally humiliated and just spits back. "Oh yeah. The only masters your kind knows are those human invaders." Seeing he totally lost his cool, he just keeps poking the bear. "Your people are next if all you case are clowns like you." Drog freaks out, starts beating his chest like King Kong and roars,
"There's no one like me!"
"I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch, the champ of the Western Mountains from here to Austin, Texas, the future chief of the Dragma tribe. And you got the nerve to challenge me. What would you do?
Drop a comment below, I gotta know!
But when he opens his eyes, he just screams in confusion.
"What the hell? Where'd it go?"
Dan is all panicked and runs over to Kate and asks Mike, "Yo, is she gonna be okay?" Mike gently lays her down and is like, "I was gonna try and set her arm, but I'm not sure if it'll mess something else up. You know, I asked the mage for help, but she said she can't fix it yet." Dan leans in and is like, "Then let me help you, bro. I've done this a million times. I got this." Mike stands up and says, "Thanks, man. By the way, I didn't catch your name." As he's wrapping the bandage, he replies, "Dan Kaffa, son of Kafar Raymond." Dan looks up at him with these super trusting eyes and says, "I'd be honored to roll with you." And Leo, the so-called liberator, is all awkward like, Yeah, just call me Leo." Then he suddenly remembers something and asks, "Dan, you said you were a sailor, like sailing out of Miami or something. I'd love to hear about your trips sometime." He closes his eyes, struggling to talk. "When we get a chance, we'll grab a beer until we both." But bam, a noise totally spooks Dan. Did you hear that? And of course, on the other side, Drog is screaming his head off. "These lands will bow down to me. And I'm gonna carve my name next to the gods."
Vogus growls, "Shut your trap, you moron!"
Then he points and goes, "Look," and his finger is pointing at this massive, glowing purple butterfly up ahead. Whoa. Smash that like button if you were not expecting that. Mike just looks on, totally helpless, and sighs. This is such bees. The bug's corpse is literally right there, just getting all gross and rotting. Then a hand bursts out, followed by this gnarly scream. Some dude is awkwardly climbing out, trying to get out from inside the dead bug. The guy is looking all around, like he's searching for something. He pushes himself up, muttering, "There's gotta be something useful around here." He reaches out, touches a pouch, and it starts to give off this faint glow. Mike smirks and is all like, "Jackpot." Just when a voice calls out, "Can't you ever get your sticky fingers under control?" Totally startled, he spins around like, "What the? Who the hell is that?" And it's Mike, just chilling on the bug's back, looking down at him and saying, "Hello." Leo sighs, totally relieved. "Oh, it's you, Mike. About time you woke up, sleeping beauty." Mike stands up, hands on his hips, and goes, "Well, you were being loud, F." "Yeah, well, trying to keep us from becoming bug food will do that." Leo agrees. He holds up the glowing stone and explains, "And for the record, I was not stealing. I'm busting my butt to keep us alive. Unlike some people I know." Mike's voice gets low. "You were the one who knocked me out." Leo kinda looks away. "I had to do it so you wouldn't get in my way." Mike replies softly, "I know, I remember everything." Then Mike turns to look right at him and asks, "If you know why I did it, then why are you giving me grief?" Mike says, all sad, "Because of how reckless you are." Leo clutches the stone super tight and asks, "What are you even talking about? Reckless?" And a question pops into Mike's head. "Do you seriously not remember how we got here?" And bam, we get a flashback to when that crazy butterfly showed up. Okay, so this huge, purple glowing butterfly was just perched on the wall. It suddenly lets out this shriek, and its whole body starts to shake. At that exact moment, Mike is looking totally lost in the direction Voger was pointing. Way off in the distance, a massive swarm of bugs is charging right for them. They're running in this long line, just one after another. Mike is totally freaking out, shouting and pointing, trying to get everyone organized. Everyone is scrambling to rip open this bug they just took down at the front of the path. Then, one by one, they all climb inside its guts, all slimy with blue blood, just spill all over the ground, so gross. A few people stayed back to push the massive corpse over the edge, with literally hundreds of smaller bugs closing in right behind them. The rest just held on for dear life as they all fell into the abyss together.
What a cliffhanger!
Make sure you resubscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Okay, so picture this, everyone's desperately hanging onto this massive corpse, just trying to ride it out till it finally crashes. After hearing the recap, this dude just starts laughing like, oh yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Kept on hyping it up, saying, bro, they didn't even hesitate, they just went for it, totally trusting you had it all figured out. He kinda cocked his head and said, they knew I had the winning play, so they followed my lead. It's not like we had a ton of options. But the kid clapped back with, nah dude. They followed you cause they believe in you. Even Victor, for real, they know what you can do, and that's what makes you so dangerous. And then, bam, Game's face just went totally blank. His brow all crinkled up like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Game finally gave in, asking him, alright fine, if I'm so dangerous, what's the play? You can see my memories, you know what'll all go down if I mess this up, right? Your people are toast if they stay in those caves. The kid sounded totally defeated.
You just gotta lead them out!
All this other crazy stuff you, replotting, can't you just drop it? He got super serious and was like, look, your crew needs to get their act together and stand on their own 2 feet if they want any shot at a future. Unless they find the guts to control their own fate, they're just gonna end up working for some other dude. Man, his eyes were sharp, like he was looking right through you, and his brows were all knitted together. Then he lets out this sharp breath and goes, look, maybe I wasn't born a bog, but you can bet I'm gonna die one. And there's no way in hell I'm dying a slave. And hey, if you don't like my methods, you can just go back to your nap. Then out of nowhere, someone screams, and Mike holds up this glowing rock, shouting, yo, someone's over there! And just like that, he bolted through the bushes to check it out. After a sec of searching, he finds Kate just lying there, not moving at all. Game calls out from behind him, is she messed up? He shook his head a bit and answered, nah, she doesn't look any worse. She's still knocked out from the stuff we gave her, and that poison totally wrecked her system. While saying that, he helps Kate up and scans the area, asking, but hold up, why is it just her and me? Where the heck did the rest of our squad go? Dude, this long sigh just echoes out. Then you hear footsteps and this creepy voice calling, come, and in the distance, this dude drop is just stumbling forward, groaning, become one with me. He's so sus. It was so dark, and his eyes were huge and crazy looking as his voice just screamed, come! Meanwhile, Kate is just passed out against a wall, her bandaged hand resting in her lap, like she's at a tea party or something. Then Mike runs up from out of nowhere, holding a bag up, like he found some snacks and water from the other packs. But it's not a lot, and there's still no sign of anyone else. Mike looks around, totally annoyed, so where the hell did everyone bounce to? The kid just sighs. Well, there are 2 ways out of this mess without going deeper into that pit. We can head down this path or that one. They both lead out. Game sounded shocked, but like, why would they split up? That's rule number 1, you don't break. The kid just shrugs, good question, but either way, we gotta choose a path. He was watching the kid gently taking care of Kate and said, maybe they just went to scout ahead, planning to meet back here at, like, 1200 Beacon Street in Boston. We should probably just chill here. Then all of a sudden, the kid whips his head around and asks Mike, yo, did you hear that? If you heard it too, smash that like button. Mike answered all chill. I don't hear anything. Dude, where are you going? The kid just blurts out, Maria, is that?
Hey, you!
Mike asks Elp, totally confused, bro, what are you even doing? Without a word, the kid just takes off, screaming, I'm coming, Maria, wait up! Mike tries to chase him down, yelling, oh, it's a trap, man! You gotta. But before he could even finish, the kid's shadow just vanished, and all that was left was the echo of his voice. And yeah, you guessed it. In the distance, this Cathaga character lets out this psycho laugh. From now on, you'll be known as Lop the Liberator. He's so dramatic. So the kid's holding a torch, just watching the flames totally roast this mob of ghouls. And Mike is just standing there, frozen, watching these figures holding axes and hammers. And get this, they seem to be holding up a freaking head towards the kid. The kid just sighs and tells Mike, he can end all this right now. If I just let him go, I'll all be free, we'll all be free. As he was saying this, Mike's hand slowly balls up into a fist. Then the kid runs over and gives Gauze a huge hug, saying, Gauze, promise me. No matter what goes down, you'll always be my bro. After that whole scene, Mike and the crew just erupted in cheers, passing around water for everyone. Man, they earned it. Then the kid looks over at Carl with this sly grin. What I'm gonna do is make this world a better place. I promise you that, and I promise him. Meanwhile, Game was over there having a full-on battle inside his own head. All he does is cap. I can't trust a word he says. Then the scene cuts, and you see a woman's hand just grab a guy's, pulling him along like she's late for a flight at Lax. Bog took Lop's hand and was like, come with me, El Pai, but he's all dazed asking, where's Breya? She gives him this sweet look and says,
she's waiting for us. Oof, the drama!
What do you guys think is gonna happen next? Drop your theories in the comments. We can finally be together, for real. You don't have to fight anymore. His face just dropped, like all the hope drained out, and he whispered, no more fighting. But Bog just held his face, all gentle, and was like, Shah, it's over. OP, it's really over. They gave you back to us. They gave you back. It's time to just chill now. But Lep was still bugging like, but
Bucket, they need me out there!
She just gave him this super sad look and said, Lep, we need you. We were your family, not them. Baguette then pointed over her shoulder, saying, look, Breya's waiting for us. And right on cue, Breya pops up like, yo, let's dip, my dude. What's the hold up? She grabbed Lop's hand and started pulling him, gushing, I'm so freaking happy. Lep, I missed you like a Texan misses tacos. Just a little more and we can be together forever, for real this time. And you could see Lep starting to fall for it, whispering,
yeah, together, then bam!
Out of nowhere, Mike shows up, looking absolutely furious. He just clocks Lep right in the face, sending his head spinning, and roars at the top of his lungs. Wake up! And just like that, Lop's eyes shot open, but he looked totally zoned out from behind Mike. Boggett's voice was still echoing, Lep, we need you. Finally snapping out of the trance, Lep screamed, they were not real. And you guys, Boggett totally glitched, turning back into this groaning, creepy thing reaching for him before the whole scene just faded to black.
Likes.
Mike gave him a hard look and was just like, let's bounce. He got his gear ready and started thinking out loud. Okay, I guess we know why the Hipplins never come down this far. They were shook by that. Whatever the hell that thing was. Mike stood there, hands on his hips, totally cheesed. So, where to now? Lep shot back instantly. As far away from that thing as possible. Maybe we'll find Victor and the others that way. Lep asked Mike Victor. Why him specifically? As Mike helped get Kate onto his back, he explained. That nightmare fuel uses the people we care about to bait us into traps. So who do you think Victor cares about the most? Lep's eyes went wide. Like, oh, I get it now. Then he looked at Mike, kinda hesitant and, you, Mike. Mike didn't even flinch, just turned and said, yeah, he cracked a small smile. Thanks for having my back, man. Lep just scratched his chin, saying, nah. Dude, I gotta pull my own weight around here. He looked at Mike, dead serious, and was like, from now on if I'm trippin', you gotta call me out, for real. I need you to keep me straight. With that, they shook on it, both saying deal. Then Mike, with Kate on his back, took the lead, saying, alright, let's go find out where the heck everyone disappeared to. Mike just stared at the water, looking totally defeated. Dude, it's been hours. And still nothing, not a single person. Then he perked up, hearing voices. Are we totally lost? Or do you think they already bounced without us? It was Victor, chilling in a cave with his crew, explaining some stuff. Okay, so get this, Victor was saying the ancients built these shrines, right? They were basically portals, stand on one, and you can teleport to another shrine on a different floor whenever you want. I was totally confused. Then why do we even do these crazy expeditions? Mike muttered, remembering the bridge, because they were basically a one-way ticket for just a few people, and they take forever to recharge. Plus, the top 3 floors got completely wrecked by Jira before anyone even knew what they were. Talk about a major L. Someone in the background just yelled, freaking reckless idiots. Victor kept going, and the rich folks keep them a secret so they have a private jet out of here if a mission goes south. He pointed at the guy, all hyped up, bingo. So if you ever get stuck on a floor, find a shrine, that's your golden ticket out, straight back to Miami Beach. He pointed to this glowing rock next to some water. So if we poof out of here, our food supply poofs with us. But what's the deal with this water? Kate started to stir, asking all groggy, oh, where are we? Mike was like, whoa, easy there, take your time getting up. You're pretty banged up. He pointed to the blue stream. We re on a lower level. Somehow we actually survived that attack. Kate looked at the stream, her voice raspy. Is that water? I'm so thirsty. Mike hesitated for a second. Yeah, it's water. But she totally caught his vibe. But what? He finally admitted, I'm just not sure if it's safe to drink, you know. Kate's face just crumpled, and she let out this huge, disappointed sigh. He nodded toward her arm. How's the arm feeling? She glanced down at it, her voice barely a whisper. I can't feel a thing. It's totally numb. Mike tried to sound reassuring. That's just the herb Dan put on it. It's keeping things from getting worse. We'll find a healer. I promise. But tears started streaming down Kate's face as she turned away. Please, just stop. You know Duke isn't gonna drop a single dime on me. If I get lucky, I end up as another one of his decorations. If not, honestly, I'd rather just check out right here. Mike got in her face, his voice low and intense. Hey, stop talking like that. Nobody is going to die, I told you. We'll find a healer. If that jerk won't pay, I got favors I can call in. I know people from New York to L.A. Her eyes literally bugged out of her head and she gasped. Wait, are you for real? No cap. He just sighed like, dude, I already told you. And she's like, did you though? And Kate just went from 0 to 100 real quick. She got all up in his face, yelling, if you do that, I will do anything. You hear me? I'll even marry you. Mike looked so lost, like, okay, is that a promise or are you threatening me right now?
Lol Mao. So Kate just screams, hey!
He actually potted and was like, okay, I guess you serious. But she just growled back at him, like she was not playing games. A life for a life, that's how we roll where I'm from. Mike just raised an eyebrow, probably thinking this girl escaped a Comic-Con. He decided to play along. Fine, bet, I'll take your life then. Then he got super serious, lowered his voice, and was like, but look, I don't need a wife or some servant. I need your mind, your skills. And you gotta be loyal, you feel me? So, are you down or what? Kate's whole vibe shifted and she got all soft, asking, you want me to be on your crew? Like a warrior princess or something. Mike laid it all out. That's the price, take it or, and then, get this, a single tear just drops to the ground. Next thing you know, is full-on ugly crying into her hands. Seeing her break down, he totally panicked and yelled, oh hey! But Kate's hand shot out like a lightning bolt, grabbing this water jug. She just lifted it with one hand and started chugging like she'd been lost in Death Valley for a week. Mike was freaking out. Hey, what are you doing? That stuff could be messed up, straight up poison. But she just slammed the jug on the ground with a massive thud. She wiped her tears away and was like, this is my vow to you. I swear on everything. I'll be your ride or die. If I'm gonna check out, it'll be fighting for you. Mike was completely shook by this. You could see the gears turning in his head. Then plot twist, he snatched the water jug and started chugging while Kate screamed. What in the world are you doing? No! He just chugged the entire jug and said with a shrug, this is, like,
my bond to you as your master, or whatever, the audacity!
If we go down on the same day. Then they just sat there dead silent, staring each other down. The tension was insane. Smash that like button if you, reliving for this moment. Suddenly she started blushing, her mind probably going a mile a minute like, wait, is this basically a wedding ceremony? Then Mike called her name Kate, and she literally jumped. She squeaked yes. And he just stared at her and asked, how you feeling? She answered super fast, I feel fine. And Mike, this dude just dusts his hands off, stands up and says, me too. So, I guess it wasn't poisonous after all, lol. My man is so anticlimactic. Let me grab some more water, and then we dip. Kate asked all innocently, where are we going? He just turned his back to her and said, we're going to hunt down some thieves. And get some food, and maybe some help. He stared off into the distance with this super intense look and added, and if that doesn't work, we're getting payback. So the two of them walked over to this lake and looked in the water, and there was a dead blue demon thing just lying on the ground, holding onto a gold cord. Mike knelt down to check it out and said, welp, I guess we were not alone out here. Kate looked puzzled. What did this to him? He scanned the whole area and was just like, beats me. But then Mike's eyes locked onto a rock with a weird symbol. Get this, it was 2 slashes and a triangle, and it started to glow. What in the Stranger Things is going on in Miami right now? Kate tried to play it cool. I think we're about to find out. But Mike wasn't listening. He just said, on my mark, jump to the side. Kate was totally scared but only managed to whisper, it's above us, isn't it? He just repeated, on my mark. Then he yeeted himself sideways and screamed, now jump. A freaking gigantic creature crashed down exactly where they were just standing. She screamed, what is it? Mike stared at it for a sec and then said, I think it's... The monster revealed its face, and Mike yelled, Direk. His voice was filled with so much pain as he said, or what's left of him, anyway, and the Direk monster growled. We called you, and you totally ghosted us. It started growling even louder. We were offering you a total upgrade. Derek slowly lumbered toward them. Come on, join us. Kate started backing away, asking, was he always that jacked before? Even Mike was kind of in awe. Something definitely gave him a power-up. She grabbed his wrist, yelling, Mike, let's get out of here. But he straight up refused. I don't run from trouble, and I'm not about to start now. She screamed back, are you nuts? Derek just kept shuffling closer, saying, come and you will see, and then, out of nowhere, some dude throws a gourd, and it sticks to the spikes on his back. Lmao. Only then did he grab her hand and start running. Okay, now we run. She was totally bewildered, trying to keep up. Like, what is happening? Then a super powerful voice boomed out. It was Emma. She made her move, and Derek's whole body just burst into flames. He screamed from inside the fire, no. Kate just looked at Mike, completely shook. Drop a comment below if you think Emma is a total boss. How'd you know? Mike didn't say a word, just stared into the fire with her for a minute. Then he was like, yo, when we were checking out the body, I peeped a monster hunter's sign. It basically spelled out ambush, right there. I just played it cool so they'd totally fall for the trap. Then, get this. A figure slides out of the shadows and goes, and you, my friend, were some top-tier bait. Jake tapped his head. Like Uncle, I was totally questioning that sign. But now, I get the big brain move. He stared into the flames and was like, kinda sucks they re-such pushovers now. But hey, at least they re-basically walking fire starters. Major win for us. Mike immediately jumped in. So, like, are there more of them? Jake just shook his head. Nah, this is the last squad we know about. Thing jumped our crew the second we hit the bottom of this crazy pit. He explained. We had to dip until we could figure out what the heck we were even fighting. Mike shot back instantly. Oh, for sure, by the way. Thanks a million for just leaving me behind. Really appreciate it. Jake got this sly look in his eye. Chill, we had no clue where you were. It was a strategic decision. Mike rolled his eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck in his head, and snapped back. Yeah, I bet it was. And look how well that worked out for you guys. Then Mike just pointed at the bag on Tony's shoulder. Dude. That's my bag. Tony just laughed. All yours, kiddo. Well, minus a few of your gourds. He started digging through the bag, adding, it was for a good cause, I swear! Tony then looked up. For real though, man, we super glad to see you. Mike gave him major side eye. The way you saying that, it sounds like you not just happy I'm not dead. Okay, spill it. What's the tea? And Tony just exchanged a look, totally zoning out. Then, out of nowhere, Kate yells, this stuff is insane. We found it when we were searching for some temple. Then she looked up and was like, wait, hey! That's the girl who was staring at those drawings on the cliff. Emma followed her eyes and gasped, whoa, yeah, that totally threw me for a loop too. Like bogs and freaking insectoids working together to fight goblins. How is that even a thing? Dan, who was just chilling nearby, chimed in. Art is a vibe, you know. Maybe it's their dream or something. Mike then asked everyone, so, did you guys find a temple? Tony just kinda shook his head and replied, dude, we have no clue. Then he pointed up at the cliff face. We were kinda hoping you'd have the cheat codes for it. And y'all, they were standing under this massive golden door, like something straight out of Vegas. Mike turned all curious. So, did you guys even try to open it? Jake was like, yeah, we tried, but there's no button, no lever, nothing. He was scratching his chin, all deep in thought. So Mike, being Mike, just walks up and touches the door, gives it a little push and bam. He just plummets into total darkness, screaming, what the heck? Where am I? And then, this crazy voice booms out from a statue. Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, I have been waiting for you. Meanwhile, picture this, a whole army is dragging themselves along. Looking like extras from The Walking Dead, everyone is starving, faces all hollow. This one dude is chugging the very last drop from a water bottle. Another soldier literally screams, yo, save some for the rest of us. Then gets all whiny, dude, you drank it all. That was the last of the water. The first guy just scoffs, sucks to be you want more water, go cry to the commander. The thirsty soldier got all quiet and hesitant, muttering, it's the commander's fault we even in this mess. There's a shrine on every single floor. So why are we hiking all the way back up to Chicago like this? The other dude just laughed, like he was explaining it to a toddler. Bro, if you were Duke, would you show up to your dad's place with nothing? The man needs a boatload of these haze crystals. Right then, the first soldier's stomach started rumbling so loud you could hear it from Miami. He barely managed to say, so, can he use the shrines to like Uber Eats us some food? He's the reason we lost half our stuff in that last attack anyway. The guy just made this annoyed face and glanced over at Duke. Sir Duke needs a fat stack to pay off his debts back home. You really think he gives a crap about us little guys? If he actually cared, he would be brought back some bottled water and cooking oil for us. Then, they both slowly turned their heads and looked over at Grace's squad. Hey, Grace's crew still has snacks, right? Yeah, I think some of them do. Hold up, aren't we way more important than them? We re the mages, my guy. This whole trip is a bust without us. And with that, the two of them started smirking at each other. Yeah, you were right. They basically owe us. We'll just persuade them to hand over all their food. And if they don't feel like sharing, we'll just have to show them who's really running things on 6th Street. And boom. Jack just materializes behind them and grabs both of them by the neck. He growled all menacing. So, you were saying, who's in charge here? The two of them, totally terrified, started backtracking.
Whoa! We didn't mean it like that!
Jack's face got super dark as he threatened them. You know, we need some bait to hunt those insectoids, and I think I just found 2 volunteers. The guys went white as ghosts and screamed, no. Just then, Jake walks over and says, oh man.
What do you think he's gonna say?
Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Jack, my dude, let him go.
We were gonna be in some serious trouble if those goblin things spot us, man. The other soldier piped up with a smirk. Yeah. We're gonna be in a world of pain if you don't let us loose. Jack frowned, like he was actually thinking about it for a hot second, then just bam, dropped both of them right on the ground. Jack snatched their little bells off, and gave them a warning. Can't do your little magic tricks without these, can ya? Play nice, and maybe I'll give them back. One of the soldiers looked super ticked off and screamed, hey, give those back. Jack was so not vibing with his attitude, so he shot the guy a death glare, then turned to Jake with this huge grin. Suu, you taking my offer or what? Jake just stared down at the dirt. His voice was all heavy and dramatic. Sorry, we can't join your crew. Hearing that, Jack tried to hit him with some logic. Jake, my guy. Even my squad is running on fumes, and the other units are basically out of everything. This is not the time to be playing the lone wolf. But Jake was totally firm. We can't join. We have to wait. Jack put a hand on his shoulder, his eyes all full of sympathy. For real, I want to go back too. You know, he literally gave his life for me. Just like Leo sacrificed himself for you. Man, don't let what they did be for nothing. But Jake just kept shaking his head. I'm sorry. Jack didn't push it. He just gave him a little heads up. Alright, whatever, dude. Just remember Victor's soldiers are also out here scavenging for supplies. So watch your back. Jake didn't trust Jack for a second. Thinking Paft, Oz is in charge, he wouldn't pull a shady move like that. He started to walk away, calling back over his shoulder with so much sass. Well, I hope for your sake you rewrite. Jake's crew just stood there looking worried, staring after him like they just saw a ghost. Meanwhile, Kate was leading the gray squad on patrol. All of a sudden, she looked over and saw other members of her squad waving at her. And Kate got this huge smile and waved right back. She then took off that heavy helmet and walked over to this totally gorgeous meadow. Kate quietly went up to Jake, who asked her all gently, how'd the patrol go? Kate hit him with a super cute pout. We ran into more people dipping out than we did actual monsters. He let out this helpless sigh. I wish I could just peace out like they did. Kate looked at him all curious. What would your boy Leo think if you did that? Jake just lowered his head all sad like, he'd get it. He always told me to make the smart play. She smiled and said, he must have had his reasons for picking you. You need to trust him. And you need to trust yourself too. But Jake was still deep in his feelings. Zach has way more experience than I do. Kate totally got the pain in his heart, and could only try to make him feel better. But your people trust you. I've heard the tea. They say great things about you, and they believe in you. Otherwise, why hasn't a single person ditched? Jake still thought it was for a totally different reason. That's only 'cause we have snacks. As soon as we run out, they'll bounce too. Hearing this, Kate looked a little worried. Then I guess it'll just be the two of us, you and me. All of a sudden, Jake got super earnest. Hey Kate, I'm really sorry about Dan and the others. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. Kate looked back at him with so much affection. Jake, you still have your people. Don't give up now, or you're gonna regret it later, big time. As she finished, he literally hit himself on the head. You were right, I'm being such a coward. No, I'm trying to keep everything under control, but it's so much pressure, you know. Kate gently kept trying to reason with him. My commander always said, don't focus on the things you can't control, focus on the things you can. Jake's eyes totally lit up, like a light bulb just went off. Hey, that's actually some legit wisdom. Kate laughed at his comment. Yeah, that's how he is when he's not smash, but seeing him sober is like, super rare. He thought for a long moment. Something I can control. Yo, what is it?
Spill the tea!
Kate gently plucked a flower and gave it to Jake. You look kinda down, so I picked this for you. Suddenly, Jake screamed. That's it. That's 100% it. Then he whipped around and gave Kate this huge hug, making her blush like she just ran a marathon in Miami. He thanked her and took off running, leaving her completely stunned.
Thank you so much!
Kate just stood there blushing, clenching her hands and whispering. It was nothing. When Jake got back to his crew, he immediately sat down and started drawing something in the dirt. He held out his hand. In it were some flower seeds, and he said, okay team, I need everyone to help me find these. Mike crossed his arms, looking so annoyed. Listen kid, we on a mission. We supposed to be hunting monsters, not starting a community garden. Even Kyle looked annoyed and pouted. He's right, Jake. We don't have time to go looking for this stuff before we have to pack up and leave. Jake was still super confident in his idea, But there's gotta be a way. Just then, Kate suggested, can't you just ask the other elves to help? Then she turned to the two sorepusses with a questioning look. What's the deal? Mike explained, kinda awkwardly. Well, it's not that we don't want to ask for their help. Miss Ooh, what's the drama there? Drop your theories in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe. But they were not gonna help us for free, you know? There's gotta be something in it for them. Jake was all chill, just hit him up. But Rem was shook, warning him, bro, if we do that, they re gonna want a cut of our stuff. We'll be totally broke. But Jake clapped back, dead serious, dude. We don't have enough to get back home to Austin, anyway. So just slide into their doomeebs and ask for a hookup. Rem just shrugged, totally giving in. 8-bet, you were the boss. So Kyle got on his grind. He scoped out the whole spot, and when they were slipping, he whipped out a blade and sliced the seedlings. Meanwhile, JJ was the quarterback, calling the plays for the crew. They yoinked the seeds and all the goods on the down low. Mission accomplished. Jake fired up the grill under this massive pan. He got all serious, alright, I think we're good to go. You Mike, slide me the salt. Mike passed this ridiculously heavy salt shaker to Jake, warning him, easy there, chief. This thing's got some weight to it. And then Vara totally lost it when she saw Jake just yeet the entire container into the pan. Lol. Jake, what in the world are you doing? But Jake was super calm, explaining, chill, when I was a kid back in Miami, my mom used to save salt. Every time we used a little, she'd stash some away. She'd basically collect it all for one massive cookout. Once the salt was screaming hot, she'd toss in the seeds, and these little bits of dried doff she'd already prepped. And boom, we'd have these amazing salt-fried snacks. Jake, being a total gentleman, offered some to Vera. Go on, try it. After one bite, she was like, oh, okay, this is actually fire. Out of nowhere, Kyle awkwardly taps Jake on the back Jake.
Jake just goes, yeah.
On autopilot. But when he turns around, Kyle's face is pure panic, and he's pointing at this huge crowd of hangry people behind them. Yeah, you're probably gonna need to make, a lot more, but Jake, totally unfazed. He just cracked a smile. That's why I told you to get the family-sized salt, my guy, and just like that, they were whipping up batch after batch of those crispy snacks. So everyone's just chilling around the pans, laughing and gossiping. It was a whole vibe. Then Jake turns to Vera, real sweet thank you. She gets a little shy, asking for what? I literally did nothing. Jake looked down and let out this heavy sigh. You reminded me I gotta keep my head on straight, be more practical. Real talk, I was terrified. You helped me out, more than you even know. Vera could tell he was being for real. I'm glad I could help. And then, just as things were getting good, this voice cuts in. Sue, am I interrupting a moment here? And who is it? Jack, of course, popping up behind them with this smirk that just screams and no things. Congrats on scoring us all this grub. Jake stands up, playing it cool. It's not a 5-star meal from some spot on Bourbon Street, but hey, at least we can actually cook some of these seeds and stuff we couldn't touch before. Since we re out of oil and water, I think this is our ticket home. Jack looked genuinely impressed, with a little hint of pride, and was like, Leo knew what he was doing picking you, and me, obviously. Then Jake kinda scratches the back of his neck and drops a bomb. Look, Jack, I'm not gonna lie, I can't stand you, and trust you. Forget about it. But today was a reality check. Some things you just can't do solo. The two of them actually shook hands to seal the deal, so, you down for a team up? Our powers combined, Captain Planet style, just until we re safely back in the US of A. But right then, some gray dude runs up, totally out of breath with some news. The commander, annoyed, just scowls and snaps, spit it out! What is it? But get this as the guy whispers in Jack's ear. Jack's face goes completely pale with fear. Jake immediately got suspicious, hole up. Something ain't right here. Jack turns away, and his voice is ice cold. Looks like our little team up came just in time. Then he frowns, looking dead serious. Hamo jumped Oz and took him out. Jake immediately tensed up. That means we re-next on his list. And then, the scene flips to Hamo, who's literally grabbing his head and sobbing. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I never meant to end him. He just collapses next to Oz's body, pointing the bloody sword at himself, wailing, why did Oz come at me like that? Then Bob just slides in, nudges Hamo's shoulder, and his voice is pure ice even though he's trying to sound comforting. Oh, come on, drama queen. Why you acting like it's the end of the world? He wasn't even your real brother. Anyway, oof, hearing that, Hamo whips around, eyes filled with tears but pure rage, and snatches his sword back up. He snarled, the bloody tip of that blade just an inch from Bob's face. This is on you, Bob. If you hadn't. But Bob just stands there, completely unbothered. Weren't you the one who agreed to my little proposal? The guy's eyes get all hard and steely. You're the one who came to me, Hamo. You played me, pretending to be on our side. But the real problem. Bob was a master at playing the good guy. Is being kind and decent a crime now, kiddo? A lot of my own people would say no. But we were all elves here, and way back our ancestors were human. Haymo just roars back, totally furious. Someone with your complexion has the nerve to say that. Especially after you sold out your own people to the goblins. But Bob just keeps going with his shameless speech. Look, we all just trying to survive out here. That doesn't mean we can't have each other's backs.
Wow, the audacity!
If you're enjoying this drama, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. He just couldn't handle it. He completely broke down, a mess of snot and tears. I'm such an idiot. And I'm an even bigger fool for ever trusting you. Oh man, I am so screwed. I totally deserve whatever's coming my way. Bob just looked down at him, dripping with fake pity. Wow, so naive. I honestly never thought you'd just give up before you even tried to make things right for what you did. And then he started spilling the tea. Recapping the moment as came tearing through the tent like a wild animal. I just wanted to see you, dude. And I was so hyped you agreed to meet up. But then Tony, you clocked he was carrying a blade right away. Buck, like I was also stressing that your whole crew would find out. Us didn't even say a word. He just lunged at you. You managed to grab a piece to defend yourself. But, well, you can see how that turned out. I told you so. Tony was stumbling back, totally getting wrecked, when he spotted this sketchy little bottle on the wooden table right behind him. Suddenly, Oz just froze, watching Tony chug the whole bottle of that weird liquid, and in the next second, bam, an insane surge of power just took him over. He totally lost control, and oh my god, he stabbed us right in the stomach. Tony bit his lip, tears just streaming down his face as he confessed. It was that stuff you gave me. I didn't even know what I was doing. I just wanted him to back off. Bob then puts on this whole act, like he's some helpless guidance counselor. Hey, I warned you that stuff had some crazy side effects. But you were the one who chose to drink it. He literally turned his back on him, saying go on, deny it all you want, but what's done is done. My guy. There's no hitting the undo bow button on this one. I'd love to give you a minute to, process this little shocker, but that's a luxury we just don't have. The gray goblins are out there working like dogs, hauling carts of precious stones like they're rebuilding a new skyscraper in downtown Chicago. This whole mission is about to pop off. Right now, we need your muscle, and your brain more than ever. Duke is just getting more and more full of himself, acting like a total dictator. The Grey Goblin tribe has to rise up if we want to have any shot at a future. And listen, Duke can never be allowed back on the surface. And his entire family line needs to be, let's just say, permanently disconnected. The sooner, the better. Tony let out this bitter, sarcastic laugh. Seriously, you think I'm that stupid? He shot back. It literally doesn't matter which monster tribe is in charge of us. Because your people, the blue skins, will always be there to keep your boot on our necks. Bob just slowly shook his head, claiming all that was in the past. But things are totally different now, my dude. The rules of the whole game have changed. A red flag with an eagle on it now flies with absolute power. He explained everything. The Jira people. Yeah, they don't call their own shots anymore. They were basically just puppets for the Brazilian Republic now. Tony couldn't believe their truce was that weak. I thought the Republic just, traded stuff with the other races. Bob then brought up those soldiers with the goofy helmets and gold armor. Yeah, that's how it all started. At first, it was just trading, then they started hiring mercs to do their dirty work. He described how those mercs' blades would just slice through regular folks like it was nothing. The Republic used those hired guns to commit all kinds of messed up stuff until the soldiers were hated even more than the Republic itself. Brazilium's power is on another level now, totally untouchable. When people like Back or DK got cut off, nobody lifted a finger to help. They just got rolled up on, crushed, and dragged off into slavery. Tony was still looking super skeptical, and the Jira people still fell for that. It's so obviously a trap. The whole deal between Brazilium and Duke is all about keeping the slavery business booming, Bob replied, saying, we all gonna have new bosses soon enough, and they're the kind of people we can never, ever overthrow. He casually added, unless you decide to make a move right now. But Tony was stuck on one question that was burning him up. Why me? Why not my dad or my brother? Bob sighed. He was so over it. Your dad is a great guy, but he's got tunnel vision. He's stuck in his ways. He's a neighborhood boss, not a king, and your brothers, bow-in-laws. They're completely out of the picture now. Tony turned and looked at Oz's body, just lying face down in the dirt. And Oz. Bob shot that down immediately. That guy was way too loyal to your dad's old school vision. Not to mention he was all impulse and no spine. He attacked you without even giving you a chance to talk. What kind of leader does that? Bob's voice got real firm. No, only you can save us. Then he started his big sales pitch. We can end all this craziness. You won't have to live in fear and get clowned by these tyrants anymore. What do you say? Smash that like button if you think Tony should do it. But Tony wasn't buying it. What would some rich blue-skinned dude know about pain, huh? Bob actually offered his hand, all sincere. Pain doesn't care if you're from Beverly Hills or the Bronx. It hits everyone. Look, kid, remember this. This is the last time I'm making this offer. Are you in or are you out? He took the handshake but hit him with one condition. No more of these dangerous missions. We get to live on the surface. We'll keep looking for the mist crystals. But we demand basic human rights. Not to be treated like some disposable slaves. He flashed this super smug grin, like he just won the lottery, and was all like, we got a deal. Then Bob does this little bow, totally dramatic, and goes, you totally made the right call, hey-mo. And for real, from now on, I'm going all in. You gotta handle your own drama. Just block out all that hater noise. But Hey-mo straight up cuts him off, like, yo, hold up. His face got all serious, but he was keeping it low-key. Just one more thing. I want Jack and Jake ghosted done, and y'all. The other dude looked so happy with himself, smirking like, don't you even sweat it. My guy, it's already in the works. Hey-mo hits us with another death stare, pure ice, and says, 8, you can bounce now. So Bob dips out of the tent, and of course, one of his minions is right there waiting. Here you go, sir. He snatches the towel and starts wiping his hands like he just touched something nasty. Thanks, Uncle. Can't believe I just had to shake hands with that trash. You could tell he was kinda shook, thinking Hey-mo's crew was gonna flip out. His dude is like, sir, you sure he's gonna pull through? Bob just tosses the towel back, all cool and mysterious. Oh, he'll alive, it's basically fate, like, okay, Shakespeare. Okay, time to slide into the DMs of those sketchy goblins and spill the tea about our deal. And yo, don't forget to sneak in as many of those mist crystals as you can carry. When I get back, I gotta go make a little donation. To Jay's priestess. Dude was always paranoid. Looking over his shoulder, he's muttering, you better have played this right, Kathaga. Or Hey-mo's gonna literally have my head on a spike outside his crib in Austin. Okay, so suddenly you just hear these frantic footsteps echoing all through the cave, like someone's running for their life. They were getting faster and louder. And then you see this dude in a bandana and his whole crew. And they were going full on beast mode, pushing this little cart piled high with gems. But then, my guy completely freezes, bug-eyed. 'Cause there's a freaking sharp blade pointed right at his nose. It's Vera, standing there looking like a total boss, super serious, with her sword aimed right at him. She's all, spill it, now. The bandana guy is shaking, throws his hands up so fast, and stammers, I got a message for the boss. Then Ruby strolls up real chill, and puts a hand on her shoulder. Let him go, Vara, he's cool, I know him, and ong. She watched that dude sprint out of there, like he was trying to break an Olympic record. You think he's one of the main crew. Vera puts her sword away, and is just like, eck. The word on the street was these tunnels were supposed to be ghosted, but like, who actually knows what's real anymore? Ruby cracks her knuckles, and you can see her breath puffing out in the cold air. Those lying goblins swore these tunnels were a shortcut to the 4th floor. But we've been trekking for what feels like forever, we gotta be close, right? Vera's reply was pure icy, yeah, I hope we get out of this dump ASAP. So Bandana Guy is now kneeling in front of Duke, looking absolutely terrified, and he says super respectfully, sir, one of the ore carts totally busted an axle, and the crew needs us to pause for repairs. Duke clenches his fist, so obviously annoyed, and how long is that gonna take? The poor dude is stammering again. Well, they gotta unload the whole thing before they can fix it, so it's probably gonna be a hot minute. Duke just shoots this look over at BB, who immediately tenses up and is like, geez, it's already sketchy enough in these tunnels. Can't we just, I dunno, ditch the cart?
Bro, read the room!
And Duke loses it. He just roars, excuse me. You want to go back with this sad little pile of loot? I should be left your crew back there instead of the cart. Oof, that's gotta sting. Totally flinches and backpedals so fast. My bad, sir, my bad. Hey, why don't we leave a squad of fighters, like some of the vets, to guard the cart while the rest of us keep it moving? We could have Jack's crew stay behind. They can babysit the cart and catch up later. Duke was kinda shocked, Jack's crew. But dude, they were like my team. B totally avoids eye contact, pushing his sketchy plan all nervous like, that's exactly why it should be them. You know, just in case things get wild. Sir, these tunnels could still be super dangerous. Okay, low key. That makes sense. Duke actually starts to chill out. Yeah, I feel you. This place is definitely not safe. And then his eyes wander and land on Vara, who's just standing there in the crowd, minding her own business. But y'all, Duke is now locked onto her. He turns to B and orders, BB, send that fighter back there to help them. Ow. Oh. I got a bad feeling about this. Drop a comment below if you think Duke is up to no good. BB is shook, sir. She's literally the last fighter left from the whole expedition. Duke just smirks, and his tone is final. Exactly her. The less she can spill to the crew waiting up top, the better it is for us. And poor Vara is still completely clueless about all this drama going down. She's still just vibing, deep in a convo with Ruby. BB is clearly not happy about it, but he's like, yes, sir. You can just see a busted wheel leaning against the cave wall, setting the scene. So over by the busted cart, a whole crowd is trying to fix the wheel. Jake is standing there with Kyle, just kinda looking off into space. Then he glances back and sees her. Vera, what are you doing back here? They told me to come back and help, she says. Walking over, Jake gets all awkward, scratching his head, clearly confused of, oh word.
Well, glad you're here. I guess, man, this is getting juicy.
Don't forget to smash that like button if you re-hooked. You guys, Vera just gave him this super cute shy smile, like, totally tilting her head. She was all, I'm, like, so happy to see you again too. And then she got all blushy and had to look away, aw. And Jake, bless his heart, got all shy and looked away too. Meanwhile, GC and Kyle are in the back just watching this whole rom-com unfold and start clowning them. Kyle just smacks Jake on the back, teasing him, yo, what's up with that, Jake? Bro, weren't you just saying you wanted to holler at her? Well, here's your chance, my guy. And Jake got so triggered he just straight up threw Kyle into a headlock, lol.
Jake's like, dude, shut your trap, Kyle.
But it was too late. Vera heard and was like, wait, you wanted to talk to me? Jake just lets out this super awkward laugh and is like, nah, it's nothing, don't even trip. Kyle is just dying laughing and jumps in. Nah, for real, my boy Jake is just feeling a little chilly, you know. Thought you could warm him up, and bam. Jake slaps his hand over Kyle's mouth so fast.
Get wrecked, dude! And Jake is scrambling, like, no, not me! Fries.
I was just saying I wish we had some of those bomb salt fries I made before, and Vara, what a sweetheart, just smiles and goes, yeah. I wish we could make those again too. Then she looks around the place and asks, Sue, you guys are kinda light on fighters here, right? Aren't you totally freaked out about the bugs? Jake plays it all cool, like, nah, we re good, they've been MIA for ages, peep the walls. They re dry and cracked like a road in Vegas, means they haven't been back, we re lucky, right? But then GC, the ultimate vibe killer, chimes in, I don't think so, I talked to the mechanics, the rig was cut. It didn't just break down on its own, done. G keeps going, think about it, who would do something like that? Jake throws out a guess, the workers who were sick of hauling this rig all the way to Denver. He thinks about it. You know, that's actually possible. Or Gisei adds, someone wants us to get left behind. Jake's just standing there with his arms crossed, looking hella skeptical, like, but why though? Makes zero sense. Jake's like, but that guy hasn't done squat since Oz died. Gis hits him back, totally annoyed. Duh, he's Victor's son. He's not gonna make a direct move. The dude is sneaky. The vibe just got super tense, so Kyle, trying to help, hesitantly suggests, hey guys, what if we, like, post more guards by the tunnels? Jake immediately agrees, good call, Kyle, you re on the rear guard. Then G raises his hand, bet, I'll keep an eye on him. Ooh, the shade is real. Suddenly, there's this weird crunch under Kyle's foot. He looks down. Like, what the heck? He bends down and picks up this weird, glowing blue rock, wondering, why is this random thing just chilling here? All of a sudden, this massive gust of wind rips through the cave, carrying these super creepy, echoing noises. Instantly Vera, GC, and Kyle snap their heads around, totally on high alert. Everyone's thinking the exact same thing, the guards. Jake whips his head to GC, totally stunned. What was that? GC just looks towards the screams. We've got trouble. Kyle is visibly shook. Hey guys, I think we have a major problem. Vera looks all concerned. What's wrong? He holds out that freaky blue rock he found. Get this, the rock is freaking squirming, like pulsing, so gross. Jake leans in for a closer look and his face just drops. Oh no, this is a scent gland from one of the bugs. If you re-freaking out. Smash that like button. Geek's face gets dead serious, and he asks in this low voice, where did you find it? Kyle is literally shaking as he points. It was right over there in the passage, just mixed in with the rubble. JC is like, someone planted it here, to lure the bugs, and you can just see the realization hit Jake like a freight train. It was a setup. It's a trap. Wasting no time, G asks for a status check. How far back is the rear guard? Kyle points behind them, about 30 miles back at the left fork. Kyle's like, if we book it right now, we can still get away. Vera totally agrees. Yeah, we need to ditch this rig and bail before they get here. Vara pleads it's the only way. But GC is just standing there, dead silent. And then you guys, Jake and G-Ish, just lock eyes, staring at each other with these huge, wide eyes. The tension is insane. Vera is so confused, she's like, what's wrong? Jake rubs the back of his neck, all awkward, and says, here's the deal, Vera, if we go back empty-handed without the minerals, then we're gonna have our heads for failing the mission. Hearing that, Kyle starts panicking. Well, whatever you gonna do, you better do it fast. They already got the guards. We were gonna be next. GC snaps into leader mode, yelling with total conviction. He's right, we have to move now! All fighters, you're with me! We were gonna hold them off. If we were lucky, they were just scouts and we can take them out easy. Drop a comment below and tell us
If you think they read just scouts or if it's the whole dang army.
the rest of you stay here, finish the repairs, and load up the rig. And Kyle, he orders, get that nasty thing as far away from here as you can and chuck it down the deepest hole you can find. Kyle, pinching his nose while holding the gross rock,
Replies, you got it, GC.
this thing stinks anyway. But just as everyone starts to move out, Jake suddenly yells, wait, and stops everyone in their tracks. Oh man, Cliffhanger. Hold up, he gets all nervous and is like, Evie got an idea. The cave, which was probably somewhere in the Ozarks, was full of these huge rocks and it was Dusty F. Kyle, peeking from behind a boulder, was like, EU for real think this is gonna work. Jake scopes out the whole scene and says, yo, if they're retracking us by scent, they'll follow it into this cave instead of chasing the jetaway ride. The sparkly blue stone was just chilling at the entrance. Kyle looks at Jake totally confused and goes, so, why don't we just drop this thing here and dip? Like right now. Jake laid out the big brain plan. Nah, 'cause once they see this, they'll search the whole area, and we'll have to fight them anyway. It's better to set the trap now. And then get this, you guys, Jake glances over, and Vera is hiding nearby, waving at him with this huge, gorgeous smile. My boy Jake starts blushing, and gives her this little shy smile back. He gives her a happy little wave. Kyle sees this whole exchange and is just not getting the vibe, asking, dude, why don't you just shoot your shot already? Jake just pouts, looking all emo as he answers, she's leaving the second we get topside, man. It's pointless. He sighs, totally defeated, but Kyle just claps back, all annoyed. So what? It's not gonna kill you to try, is it? Look, dude, you literally have nothing to lose. Jake still wasn't feeling it and mumbled, yeah, whatever, I'll think about it. But then, suddenly, this loud noise starts getting closer and like, way louder. Rax immediately snaps into focus. Something's coming this way. He and Kyle peek out from behind this massive rock, staring at where the sound is coming from. The noise literally makes him jump out of his skin. Yo, it was not a scout team. This absolutely massive monster just appears out of nowhere, and the screeches it was making. Ear-splitting, straight-up nightmare fuel. This enormous monster turns and looks right at Jake and his crew. He was literally shaking in his Nikes just looking at it. It was one of the big guns, a warrior from their race. Kyle was totally bugging out. All that tough talk from before was gone.
Oh my god, what are we gonna do?
But Jake noticed something. Hold up, something's off here. Look, it came alone. He kept watching the monster and made the call. Doesn't have any backup. Kyle,
Still shaking, was like, so what?
it's still a giant monster. Rax chimed in. Without other units feeding it commands, it'll be way easier to mess with its head. We can totally use this. Jake nodded, his voice all tense. Rax is right, Kyle, this is our best shot. He grabs his... The light bulb finally went off for Kyle. Without its squad, its senses would be all messed up, leaving it pretty much helpless, man. Rax is one sharp dude. Vera pulled on her helmet, her voice getting low and serious. You get behind me, I've got way more fighting experience. But he clapped back instantly. Now we were doing this together, period. She gives Jake this soft little smile and says, all right then, let's finish this and after I'll warm up anything you want. Hearing that, you guys, his face went bright red and his brain just short-circuited as he stammered.
Yeah, okay. Then Jake yells, it's here, and it's huge.
Vera just charges forward like the total boss she is.
Let's go, Jake!
She uses the rock formations to literally launch herself through the air, moving like a blur. Rax charges in with his axe, and they both start circling the monster. Flash bam, its horns were sliced clean off. The monster freaks out, roaring in pain. We got it, it's blind. Now push it towards the stalactites. Kyle and Rax use their spears to force the thing upwards, driving it straight into the sharp stalactites on the ceiling, which totally impaled the monster. Ouch. He sees huge chunks of the ceiling start to fall and yells. The cave is coming down. Jake screams out a warning to everyone, get down. And then something slams right into him. Jake gets thrown to the ground. He sits up, super dizzy, holding his head. He looks up and his eyes go wide with pure horror. Jake screams, Vara, no. She was trapped under a pile of rocks, not moving. He scrambles over to her, desperately trying to move the rocks, just pleading, don't you die on me. Please don't die, oh my god. You guys. Smash that like button if your heart is breaking right now. From across the way, Kyle sees what's happening and yells, Jake, get up. We don't have time for this. That thing is still alive and more are coming. Jake was stunned and whipped his head around, and you're not gonna believe this. 2 more giant monsters appeared, and then his whole world went pitch black. Kyle was completely lost, like, what is even happening? What the, where am I? Then Frank's voice echoes out of nowhere, Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, I've been waiting a long time for you. Meanwhile, over at some satellite relay station near Phoenix, Arizona, a seriously brutal battle was popping off. Soldiers in red armor were just steamrolling everyone. All the soldiers in blue armor were messed up and down for the count. Then a system notification popped up to a neutral zone between the Eurasian technocracy and the American Empire. The 13th Imperial Assault on Trench 42. You guys, the scene was a total wreck, like a disaster movie set on some forgotten street in Detroit. Dudes in green armor were just laid out everywhere. The system even popped up with a number, and get this. The casualty count from this whole mess was 132. But hold up, plot twist. The sergeant's hand starts twitching, and he's actually struggling to sit up. The dude raises his hand with all his remaining energy and grabs his mask. He rips the mask off with this super dramatic clang and then starts coughing like crazy. Poor guy's just gasping for air, and then suddenly, this weird sound just cuts through the silence, super creepy. The surgeon, who's totally on edge, whips his head toward the sound so fast. And you're not gonna believe it, a figure dressed in the same gear
is walking right out of the freaking fire!
The surgeon immediately goes into defense mode, aiming his weapon and yelling, "Who are you?
It's yourself, now!"
The guy walking up was Jake, and he's all chill like Unit 2406. My bad if I scared ya. The surgeon eases up a little bit. 2406, so you're from the 3rd Watch Sector. Thank God, man. Where's the rest of your squad? Jake, still wearing his mask, strolls closer and drops a bomb. I'm the only one. The surgeon is not having it, pressing him. What about my crew? My guys. Jake kind of grits his teeth and says in this low voice, "They were all gone, Sergeant. You re the only one I've found. This tea is scalding hot." And the surgeon is horrified, immediately denying it.
"No way, there have to be others. We gotta find them."
"There are always survivors," the surgeon insists. Jake tries to be the voice of reason. "Sarge, we can't be strolling around. It's way too dangerous out here." But the surgeon is dead set on it. "No, we have to." Just then, another one of those creepy sounds echoes. He's like, "What in the world is that sound?" Before he can even process it, Jake shoves the surgeon forward.
"Screaming mortar!" And boom!
A massive explosion goes off right where they were standing. Holy cow! If you think that was a close call, smash that like button. The surgeon gets thrown to the ground and starts yelling frantically, 2406. "Private, where are you at?" Jake's voice cuts through. "Right here." He rushes over to check on him. "You good, Sergeant?" The Sarge rolls over, clutching his legs and looking like he's in a world of hurt. Jake carefully checks out the wound. And yikes, shrapnel went all the way to his thigh bone. "I'll get the bleeding to stop," he says. The surgeon is just gritting his teeth, trying to man up through the pain. "Just do it." Jake scans the area, probably thinking it looks sketchier than an alleyway in downtown Miami, and says, "We can't do this out in the open." Then they duck into a busted-up tank nearby. Inside, gets ready to play doctor. "All right, Sergeant, I need you to lie down so I can patch you up." But the Sarge is hardcore. "No painkillers. Just stop the bleeding." Jake's like, "For real? This is gonna hurt like hell." "Dude," the surgeon just flops down, totally committed. "I can't afford to be all doped up. Just stop the bleeding." Jake just shrugs. "Your call, man." Meanwhile, the surgeon is messing with the locator on his arm, asking, "Is there any way to hit up HU in the neutral zone?" "I think my comm system is totally fried." Jake explains to the surgeon, "Sorry, man, the line is dead. Still can't get a signal." He sighs, totally frustrated. "So what about the mission?" Jake, who's literally digging metal out of the guy's leg, replies, "We didn't get close enough. Sarge, the package is still with them." The surgeon, fighting through the agony, keeps talking, "So they died for nothing." Jake pulls out this gnarly piece of shrapnel with tweezers. "You new to the neutral zone, aren't you, Sergeant?"
"Ooh, the shade!"
He squeezes his eyes shut, trying to take it. "I'm an activated reservist with the 4th Regiment, 5th Defense Force." Jake just keeps the chatter going to distract him. "So you on your 2nd tour as a weekend warrior?" The surgeon lifts his head a bit to ask, "What's your deal?" And Jake just replies all cool and calm, "Never left my 1st unit. I'm on my 10th year now." This totally shocks the sergeant. Damn. Jake's face is still hidden by his mask, so you can't even tell what he's thinking. What do you guys think is going on under that mask? Drop your theories in the comments below. "I just do what needs to be done," Jake says. The sergeant lets out this sarcastic little laugh. "Yeah, that's what I told my wife when I re-enlisted. She said I was nuts. But I can't live with limited citizenship, you know. I gotta have all 10, so why'd you sign up?" Jake is pulling out the last few pieces of shrapnel. Not a lot of choices for an orphan, Sergeant, especially one who wants to be a citizen. Oof. Right in the feels, the last piece comes out, and Jake grabs a can of antiseptic spray. The sergeant looks up at him. "You love this country, don't you?" And this question actually makes Jake chuckle. He doesn't answer. Just starts spraying the wound. The audacity. The sergeant is getting annoyed at being ghosted. "Did I say something funny?" A corner of Jake's mouth twitches up. No, Sergeant, not exactly. He's being so mysterious. And I'm done. Sit tight for a minute and let the meds do their thing. The sergeant struggles to sit up, probably thinking his days of jogging around Boston Common are totally over. Then out of nowhere, Jake says, if we wait a bit, I think we can sneak back in. No need to run. Jake's suggestion totally throws the sergeant for a loop. Go back. No way, we can't go back. Look, this ain't the time for a big speech. Private, that sensor has got to get wrecked. And you and I are gonna see this through. One way or another. Jake just kinda nodded, his voice super low. Sarge, no offense, but you re-bugging out. That thing is locked down by 4 gun nests and like dozens of soldiers. It's this massive machine with 2 power cells, surrounded by 4 giant mechs. We lost 3 whole squads trying to take that thing. There's no way 2 of us can clutch this. He stood across from him and scoffed. Besides, Sarge, you can barely even stand up. And I am not about to run back into that absolute meat grinder. Jake took off his helmet and set it down, looking up and totally speaking his mind. Honestly, I'd rather just wait for a chance to dip out and get back to our spot. You could literally see the sergeant's eyebrow twitch. I can give you a direct order. You know that, Private. Jake just narrowed his eyes and shot back, not giving an inch. You could, Sarge, but I'd rather get jammed up by the brass than go face those cannons. His eyes were flashing, like he was really trying not to blow up. The sergeant just hung his head and let out this super heavy sigh. All right, fine, I can't make you. I'll just roll the dice myself when I get a shot. Jake frowned, looking totally frustrated. Then his whole expression changed, a little flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Sarge, you know who owned that stronghold we took over a year ago? The one just off the highway outside Reno. With a super tired look, the sergeant squinted and was like, the enemy, duh, with a dead serious face. Jake started spilling all the tea on what they'd been through. Yeah, well, I was one of the guys fighting there, and a year ago they had it. The year before that, it was ours. It's wild. Year after year, battle after battle, for real nothing actually changes. This war just keeps going. This isn't a war. Dude, it's a slaughterhouse. Both sides are just cleaning house with their own people. The poor, the refugees, the homeless from the streets of Philly. They promise us citizenship after 10 years of this crap. But nobody even makes it 6 months. We all fell for the scam. As he finished, the sergeant's face was a total mask of shock. We were just defending ourselves. You could see him totally spiraling. I bet their leaders are saying the exact same thing. Right, Sergeant? Everybody thinks they re the good guy, even when they re so not. The sergeant gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with disbelief. You've been broken by all this, haven't you? He glanced over and answered, cool as a cucumber. Nah, I'm just spitting facts. I've seen way more of this war than you, Sarge. And I know if you go out there for that sensor, you're gonna die for absolutely nothing. Life moves on, the war moves on, and your wife is gonna be all alone, until one day she can't take it, and just moves on with her life. Oof, the sergeant was speechless, his eyes all confused and conflicted. He looked down, totally crushed by his memories. I told her to move on. Jake leaned against the wall, just staring off into space. Is that right? His voice dropped, and you could hear the sadness he couldn't even hide. I told her to move on. I didn't want her just waiting around for some dude who might not even come back. I came here expecting to punch my ticket. 2,406. I hope you can get that. I will finish the mission. Without even opening his eyes, Jake replied, ice cold. And suit yourself, my guy. Even though his eyes were screaming, I'm terrified. The sergeant's face was all determination. We are going to finish the mission and bring. And then boom. An explosion rocked the place. The whole room was shaking, and Jake could barely stay on his feet. Artillery, he whipped his head around, wondering did they find us. They both moved super cautiously, peeking through a gap in the rubble to see outside. Seeing the figures out there, they both felt this huge wave of relief. It was our boys. Hitting the trenches again. Suddenly a hand snatched the helmet. We have to get out there now. We can use the distraction to get to the sensor. It's not far, maybe 160 yards. The sergeant slowly put his helmet on. A hint of this is a bad idea still on his face. His voice sounded all warm and sincere, which was hilarious. Sergeant, trust me on this. You're not gonna make it. The sergeant's face was so tense, like he was fighting himself. But this is our chance. Jake's eyes flashed, full of doubt. A chance for what, exactly? The sergeant gritted his teeth, his gaze totally locked in, to be remembered, to do something that matters, so that they died for a reason. The two just stood there, staring each other down in silence. Drop a comment below. Whose side are you on? Jake finally asked, so who died? Without even hesitating, he answered, my men, the ones I was supposed to lead, the ones who trusted me to bring them home. Oh my god, the ones. I'm so sorry. For real. Picture this, you got a massive moon just hanging in the sky, making all these fluffy white clouds glow. It was a whole vibe. So the two of them are literally leaning on each other just to walk. One of them goes, Yo, you think we even won this round? And the other's like, backup's on the way from Houston, that's a Y in my book. But you could totally tell he was in a world of hurt. The surgeon's eyes were just filled with questions, like, bro, how are you so chill right now? I'm trying to be all brave and whatever, but this is freaking hard, man. Hearing this, Jake, didn't even hesitate. Evie got something that keeps me straight, that's all. Then he kinda glances over and asks super cautiously. Like something you'd literally die for. Jake just answers all chill. You could say that, Sarge. Ian the surgeon just zoned out, totally lost in the sauce. He's just spaced out, trying to compute, you know. Then he says all serious, Eric, just call me Eric. Jake throws up a hand to his boy. Alright, Eric. The squad just calls me Jake. He gets this little frown, and his eyes get all sharp and intense. And look, Eric, you got it all twisted. We don't make a difference by kicking the bucket. We make a difference by living, bro. The dead can't change squat, only the living can. The surgeon grips his buddy's hand. So, you re-saying it's not my time to check out. A little smirk pops up on Jake's face. Nah, I don't think so, but hey, what do I know? And the look he gave, you guys, was packed with meaning. And it's like you can still hear him say, look, Eric, you were wrong. We don't change anything by dying. We change things by living. The dead can't change the world, only we can. Then bam, this crazy bright blue light flashes, and you see this young dude's face crystal clear, and those words he said. 100% no cap facts. Seeing this whole scene play out, Frank just had to comment, yeah, your past is showing you a pretty interesting character. Then Mike hits him with the full government name, Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, AE, and let me tell you, the tension was thick. What do you even want from me? Why am I even here? And the other guy's eyes are glowing with this creepy, soulless vibe, like he's seeing right through everything. Mike is looking so stressed, arms crossed like he's trying to hold in an explosion. The guy just bows his head, talking all slow. My people always say I talk too much. Maybe it's just better if I show you. Ooh, the drama! Mike's eyes are screaming, I am not comfortable. Like he knows something huge is about to pop off. He's like, you were gonna... And then snap! A finger snap echoes. Oh my god, you guys. Smash that like button if you think this is about to get wild. Before he could even process, Mike gets straight up yeeted into this pitch black void. He's in some random place he can't even name. Probably somewhere weird like Gary, Indiana. Where the heck am I? Mike snaps his head around, totally on guard. A wave of pure panic hits him and he stumbles back. Wait, what? He totally loses his balance and just flops right on the floor, Lumao. He's frozen solid while all eyes wide, jaw on the floor, just staring at the back of this figure, huh? And the guy just strolls on over, cool as a cucumber. So the head honcho's eyes are glued to Frank, all hopeful like, quick, spill the tea, give me the good news. Frank gets all formal, bows his head and kneels down. I bring a message from Graham, my lord, so extra! Hearing this, the boss looks genuinely shocked. He can't even hide it. He already handled the Corrigan problem. For real. I swear I'm gonna lose my mind if I hear one more of my minds got wrecked. The dude puts a hand on his chest. Every move is super formal. You don't need to worry, my lord. His army is busy dealing with that threat from Tusk and that annoying army up in the north. And then a super happy laugh rings out. Excellent. Just excellent. Mike's eyes are all distant, like he's deep in his thoughts. Corrigan K. Wait a minute, because, according to his memories, those guys were supposed to be totally wiped out. After dropping that bomb, Frank just dips, leaving this super heavy silence. His face was absolutely shook, like he just discovered a secret level from the God era. This is a memory from, centuries ago. Frank suddenly stops and says in this deep, warm voice, my lord, you know how to reach me. I've reported everything you need to make your next move. Mike's just standing there, motionless, like time literally stopped. So that guy is the monster who united all the species and took over the whole world. He looks nothing like the paintings in the caves. What a catfish. The boss then speaks. His words are simple, but they hit hard. Thank you, Frank. I hope we can trust that what Cress said will work out for us. With a super serious look, the guy puts a hand on his chest and bows his head respectfully. You don't need to worry, my lord. He will never, ever disappoint you. And today is no different. After saying that, Frank just turns and walks away, posture perfect. Everyone just stared at his back as he left. What an exit! Nobody said another word. Everyone just quietly bounced from the place. As the last person walked out, the door just slammed shut. Mike's eyes were still bugging out, his mind just a tornado of confused thoughts. What do you guys think is going on? Drop your theories in the comments and don't forget to subscribe. But why? Total confusion was written all over Mike's face as he glanced back. What? Why is Cram ghosting me? Is this dude seriously defying me? Nah, Cram is loyal for real, but to who? A crazy scream just ripped out of Mike as he clutched his head. Ouch. Are those even my thoughts? Did I mess up this bad?
No way, I can't lose!
I can't stop it. Impossible. There's just way too much to do. Like, way too much. The pain just vanished as fast as it showed up. Mike stood there frozen, totally back to his senses. Controlling him is easier said than done. Huh. He balled up his fists, his look getting dead serious as he demanded, "Who do you serve? Are you his strategist or something?" Frank's voice rang out, super flat yet totally chilling. "You could say that. I serve one of Esh's guardians and the empire he built, from its spot on Fifth Avenue all the way to its downfall." Crossing his arms, Mike quietly shot back, "Sounds pretty extra." Frank then started to spill the tea, explaining everything one by one. "I'm what you'd call an og, but I'm no god. 8. There are things way beyond my power, cycles of rise and fall and rise again. I want to restore the empire to its glory days, and to do that I need a worthy emperor." Mike stayed silent, arms still crossed, his face a perfect picture of his simmering rage. Frank spread his arms wide, like he was welcoming him to a Hollywood premiere. "I have been waiting, Leonard. I have waited for you for a very, very long time." He shot back with a raised eyebrow. "You got the wrong guy, my dude. I'm Greyboggy, the lowest of the low. I've got nothing for you." He pointed to his temple. "You re-underestimating yourself. Your body might be a baji, but the mind of an outsider has completely devoured the og's soul inside." His eyes went wide, devoured. "But what about Mike?" The being nodded. "Yup, devoured, like a big fish swallowing a smaller one. I see now. The name of this body is Mike, correct? So weird. Your memories are filled with you just talking to yourself, and your behavior is also super random." As he said this, Frank reached out a hand. "I need to give you a proper checkup." Mike threw up a hand to block him.
Yelling no! That's enough!
The second the words left his mouth, a crazy bright light flared up. The being's cold face shifted to one of amusement as he took a small step back. "It seems I went too far. I nearly lost myself to my own curiosity, my bad." Even Mike didn't recognize that light. "What was that?" The being's voice, even though he was giving a compliment, was still deep and steady. "Impressive, very impressive, even in this place. Your mind is already adapting to this new world and starting to take control." Mike couldn't help but scowl, super annoyed. "So now that you're out of my head, let's talk. Who even are you? Not what's your job, but what are you?" The being took off his mask, and behind it was just a void of outer space. Absolutely nothing. Mike wasn't all that surprised, figuring he had to be something wild from out near Area 51. He put his mask back on and replied, "This is just my current vibe. If I don't find a descendant soon, this emptiness will just keep expanding. I feed on the faith of those who believe in my master and his crew, especially those who worship me. Without that, I'm starving, and this place will just eat me whole." Mike put the pieces together. "So that's why you want to restore the empire. You need followers to keep from fading away." Frank didn't deny it. "Facts, the more people who believe in my master, the more I get my power back. So come on, let me hook you up with my power, and together we shall restore the world." Mike shot him down instantly, a refuse. The being was totally stunned. "What? I've read enough history to know power like that is never free. There's always a catch. Not only that, you won't even tell me what this power does, which is a massive red flag. So yeah, hard pass. Now if you send me back, I'll wish you luck finding your next candidate. What would you guys do? Drop a comment if you take the deal." A heavy, murderous vibe poured off of Frank. He could crush you like an insect. But even with the threat, Mike just calmly crossed his arms. The absolute nerve of this guy. "You could, but I bet you don't have enough juice left to pull it off. Trying that would cost you way more energy than you. We got to spare." The being froze. Mike smirked, totally pressing his advantage. In fact, based on what I've seen, I think I can bounce out of this place without any of your help. Let's test that theory, shall we?" Mike squeezed his eyes shut and then snapped them open again. The arrogant punk cursed under his breath. Frank placed a hand on his forehead in a super mocking way. "Leaving isn't exactly a walk in Central Park, you know. Leonard, you were right. My power is limited, and the only way for me to recharge enough to send you back is for you to become my partner." Mike shot back, annoyed. He don't like being threatened. The being tried to sweet-talk him. "This is hardly a threat. It's just a fair trade. If you think Mike is a total boss for standing up to him, smash that like button. I'll hook you up with the power you need to bounce from this dump and make a huge name for yourself. And in return, you just gotta help me out with a few things. How's this for a deal? The help I need is you freeing my crew and getting some epic revenge on my enemies. Stuff that only a legend like you can pull off. My people are locked up tight, just like me, and deal or no deal. My enemies are gonna be your enemies sooner or later, trust." And Leah's like, kinda intrigued. "Are those the creepy masked figures standing around Ennis's throne?" The being explained, "Yup, I need them to fall in line, and honestly, so do you. Come on, Leonard, just take my offer already. You were totally prepared for the craziness ahead. I promise. The power to get free is right there for the taking. And all I need is for you to use that juice to set me free. Come with me. I promise I won't steer you wrong. He was like, right up in his personal space, really pushing him to bust them both out. Leo finally caved.
All right, fine, let's do it. Hearing this, Frank clapped his hands, all hyped up. Excellent.
You are not going to regret this, my dude. Then he put his palms on the sides of Leo's head like,
all right, now we gotta. And zap!
This insane surge of power shot into his brain, and smoke started pouring off him.
What the heck?
What did you just do to me? As he was talking, Mike just straight up passed out to him. Frank's image got all blurry, with the voice saying, don't worry. It'll all be clear soon enough. Leonard, I am so looking forward to our awesome partnership. Suddenly, Leo's eyes fly open, and he bolts upright. Where the heck am I? Kate's eyes went wide with shock. Leo's awake. Victor got this smug grin and said, see. He's tough, I told you I didn't actually off him. Leo, all confused, asked, how long was I out? The other guy replied, about 2 hours. Do you have any idea what happened to you? He just answered vaguely, not really, everything's a total blur, just as Tony was talking with his arms crossed. This massive noise echoed out of nowhere.
It's nothing, we just have to, but then bam!
Everyone's head whipped toward the sound. A huge crack just appeared on that freaky door covered in masks. Whoa, look, it's opening. Victor gave Leo this sly look. What a crazy coincidence. He just replied casually. Yeah, right. The door slowly creaked open. And Emma asked, all curious, I wonder where it leads. Dan replied, only one way to find out. The whole squad headed deep inside, and as Leo's hand brushed past some vines, Kate literally gasped at this tiny, ancient castle that looked straight out of a fairy tale. Victor warned them, we need to be careful. Y'all, there could be a hive nearby. Then one of the guys squinted, pointing off in the distance. Nah, I don't think so. Look, those are rock-eater nests. If a real hive was here, this whole place would have been chewed down to nothing ages ago. Kate praised, these buildings are gorgeous. He couldn't help but agree. Yeah, for real, whoever built these was a straight-up genius. Leo then pointed in one direction. Hey, hold up, that doesn't look very old. 2 statues that looked like they were made of solid gold appeared. How could they be so brand new? It's like there's an invisible shield protecting them from the grime of downtown, L.A. or something? Who even are these people? Next to it was a smaller statue. She pointed towards the other one, and he stared at the ancient writing on it. It literally said, she who betrayed her own people for her monster boo.
Oh, the drama!
Emma was completely floored. Wait, you can actually read that. And he just calmly replied, anyone who went to community college can read and Sadian. Let us know in the comments if you think he's being a little extra right now. And don't forget to smash that like button. Lisa totally groaned. Like, for real, is every single thing we find down here named after some rando? Victor snapped back, all annoyed. It's Lisa. And she wasn't some rando. She was legit the most famous goblin boss ever. That's why her name is slapped on everything. But she just waved him off like, whatever dude, I couldn't care less what it's called. I just want to know if there's any loot worth grabbing. Meanwhile, Leo was just chilling on a wall, minding his own business. And this dude walks up like,
yo Leo, what's good?
Feel like you've been ghosting me lately, man. The guy just shrugged, and even looking at him, nah, it's nothing, just, cut a deal with a monster, no biggie. Bro, what are you even talking about? He rubbed his chin, looking off into the distance. He promised he'd fix all our messes. Honestly though, I'm kinda sus if he's even got the juice to help anyone. The kid got all worried, like, dude, what if he's just playing you? Leo's response was ice cold. Oh, he totally is. He wants me to be his little puppet king. Hearing that, the other guy was completely shook. What? Bro, why would you ever agree to that? Leo got a little defensive, feeling the heat. Look, I got this 8. Don't even trip. The kid just pouted, muttering, I really hope you know what you're doing, man. Just then, Kate walked over, looking super confused. Are you talking to yourself? Leo didn't even blink. Sometimes, yeah. So you find anything good? The girl sitting next to him asked. Nah, zip you. Leo just held up this busted old gun. Just this ancient piece that looks like a dollar store magic wand. Pew pew. Kate was like, can we even use this thing? And his voice was deadpan. Only if you were trying to get yourself deleted. Looking at the gun, Kate was like, ew. This thing looks like it was fished out of a sewer in Miami. Jake totally cut them off. 8 temples clear. We found a back door and jacked some gear. Mike sat up, suddenly interested. Bet, now you were talking. When Emma gets back, we'll scope out what's really out there, Victor asked, putting the weapon down. So what's the tea on this? It's all about our main character, the hero who's supposed to, erase his dad's bad karma for us. I wonder who that's supposed to be. Then, from way off in the distance, someone yelled, "You! What up, fam?" And it was Emma, waving her hand all hyped up. Check out what I found stashed away. Jake frowned at it, asking, can you even read that? She closed her eyes, touched his arm, and said all playful, "Nope, but you can." Victor looked like he was about to blow a fuse. And why the heck should I do that? The girl tried to pull the puppy dog eyes, all like, "Because I'm adorable." But lol, it totally backfired. Then Emma smirked. "And because you need my magic to stay alive, duh." Victor was so irritated. "Ugh, fine, let me think about it." Mike put on his hat and was like, the squad's all here, let's bounce. For real, we need to see if there are any better options than crashing in this dusty old temple tonight. Kate asked, all curious. "What do you think we're gonna find out there?" The other guy was skeptical. "I dunno, let's just hope it's better than this dump."
And then bam!
An old town just sitting in this huge open space, surrounded by forests and mountains like something from a postcard. So Tony and the crew creep into this ghost town to check things out. The sun was absolutely blazing, and the houses, which looked like they hadn't been touched since the 90s, were covered in moss. "Tony, my dude, where are you going?" He just suddenly bolted forward. The sorcerer yelled out, totally annoyed, "Tony, where the heck are you running off to now?" Mike looked around, completely lost, and asked, "Yo Jake, whose turf is this?" He scanned the area for a sec before answering, "Nobody's. This place is ancient, fam. Like older than anything I've ever seen. Maybe Lisa's people." After hearing that, he was just like, "Beats me." So Jake slid over to the sorceress. "Emma, you got any intel on this architecture? It's giving weird. I have never seen this style before in my life. I know there are a ton of ancient ruins all over the place, but this spot is a whole different vibe." She thought for a second before answering no, but doesn't this place smell kind of familiar? "I can't explain it, but it's giving me major déjà vu right now." He knelt down and put his hand on the ground. "Whoa, interesting. I can feel a straight-up energy current flowing through this place." Victor was totally zoned in, feeling it through his fingertips. "Even after all this time, I bet you something here is still alive." Sam looked around and spoke up. "Maybe it's a frontier town or something. Could it be a mining settlement?" Mike nodded. "That's totally possible." He looked back, thinking hard. "It's like one of those historical sites back home. Like someone tried to build a little piece of Austin, Texas right here in the middle of nowhere." Kate spoke gently. "Find something you want to take home." Tony just pointed at a statue with total disgust. Who in their right mind would build junk like this? But the girl was not having it. "Are you kidding? They were beautiful. They remind me of some of those sick murals we've seen." Tony scoffed and pointed somewhere else.
And that stuff too! What a total waste!
"It's literally just gold carved into stone slabs, in front of every house. Each one had this tall stone tablet with strange writing you couldn't even begin to read." Jake walked over to get a closer look at one and said, "I wouldn't be so quick to call it a waste. Unless we know what they ray for, we can't just say they were useless." Mike totally agreed with him. Victor added, "He's right. Something major definitely went down here. Just look at the energy flowing through this place." A faint, spooky white smoke started swirling around the stone tablet. He figured that someone must have gone to some serious trouble to build this place, and building it right next to a cave network full of smoke crystals has to be connected. Tony finally gave up arguing and changed the subject. "Alright, fine, so they were not a total waste, but we should at least swipe a few things." Victor just gave Tony a look. "And if you know that look, drop a comment below. Obviously. But first we need to find the source of these tremors. I want to know if anyone's still running this joint." And with that, everyone started moving deeper into the town. Mike pointed as they walked. "Looks like all these paths lead to the city center." Kate looked at him, confused. "What's over there?" Mike just said, hopefully, some answers. The sun was just beating down on these crazy tall, massive buildings. The architecture was meticulously designed, looking both gorgeous and totally epic. Stone tablets were in front of every single house. The sorceress was staring, completely in awe. And even Victor next to her couldn't stop himself from yelling, "This is absolutely incredible.
Wow, what a discovery!"
Smash that like button if you rehyped. Hold up. A giant black orb just materialized in front of everyone, and Game starts freaking out.
Yelling, "Dude, the thing is massive!"
"I'm totally hypnotized by that goth disco ball." "Yeah, it's actually kind of pretty," Game whispered, reaching out to touch it like a total space cadet. "So incredible." And then whum. Kate just decks him right in the side of the head. Game grabs his skull, slowly coming back to reality. "Oh, thanks Kate. I needed that." But get this, the drama isn't over. Tony was still totally zoned out, drifting towards the orb muttering, "So beautiful," just as his fingers were about to graze it. Mike dives in and yanks his hand back. Tony snaps out of it, looking completely spooked, and Mike gets all serious. "Bro, for real, it's probably not a good idea to touch that thing." Across the way, Victor gets the same smackdown from Dan. Game looks back and is like, "Okay, interesting, looks like it's only messing with the gray-skinned crew." Kate got super tense, whispering, "You think it's a trap?" Game lays out his theory. "Well, we'd have to touch it to be sure, and I'm thinking that's a hard pass for me." She thought about it for a sec and was like, yeah, you rewrite. Only a total bird brain would touch something that's sketchy. But then Game's mind gets stuck on a word Kate just used. Wait, birds. She's all confused. Like, what? What about M? Game drops his voice all low and mysterious. Look around. Tell me what's missing. Kate's still not getting it, so she just shrugs and guesses, I dunno, pigeons from Central Park. Game scans the whole place and explains. It's not just the birds. There's no dirt, no trash. This city has to be hundreds of years old. But the streets are spotless. Cleaner than a surgeon's office in Beverly Hills. Hearing that, Kate starts to realize how messed up this place is. So who's the magical cleaning service? And right on cue, a hellstorm of arrows starts raining down on them from out of nowhere. Victor screams, incoming, and Game snaps his shield up just in time. You guys, an arrow rips straight through his shield. Game's blood ran ice cold. He looks up and sees a whole welcome wagon of dudes on the roof aiming bows right at them. And he just deadpans. Well, I think we just found our answer. Kate looks at the hostiles and is like, you think we can, talk to them? The figures up top just keep yelling a bunch of gibberish. Suddenly, one of them gets tagged and goes down hard. Lisa just loses it, roaring. Shut your traps. Game gives her this helpless look like, I was about to say probably not, but go off, I guess. His face gets dead serious as he gets into a stance and orders. All right, everyone get ready. Looks like we gotta throw down. The masked psychos leap down from the roofs, weapons out. As these freaks charge in, Mike groans, Tony, grab your weapon. I'm getting so sick of fighting all the time. Tony was already squaring up, you and me both. Man, Victor chimes in from the side. Yeah, make that all three of us. The mage was not about to back down, though. Her eyes were lit with fire. We are all over this.
Kate, get behind me!
Tony's crew immediately got into formation as the masked creatures closed in for the attack. Then it was just a full-on, chaotic brawl. Our crew fought like beasts, sending enemies flying everywhere. All of a sudden, a whole volley of arrows came screaming right at Mike. But he's got moves like Jagger. He ducked and weaved, dodging every single arrow like he was in the Matrix. Mike shot a sharp look behind him and perfectly dodged a sneak attack coming from a masked enemy's blind spot. Game looked at the attacker and sneered, nice aim, loser. He launched a brutal counter right at the black masked dude. It wasn't a one-hit KO. The enemy clutched his stomach, totally wrecked. The guy's staggering around, muttering something in a totally alien language. Game is trying to make sense of it, thinking, what dialect is that? It's not Anside, and it's definitely not something local. A second later, the black masked enemy just collapses in a heap. The other masked dudes see it, and they all look over. And you can just feel the panic. The fallen guy is trembling, trying to say something to his buddies. The blue masked one replies in that same freaky language. And then you guys are not gonna believe this, the black masked dude's hand starts turning to dust. Game glances nervously at his team. Tony and Lisa are in the thick of it, fighting desperately. Victor is in a total trance, just raining down arrows one after another. A ton of enemies were getting picked off by his arrows, but the rest of them just kept charging like a horde of monsters. The mage and Dan were holding the line, playing defense and ready to strike back at any second. Game is sizing up the whole battlefield and decides, okay, I gotta draw their fire. I need to give everyone else a chance to breathe. They might be small, he thinks, but these guys are no joke. Just then, the blue masked leader raises a hand, gives a signal, and yells something in that weird language. Game catches it, and he's a little surprised. All the other masked figures start backing up toward their blue leader. Mike gets on high alert, backing up too, like, are they surrendering? No way, they probably want me to 1v1 this little guy.
What do you guys think is gonna happen? Drop it in the comments!
The blue masked figure steps forward by himself and charges right at him. Game carefully sizes up his opponent, getting ready for a showdown. This guy's mask is a different color. Why is that? Game thought as he blocks the first hit. He talks some trash. You ain't all that, are you? The blue masked enemy just stumps his foot hard on the ground, powering up for his next move. He was just spouting some wild nonsense, charging in like a total psycho. Mike, with ice in his veins, just stomps the blue masked dude's spear right into the dirt, making the guy flinch like he touched a hot stove. He was so over it and just booted the blue masked dude hard, like, I ain't got time to play with some training dummy from a dusty gym in Philly. The guy clutched his chest, big drama queen. The blue masked dude sits up, points at Gabe, and just keeps screaming absolute gibberish. Okay, so he grabs his shield and spear, getting all serious now. I guess playtime is officially over. Then suddenly, this loud shout, yo shorty,
get out of the way!
Mike whips around, totally stunned, like, aw crap! He was out of there, completely bugging out and screaming,
get out of my way!
The masked goons were so clueless. They just stood there like mannequins at a mall in Dallas, just watching him dip. Then this massive fireball comes flying in hot. They get hit dead on and are instantly toast, only able to let out these helpless little screams. One of them actually managed to make a break for it, but he ran smack into Hank. Hank gave the masked dude this savage death glare. Like, and where do you think you re-going, buddy? Seeing this, the blue masked dude just collapses to his knees, totally defeated. He was shook, muttering more of that crazy talk that literally no one could understand. Whoosh, a sharp arrow comes flying in super fast. It totally nails his buddy who was still, on fire behind him. The blue mask guy couldn't help but look, his face a total mask of surprise. In like a blink, his buddy just poofs into dust, and his mask clatters onto the ground. Hank strolls over to help Gabe up, grinning. About dang time you showed up. He potted, all like, hey, you were fine, I had to go help the others first. He shot the mage an annoyed look. Maybe a little heads up next time. Ha. She tapped her head, all embarrassed. Sorry, did that go off a little bigger than I thought. Meanwhile, the blue masked dude is on the ground, practically worshipping Victor's shoes. Hank walks over and asks, yo, who are these clowns? Gabe drops his theory. I think they're followers of Graham, one of your strategists. Just reach down and grab the blue masked one. I bet he'll spill all the tea. But the second Gabe touched him, the blue masked dude just vanished poof, leaving only his mask and clothes behind, which left Gabe totally speechless, like, ah. Victor screamed a warning. Got archers. He fired an arrow at the enemy, but it just smacked into a stone wall and snapped in half, total fail. Mike saw that and just started laughing, teasing him, and I thought you were supposed to be a sharpshooter or something. Victor snapped back. Shut it. He turned to check on the rest of the squad. Is everyone good? A tense Kate suggested. We refine, but a few of them dipped out. The sun's setting. We should probably head back to the cave. Victor shut that down. That's a terrible plan. We have no idea what kind of creepy crawlies could follow us up from that abyss. Mike stepped in to be the adult. How about this? We take over a house on the edge of town, maybe down by the docks in Baltimore, and just board it up before it gets dark. Hank looked sketched out. You think that'll actually be safe enough? Mike could only shrug. Only one way to find out, right? Cue the sound of two people running like their lives depend on it. It's Lisa, with a woman carrying a little Gabe, and they are hauling ass like they just escaped a horror movie. The woman yelled while running, don't stop.
We were almost there.
Lisa looked back, totally worried.
We're Dad!
The woman tried to calm Lisa down. Your father is leading them away. Sweetie, just keep running. She and the girl scrambled towards a cave up ahead, when suddenly this huge, monstrous shadow just appeared. The woman and Lisa froze. Completely terrified, the woman gritted her teeth, not daring to make a sound, her eyes just screaming pure panic. The woman stared hard at the cave, not letting her guard down for a single second. Then she risked a quick glance over her shoulder. The woman spotted a tiny crack in the cave wall, just big enough to hide in. She placed Gabe inside it and told Lisa, my sweet girl, I need you to take your brother as deep into this crack as you can possibly go. She freaked out, reaching for her mom. Mom, no. But her mom gave Lisa and Gabe this super stern warning look. I have to lead them away, and I need you two to stay in here and be absolutely silent when no one's around. You come out and run to the gate to get help from that person. Smash that like button if you on the edge of your seat. She was unbelievably anxious and stressed, but Mom eyed the woman cut her off, her face dead serious. Lisa, this is the only way. I'm so sorry I have to make you do this all by yourself, but I need you and Gabe to be safe. You'll do that for me, right? She tried to argue, but her mom wasn't having it, looking at Lisa with pure determination. I need you to look after your brother. Lisa squeezed her eyes shut, finally giving in. Her mom, relieved, managed a gentle smile. That's my girl. Suddenly, a noise echoed nearby, and she whipped her head around in a total panic.
Ong, it's coming!
Get in the crack now. Lisa whipped around and yanked her brother, practically dragging him.
Come on, Mike, move it!
Their mom flashed them this heartbreakingly sweet smile, just before she was gone. I love you both so much. And just like that, it was just Mike and Lisa, huddled in that little crack in the rock, trying to be super quiet like their mom said. Then, this gigantic monster, like something out of a nightmare, stomped right past the cave entrance. Mike totally lost it when he saw the thing and just started wailing. Lisa slapped her hand over his mouth, like, shike dude. You gonna get us unalived? Everything went dead silent outside, way too quiet, no sign of that thing anywhere. He finally started to chill out a little, but Mike and Lisa were on high alert, peeking out every 2 seconds. And then bam! One of the monster's massive claws just hooked right into the opening of their hiding spot. Its freaking claw snagged Mike's pants, and he went full on panic mode, just screaming his head off. He kept yelling, Lisa, help me! And in like a split second, the monster just ripped him right out of there. She lunged for him, but her fingers just grazed his shirt. Lisa was absolutely losing her mind, scrambling around and screaming, Mike, where are you? Mike! Then this super creepy voice echoed. Where's your brother, hub Lisa? She flinched instantly on defense mode. Mom, Dad. And these, Like ghostly shapes of her parents appeared, but they looked totally messed up and terrifying. The creepy voice just kept going, "We told you to watch him. How could you let him get taken?" Lisa just broke, sobbing her eyes out, trying to explain through the tears.
Mom, I didn't mean to. I tried. I really, really did.
The sound of bloody footsteps got closer and closer. "You have to be punished." The shadows of two straight-up demons lunged at her, and she squeezed her eyes shut, throwing her arms up like it would do any good. Lisa shot straight up in bed, totally drenched in sweat. She slumped back against her pillow and muttered to herself, "Another one. Great, wow. Smash that like button if you ever had a nightmare that felt way too real." Lisa put her hand to her head, just letting the sobs rack her body. With puffy eyes and feeling like her heart weighed a ton, she just numbly brushed her hair. She ate breakfast alone. Just as she was about to bounce, a voice stopped her cold. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Lisa jumped a mile high and spun around. "Oh, hey, ghost, morning." He was just casually leaning against the wall. "Nightmares again?" he asked, totally deadpan. She just gave a sad little nod. "Yeah, the day we lost them." Ghost looked super concerned. "You should take the day off, for real. I'll cover your shift." Lisa just leaned back against the wall and let out this hollow, humorless laugh. "Yeah, right? Can't do that. There were barely enough people to run this janky mushroom farm as it was. Too many got shipped off to the mines out near Scranton, Pennsylvania, and if she didn't work, nobody ate. Simple as that." He let out this big sigh, looking totally helpless. "All right, I get it. Just try not to burn yourself out, okay?" She nodded. "Okay, any word from the expedition crew?" Ghost just shook his head, looking kinda sketchy. Sorry, he was, like, waving his hands around, trying to explain and keep her from freaking out. "But look, they've only been gone a couple of months. I'm sure we'll get some news soon. Your bro's a tough dude. I'm sure he's good." But Lisa's heart just sank. Lep is tough. But Mike, she thought. She straightened up, looked right at Ghost, sighed, and tried to get her game face on. She managed a tiny smile. "You rewrite, Ghost. I gotta keep my head up." Lisa stood on her tiptoes and gave him a super quick, shy little peck on the cheek. "Aw." Lisa waved, her smile suddenly genuine. "Thanks for always having my back. See ya tonight." He went beet red, touching the spot on his cheek like he couldn't believe it, and stammered back, "Yeah, see ya. Okay, so picture this, a huge spread of food on this long counter. Lisa's in line, stretching, probably sore from, well, existing. She glances down at her plate and mutters, "Cheese again. Wow, they were really spoiling us, huh?" Then she spots the cup next to her plate and thinks, "Ooh, mushroom beer, too bad. Haven't had this in forever." She picks up her sandwich. They're probably scared we're gonna riot again with how much work they're repiling on, Lisa thought, taking a bite. Whatever. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Suddenly, some major gossip catches her attention. "Yo, did you hear about that throwdown?" Lisa wiped her mouth, her ears instantly perking up, tuning into the tea being spilled at the next table. Did you guys hear about that fight? One of the 3 elf girls, you know. The one who knows everything was dishing. Some goblin tried to get slick with an elf girl, and her whole squad just rolled up and wrecked him." Lisa glances over, spoon halfway to her mouth. "For real, wait again?" Abalagda asked, looking totally sus. "What day, I mean, again?" The girl spilled more tea. "Didn't the exact same thing go down last week?" Lo scrunched up her face, thinking, then jumped in. She's right. Goblins are always on some gremmy nonsense like that." Abalagda jumped to her feet, fists clenched, totally seeing red. "Those nasty goblins. I swear I want to run up on every last one of them." A green-skinned dude at a table nearby, probably chillin' on his break from his shift down at 123 Main Street in Austin, Texas, whipped his head around when he heard her yelling. Lore gritted her teeth and hissed, "Yo, Abalagda, shut up. You trying to get us all in trouble." But Abalagda just calmly pointed behind her. "Who's gonna tell? Nobody here is gonna snitch on us. The only person who can even hear us is that weirdo chick over there." All 3 of them turned to stare right where Abalagda was pointing. Ooh. The drama! Let us know in the comments, what's the craziest thing you've ever overheard? And the weirdo chick was just our girl Lisa, minding her own business on a rock. She looked around all confused, like, "My bad." Lore quickly turned back to her friend. "Abalagda, you remaking a scene? Chill out." Riza shot a look back, like, "Yo, chill out, you totally freaking her out." Then her whole vibe shifted. "Hey, you wanna roll with us or what?" Lisa was just, like, completely shook. "Wait, for real?" Lori got this sneaky little smirk. "Don't sweat it, we don't bite," she teased, clearly thinking about some old drama. But, Abalagda just might. That girl went beet red and had to act all tough. It was one time, literally just once, and you guys never let it go." Lori just pointed around, introducing the crew. "Anyway, I'm Lori. This is Riza, and that's Abalagda. She's just all angsty, cause she's worried sick about her little bro. Total softy on the inside. I'm Lisa. Wait, is your brother on that expedition?" "No way, -2. Abalagda crossed her arms, looking totally pissed. "Yeah, well, That idiot decided to follow some clout-chasing gang leader from Miami off to play soldier. Instantly, Lisa's whole vibe softened. Seriously. That was her exact mood whenever she thought about Mike. My brother, too. All cause of some clown pretending to be a leader. Lori then dropped the tea. Oh, and by the way, Abalagda is the whole reason we all got shipped to this farm out in rural Kansas. She got so mad about her brother that she straight up decked the foreman. Lisa's jaw hit the floor, stunned for a full second. No way, seriously. Abalagda just rolled up her sleeves, flexing these insane veiny biceps. Girl was ripped. Please. That creep totally had it coming. Riza jumped in. Yeah, and that's why no guy will even look at you. You re scarier than most dudes. Abalagda just snarled back at her. I have boyfriends, okay? Like tons of them. But all Riza could picture were the times guys tried to flirt and ended up in a headlock, getting dragged away by Abalagda like a sack of garbage. Girl, those are hostages, not boyfriends. Oh, right in the pride, Abalagda clamped her giant hands over Riza's mouth.
How dare you?
As Lisa was wandering off, she heard Carl call out, Hey! Glad I found you. She just sighed. Carl, seriously, don't mess with me right now. He was just leaning against an old wooden door, grinning. Relax, kid, just messing with ya. You lost. Lisa closed her eyes, trying to catch, like 1 second of peace. Nah, I'm just taking a walk to clear my head. But Carl totally saw right through her act. Thinking about Mike, huh? If you ever feeling lonely, for real, just swing by my workshop, it gets dead in here, and honestly, I could use the company. Lisa peeked inside. The place was packed with cool wooden furniture and old school machines. Yeah, pretty much everyone's either on that expedition or stuck down in the mines. He wasn't even trying to sugarcoat it. Even so, I think things are about to get real crazy around here. Lisa leaned in, totally curious. Wait, did you hear some gossip? Suddenly, Carl's whole vibe got super serious. Well, word on the street is a messenger showed up this morning from Denver. Lisa pressed. A messenger? From the expedition. So what's the tea? What did they say? He kinda looked away, all shatty, nobody knows. The blue crew locked themselves in for a meeting, and won't let anyone near the place. You could literally see the worry starting to cloud over Lisa's face. Do you think they okay? What if something happened to Mike? Carl put a hand on her shoulder.
Lisa!
Hey, don't go manifesting bad vibes, okay? You look for trouble, you will find it. Lisa just paused, taking it in. You were right, I know. He gave a little nod, trying to play it cool. Of course I am. Who isn't worried, right? As she started sawing this giant mushroom in half, a voice suddenly screamed her name. Lisa. Riza came sprinting over, totally freaking out.
Lisa, you gotta hide, like, right now!
Lisa just calmly looked up from her work. Hide. What are you talking about? The kid was wiping sweat from her forehead, completely out of breath. Some foreman is looking for you. Huger's trying to run interference, but my dude can't hold him off forever. Lisa got this weird feeling in her stomach, like she already knew who it was, but why would he be here? Hold up, Riza, what's he look like? Riza scrunched up her face, trying to remember the foreman. Skinny, super high-strung, low-key cute, but with some seriously weird eyebrows. Lisa knew. She just knew and took off running. Meanwhile, Huger was absolutely losing his mind, just throwing a whole flurry of punches at those. You're not gonna mess with our girls, you hear me? Those was dodging every hit but wasn't fighting back, just holding his hands up like, bro, chill! Dude, I'm literally trying to tell you, but it was like talking to a brick wall. You suits from Chicago are always trying to take them away. Those could feel the whole situation about to blow his nerves were totally shot. Would you just listen to me for 1 second? As the next punch flew, those managed to catch it, trapping Huger's arm. And just like that, the tables completely turned.
The next thing you know, bam!
Those slammed Huger down on the ground. Lisa ran over, totally panicked. Those stop. Don't hurt him. She had to jump in to break it up. Hey, thanks for having my back for real, but I'm sorry, he's my friend. Then Lisa marched right up to those. What is wrong with you? You can't just storm into this farm like you own it. Those looked completely wrecked, like he could barely get the words out. The expedition, they were ambushed, and Mike, hearing that, Lisa's entire world just shattered. Y'all, smash that like button if your heart just broke for her. She had no defenses left, nothing to block the pain. Lisa just collapsed into those arms, refusing to believe it was real. And in that moment, a brand new day started, the sky outside turning bright and sunny, like it was mocking her. Over in some busted-up house in rural Nevada, Victor was plastered against the window, his eyes darting around, scanning every shadow outside. He turned back inside and saw Mike and Kate were finally up. He couldn't help himself and teased. Well, look who's finally awake. The lovebirds are up. Kate immediately shut him down.
Totally annoyed. Oh my god, shut up, Victor!
He just walked over to the kitchen, where Mike was already cooking. Kate was like, well, hold up. I had no idea you could even cook. Tony, he just shot back, all serious. Look, where I grew up in South Philly. You either cook for yourself or you starve. End of story. Kate immediately pretended to be fascinated by the ceiling. She started poking the food like it was some alien life form. Honestly, starving is starting to sound like a 5-star meal compared to whatever this is. Tony just snapped. 8. Nobody's forcing you to eat it. All their bickering was so loud it woke up Emma. Yo, can you two keep it down? I literally got like 0 sleep last night on this janky rug. Victor just gave her the nastiest look. You shut it, for someone yapping so much now. You were snoring like a freight train on the B. Emma literally leaped to her feet, giving Victor the ultimate death stare. What did you just say to me? He shot back, just as ticked off. Silence is golden. Kid, learn to shut your mouth, or I will shut it for you. But get this, she wasn't scared at all and just hit him with a bet. You just try me. Just as things were about to get wild, Tony comes in with the food. All right, you guys, chill out. Breakfast is ready. Emma whirled on him, totally annoyed. Seriously, Tony, you too. But Tony was so confident. He was like, go ahead and try to fry me, but you can kiss dessert goodbye. Her attitude did a complete 180. Her face totally lit up like Times Square on New Year's. Dessert. You for real made dessert. For me. Man, Tony is just helpless when it comes to Emma. You said you wanted something sweet, didn't you? Now go get Lisa and Dan. They were hanging out in the front hall.
She was like, okay,
and literally skipped out of the room. Kate gave him this super curious look. So, you remaking sweets for Emma now, huh? Tony just mumbled, trying to play it cool. Well, she asked for it, and just like that, the whole squad was around the table. Lisa was chowing down, totally impressed. Yo, this is actually fire, Tony. Mike then asked him, for real. But where did you even score meat and veggies out here? Tony kinda glanced away, thinking, then finally answered. I caught a few critters and found some vegetable patches with busted fences at a couple houses down on Elm Street. Hearing that, Lisa literally spat out the food she just put in her mouth. She's choking and coughing, and someone's like, whoa, Lisa, you good? She was sweating, turning to look at Tony. Wait a sec, you for real don't know what a farm is. Tony crossed his arms, looking super annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? I've seen a mushroom farm before, okay? But Victor, sitting across from him, just had to add, yeah, but my guy has no clue what a topside farm looks like. Lisa just looked at him, completely shocked, for real. Victor explained, sadly, yeah, very few elves have ever seen the world up here, and the ones who do come up to hunt get taxed to hell and back. She had a look of total disbelief on her face. How do you people even stand it? I'd go absolutely insane if I couldn't see the sky. He looked at Lisa dead seriously. We won't be like this for much longer. Duke's whole reign of terror is about to spark a riot. He'll try to crush it, and that's when a full-blown rebellion will break out. She looked doubtful, but your leader would go along with it, right? Victor just calmly replied, in the past, maybe oof, the shade. But now Jira has isolated all the neighboring nations and uprisings have already kicked off. It won't be long before the goblins have to spread their forces way too thin. Then he turned and asked Mike, you notice how food prices have been getting insane? Mike just nodded in reply. Victor continued, they were using forced labor for mining instead of farming, so the food supply is starting to totally dry up. Mike looked up at him, sizing him up. And you were just waiting for the right moment to make your move, huh? Victor lowered his head with a small smirk. I'm not gonna deny it, y'all. The tea is piping hot. Drop a comment if you think Victor's got a master plan. His eyes had this intense, calculating glint. Chaos breeds opportunity, and I intend to seize that opportunity to become the new chief. Everyone at the table just gasped at the same time. It was so dramatic. What the hell? Dan turned to question Victor. You were saying that so openly. Don't you know who us mercenaries work for? We'd get a fat reward for turning you in. He just smirked. Come on, Dan, your men were sacrificed. Don't pretend you don't hate his guts, just as much as we do. He glanced over at Lisa. The old lady got all nervous and wouldn't even look at Dan. Dan tried to deny it. I don't know what you talking about. That's when Victor pulled a potch from his pocket. Course you don't. Just know that you'd be helping the entire elven race if you keep your mouth shut about me. He confidently tossed the small bag onto the table. And we were all friends here, right? Dan suspiciously opened the pouch. Inside were a ton of shiny green gemstones. He calmly sat back down, tucking the treasure into his own bag. I guess we are friends, huh? After Dan took his cut, he tossed the rest to Lisa. She snatched it so fast you'd think it was the last roll of toilet paper in 2020. Yeah, best friends for life. The mage, who had been quiet this whole time, finally spoke up. So what about me? What do I get? Victor rubbed his chin, thinking, as for you, you get your freedom and the entire library of magic scrolls from the elven chief and his cronies. She immediately shot him a thumbs up. Deal. Tony just crossed his arms, not looking concerned at all. You don't need to give me anything. I'm not a part of this. Victor didn't even seem surprised. Of course, Tony, I expected as much. I just need you to not get in the way, for the good of our people. Victor then turned to look at Kate and Mike. Oh snap, what do I all think he's gonna offer them? Smash that like button and let us know your predictions. And get this, Kate was totally on board with Mike's plan. He tapped the table, doing the math in his head, and was like, I gotta admit, I'm not sure what to offer you, Mike. I'm guessing your endgame is pretty much the same as mine. He flashed a smile at Victor, saying, I think my goals are a little higher than yours. My dude, the old man just smirked back, all sly, like, you really think I'm just trying to get my old spot back as Goblin Chief? Lol. That's just the appetizer for something way bigger. Jake guessed, a king. Vic just chuckled softly, an emperor, sweetie. Can you even compare yourself to the executioner himself? I think not. Hank chimed in, totally amused. Sweet, this old dude wants to be the next Gary. He crossed his arms and just laid it all out. Gary had ambition, sure. But the guy had zero vision. He basically caused his own downfall. And trust me, I won't make that same mistake. And neither will you, right, Mike? He calmly shut down Victor's whole vibe. Nah, there have been, like, a million great kingdoms and empires in history, Victor. And there's gonna be a million more. But sooner or later, they all come crashing down. Mine's gonna outlast all of them, Victor shot back. The old man hesitated, guessing, so you re-aiming for immortality. Jake immediately shot that down. A legacy that's gonna last forever. The two of them had this super intense stare down, like they were trying to read each other's minds. Then Victor just burst out laughing. Alright then, I guess my offer's still on the table. We'll just see who gets to the top first, won't we? Hank totally broke the tension. Yo, if you two are done with your little power trip, can we get back to eating before my stew gets cold here in Chicago? The mage was getting hangry too. Hurry up, I want dessert. But then out of nowhere, a hand shot up. Hold on a sec, Hank. Since everyone's here, I've got some major tea I need to spill with all of you, deep within these insane mountain ranges. This ancient, abandoned place was totally overgrown with green moss. Sunlight was streaming through this grimy, dust-covered dome. All you could hear was stones of all sizes getting yeeted against a wall. Grayson, who was squatting and messing with something, finally spoke up. Seriously, what is the point of us still exploring these busted-up ruins anyway? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jay stood with his hands on his hips, remarking, this building hits different. It's special. Different from the others. Just then, Grayson chucked a massive boulder and was like, so what? That doesn't mean we gotta risk our lives to find out what's inside. If you keep asking me that, you're just wasting my time, bro. Beside him, someone else immediately clapped back. Nobody's making you stay, so you can stop running your mouth. Suddenly, the mage holding his staff got all serious. Don't you want to go back to the other geeks, Grayson? Hearing this, Grayson hoisted another rock onto his shoulder. Staying silent, a moment later, he pressed his cheek against it, whispering, now you and Lisa are cool, but the rest of them can get lost for all I care. As soon as he finished, Jay immediately jumped in. Isn't there anyone special you want to go back to? Oof, hearing that, Grayson tossed the rock up and growled. You just had to remind me. I thought I'd found the one. For real. But before we bounced, I went back to my place in Denver and found her getting way too friendly with some other dude. After that, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and just laugh his head off. Seeing this, Jay broke into a cold sweat, whispering, yikes, I think that's a reaction from the pain. Just then, Grayson spoke again. Don't even trip about it. She did me a favor. I always hated that guy, and I challenged him to a one-on-one for what he did. The mage leaned forward, totally shocked, and asked, what happened? Meanwhile, Grayson narrowed his eyes, all judgmental. She can have him, but let's just say she won't be having any kids with him. His words made everyone there go dead silent. Like, what do you even say to that? A moment later, the mage asked from a distance, super calm, you don't have parents? Hearing that, Grayson lowered his head just a little, and answered casually, probably. But they were out there somewhere. I was raised by a crew until I was old enough to bounce on my own. As he finished, the mage unconsciously touched his cheek, totally lost in thought. I thought life on the surface would be easier. But it seems like it's not much different. Just then, Dan dragged a huge log over and said coldly, it all depends on where you are. Some places in Beverly Hills let you have a better life. Others, not so much. Victor, sitting on a high rock, turned his head, completely astonished. It doesn't matter where you live. Your life is only what you make of it. You either control your life, or someone else controls you. Grayson did what he had to do, just like all of us. Grayson stared hard at the newcomer, and said in a low voice, you trying to say something smart to a Grayan? Hearing this, Victor retorted sarcastically, the truth ain't smart.
My guy, it just is. Make drop. What a comeback!
Don't forget to smash that subscribe button for more drama. Yo, down below, Kate is giving this other dude the nastiest side eye, like, clicking her tongue and everything. She knows they can't just be chilling outside like they were waiting for a bus on 5th Avenue. The whole squad is Maya, and people are gonna start getting sus. So this massive, creepy door just groans open, right? And Mike, bless his heart, is all geared up with his shield, yelling from the back, "Whoa.
Whoa! Oh, be careful!
We have zero clue what kind of freak show is waiting for us in there." And bam! The second that door opens, everyone's jaws are on the floor, like legit shook. Even Race, our fearless leader, is like,
Okay, yeah.
"This is 100% not what I had on my bingo card for today." Victor and Tony are just bug-eyed, totally mesmerized.
Bro, this is insane.
For once, I'm with Race on this one. Meanwhile, my boy Sam is over here sweating like he just ran a marathon in Miami. His curiosity is totally firing on all cylinders. And everyone's just whispering, like, who in the world built this absolute unit of a place? And why is it just here? Is that, like, a royal court? But hold up, where's the throne? Spilling the tea but no king to hear it. Lol, so super cautiously, they all start creeping deeper inside. Race looks up squinting and goes, "Oh snap. No cap, this has got to be that giant pointy tower thing we saw from outside." And then, just as he says that, boom. This crazy bright light just flashes up ahead. Sam literally has to do the Matrix lean to dodge the light. He's like, "Yeah, looks like it. So, what's the game plan for these glowing stripes on the wall?" The sorceress, our resident magic expert, is just staring at them, big brain mode activated. These look just like those connector thingies from the cave shrines," she says, and her long ears twitch, which is always a sign she's onto something. "I bet these are, like, circuit lines, etched in to connect all the different magic symbols, so they can work together to do specific stuff. There's gotta be a master switch, a control rune, somewhere around here." And as her hand just grazes this one symbol on the wall, a voice straight up materializes out of nowhere right next to her. "Found it." A trail of purple smoke slithered across the writing in front of the magic user. The second she saw it, she totally freaked and started backpedaling.
Like, nope, not me, wasn't me! That was not me!
"I swear I just dusted it off a little. I didn't plug any magic into it." But it's too late, 'cause in the distance, all the giant stone pillars start doing the same smoky purple thing, and you can see Tony, Kate, and Mike starting to totally lose their chill. They all like, "Dude, they're repowering up for real." "Race, my guy, what's the move?" And he's just like, "Hold up, just wait," and then poof! This blue hologram pops up out of thin air and is all, "Welcome." This hologram dude spreads its arms wide like a game show host and keeps going. "Welcome to the city of Paris. One of the freshest new spots on the map, established by the one and only, the Great Ez and his crew, dedicated to." The second he hears Race's face just twists up in confusion. He's muttering to himself, "Graham. You mean like, the legendary wise Graham?" He's clearly shook after hearing what this blue guy had to say. So Race jumps in, all polite but low-key grilling him. "So, tell me how I can help you." "But also you said dedicated to, which means you not actually Graham, are you?"
Ooh, the shade!
The hologram replies in this super serious, monotone voice, "I am the artificial administrator of this city. Manufactured at the Graham 35 facility, my sole purpose is to keep this place running until the inevitable return of Graham." Okay, the second it says that, Kate whips out her sword, points it at the thing, and screams, "OP, what in the actual heck is that thing?" But the hologram is just chilling, totally unfazed. "What do you guys think this thing is? Drop your theories in the comments." Anyway, it just calmly tries to soothe them. "Do not be alarmed, little mortals," it says. "I pose no threat to creatures of flesh and blood. My existence is purely to serve this city and my master." Ikes, that's not creepy at all. And you can see Race is starting to sweat, like, for real this time. Race is trying to play it cool, whispering, I don't think it can actually hurt us. At least, not right now." And the hologram, who totally has super hearing, just calmly goes, "That is a correct assessment, citizen. However," it continues, "you are not in my database. Please state your name for registration." Race just stares this thing down. A whole staring contest with a hologram, before he finally says, "Ulp, my name is Elp." Literally the second the words leave his mouth, the administrator replies, "Thank you, and affirmative, Citizen Elp. No harm shall come to you or your companions." Meanwhile, Victor's still over there with an arrow aimed right at the hologram's face, not taking any chances. He's like, "So are you the big boss around here or what?" And so begins the weirdest job interview ever. "You are registered as Citizen Victor. If your definition of leader is a chieftain or a king, then that is incorrect, Citizen Victor. I am simply the administrator of this city." Race scoffs a little and says, "So you basically just the main computer." And the hologram doesn't miss it a beat, just cuts right in with, "That is a reasonable analogy. Citizen Alp, how may I be of service?" The hologram asks. Race doesn't even hesitate. "We want to see your archives." And the A just gestures with its hand, like a digital butler, and says, "Very well." And just like that, another one of those giant, ancient doors starts grinding open. "You will find the archives located at the end of the corridor. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to my regularly scheduled duties." But Race suddenly has another question, shouting, "Hey, wait up. What if we need you again? The hologram starts to get all pixelated and fade away as it replies. Seeing as you possess the administrator's key, there is very little I can do that you cannot already do yourself. Citizen Lulp. You should not require further assistance from me. Have a pleasant day, and poof, he's gone. The second it vanishes, Kate turns to Race, totally baffled. Administrator's key. What was that all about? Victor, who's finally lowered his bow,
Chimes in, yelp, spill the tea!
what did that thing mean? Smash that like button if you are just as confused as they are. So the hologram is completely gone. Kate is just muttering to herself, super curious, administrator's key. And when she says that, Race totally looks away, acting all shifty and suspicious. Ooh, the drama. He's definitely hiding something. What is he even on about? Dude, I have no idea. Suddenly, Lisa comes tearing in from behind, screaming, yo, we got major problems. There's a whole squad of masked weirdos posted up outside the building.
For real?
The words were barely out of her mouth when Tony, looking totally betrayed,
Just yelled, no way!
are you kidding me? Did that 35-year-old geezer actually sell us out? He glanced at the door and added, if he did, then that escape route he showed us is a total trap. We gotta find another way out. Hearing this, Dan gritted his teeth, looking absolutely livid. You think we even have time for that? But Victor was hesitating. I don't know, man. Mike started sweating buckets. Well, shoot, we kinda running out of options here, people. He raised the shield in his hand and started barking orders. Lisa, Tony, shove that tower thing against the door. Block it like you trying to stop traffic on the I-5. That should buy us some time. Catch up when you redone. In unison,
Everyone yell back, you got it!
Mike looked over his shoulder at the others and shouted, let's bounce. The four of them, 2 dudes and 2 girls, just booked it. After a second, Mike pointed at a wall that was literally covered in lines and lines of text, like a crazy ancient blog post. Victor, what's all this say? Victor put a hand on his chin, going full thinker mode. Gimme a sec. Meanwhile, Guess sidled up to Mike and was like, so, I'm guessing this isn't a trap. But Mike was not having it. Zip it until we actually safe, okay? Then out of nowhere, Tony sprints up with an update. OKers blocked, boat. Hearing that, Mike asked, sounding totally defeated, but what? Tony didn't waste a second. Remember how Lisa said there was a group of those things outside? This got Mike's attention. Yeah. Tony, flashing back to the insane crowd, said it wasn't a group. It was an army, like a full-on army, straight out of a movie. After hearing that, Mike whipped his head around to the silver-haired man. Okay, we need to get the heck out of here, like, yesterday. Victor nodded fast, right?
I think I cracked it!
Looks like this whole building is just organized by floor and room number, like some giant, creepy hotel in Miami. And this wall is basically a list of all those spots. Mike stared at it, eyes wide so. It's a freaking directory for this whole place.
Oh, I get it!
Does it show any exits? Well, Victor trailed off. No, but I think I found a room that could be a serious game changer for us right now. Drop a comment below if you think you know what room he found. The second he said that, Mike was on it. What room? And Victor replied with a smirk, the city armory. Tony looked at a rack of pointy spears, sweating like he just ran a marathon in Austin. Dude, tell me I'm dreaming. This is all legit iron, right? Elsewhere, Lisa hefted a huge metal hammer and was like, nah fam, it's even better than that. It's steel at the same time. Mike just waved his hand, his voice pure ice. Alright, spread out. Check all the rooms and find something you can do some damage with, man.
What a cliffhanger!
Smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. 8. We're gonna need the sickest weapons we can find. He shot a look at the silver-haired dude, Victor, who was like, what's up? Mike suddenly dropped his voice to a whisper. Look, I know you were probably just looking out for number 1, but for real, thanks for pointing out this spot. Hearing that, Victor immediately threw up a hand. Save the sappy stuff. Arming everyone just ups my own chances of not getting wrecked. Ya feel me? At this, Mike put his hands on his hips, totally buzzing.
Yeah, whatever you say, dude.
He stared at the weapon on the table. Like, check you out. Mike just blurted out, this is so extra. It's not even practical. Looks like something a commander would use to look pretty. His hand drifted towards a longsword, but Mike snatched it back real quick, balling it into a fist. He scrunched up his face, but then his eyes locked onto another weapon. Hold up, why is this one totally clean? Sketchy. His eyes darted around the room. Like every other weapon was caked in dust from some abandoned warehouse in Detroit, and he started sweating. But this one was pristine. Mike gripped the weapon in front of him. He checked it out, saying, whoa, this has got some serious weight, and it's balanced perfectly. Not bad. Not bad at all. Just then a notification popped up, new authorized user detected, beginning recalibration. Instantly, the thing started vibrating like crazy in his hand. Mike was so confused, he was like, huh.
What the heck is going on?
A second later, the system hit him with another update. Synchronization complete. Mike looked down, totally bugging out. 6 years of data finalizing, physical baseline established, a blinding light just exploded from the weapon, starting the user optimization. Mike cried out, gritting his teeth and clenching his jaw like mad. After a sec, Mike blinked his eyes open, and boom, the pain was just gone. Mike was holding this weapon, and get this, he's like, whoa, this thing feels way lighter now. In the background, he could totally hear Kate and the mage going back and forth about this room being some kind of secret workshop, with the mage freaking out. Yo, I don't know if we should be rolling in there. For real, it could be hella dangerous. Then Victor from all the way across the room just claps back, 8-bet, you can just wait outside then. We gonna go check it out. And we could hear them arguing from across the room like they were right next to us. It was wild. And just then, bam, the system hits M with another message. Peep this, your current form has been upgraded for optimal combat performance. Upgrades include enhanced senses, all of a sudden. Mike just stares up at the weapon's head. He's like, hold up, you can talk. And instantly a line of text just pops up, all fancy, this unit can perform multiple advanced functions. What can I do for you, master?
Mike was totally shook, just like, ha! Mow!
But right at that exact moment, the system software goes full on panic mode with a blaring red alert. Alert, alert. Enemies incoming, hostiles approaching. And y'all, up ahead, a whole crew of shadowy figures were rushing at them like they were late for a Black Friday sale in New York City. Tony was stunned, thinking, what in the actual heck are these things? Meanwhile, Victor, cool as a cucumber, grabs a sword and comments, so the sign outside said this was the Armory's special project workshop. And honestly, looking at the condition and quality of these weapons, I'd bet my last dollar this is where they cooked up and stashed all the unique gear. As soon as he said that, Tony got super curious, like, say what now? But then the mage speaks up, and y'all, her voice is literally trembling. So much drama. He thinks this is where they keep the really good stuff, but this place is giving me the absolute creeps. She closes her eyes, getting all mystical and drifting into her subconscious. I can feel it from all of them. Someone used the mist to forge new weapons by mixing it with metal. Meanwhile, Tony's over there sweating bullets. Wait, you can do that. Hearing that, Victor just calmly explains, look, my dude got called out, so I have to defer to our girl here. I'm not a mage. And I'm definitely not a blacksmith. Yeah, feel me. The mage is doing that classic chin stroking thing, thinking, well, the mage totems we use for magic are made from mist crystals. So it's definitely possible. But low-key, who would want to make weapons that only mages can use? Let's be real, we were not exactly the heavy hitters in a fight. And right on cue, Victor pulls out a whole rack full of weapons, saying unless they weren't made for mages, but for someone else, done. Drop a comment with who you think they were for. Hearing this, Tony's eyes go wide. No way, you don't mean. Victor calmly turns back and explains, only one way to find out. My guy, we found some finished gear, so it has to be stashed around here somewhere. His eyebrows are all furrowed, looking super intense at the same time. It looked like Mike totally sensed something was off. The vibes were just wrong. Kate noticed it right away and asked, Mike, what's up? Mike just cut straight to the chase, where is everyone else? The second he said that, Kate and Sam's eyes went wide as they answered. Dude, they were literally just here a minute ago. What's wrong? Mike immediately scans the room and orders. We need to get out of here. We need to bounce now. He hadn't even finished talking when this crazy loud noise just echoed through the place. The leader of the bird mask squad pointed right at them. Seeing this, Lisa whipped out her golden axe, screaming, oh hell no! A super tense Dan, who was nearby, asked, is there another way out of here? Kate grimaced, just the windows, and they were all barred up like Alcatraz. Mike, on the other hand, was totally calm and unbothered. Then I guess we'll have to fight our way out. Kate immediately ducked behind Dan, and at that same moment, one of them suddenly leaped right in front of Dan. Without even hesitating, Victor just slammed his axe deep into the guy's back. Savage. Mike also quickly raised his new toy to try it out like, let's see what you've got. He stabbed another one straight through the head, clean, then he's talking smack to the sword. Are these guys always this slow? Or is that all you, boo? And then, you guessed it, the system popped up with a notification. This sword will serve you, master. Use me to strike them down, end them.
End them!
Then, with a single slash, my boy Mike took out 3 of them at once.
3!
Smash the like button for that epic move. The only thing left was their cloaks and masks scattered on the ground. It was so creepy. Mike looked at the blade of his weapon and muttered, not bad. His eyes then darted to the side. Mike ducked to leave, growling, Lisa, on me! We need to shut those doors before more of them show up. Hearing that, Lisa immediately just yeeted the bird masked guy's body to the ground. On my way. The 2 of them dipped into a room and quietly closed the door. Mike didn't waste a second, ordering, bar the door before they get here. Why do I suddenly feel so weak? But then he realized something was super sus. Hold up, Does that buff only work when I'm actually holding it? Meanwhile, Lisa kept rushing him. Hurry up. Dude, there's a whole mob of them out there on the street like it's downtown Austin on a Saturday night. Mike could only give in. Alright, my bad. Elsewhere, Dan stopped pounding on the door, yelling, "Get out of the way!" Countless janky door wedges were scattered all over the floor. A total mess, Sam said with a grim face. Not sure how long that's gonna hold. And Hank over there still looks completely clueless, lol. Dang, did we miss something? Just then, Mike, who was standing across from them, snarked, "Looks like somebody just got back from a shopping spree at the mall." Immediately, Tony picked up a shiny weapon, totally geeking out. "This is so sick. We found this spot out back, kinda like an old mechanic's shop in Chicago, with a whole stash of these weird-looking weapons." Victor also raised his sword. "It looks like some kind of workshop. Most of the weapons were half-finished, but it looks like these two were the final product." Kate, looking at the mage, asked, "You didn't snag any new bling?" The mage immediately let out a huff, puffed, "I've already got my staff. Thank you very much." Meanwhile, Jack was still checking out the other weapons, which looked like they were made of steel. Tony immediately jumped in. "Bro, it's even better than steel. Emma said it was packed with mist crystals." Hearing that, Jack wondered, "Wait, wouldn't that just make the weapons, like, super brittle?" The second he said that, Victor glanced at the weapon. "These things seem to be designed to channel mana somehow, though I still have no clue how it works." Hearing this, Jack looked away and whispered to his sword, "Yo, sword bro, are these other weapons kinda like you?" The system immediately dropped some info in his head. "They are the creations of a true master, but your friends are basically cavemen, totally unable to unlock their real potential." Oof, the shade. At this, Hank broke out in a cold sweat. "What do you mean we can't get out? That's cap. We just gotta make our own exit." Then he slowly turned and put a hand on the wall. "Alright, let's get it." He got into a stance to swing his weapon, and boom, a massive explosion went off. If you think Hank just made things worse, smash that like button. As the thick white smoke cleared, a brand new escape hole was there. Jack looked up. "What are you even talking about?" The system announced again. "It means they will never be able to use the full power of the weapons. That is just a tiny fraction of what they can actually do." Jack replied, "Okay, that's useful info. Spill all the tea. Tell me more about them."
Nice one, Tawny.
But the dude was literally making out with his weapon. "This is my new baby. Isn't she just gorgeous?" Kate peeked out from behind the wall.
Looks awesome. Hank, rush them. Let's tip everybody.
The big baby's got his new smashing toy now. After they all got outside, Victor made a sarcastic comment. "We seriously should not have let him have that axe." But Jack stopped him. "Dude, don't be a buzzkill. Let him have his fun. He's happy." Hearing that, Victor just sighed like he was so over it. A moment later, Jack raised his weapon and asked, "Any enemies close by?" The system announced, "Enemies were drawn by the noise, but I can guide you. I will lead your party to safety." Hearing this, Jack quickly yelled to the group, "Yo, my sword says more baddies are coming. Let us know in the comments if you think they can handle this heat." "Yo, we got a dip," and Victor was just standing there, bug-eyed, like, "Bruh, did your gun just talk?" But Jay was all cool, just waved it off like, "No time for story time, fam, we move now." Then my boy Jay slides behind a wall, peeping the scene with those masked freaks. The rest of the squad was totally bugging out, freaking out one by one.
"Dude, there's a whole army of them. We were so screwed."
For real, they were crawling all over this place. "We gotta bounce out of downtown Austin."
Like yesterday.
"Okay, but like, which way is out?" And right on cue, the system voice pops up all Siri like, "Heads up besties, a whole clown car of baddies is rolling up from the south side. Please yeet yourselves to the nearest portal to evac." And Jay, my man, is just chillin'. 8-bet. So they were coming from the south. "So where's this portal at?" And the system cuts in like, "Hold your horses, I'm googling it. Okay, the city's escape portal is north of you guys, up near Times Square. Go." Get to the gate like, "Now, sir, not to be a downer, but your survival chances are looking, not great." After that little pep talk, Jay just signals, "Alright squad, let's roll. Can't these weirdos just take a hint and leave us alone?" Like, how many of them do we have to put on a t-shirt before they get the memo?
It's like they want to get deleted.
Meanwhile, the system is just spilling all the tea. These are basically the creators' failed science projects, total rejects just left to rot. Honestly, taking them out is probably doing them a favor, and Jay, while literally sprinting for his life, asks, "So what's the deal with this K-35 dude? My gut's telling me he ain't just some middle manager." Then bam, the system projects this whole hologram of manager K-335, who was apparently the founder's right-hand man. Talk about a glow up. Turns out, he was the only one who saw the founder's last big, crazy experiment go down, and as soon as the system was done, Jay's face was just like,
"Oh, I get it now. The plot thickens. Well,
don't forget to hit subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Okay, so spill the tea. What was this so-called great experiment even about? The system explained. The goal was to find a way to level up the citizens without using the creator's power. The eldest son wanted to empower them. For real. To serve them, just like his old man did. At this, Mike's face totally scrunched up. Wait a sec, this creator who can just give people power-ups? Could that be him? The system shot that down instantly. I have zero record of she being present during the final experiment. Mike started looking around all sketchy. Like he was in a spy flick. Paft, of course not. That would have been way too easy, lol. The system, not missing a beat, stated, from your current position, the nearest temple is visible. Then out of nowhere, Mike screamed, yo, everybody stop. This got Victor all curious, like, what's up, dude? The second he asked, Mike shot back, we can see a temple from here. Is anyone else seeing this? But Victor was still looking totally lost, probably thinking, why are we suddenly looking for a temple? And how the heck did he know it was visible from here? Hearing this, Mike looked left and right. I swear I remember seeing one before we rolled into this city. If it's like the ones on the lower floors, it should be our fast travel ticket out of here. Victor totally agreed. Super convenient, if that's true. Suddenly, the mage holding a staff pointed forward like she was revealing a game show prize. It's over there, see it? Dan replied, his voice shaking a little. It's just outside the north gate, on top of that hill overlooking Austin. There's something yellow up there. Kate immediately looked at Mike, all hyped. Dude, that's awesome, right? But he didn't look happy at all. Maybe not then. Mike called out, Emma, it's a teleportation temple for sure. How long is it gonna take to get us out of this mess? The mage immediately put a hand to her chin, thinking hard. I can't say for sure, but it's gonna take a minute. As soon as she said that, Mike's head tilted. That's what I was afraid of. Kate started sweating bullets. What's wrong? What's the tea? Then Mike broke it down for them. That hill is, like, completely out in the open. The second we get up there, they'll spot us, especially with Emma casting her big, glowy spell. Tony's brow furrowed in thought. Should we just wait till night? But the mage shot back with maximum sass. You goofball! That'd be even worse! The ritual is gonna light up the sky like the 4th of July. But Victor was super calm. Maybe we just need a diversion. Mike got all serious. I don't think we can keep all of them distracted. Some of them are gonna make a break for the hill if they see something sus going down. As soon as he finished, Victor frowned and added, true. But it could still buy us some time. So, some of us will start a huge fire in the south to distract them, while the rest of us secure the hill. Drop a comment below if you think this plan is crazy enough to work. Hearing this, Mike was just quiet for a sec. Thinking then, he raised his hand and called out, alright, any volunteers for the distraction team? Victor's brow furrowed as he said in a low voice, I'm the fastest runner here, so I'll go. Mike immediately agreed. Okay, bet, that's great, but you shouldn't go alone, Tony. You re with him. The second he said it, Tony looked so mad me. With him. Seeing the beef about to start, Mike quickly jumped in. You were the second fastest person here, and you got that sick new axe, right? Just try not to bury it in Victor's back, alright? As much as he might deserve it sometimes. We kinda need him for this mission. So Tony just heaved a huge sigh, fine, whatever, but you guys better wait for me before you dip. After that, Mike yelled. We start moving the second we see smoke, so get there ASAP. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more drama. Meanwhile, Tony was dragging this massive wooden plank with a bunch of random stuff on it. He used his hands to shove it all into a tall pile. This is all I could scrounge from that house. Most of this junk is super flammable since it's all rotted out. Add it to the pile. I couldn't find much either. But this should be enough to get their attention. Tony threatened angrily. You could actually help. No, Victor, meanwhile, was also busy working on something. I am helping. This will help us get away before the fire really kicks off, upping our chances of survival. Hearing this, Tony immediately squinted at him. Yeah, I know, smart thinking. A moment later, Victor held up a rope he'd tightened. Looking smug, feeling conflicted. Aren't you actually praising me? But Tony just put on a totally indifferent face. Yeah, whatever. Don't get used to it. As soon as he finished, Victor lowered his head a bit. I won't, I doubt I'll need to. Your type always dies in battle way too young, but Tony fired back, yo, what's that supposed to mean? Hearing this, Victor said, super calmly. Exactly what it sounds like. You all emotion and no self-control. If it weren't for me, Vac, or Lep, you would been toast long time ago. He barely finished talking and Tony just had to jump in like, yo. I ain't the only one whose crew keeps dipping out, but for real. Mike's axe is pretty sick, gotta give him that. Victor was literally grinding his teeth. He was so mad and Tony, totally looking to throw down, claps back with, oh, so now we re-seeing the real you, huh? Bet let's go real smooth, you absolute clown. Your little tough guy act basically sent them our JPEP's coordinates from downtown Miami. Now we totally boxed in. Meanwhile, Mike's having a whole damn convo with the system in his head. Any weirdos creeping around the shrine. Now we re-good. All those chumps are just holed up in the city. He closed his eyes, totally vibing with that news. Ate cool. But then Vic, standing behind him with his hands on his hips like a worried mom, goes, "Dude, I have a really bad feeling about this." And bam, just like that, the system starts screaming, "Stranger detected." At the same time, Vic's like, "Sorry, Mike, but this is literally our only way out of this mess." And he points at the pointy end of the weapon. "I'm not talking about your plan, genius. I'm talking to her." Vic is just standing there, buffering like he's on dial-up, like, "Wait, the sword is a chick." You could literally see the gears turning in his head. "Look, there's a girl's soul trapped in there, but the vibe is way off. Dude, she's sus. You can't trust her." But Mike, completely ignoring the system's 5-alarm fire warning, is just thinking, "You being so extra right now. You are totally harshing my master's mellow." But Vic's not backing down. Now she feels corrupted, like a broken file. The system instantly clapped back. "That's Cap. This is her final form, ready to purge the world of cringe for the glory of the Empire." Yeah, okay, after that little psycho babble, Vic just crossed his arms in the back seat. "Told you, that's some straight-up crazy town talk. There's a reason LP just yeeted that thing and left it." Meanwhile, the system is blowing up his notifications like, "Master, this is causing you to be distracted. She will be cleansed. All you gotta do is say the word." Two voices were just battling it out in Mike's head, like a demonic podcast, and her. Cleans him. So he's just sitting there, feeling totally useless and frustrated, like a brainless idiot. After a sec, he totally loses it and snaps, "Both of you. Shut up. Nobody's getting purified or ditched. End of discussion. Full stop." Suddenly, Kate pointed ahead and was like, "Yo guys, is that the signal?" The whole courtyard was packed with guards rockin' these freaky bird masks. One dude's just chilling, spacing out, and looking at some spot on Main Street. Then this white bird pops up in the sky, and homeboy instantly snatches his bow, ready to turn it into a pincushion. He's got the arrow aimed right at the bird, totally zeroed in. But then, something behind him makes him freeze. A new voice rings out, "Yo, bird brain." Next thing his buddies see is his body getting launched across the yard like a freaking ragdoll. Dan brings his sword down and screams, "Lisa, this was supposed to be a stealth mission, remember?" "It wasn't a surprise," Lisa says, right as she decks another guard, who, let me tell you, looks super surprised. Lmao. Mike jumps into the fray with the squad, yelling, "Who cares? Just wreck 'em fast before they," and yup, you guessed it. One of the bird freaks whips out a horn and blasts the alarm, of course. Mike looks so done, muttering, "Are you for real right now?" He hefts his spear, winds up, and just nails the guy square in the chest, bullseye. The look on Mike's face was straight up terrifying, guys. Then he just touches his hair. "Oh yeah, I forgot what happens when I disconnect from her. No wonder she was locked away in some dusty old warehouse in Fresno." Just then, some loser tries to sneak up on him from behind, but bam. He gets taken out with a crazy fast kick. Kate slides in just in time, like, "You good, fam?" As Kate's watching, Mike just casually shoves his spear right through the dude's chest.
Yeah, just give me a sec."
Kate gives him a soft warning, like, "Hey, lose focus for 1 second and they'll be all over you. Stay sharp." After hearing that, Mike's just like, "Alright, I got it." At the same time, the mage is like, "Did we get 'em all?" Lisa and Dan are quick on the reply, "Looks like it, but that horn is bad news." Then Mike just slings his weapon over his shoulder and says, "Can't change it now."
"We just gotta book it. He gets everyone hyped. Let's move."
So a little later, the whole squad is standing in this massive green field. If you think they're re-walking into a trap, smash that like button. Lisa points ahead and goes, "There it is, guys." In front of them is this huge, creepy-looking palace that's been abandoned forever. So they all head inside, and Mike starts giving orders. "Emma, get a portal ready to bounce. Everyone else, find a corner and keep an eye out." The mage pops one foot up on a step and is like, "You got it, boss." She's just staring at this massive symbol on the floor, totally geeking out. "Whoa, this thing is insane. I've never seen one this big before." And then bam, something makes her just freeze up. Seeing her glitch out, Mike immediately asks, "What's up? What's wrong?" But she's struggling to get the words out. "No, it's just this one's different from the ones I've used before." Ooh. What do you guys think is wrong with it? Drop your theories in the comments below. So just as Mike was about to ask if she was good, Kate cuts him off like, yo, run." She points down and is all, "You seen this mess?" Mike, cool as a cucumber, just looks and goes, "They must be heard the horn. It's just a few of them. But dang, this is bad timing without Victor and Tony here." And way out there, you could see these total creeps in bird masks. Mike's already cooking up a plan. "Okay, we gotta buy Emma some time. Kate, you stay here and be her bodyguard." He lowers his voice all serious like, "Dan and Lisa, you with me, but get this, Kate's over there touching her busted arm." Thinking, this stupid arm. I should be out there with them. kicking butt. Then something behind her totally grabs her attention. Kate looks over at Emma, who's literally shaking like a leaf,
and calls out, Emma!
She's all like, hey, you okay? But the girl looked like she had zero energy left. Ask me again when I can feel my fingers. Emma snaps back. Kate's totally confused. What do you mean? Is the shrine thing broken? And the mage is like, nope, that power, that's the problem. Kate starts sweating like, what are you even talking about? And before she even finishes her sentence, Emma hits her with the T. I figured out I gotta jam my staff into one of the holes to connect with it.
But I have no clue which one is right.
And then she just dramatically kneels on the ground. Last time I picked the wrong one. The energy backlash nearly fried me like a bad hard drive. Hearing this, Kate's eyes go wide as she realizes. But there are still 4 holes left. That means, at the same time, Emma is sweating more than a tourist in Miami in July. Yeah, if I guess wrong one more time, I could literally be unalived. Emma's eyes fly open. Sweat just pouring down her face, as this wave of pure terror hits her. If I pick the wrong one, I could seriously die. Her eyes were just screaming panic. As she gasped for air, Emma covers half her face, tears streaming down. This is some serious drama. Why all? She cries out, all scared. I can't do it. I just can't. She's clutching her staff, turning her trembling head to look at Kate. Her voice sounding desperate. You have to tell the group. We have to bail. Kate just stares at Emma, totally shook. She bites her lip, gets this fierce look, and calmly explains the situation. Emma, this is their home turf. We re on their block, like 123 Main Street. Creepville, if we try to run, we'll be toast in less than a day. This shrine is our only ticket out. Emma is full on sobbing, her eyes filled with fear. She just keeps shaking her head. But I can't do it. I can't. Kate goes quiet for a sec, putting a hand to her chin like she's thinking up a master plan. She stands up and points to these ancient-looking symbols on the floor. She looks at Emma and asks, hey, can you read any of this scribbly stuff? Emma lifts her sleeve to wipe her tears. Bless her heart. Her voice is all choked up. Only a little. A few of my master's books were written in Adian. But I've literally just started learning to read it. My master always said, only super powerful mages are allowed to touch them. Kate just grins, trying to cheer her up. But you can still read a little, right? That's a start. Let's try it together. Maybe we can figure out where your magic wand is supposed to go. Emma actually starts to calm down. She looks at Kate, lowers her head a bit, and reluctantly says, okay. Meanwhile, across the way, some goblin dude is viciously slamming his spear into someone. Mike glances over. On top of the hill, tons of goblins are roaring and cheering like it's the Super Bowl. He flinches and looks behind him like he heard something, then lets out a yelp. Lisa and Dan look at him all worried. Mike, you good, bro? Mike points at Lisa. I'm fine, how bad is it? She glances at the wound on her waist and says super casually, it's just a scratch. Then Dan takes off his hat and goes, welp. Looks like they were making their move. The 3 of them stare at the distant hilltop. Mike says with a bit of worry, they were probably getting ready to come at us again. If you think they can handle round 2, smash that like button. Dan asks, any word from the Shrine Squad yet? Mike just shakes his head. Not yet, Emma must still be working on it. Dan closes his eyes and sighs dramatically. My people have many songs about men waiting for women. It seems that's just our vibe in life. Mike takes off his hat, looking completely baffled. Wait, for real? There are actual songs about that. No cap. Lisa frowns, totally not happy. Same with my people. And that's Dan's cue to start waving his hands around like he's at a poetry slam. He begins to chant, perhaps if we survive this whole ordeal, I shall write a poem about this day. I will call it Emma's Favor. I already have the opening lines ready. Oh Emma, Oracle of the Deep, bro. Are you serious right now? With hopeful hearts, we waited for thee, for your soul is true. And so you made us wait, yet we waited. For we knew it was you we were always waiting for. What does that even mean? Mike literally breaks out in a sweat listening to this and mutters, dude, if she gets us out of this mess, you can write all the cringy poems you want. Dan closes his eyes and lifts his chin, looking so smug it's unreal, but Lisa is actually tearing up. Such beautiful poetry. How are you so good with words?
Get a room, you too!
Let us know in the comments if you think Dan's a poet or just plain extra. Mike looked like so over it, just staring at these 2 clowns, and Dan, get this, flashes this super cheesy grin and goes, yo, poetry's in my blood. For real, if we make it out of here, hit me up. I will teach you how to spit some fire bars. Mike literally rolled his eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. He's thinking for real. Does this dude actually think that's a vibe? And just props his chin on his hand, looking bored out of his mind. And Mike's just like, Emma, can you please hurry up already? But Lisa and Dan are totally in their own little world, geeking out. Bro, you ever hear of the epic poem, Ocean Master O.D., by Mahin? Nah, never heard of it. Spill the tea. A voice just echoes through the whole temple, super clear. Can Nat? Emma points to some writing on the floor, all like, at least. I think that's how you say it. Kate's like, super quiet, that's interesting. Emma looks at her, totally confused, like what's good? And Kate explains, looking freaked out, well, Nat, where I'm from basically means pain or danger. So maybe this spot is the bad one. Emma just stares at Kate, totally shook.
Oh my god, you were right!
It means the same thing for us too. No way. Kate tries to stay calm. Okay, so there are 3 of these areas and they all have the same creepy marking. She points, all nervous. And this is the spot where I put the scepter.
Yikes!
Then, boom, sunlight hits 2 spots with these ancient symbols on the ground, and someone's like, okay, so one of these 2 has to be it. Kate asks, can you, read the writing next to them? Emma just looks at her and is like, nope. Kate glances at the 2 spots. Her voice is so flat, like she's ordering a coffee in downtown Seattle. Guess we just gotta pick one and pray. What would you guys pick? Drop it in the comments below. So the 3 of them are standing on this big hill, looking down. Lisa is staring at this ancient city and is like, yo, something's not right. They were not taking any breaks at all. Mike's like, facts? He's frowning, and you can tell he's thinking, Glive, my dude, you got any intel on this mess? And then, a whole map just pops into his head, and this voice echoes in there. More heathens have arrived to face your wrath, my lord. Mike's brow gets all serious as he figures it out. They must be waiting for backup. Dan freaks out, asking, how many? Tons of monsters with spears start marching toward them, and Mike's voice just cuts through the noise. Looks like the whole freaking army. Meanwhile, Emma holds up her staff and just points, this one. Kate side-eyes her, voice all tight. Are you 100% sure about that? Emma's like, nah, not really, but we gotta do something. Then she nervously suggests, maybe we could, tie a rope to it and pull it in from a distance. Emma just raises her scepter high, gets this super serious look on her face and is like, no, that's not gonna fly. Back up and let me handle this. She squeezes her eyes shut, totally anxious, praying, please Zom, let this be the right one. She starts lowering the scepter. And then a hand just slowly reaches out and grabs it. Kate's eyes go wide with pure terror. Emma looks up, totally stunned, and then bam, Mike just appears in front of 2 monsters as this dark shadow drops from the sky. Mike literally yelps, huh? And Tony just lands on the ground with this smirk, all like, I told you to leave the messy stuff to me. Mike just grins all casual, they re all yours, my guy. Then he gets this wicked smile and growls, you don't mind if I... He hefts this massive axe on his shoulder and finishes, do you?
Lol, the tension!
Jake grabs the scepter, saying, yeah, don't do that, I'd rather not get unalive today. He looks at the 2 slots and explains. The one you were about to use is mark power. The other one is control. He frowns, getting super serious. Look, I'm not gonna pretend I know how this temple in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska works. But I am 100% sure you picked the wrong one. Emma gets so happy she's literally blushing, and she runs up and hugs him.
Just gushing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
But Kate is giving him major side eye, asking, and where have you been? He's holding up a hand to get Emma off him while he explains, on the way here. Me and that other fool got jumped and had to throw down. Luckily, while I was on my way, I realized that this temple might be more complicated than the others and figured maybe I could help. And she just claps back in total disbelief. And not because you wanted to use it to bail on us. Oh snap. Jake scowls, looking so annoyed, and his voice is sharp. You wound me. I wouldn't do that now. If we could just let our girl Emma do her thing. Emma holds the scepter and closes her eyes, all serious. A blue light just flares up from it, and she says, all grim, okay? I'm connected to the temple. It's gonna teleport us far, far away. He just glances at her and orders, there has to be a closer temple. Find that one, take us there first. She opens her eyes, and they were literally flashing with blue light.
She stammers, but that'll take time.
Jake just raises his sword, full of confidence, just do it. I'll buy you some time. Smash that like button for Jake's epic hero moment, guys. Dan just slices the dude down with his sword, yelling, that's the last of the big bosses. Lisa glances at him, her voice super grim, just in time, cause the rest of them are closing in, fast. And they look majorly ticked off. The main monster, holding this giant cleaver, just charges. Mike raises his weapon and roars, everyone, get back to the temple. Now! Mike whipped around, straight up pushing against the flow of people. Tony's like, all sus bro, where are you going? What's the master plan? Mike just gives him this look, dead serious, and says, I got your 6. I'm gonna try and call out their boss for a one-on-one, like an old school duel. Maybe they'll respect the guts, and it'll buy us some time, but bam, Tony blocks Mike with his axe. Tony gets all up in his face, like, whoa, hold up, hotshot, the duel is my lane, not yours, now get back to the crew, like, yesterday. Mike claps back, totally not buying it.
Tony, do with this weapon, I got this!
But Tony just cuts him off, yeah. Well, my new axe can more. Then some rando with a red hand points, and is like, can you 2 stop arguing and move it? And just like that, Tony bolts into the temple. Someone's like super sarcastic, so that whole epic duel idea, how'd that work out? Mike just snaps, totally fed up. Dude, shut up and run. Then Mike sees something and is like, wait, hold up, I thought you only had one axe. Tony gets this huge, cheesy grin on his face, all casual like, yeah, pretty sick, right? He then starts literally hugging the axe, rubbing his face on it like a weirdo, and cooing, I'm not even kidding, I'm in love with this thing. Mike's just like, whatever dude. He dives behind the temple wall, barely dodging a legit hailstorm of arrows coming right for them. He's totally stressed, shouting, yo, how much longer do we have to hold these guys off? Victor, not even looking back at them,
says, she's almost done, just buy us a little more time.
Then he hops up on the altar and yells, everyone, form a circle around Emma. Protect her at all costs, you hear me? So everyone immediately gets into formation, ready to throw down the second those monsters get too close. Then the main monster boss dude stumps into the temple, gritting his teeth, all determined like, I have to stop this. Mike screams in total horror, wait. The big boss reaches its hand into the temple, and then whoosh. This crazy 7-colored light just erupts from where Emma is standing. Her eyes snap wide open. She throws her head back and just lets out a scream. Meanwhile, back at their settlement in like, Austin, Texas. The tribespeople are hauling their gear. They get to this massive crack in the rocks, and plot twist. There's a secret door hiding behind it. The chief is just watching all this go down with a super serious face. And then, get this. Duke is being carried in on one of those chair thrones like he's a king, looking so smug. Then, a pair of fancy feet touch the ground. The chief immediately puts a hand over his heart, all respectful, and goes, greetings, Lord Duke. Welcome back to our humble little spot. Talk about kissing up, am I right? The chief is just staring at him, totally shook. Duke just claps his hands and demands, wine! And get me some decent grub. I'm starving over here. Bob sees the chief looking seriously ticked off and quietly goes, chief. The chief raises an eyebrow at him and is like, Bob, glad you re not dead. Then the chief gets real close, lowering his voice. So, is the situation as bad as your letter made it sound? Bob frowns, looking super worried. I'm afraid so. We lost almost 2/3 of our crew out there, and you guys, the chief just sneers, his face full of total disgust as he talks. Oh, right. A few of the Grayskin tribe bit the dust. How tragic, he says with a total eye roll. Did you get the treasure? Bob looks kinda stressed but tries to play it cool. It was rough, not gonna lie, taking lows like that. But yeah, we got it. We stashed all the loot inside that old ore freighter. The goblins will never think to look there. The chief gets this creepy, satisfied smile and goes, good, excellent. Once the goblins are out of the picture, I've got big plans for them. Bob's face just drops. He looks super serious all of a sudden. Rengat, there's something else you need to know. Off in the distance, a couple of tribe members are totally spying on them. Em is like, completely shook. Wait, is that the elven chief? Vaughn just crosses his arms, looking totally unimpressed. Yeah, don't even worry about him. The guy's a total lightweight. I heard he basically handed his own daughters over to Duke's brother just to get that fancy title. Oof. Drop a comment below if you think that's messed up. Am is just glaring at the chief, totally disgusted. Pathetic, what a piece of garbage. Then she turns to Vaughn, looking a little skeptical. Commander. Where are you going? He just says, gotta go check something out. Keep an eye on things for me. The scene switches, and this one tribesperson is covering their face, shaking all over, and they choke out, I'm so sorry, he didn't make it. The person they're talking to, this older guy, just collapses to the ground, completely devastated, just whispering, no, as we pan out. You see some people are just wrecked, crying their eyes out. But then, like 5 feet away, another group is all cheerful, slinging their arms around each other. It's so weird. He walks past another squad just crashed on the ground, looking totally wiped. Then Kyle calls out, surprised, Ruby, did you ask them how it went? Ruby just says, all defeated, you can see for yourself, and there's Jake, pushing a cart with this super sad look on his face. He looks over at them and snaps, what do you want? She looks right back at him, her voice dripping with resentment. Jake, I told you she would. Be been safer if you'd taken her with you, he just says. Super firm, I couldn't bring her. And you guys on the cart, there's this girl, she's unconscious and looks really hurt. Jake's voice is grim. If Duke finds out she's still alive, she won't make it through the night. He grits his teeth. His face is just pure pain as he stammers, but she's only getting worse. The other person gently puts a hand on his shoulder. Hey, you guys have healers, right? Go get one of them to help her out. Then a voice calls out, Jake. He turns around and sees 2 people behind him. Kyle says,
Jake, you need to talk with them. Ooh, the drama.
What do you guys think they were gonna talk about? Let me know in the comments and don't forget to smash that like button. He shot back instantly, like,
yeah, I'm coming.
But then he gave her this major side eye and yelled, Ruby. Jake finally took a breath, his voice dripping with gratitude. Yo, seriously, thanks for having my back. For real, We would have been totally toast if you hadn't shown up. Ruby just waved it off with a cool little smile. Ah, don't even sweat it. When I lost Kate, your girl helped me out big time, so I totally owed her one. That's seriously all it was. He kinda mumbled, getting all shy, but sending you all the good vibes for real. She just threw a hand up at his two buddies behind him, like, you guys too, right? Both of you grayskins. Jake was rubbing the back of his neck, looking stressed up. Kyle, my dude, what do I even say now? Kyle was totally shook when he heard that, just staring at him like he'd grown a second head. Bro, I have no clue. Just do what Lep said, I guess. He completely deflated, and his voice got all shaky. But I'm not Lep Man! I can't just pull off one of his big speeches. Maybe I should just get Tony to do it or something. Kyle frowned, trying to hype him up. Jake, listen up. You're the leader now. You're the one who brought all of us together. You got this. Jake's whole body snapped straight, trying to look all determined. Right, I can do this. Ivy got this, he said, even though his voice was trembling. So, we did the thing, and we made it back. Thanks everyone. It's a massive bummer not all our people made it back from Chicago with us. And some of them got permanently deleted, which is even worse. But I'm proud of every single one of you. He was all tense, trying to continue his big speech, but some dude from the back just straight up cut him off. The guy shouted, Yo Jake, enough with the feels. When are we getting paid? Jake's face went completely blank as he asked, all confused, Paid? Kyle standing right next to him, his eyes went wide with panic, giving Jake this super intense stare. The guy who yelled got all salty, his voice super annoyed. Yeah, dude, paid! We don't care about all that other inspirational junk. When do we get our cut from this whole trip? He tried to play it cool. I'll pay everyone as soon as I get the money from the greenskins. Kyle was literally biting his lip, shooting him a look like, bro, what are you even doing? The crew in front of them just went wild though, totally clueless about Kyle's worried expression. Alright boys, let's go get some real food. As the crowd scattered, Jake let out this huge sigh of relief, muttering to himself, okay, wow, that went smoothly. Kyle just replied with a deadpan. Yeah, meanwhile, Ruby was staring off in one direction looking super sketched out. She suddenly freaked, grabbed this girl Am's hand, and yanked her back. Whoa! What's wrong? Why are you sprinting? Em cried out, totally panicked. I'm here to get you. We have to get back to the surface. Like, right now? Duke is calling for war. Ruby's eyes practically bulged out of her head in horror. War. A war against who? Why all the tea is piping hot? Drop a comment below, and tell me who you think they're about to fight. Bob frowned, looking super worried. We were all supposed to be gearing up for the big expedition in 3 weeks. Duke has declared war on the hobgoblins. He's planning to completely wipe them out. An angry dude slammed his fist on the table. Totally furious. That's just stupid. We don't have enough people for that. Is he planning on sending the whole goblin army to get slaughtered? The chief just frowned, looking so over it. Nope, no extra goblins, no mercenaries from that shady spot in Miami. He wants us to handle it. Another guy at the table freaked out. That's insane. There'll be a full-blown riot. Chief, you have to talk some sense into him. Bob was sweating bullets, his voice all anxious. That's right! You gotta talk to him! The chief just crossed his arms, looking completely exhausted. It's no use. Duke has bet everything on this expedition. And if he goes home now without that treasure he promised everyone, his father will literally have his head on a platter. He's desperate. The guy cried out, sounding terrified. But we can't do it! The chief just gave him a hard look and stated firmly, we have to. Then out of nowhere, Bob just cleared his throat. The chief asked him quietly, you got an idea, Bob? Bob frowned, the worry all over his face. Calling it an idea is a bit of a stretch, but yeah, I've been kicking a few things around. He held up his hand and started explaining, what we need is time. I say we start a full mobilization plan. At the same time, I'll work on persuading Duke's advisors to change his mind, which is gonna be pretty freaking expensive. But I'm afraid we totally out of other options. What do you think, Chief? The chief just stood there stroking his chin, silent for what felt like an eternity. Oof. The tension! Smash that like button if you on the edge of your seat. Cut to this super grim scene. There's this girl, looking really messed up, lying in a sick bed. A man takes a long drink from a cup, and the person across from him just says darkly, mushroom food. He finished chugging his drink and wiped his mouth, asking, can't you do anything to help her? The guy, Jock the healer, just looked at Jake all defeated. Dude, I'm not a miracle worker. You need to find someone who knows more than just herbs and moss. He just turned his head away, waving his hand like it was nothing, his tone way too casual. Besides, most of the real pros already got taken out on the expedition. Like I said, she's mushroom food. Jock looked him over, then finally introduced himself. Thanks for the beer, by the way, the name's Jock. Jake. He replied, then Jake's voice dropped to a determined whisper. No, I'm not giving up. We just need to find a real healer, right? He frowned and stated the obvious, right? But like you just said, my guy, most of them are already dead.
Oh my god, what a cliffhanger!
Make sure you share this with a friend and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. He just snapped, totally losing his cool, and the other survivors were completely wiped out. He just clenched his fist and stormed off. Looking so broken, Jack just watched him, his face a total mask of worry. The poor girl was just lying there on the bed, out cold, Gawk pacing all stressed, whispering, "No, this can't be happening," and Jake. He just completely broke down, just started screaming. But wait, you guys have healers topside, right? He kinda paused, looking conflicted.
Yeah, kid, we do. But then Ban just cuts in. He means you. My guy. Oh, the drama.
Look, we were already in deep doo-doo with the goblins. Gawk laid it out. If they catch us trying to sneak your girl Vera up to the camp in Miami, all hell is gonna break loose, for real. But he wouldn't quit. You can't just leave her here. Ban, we were just fighting together.
What if I can get the crystals? I'll find them.
You'll do it then, right?
You guys are guns for hire. That's your whole deal.
And you could see them hesitate for a sec. Ben just looked tired. Sorry, Jake, I can't. Ouch. But then Gawk jumps in. Hold up, we'll do it. Jake's face literally lit up like a Christmas tree.
For real.
Ben was staring at his partner, totally stunned. Gawk, are you serious? But Gawk just stared back, dead serious. I'll do it, but it's gonna cost you big time. Vac looked over at Jake, clearly surprised. Jake then turned to him. Hey Vac, can I holler at you for a second? He waved everyone else out of the room. Yeah, what's up? Jake asked, his voice shaking. Is there even a chance? Vac, man, I'm begging you, he pleaded. The DK crew said they'd take Vera to the surface when they leave, but they want smoke crystals. A lot of them. Vac hung his head, looking totally defeated for him.
And let me guess, you rebroke? Jake shot back. We were getting paid soon.
I'll give you anything you want from my share. Vac's face got all serious, and he growled, like real low, anything I want. Jake, do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth right now?
The tension, I don't care!
Jake just yelled back. Vac's expression softened, but he looked so worried. Jake, dude, I want to help you for real, but it's not that simple. Jake just stared at him, totally floored. Why not?
I thought you cared about her!
Vac lowered his voice, explaining, I do, man. But unlike you, I have people depending on me. That money we about to get, it's not just for us. It's for everyone who survived, and for the families of the ones who didn't. Oh my god, you guys. Let me know in the comments if you saw that twist coming. Jake was just speechless, stammering like F families. Vac gave him this look of pure, unfiltered disappointment. This right here is exactly why everyone gives you so much crap, Jake. You seriously didn't know we have to give a cut to the families of the guys we lost out there. Jake's face just crumpled, and he groaned, dropping his head. Oh. Vac gave him a hard look. Yeah, that's what I thought, after we pay out everyone who's owed. You're gonna have next to nothing left, dude. Unless you were smart enough to snag some extra crystals on the side, were you? Jake just shook his head, his lips pressed into a thin line. I was busy. Vac looked at him, so frustrated, and said flat out, this is what you get for not using your head, man. Damn, that's cold. Look, Jake, I'm for real, I want to help, but I'm in deep myself, you know. Got my own debts to clear. He clapped a hand on Jake's shoulder, trying to soften the blow. Just stay with her, man. Squeeze every last drop out of the time you got left together. They both pictured her, just lying there. And he added, she'd want you there with her at the very end. So Jake's just sitting by her bed, totally wrecked, head hanging low. A voice from behind him goes, Jake. He just answers back, what's good? Kyle scratches his head, like real quick, saying it's nothing. He's waving his hand, looking a bit sketch but trying to play it cool for Jake. It's not a big deal. I'll just tell Mike instead. Jake's just like, real chill. Now just tell me. Kyle pops an eyebrow and rubs his head, sounding super hesitant. Well, a message just came through for Jack. They need a security detail for the tribute they resending up to Duke. Jake says it all cool. Yeah, just let Mike know. Whoever wants the gig can take it. Then he pushes the flap aside and dips, his face all tense. Alright, no worries, my bad for bugging you. Jake lets out this frustrated sigh, then whips around and yells, Kyle, hold up a sec. So morning hits, we in this massive forest out near Denver, and the Grayskin tribe is rolling a cart down the path. Jake looks up at the sky. Totally bugging. Kyle, you seen this? Was that a freaking bird? Kyle yells, totally losing his mind.
Dude, look at the sky!
It's huge. He grins over at Jake. First time up here, huh?
Jake just goes, yeah.
He's all hype. Me too, this is insane. Seriously, thanks for bringing me. But Jake's face gets all serious, his brow all wrinkled up. No problem, but stay alert, for real. Anything could be out here. Sky demons, gnarly wolves, or even a moose. Kyle's face goes ghost white, and he's nervously checking every shadow. Seriously. A moose. Are those things even, like, real? A flash of some gnarly, psycho moose goes through Jake's head. His voice is all shaky. My old man said they are. He said they were huge, with antlers as big as an ogre's. Kyle was totally bugging out, whispering, "Oh man, for real, this is a bad vibe. We should just dip." But Jake, cool as a cucumber, was just like, "Chill out. Dude, it's gonna be fine. Kyle is our guide, for real. This dude is the champion from the West Tunnels arena. No joke." Kyle glanced over at him, all curious, like, "So, what do you think is in there?" Jake just shook his head, looking like he couldn't care less. "I don't give a damn, my guy. I just care about how many stacks they redropping on us for this gig." Kyle gently lifted the curtain, his voice full of doubt. "Yeah, but aren't you even a little curious?" The curtain opened just a tiny crack and bam, a single yellow eye stared right back at him. Kyle yelped, "Ha!" and let out a scream you could hear all the way from Miami. Then a voice called out, "Hey, you two." The owner of the eye was like, trying to calm them down, "Could you please keep it down? The vibes in here are already trashed enough." Jake instantly slapped a hand over Kyle's mouth and apologized. "So sorry to bother you. I will get him in check." Then she asked, sounding kinda doubtful, "Are we almost there yet?" Jake replied calmly, "Sorry, I've never been off my block before, no idea who you are." She looked at both of them with these gentle eyes and said, "I'm Lena." She moved aside to reveal a bunch of other girls, her voice super sad. "We were being sent to serve Hunchback Duke." Kyle's eyes went wide, and he gasped, "Wait, you re-slaves." A dude with a purple cloth tied around his head, sitting up front, whipped around and yelled, "Hey, you punks!" His face was absolutely twisted with anger as he growled, "Get away from the carriage, now." Jake's face went ghost white, but he quick switched to a friendly smile. "Sorry, my bad. We didn't mean any harm." Kyle frowned, looking seriously ticked off. They were sending women to Hunchback Duke's place. Jake broke out in a cold sweat and whispered back, "Kyle, that is not our problem. For all we know, they were going willingly, dude." But you could tell they were both bugging, whispering, "But how many of our homies got messed up because of those green skins?" They both remembered seeing that little girl buried under a pile of rocks. They were cursing under their breath. "Just forget it. Vara got hurt, cause of them. They all deserve to rot for all I care." Kyle was about to say something else, but Jake just cut him off. "Come on, focus on the job." The crew was about to roll through the main gate. Once inside, Kyle was looking all around. A guard led Jake's crew into a room and ordered them, "Drop your weapons and wait here. We'll bring you guys some water and grub." Yo, goblins were literally crawling all over the fortress walls. It was insane. They were whispering to each other, like, "Yo, you see how massive this fortress is? There's gotta be at least 100 goblins here. And check out the drip. You think we'll all actually get to eat some real meat?" Jake looked at Kyle, all suspicious. "You've been real quiet this whole time. What's good?" Kyle's face was pale as he asked nervously, "Dude, do you think they were gonna eat us?" He quickly shook his head. "Nah, I'm pretty sure goblins don't do that, right?" Just then, Ruby waved at them from behind a wall. Seeing her, Jake was like, I gotta take a leak." Kyle was still shaking in his boots and didn't even see Ruby. He just insisted on going too. "Me too." Ruby rushed over, totally frantic. "What the hell are you two doing here?" Jake looked at her, so confused. "We re-escorting a tribute for Hunchback Duke." She bit her lip, her voice trembling. "Tell your handler to get everyone out of here right now." Jake was shocked. "Why? Ruby, what's going on?" "Yeah," she frowned, and her voice got super serious. "Something really weird is happening." Her eyes went wide with absolute terror as she screamed, "An assassin, an elven assassin, just iced Hunchback Duke." Kyle and Jake jumped. Their faces went completely white as they looked at each other and yelled, "Holy crap." Okay, so the scene switches, and we see Emma sitting down, looking tired. She looks up at him and asks, "So what's the plan now, Stan?" He replied, "We were going to follow the tracks they left behind. It's the fastest route through this level, and it'll lead us to the next ones. You see tons of footprints on this dark path, while we hear Mike's voice explaining everything. It's gonna be a long way back to Chicago, but at least it's faster than just wandering around exploring this place." Ulp frowned, face looking super serious. "Before we roll out, Ulp, there's something I need to discuss with you. Private, like." All of a sudden, Tony pops up, stepping in front of him with a dangerous look. "What do you want with him?" The other guy's eyes were filled with so much shade. "Someone like you wouldn't get it." Tony gave him this clueless look, which just made the dude's face darken. "Oh, is that right? Try me." His hand started drifting toward the sword at his hip. He threatened in a low voice, "You don't want to piss me off, kid. But if you have to know, I need to make sure that Elp and his crew aren't going to turn snake on me the second we meet up with the main force." Mike grabbed Tony's arm to chill him out. "Tony, it's okay. He's smart enough not to try and off me." At that moment, the guy gestured with an open hand. "So, can we go talk somewhere else now? Drop a comment below if you think they about to throw down." So they dip into this sketchy looking back alley, maybe somewhere in downtown Chicago, and the old dude turns around like, "Yeah, this'll work." Mike is just giving him the major side eye, totally not trusting this vibe. Mike's like, alright, spill it. This isn't just about crews or the future, is it? The old guy, Jake, just cracks this little smirk, still sharp as a tack. Mike just lets out this massive sigh, like here we go. He hypes himself up and says, you want to know about my spear, and that key Kenny was talking about, the key 35. Jake looks him up and down, doing his whole psychoanalysis thing close, but no, to be blunt, I could care less about the key. It's the real owner I'm after. Who even are you, kid? I know your whole backstory, back when everyone called you Mike. Mike's frowning at him, looking totally worried, while the old dude just keeps going. So how did a weak, useless punk like you suddenly get this major glow up? His eyes were intense, his voice dripping with arrogance. You changed your name, built a crew, and turned into a stone-cold savage. I'm not an idiot. The old man points right at Mike, saying all dramatically, there's only one explanation. You were one of the chosen. Mike looks absolutely exhausted, points to his own head, and goes, bro, are you for real? Have you lost your mind? Jake gets this super annoyed look on his face. He just keeps pushing his theory. I'm not crazy. Listen up, kid. You took a bunch of worthless, cowardly miners and turned them into a disciplined fighting squad. Jake's thinking back to that crazy crew. His voice is full of awe. And with that ragtag bunch, you snatched a victory from one of my most terrifying lieutenants. It was epic. He's totally replaying Mike's schooling Jack and Zach, a bond formed between them that was, like, completely out of left field. Nobody saw that coming, he says, and that's not even getting into your slick political game. The power moves you pull are next level, beyond anyone in my entire crew. Jake's brow is all furrowed. You can tell he's getting suspicious. But there's one thing I just can't figure out. Mike narrows his eyes and asks, and what's that? Jake eyes him, super suspicious. Even with all the insane danger you've been in, you've never used your special skill. Not even when you were basically knocking on death's door. Mike just holds his hands up like it's no big deal. Who knows, man? Guess I'm just not the chosen one, lol. Jake strokes his chin, and his voice gets all playful. That's true, maybe you were just a lost soul after all. Mike raises an eyebrow like he can't believe what he's hearing. A lost soul. For real, after all that chosen one hype, now you recalling me a lost soul. He smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. I mean, not to brag or anything, but you gotta know the big guys upstairs wouldn't let a talent like me just wander around. They would. Scoop me up instantly. Jake's face just twists with pure anger. His eyes are practically on fire as he spits out his next words. You give our gods way too much credit. They were nothing but a bunch of blind, petty fools. This world is drowning in chaos, and they just stand there and do absolutely nothing. Mike puts his shield down, super casual. You sure you want to be talking like that? You were not worried about getting struck by lightning or something? Drop a comment below if you think Jake is playing with fire. The old dude just snorts and then bursts out laughing like a total maniac. Jake spits on the ground. His faith is 100% shattered. He says defiantly, let him try and do something to me. In all my years, I've decided there are only two possibilities. Either they don't give a damn, or they don't even exist. Jake thinks back on all the rituals he's seen, saying, I'm kinda leaning towards the second one. That the gods are just some fairy tale people, made up to explain things they were too scared to understand. An image of these crazy powerful figures, just standing on a mountain of bodies flashes through his mind. So gnarly. He goes on, or maybe these so-called chosen ones made up the gods, just to put themselves on a pedestal. Mike shoots back with a confident smirk. Wow, you really all in on this theory, huh? Jake's eyes are bulging as he screams like a psycho. What's the worst they can do? Hurt me, kill me, curse me. So what if I say it? I live by my own truth, not theirs. Facing Jake's super intense, shadowy eyes, Mike just calmly says, look, don't get me wrong, I actually agree with you. But what if your truth leads you straight off a cliff? What if your own feelings make you do something you'll regret for the rest of your life? How can you be so certain about your truth? Jake was not having it. He shot back. I'd rather hold on to a truth I made for myself than accept some hand-me-down belief from 1,000 other people. I'll make my own way. And if everything I believe is wrong, then that's on me for not being smart enough. Mike just holds his hands up, looking calm. I've said my piece. Jake frowned. That's it. Mike tilts his head, his voice dripping with fake surprise. Bro, did you seriously think I was gonna lay out my entire game plan for you? If you love this drama, smash that like button and subscribe for more. He just smirked and shot back. Yeah, I guess, but I've still got a couple of things I need to know. Mike cut him off right there. Look, get this straight. I'm not some long-lost chosen one or whatever. The old guy just busted out laughing, full of shade, and there it is! The same old B I've come to expect from you. Okay, so that was a total lie, but it basically confirmed that my boy has memories from a past life. The drama. So in that life, did you choke then too? Did you just give up when things got tough? Mike's face just twisted up. He looked so salty. He closed his eyes and snapped back, I didn't, and I never freaking will. The old man just kept poking. Ooh, good answer. That brings me to my second question. What's the deal with that key? And how'd you get your hands on it? Mike just snapped, it's a long story, and honestly, I don't want to get into it, the old man pleaded. See, man. Just think of it as the price of admission for my help from now on. Mike was dead silent for a hot minute, looking like he was reliving some gnarly trauma from his days back in Chicago. He sighed and was like, "Ugh. Fine." Then Mike started spilling all the tea about the monster that used to rock the very sword he was holding. The key was apparently some relic from the Dead City, which is basically a graveyard for magic experiments gone wrong and busted magical junk. He said it's super casual. How I got it isn't really important. Mike then turned and started walking away, tossing over his shoulder. Take this sword, for example. It's soul-bound to me, and I'm the only one who can use it. To literally anyone else, it's a glorified paperweight. Mike slung the blade over his shoulder and just kept talking. You could say I'm the one who knocked the block off that giant bug. He said it so calmly. Well, I am the key. Mike rested the blade on his shoulder, his voice getting super menacing. So if you want into the city and all the treasure inside, you better make damn sure nothing happens to me. He narrowed his eyes and growled, Are we clear? The old man got this thoughtful frown. Then he actually cracked a smile and lowered his head. Seems I was way off about you. Mike just stared at him, totally stunned. Oh, for real. He smirked, all mocking. Maybe the god of tricksters is real after all, huh? The old man held up a hand, getting all decisive. All right, let's call a truce, a real one this time. Making threats is only gonna make this worse. We gotta team up to handle the chaos that's about to pop off. Mike reached out and shook his hand, replying, You got that right. So sunlight hits this wild rock mountain shaped like a giant floating hand in the sky, and boom. A wooden fence appears out of nowhere in front of the forest. Two soldiers sprint over, slamming their swords into the ground like they mean business. The guard's face was pale as a ghost, reporting, Sir, the goblins are on the move. A dude with a huge axe slung over his shoulder glanced out and jutted his chin. You hear that? Jake turned his head and replied, Yeah, Vax, I hear it. Vax scowled and yelled, All right, everyone, gear up. Let's show these goblins how we roll. A voice just rings out, We were lost, you morons. Tony gritted his teeth, his face all twisted with frustration. What the hell is this place? It's like we restranded on some back road in Austin. Lisa answered nervously, I have no clue either. He looked at the bodies, his voice super irritated. There are literally dozens of bodies scattered all over the place. At the far end was the nasty carcass of a giant insect, totally riddled with spears. Emma covered her mouth, completely horrified, her voice trembling. Oh my god, what happened here? You think the high elves did this? Mike looked around, a worried expression on his face. It's possible, but that wouldn't explain why most of the dead are just, like, regular folks. The old man was checking out a corpse nearby, agreeing, He's got a point. The fancy nobles would never send their private security down to this part of the hood for people like this. He glanced back at them and said in a low voice, Okay, this is wild. This woman was taken out by a spear, not by a bite. Tony gritted his teeth and snapped a spear. What the hell? Emma's eyes went wide with disbelief. Hold on, does that mean she was killed by one of the guards? But why would they do something like that? The old man got to his feet, a grim look on his face. I have no idea. Let's go check the other bodies. A voice called out, Everybody, get over here and look at this. Emma rushed over with her staff and knelt down, when suddenly a pair of freaky blood-red eyes popped up right behind her. A dude with a spear lunged forward, and she just watched in pure terror. Emma let out a scream and swung her staff like she was trying to hit a home run. The staff connected right with the guy's head with a loud thwack. Still scared out of her mind, she landed another blow right between his legs. Ouch. She licked her lips, a wicked look on her face as she raised her staff to bring it down again when Tony lunged forward, shouting, Wait. Kyle grabbed his crotch with both hands, shaking like a leaf as sweat just poured off him. A voice called out, Kyle, is that you? He struggled to sit up, and when he saw Mike, he exclaimed respectfully, Sir, you re-alive? I can't believe it. It's a freaking miracle. Meanwhile, Tony was desperately trying to hold back the furious Emma, yelling, Hole, take it easy, girl.
Man, what a scene.
Drop a comment below if you think Emma went too far, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more drama. Mike was totally bugging, looking all skeptical, like, Kyle, what the heck, my dude? Why'd you just go after Emma? But then some old timer pipes up, Yo, he was just trying to keep us safe. Mike was shook like, Wait, you read the head doc. Dude was a total mess, covered in sketchy stains, and his whole crew looked like they just escaped a mosh pit in downtown L.A. The doc's like, Look, the kid thought you were rolling with the enemy, or even worse, a goblin, and Mike's just frowning, totally lost, like, goblins. For real, what kind of messed up party are they throwing down here? Kyle's eyes bugged out, and he started screaming his head off, It's a war. Bro Duke is gone, and the goblins are storming the place. But then Victor, always the smart one, just cuts in like, okay, but that doesn't explain the guards, or the giant bugs. Kyle just stared at him, totally speechless, like his brain just short-circuited. Victor's like Victor to you, he was not playing around. His eyes were blazing, spill it, kid, now so Kyle starts remembering the chaos. Okay, so after the goblins declared war, the rich folks started snatching everybody for the army, like even moms and little kids. Vac and Jake knew about this secret spot on the second level, like a hideout straight out of a movie down on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. So they send us all down here to ghost the draft. But Victor just cuts him off. Yeah, that still doesn't explain this mess. And Vac just shoots him the nastiest glare, like, yo, back off and let the kid talk. You could see him replaying the whole nightmare in his head, the bug things versus the people. Kyle got all serious and was like, the rich dudes found our spot. They sent their goons down here to drag us back. So we were like, we gotta bounce, and tried to dip, but that's when the bugs showed up. I just figured they were on patrol or something. You know, Mike's face got all dark, and he leans in, asking real low, did those things get to this settlement? Nah man, they kinda just loitered for a bit, then they turned around and peaced out. Tony's looking up at the ceiling like, that's weird, we didn't see a single bug, and Emma's stroking her chin, all detective mode. They must be taken a different way, like the I-5 instead of the 101. Mike just nods at them, super chill. Gotcha. Then he whips his head back to Kyle, and you could feel the tension. Okay, but my sister, where is she? Wasn't she with you guys? And y'all, Kyle started stuttering. His face went ghost white, and he's shaking like, bro. Mike's eyes went huge and his face turned to stone. Kyle. Tell me now. Kyle couldn't even look him in the eye. Looking totally broken, he finally mumbles, nah man, she wasn't with us. We tried to get her to come for real, but she wouldn't leave this dude Thomas. She stayed behind at the settlement. Tony's jaw dropped.
Poemas isn't the foreman.
But get this, Mike just lets out this huge sigh of relief, like 1,000 pounds just fell off his shoulders. He's all calm like, oh okay. He must have finally told her the truth. Tony's all like, hold up, is your sister, like, involved with that foreman dude? And Mike just throws his hands up, totally done with it all. Young love, man, what you gonna do, right? He looks at the whole crew and is like, 8, new plan. We re-heading to the settlement to get the full story. But then, somebody just had to interrupt. Yeah, about that, Dan says, sorry my guy, but this is our stop. Lisa looks at him and nods. He's right, this ain't our drama. If we stick with you, we were gonna get sucked into your war. Then Kate looks down at her busted arm, all sad like, besides, I'm basically useless with my arm messed up like this, so I'm gonna hang back here and see if I can find anyone else. And Emma, being the bestie she is, takes Kate's arm and goes, I'm staying with her, you know, just in case those creepy crawlies decide to come back. Mike looks at them, and you can tell he doesn't love it, but he's like, alright, fine. I'll send someone to give you the all clear when this whole thing blows over. So Mike glances back at his odd crew, Viraga, Tony, you guys ready to bounce? Tony, an absolute hype man, lifts his axe and screams, born ready. But Viraga's all cool and mysterious. I have a few questions that need answers. Tony gives a wave to the crew staying behind, and you can see the fire in Mike's eyes. He's like, alright, team, let's roll. Meanwhile, Bob storms up to this Riker dude, the supposed chief, looking mad as hell.
Yo, what are you doing?
Riker's just ordering his guys around and gives him this look, totally dripping with sass. What does it look like I'm doing? Bob's eyeing him all suspicious. It looks like you re-getting ready to ditch us. Riker just smirks, not even trying to hide it, and says all tired, duh. Of course I'm leaving. You should be packing your bags, too. Bob just loses it yelling,
but Chief, we just started fighting.
And Riker gets this sneaky look, leaning in, paused, this whole fight. It's just a distraction, my dude, a little show to buy us some time. When the main Goblin army shows up, they were gonna flatten us like a pancake on a highway in Phoenix. And trust me, I am not sticking around to see that happen. Bob gets right in his face, super ticked off, bro. You're the one who got the whole council to agree to this all-out war, so we wouldn't have to sacrifice the kids.
Re the Chief!
This whole place, every single person is counting on you to lead, and you're just gonna dip out on us. Man, if you think this is messed up, smash that like button and let us know in the comments. He was all casual, like yo, the Ambrake clan and the other bogey nobles are, like, totally ready to throw down. Then he crosses his arms, gives this smug little eyebrow raise and a grin, and there's literally no stopping them now. I basically just gave M the thumbs up, then out of nowhere, he spots something and totally loses it, screaming, don't you drop that, you idiot! Bob's frowning, all tense, and he's like, I know exactly what you're trying to pull here. The Chief's whole vibe shifts back to serious, and he's giving Bob this super emotional look. He lowers his voice to give him some advice. Look, you smart, you will just roll with me on this, Bob. I'm telling you, He narrows his eyes, his voice dropping to a whisper. This whole area is completely screwed. So Bob steps out and shuts the door, and bam, this voice makes him jump out of his skin. Is the chief in there? Some noble is standing right there, and Bob's like, trying to be chill. Gwyn, you here to drop off a report or something? Gwyn snaps this super formal military salute, looking dead serious. Yes, sir. The council sent me over from their office at 45 Penn Plaza to deliver the latest tea. His face was all troubled, and he says in this low voice, I'm afraid the chief is unavailable right now. He adds, but hey, if you want, you can just tell me, and I will make sure he gets the message. Gwyn just scratches his head, looking totally resigned, like, fine, I guess that'll work. Then you can see his face get all dark as he remembers seeing these raggedy-looking people they drafted into the army. Okay, so, we've finished the big draft. We organized all the able-bodied slaves in these little neighborhood watch defense squads. Gwyn gave him the quick and dirty rundown of their whole defensive plan. All the little back entrances have been completely sealed off. They've set up defensive posts at all the main entryways. Bogart and his crew are holding down the west gate, while the crews from the two towns have the east gate on lockdown. And Jake, plus like a bajillion other soldiers, are right there on the front lines, Gwyn said. Jack's troops at the main gate dug a bunch of trenches and built up walls before Jira's main army even showed up. Right now, it's a total standoff. Bob is all tense, like, for real. What's the sitch? And Gwyn gets this little smirk on his face. You can tell he's loving the results. The goblins have tried to attack a few times, but Jack's forces shut him down every single time. He frowned and kept grilling him. Good. What about our messenger to the Merc camp out in the valley? Are they back yet? Gwyn pictured Gozak just waving his hand like, get out of my face. When his guys showed up, they re-back, sir. And get this, the mercenaries are claiming they re-neutral. They're re-saying they won't fight us unless the goblins pay them up front for the whole gig. Cash on the table. Or no deal. Bob looked so relieved. You guys, and he said all calmly, well, with Duke 6 feet under, they're gonna be waiting a long time. Gwyn looks at him, and you can hear the worry in his voice. Yeah, that's true, sir. But they also said they're still stuck in their old contract, so they won't help us either. Then his face just drops, all serious again. Hey, that's good enough for me. We can't be picky. We just gotta be ready to defend our own turf. Are the reserves geared up? Gwyn thinks about the women and kids, and he kinda hesitates for a second. Yeah, we retraining them. And Bob just cuts him off, but what? Gwyn was thinking about all the families that just bounced not too long ago. So a ton of the working class families just, disappeared after we issued the draft order. We think they bolted for the lower caves or some other headouts. He frowned, clearly annoyed. I see you send anyone to go find them. Gwyn pictured the guards they sent down into the deeper levels to go searching. All the foremen are slammed with training and setting up defenses. So we just sent a few of the regular guards to go look for the deserters. His eyes narrowed and he just exploded. What a complete waste of manpower. If the goblins actually break in, a few kids and old people aren't gonna change a single damn thing. Gwyn got a little tense and tried to explain. I know, sir, but the council is still pushing to find them. Bob looked Gwyn dead in the eye and said, all right, go tell your father, Lord Ambrake, that the chief will be looped in on this, and please, tell him we said great job for all his hard work coordinating this war. What do you guys think? Was Bob being sarcastic? Let us know in the comments. Gwyn replied all respectfully. I will, sir. Bob turned to walk off, saying, now if you will excuse me, I gotta bounce, heading to the temple of JJ. Gwyn was so confused. The temple of JJ. You going to pray that we win? Bob thought about the insane war with the goblins and replied with total dread in his voice. No, I'm praying we survive. Meanwhile, out on the front lines, it was a full-on showdown between their forces and the goblins. The goblins were just posted up outside the barricade, holding these huge shields and super sharp blades. Then this one goblin runs up, screaming, over here, let's go!
We broke through!
And a whole mob of them just charged a busted section of the barricade, screeching like absolute maniacs. Oh my gosh, smash that like button and subscribe, cause you are not gonna wanna miss what happens next. It's game over for you scrubs. A goblin just cackled, taking out a soldier in the trench like it was nothing. Yo, check out what I got for y'all. The soldiers totally freaked and scattered while the goblin leader flexed with his messy blade. He just roared, fan out and light up anyone you see. And then plot twist. This goblin's eyes went huge, like he saw a ghost, then bam! Jax comes down, he's got this savage smirk, like, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He turns to his crew, totally serious, and goes, alright, listen up, only one squad is walking out of here, and you bet it's not gonna be them. So Jack just lets out this massive roar and charges the goblins. They were getting way too close for comfort, like, just a few feet away through all that mess. About to throw down in the middle of nowhere. Maybe somewhere in the sticks of Alabama. But get this, the goblins weren't backing down, not a chance. They were just hiding in the shadows, all creepy. Like they were waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Meanwhile, Jack and Jake's squad are trying to cook up a plan on the down low. Jake turns to him, totally worried, and says, "Bro, Jack, they still haven't bounced." Jack just nods, all calm like, "I know, they just faking us out. A couple of them tried to creep into the trench over yonder. But I shut that down real quick." Jake seemed a little less stressed, but still had to ask, "Good looking out. How many of our guys are hurt?" Jack was straight up about it. 3. Already got fresh bodies and whatever. They retaking way more alls than we are. Then he's like, "We gotta double down on the defense. Add a few more layers in case they try to loop around." And you could just see Jake's face drop. He knew they were in deep. Man, if they just had more people, this would be a cakewalk. "Jack, stop being so stubborn. Those are Lep's guys, not mine. You brought, like, over 20 people. And with my crew, we re-rocking over 60. That's more than enough. We don't need Mike's little fan club." But Jake wasn't having it. "But I can convince them to stick around. Lep is literally the only one they all actually listen to." Jack just sighed, kinda defeated, and said, "Lep's not here. Dude, you re the boss now. I'm just glad you re on my side." But before he could finish, a soldier runs up, totally out of breath, with some major news. "Jack, the goblins just got reinforcements." They both just stared at each other, not saying a word, but you could totally see the panic in their eyes. Oh snap! They knew if this kept up, their whole defense was gonna crumble. At the same time, miles away in some creepy bunker in downtown Denver, Bob's walking down this super narrow, freezing hallway. At the end of it, some mysterious figure in a cloak waves him forward. Kathaga's like, "Welcome, Bob, long time no see." But Bob was not here for small talk, his voice was all scratchy. "Kathaga, we need to talk." She just nodded. "I know, it's about Rengard, right?" He gives this little nod, like, "Dang, you really know everything." And Kathaga's like, "I just had a vision. Wanna hear the tea?" Bob was kinda shook. "A vision? That's some serious stuff." And he was praying it was something good. Kathaga closes her eyes all dramatically, and her voice gets super low and spooky. "Have you seen our tribe's future? And girl, it's bright. We all living it up in the sun, blessed and everything, so don't even trip." My dude. But that literally just made Bob more stressed. "Actually, that's the whole reason I'm freaking out." Kathaga looked at him like, "Huh? Why?" And he just lays it out, "Because as long as Rengard's running the show, we never gonna be free. That dude has zero vision and isn't brave enough to lead us to a better place." Kathaga was quiet for a sec, probably letting the drama sink in, before she finally spoke. "Okay, then let me give you some advice. When the dad is acting a fool, maybe it's time to have a little chat with the son." Bob's brow just crinkled, like, his son passed away last year, awkward. Kathaga just gently shook her head. "Not that son, the other one, ooh, the plot thickens." Meanwhile, outside, the goblins are gearing up, getting their arrows ready and creeping through the trees like total ninjas. From way back, Jack and Jake are watching, whispering to each other. Jake's like, "What in the world is that thing?" And Jack's just like, "Looks like some kind of bow. Maybe it's, like, magic or something." Lisa overhears them and steps up,
All excited. Let me go see.
Jake literally jumps.
What do you think you're redoing?
Lisa just laughed it off. "Chill, I just want to get a closer look. Don't worry, they can't possibly hit us from way over here in Austin." Jack tried to stop her, but Lisa was not having it and took a couple more steps forward anyway. "Seriously, drop a comment if you think this is a bad idea." And like a split second later, you hear this whistle. An arrow, moving faster than a Tesla, just zips out and goes right through Lisa.
Jake screamed, "No!"
And dove to catch her as she fell. Jack just bellowed, "Everybody get down." Arrows were flying everywhere, hitting the ground and making dirt fly up. Jake is holding Lisa and screaming, "We gotta get her to a doctor. Right now." Jack's gritting his teeth, trying to keep everyone together. "Hold the line. Stay behind cover." Jake is just staring out, totally confused. They're just standing there. Why aren't they attacking? Jack's like, "I don't get it either. Maybe they were waiting for a signal or something." Jake just sounds defeated. "If they were gonna rush us, they would be done it already. Staying back there just makes their arrows totally worthless." Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Jack let out a huge sigh. "Ugh, this is so pointless. They were not pushing. And we just stuck here like we in traffic on the 405. But then, Jake squinted at the goblins, his voice all urgent. Hold up. I see something sketchy."
Jack immediately shot back. "Where, dude? Spill."
Jake pointed. They were holding these little flasks, pouring out some nasty-looking stuff. Jake was practically jumping out of his skin, pointing where the goblins were acting all sus in the distance. "Right there by those rocks, and over there, too." He squinted, trying to get a better look, seeing them crawling super low to the ground, and was like, "Why are they moving like that? What is this, a weird TikTok challenge?" The longer he watched, The more Jake's gut was screaming that something was seriously wrong. Maybe they had another crew with them. But Jack couldn't spot anyone else. It felt super off. Seeing those little creeps inching closer, he instantly got his guard up, his voice dropping low. What kind of messed up game are they playing? If they even think about creeping any closer, my catapult crew is gonna send them flying back to Delaware.
All of a sudden, Jake just screamed no!
No. The shout totally ripped through the air, making everyone jump out of their boots. He was literally trembling, biting his hand, his eyes bugging out in a full-blown panic. What do I do now? Jack spun around, saw his boy's terrified face and was totally confused. Jake, bro, what is it? What's got you so shook? He was flashing back to that horrifying scene. He remembered the goblins getting ready to yeet oil bombs right into their trench.
It's not just that. Man, they've got another play!
If we mess with them, they're gonna use crossbows to pick us off one by one. They want to burn everything, turn this whole trench into a giant barbecue. Hearing that, Jack's face went ghost white and he gritted his teeth. Oh hell no, Jake didn't waste a single second, practically shoving him. We gotta fall back to the rear trench and lock it down. Go warn everybody, right now. But Jack just yelled back, there's no freaking time. Jake was about to keep arguing, but Jack's vibe just made him even more confused. Warn everyone, bro, what are you doing? He stood up and said with total finality, doing what I do best. Before Jake could even process that, Jack freaking leaped away, leaving him to just scream Jack. He charged forward, diving behind a huge boulder to watch the chaos unfold. Lisa ran over, saw what was happening, and asked all worried, oh my god. What is he doing? Jake could only shake his head, completely clueless. I have absolutely no idea. Meanwhile, Jack's eyes were laser focused on the enemy, watching their every move like a tiger stalking its prey. Suddenly, he yelled,
Got you, you little suckers!
Like a predator unleashed. Jack shot out from his hiding spot. Arrows were flying at him, but he just deflected them all with his shield like Captain America. He poured all his energy into a dead sprint charge. Seeing that, Jake yelled out, totally freaking, he's a dead man. But the words barely left his mouth when Jack let out a massive roar, channeling all his power into his attack. Once he locked onto his target, he leaped into the air like some kind of beast, giving the goblin zero time to even blink. Not saying a word, Jack came crashing down, finishing his prey with one clean, decisive slash. The other goblins who saw it just screamed in pure terror and scattered like cockroaches. But Jack wasn't letting them get away, chasing them down like a bolt of lightning. Another goblin shrieked, "Get him, you worthless bots.
Take him out now!"
The rest of them were shaking, pointing at Jack, who was charging like a literal hurricane, just radiating pure killer energy. They tried to run, but didn't get far before arrows started finding their backs. Jack straight up grabbed one of them, hoisted him up, and just yeeted him high into the air. Then he spun around and launched his heavy shield forward, with every ounce of his strength. The shield flew out like a thunderbolt, smashing another goblin right in the chest, and making it shriek in agony. The others totally panicked, screaming, fall back. Everybody fall back now. Seeing his crew dip, their leader was losing his mind, grabbing one of his own guys by the collar and just roaring in pure rage. Meanwhile, Jake was cheering his head off.
He did it! They were running! Let's go!
He ran up to Jack, his voice buzzing with hype. Jack, my dude, that was absolutely insane. Jack could hardly believe it himself, letting out a proud laugh. Yeah, I'm definitely telling my grandkids about that one day. He paused for a sec before getting up, his tone suddenly dead serious. Don't thank me yet. We're not out of the woods. Look over there. Their leader is not taking this L lightly. The goblin leader's eyes were flashing with pure hatred, but then this creepy, sly grin spread across his face. Like he just cooked up a whole new evil plan. He subtly waved his hand, signaling someone in the back. And bam, instantly, another troop appeared from the rear, and dude, their whole vibe was completely different. Jake stumbled back, trembling. Oh no.
Can't be!
Seeing them, Jack spoke with total urgency. You, get your butt back to the cave, and tell them we need every last person who can throw down, now! He snapped his orders at Jake. Jake, get the troops together. We have to hold these new guys off for as long as humanly possible, Jake asked, his voice shaking. But Jack, how are we supposed to fight that? There's way too many of them. We can't win this. Jack cut him off, his voice dripping with disappointment but still firm. Jake, is that seriously what I taught you? To give up before the fight even starts? For real? Those words made Jake totally freeze up. He then saw someone walking up and couldn't believe his eyes. Sir,
you alive?
Jake was so relieved he looked like he was about to start bawling. Sir, I'm okay. Mike walked over and put a hand on his shoulder, his voice low and calm. Jake, it's great to see you too, man. But we can have a reunion later. He gestured behind them at the fresh wave of enemies. I found some fresh blood, a few new warriors who can totally roll with us. And get this, Mike and Jake were giving each other the stare down, like, You could feel the tension all the way from here to Miami. Both of them were totally scheming. But then Jake, out of nowhere, cracks this smile and holds out his hand, all like, "Good to have you back, man." Mike grabs it, gives him a solid pat on the shoulder, and goes, "Yeah, I heard some rumors I bounced, but we'll get into that tea later. Spill it. What's the 411? He pulls out this little trinket and tosses it to Jake, saying, "I brought you a little something, maybe a good luck charm." Jake catches it, pops it on right away, no questions asked, 8 bet. Then bam, Mike's whole vibe changes. He gets dead serious. "Alright, download everything to me. We are not losing this thing." Jake immediately unrolls the map. "Here's the layout, bro." Seeing him just staring at the map all weird, Jake's like, Chief, you good? What are you doing?" Mike pauses for a sec, then he's like, "Appreciate it, Jake. I'm cooking up a little something." So Mike, after his little brainstorm session, hops up and gets everyone's attention. 8, circle up, people. Here's the play. He doesn't even blink, just starts dishing out orders. "Maya, you re-up, grab a squad, find all the kerosene you can, and light it up right here and here. That's gonna lock down our defense. Plus the smoke's gonna totally mess with their archer's aim." Maya just gives a nod, "On it," and just like that, Mike was already pointing at the next person. "We were breaking into 3-strike teams. Each of you gets to lead a crew. Look, it's gonna be rough, but I need you to hold M off for as long as you possibly can." The whole crew gets it, and they all like, "Roger that, boss." But then Jack pipes up, "So, while we out there getting wrecked, what are you two gonna be doing?" And you guys, they both get this wicked little grin, which makes poor Jake, who's stuck between them, swallow so hard I bet you could hear it in Chicago. Total power move. Then they just bolted, throwing out every crazy move in their arsenal. The whole field was just pure chaos, total madness. This dude, Champion, is just watching from the sidelines and he's like, "Seriously? These are the clowns giving you trouble." The other guy immediately jumps in like, "You don't sleep on them, Champion, they re-legit, they know what they're redoing." And hearing that, Champion gets this little smirk and asks, "Oh, really? Is that the excuse you gonna give to General Barra when you try to explain why you needed backup to take down this little garage band of fighters?" The other dude is so not having it, just waves his hand, "A paft, we wouldn't have even needed backup in the first place if those hired guns had just done their damn job." Champion, clearly over this conversation, just sighs, "Yeah, okay dude, blame the mercs. It's classic. You literally changed the deal and ghosted them on payday. What did you think was gonna happen?" But this guy is still trying to defend himself. "He just told them I'd pay after they handled the rebels. I even offered a bonus." Hearing that, Champion just looks at him deadpan. "You mean the Elven Rebellion they were literally fighting side by side with for months on that trip? Dude, you are something else, a complete moron." Oof, getting called out like that really got under his skin, and he snaps back, "Excuse me, who do you think you talking to? Do you have any idea who my dad is?" Oh, classic rich kid move, but Champion was not playing. He gets right up in his face, all menacing. "I'm here because the general sent me to clean up your mess, so you better check your tone before you end up as a red stain on that field over there. We clear." And yup, that shut him up real quick. He didn't say another word, just yes. Meanwhile, back in the action, Jake is still yelling for his crew to go for headshots. The bad guys just pop up their shields, and one of the soldiers yells, "It's not working." But Jake stays totally cool and yells back, "No. Just keep pushing. We switch to spears once they get in close." But his soldiers are clearly freaking out a little. "Jake, can we actually pull this off?" And for a second, you could tell he was totally stumped, like he didn't have an answer. Then he flashes back to this time he asked Mike, Bro, how are you always so chill before a fight?" The second I see those bug things, I just totally lock up. And Mike had just looked at him, totally calm, and said, "You gotta be, Jake, if the leader looks scared, how's the team supposed to have his back?" Mike had laid it all out for him. The fight is won or lost before anyone even throws a punch. It's all about the hype, man. Morale is everything. And he dropped some more knowledge on him. 2. A leader has 2 jobs. First, you gotta be the hype man. Make your crew believe you can win. Snapping back to reality. Jake takes this huge deep breath, getting his game face on before he says anything. He cracks this huge grin and yells to everyone, "Hell yeah, we can do this. We've taken down way worse bug freaks than this before." Everyone just kinda stared for a sec, totally shocked. And then they started to get it.
"Yeah, you were right."
But Jake wasn't done. He keeps going. "Are these chumps as big as those bugs? Are they as tough as those beetles?" And the soldiers getting all fired up now, scream back,
"Nah, they were tiny."
And just like that, the energy totally shifted. You could feel it.
They start screaming, "That's right! We're gonna steamroll Alma. Let's go!"
Charge. Man, what a scene. If you as hyped as they are, smash that like button and let us know your favorite comeback moment in the comments. Jake was still tweaking, but seeing things kinda chill out, he's like, 8, thanks boss, but then, bam. Some soldier runs up from out of nowhere, screaming his head off. Yo, they were pulling up.
They're recoming!
And just like that, it's an all-out brawl again.
Everybody's throwing hands!
Meanwhile, the main bad guy, this champion dude, is just watching from the sidelines like he's at a fight in Vegas, saying, okay, they got some skills, not gonna lie. His second in command totally puffs up his chest, getting all cocky, like, see, what I tell ya, these ain't your average miners from West Virginia anymore. This whole mess turned them into stone-cold soldiers. But the champion just shuts him down, deadpan. Yeah, they still gonna get clapped though, my boys will make sure of it. The other guy is shook, like, what? If it's so easy, why don't you get your butt out there and fight with M? Oh man, bad move. The champion gets right in his face, totally triggered. Are you calling me a coward? And right when it looks like he's about to throw down, the whole scene just goes sideways. Okay, flash forward, and we see all these soldiers looking paranoid, on high alert. This triggers a flashback for Jake, remembering him asking Mike, yo boss, you said a leader's got 2 jobs, so, like, what's the second one? And you see him just charging in, full beast mode, with Mike's voice in his head like a hype track. That's right. The second job is to take all that trust and turn it into a wuvyu. Meanwhile, back at the villain's lair, some dude is reporting to the big boss, Chief Bara, you wanted to see me. Bara's just sitting there like a king on his throne and orders, champion, take your crew to Sinner's Gorge. Go handle that little goblin problem for me, and you can totally see the champion's face drop, like, seriously. Chief. My squad just got back from stomping the Kur tribe on the border. The guys are gassed, they need a break, but Bara could not care less. Just straight up ignores him and keeps talking. Some trash tier nobodies took out my goblin homie, and his so-called advisors just sat there boo-hooing like a bunch of toddlers who dropped their ice cream. Then Bara points right at the kneeling dude. You recalled the champion for a reason. My guy, you a beast on the battlefield. Now I need you to step up for the tribe one more time. The champion is totally cornered. So he's just like, bet, understood, sir. We rolling out tonight, and we gonna absolutely wreck them. No survivors. So the next day, get this, Mike and Tony just waltz right into the enemy camp like they walking into a Starbucks in downtown Austin. Mike just gives Tony this look, like bro, have you ever even heard of the word stealth? Tony just gets all defensive. He snuck up on me. 8. And then of course, some guard spots them and starts screaming, yo! Who the heck are you guys? What do you want? The champion steps up, pushing his own guy aside like, chill out, genius, can't you see? They're here for me. Then Mike pipes up, all cool and collected. We here to challenge your best. Ong the champion just bursts out laughing, like it's the funniest joke he's ever heard. You wanna fight me? Path kid, he gets right up in Mike's personal space. You got the guts. Let's dance. Tony is so ready to throw down. He's like, heck yeah, let's go! And starts to step up, but Mike puts an arm out. Oh, whoa, hold up! Tony looks super bummed, but Mike doesn't even look at him. He's just staring down the champion. This ain't just some friendly scrap. Bro, besides, I got my blade, I'm good. Tony's like all worried. Man, I got a bad feeling about this. Mike just gives him a look. Just watch my 6, alright? Then he steps up, total boss move. I got him. The champion's psycho grin just gets wider. You guys, he's looking at Mike like he's a snack. Both of you. Your heads are gonna be decorations by the end of the day. Mike takes a couple steps back, gets into a fighting stance, and is like, 8, 1 rule. Nobody else jumps in. This is one-on-one. You feel me? The champion just shrugs, like he couldn't care less. He whips out this little shiv, getting ready to yeet it. Don't need any help. And just like that, the blade is flying through the air.
Straight for Mike!
This is getting intense, y'all. Smash that like button if you rehyped. Okay, this is wild. His sword starts talking to him in his head. Master, he shot first, prepping the counter, but Mike's eyes go ice cold, and he's like, stand down, I'm handling this myself. The blade is like, you got it, boss. And then Mike, with some insane power, just swats the dagger out of the air like it's a fly. Freaking epic. Then the champion just launches himself at Mike like a human missile. He covers the distance between them in like 0.5 seconds. It was crazy fast. Looking like something out of a nightmare, he jumps in the air with this huge sword and brings it down hard. But Mike's too quick. Just hops back and dodges it like it's nothing, so slick. They slam into each other again. It's like two titans fighting. But oh no, Mike gets overpowered and takes a nasty kick right to the stomach.
He goes flying back like dozens of feet.
He tumbles a few times but gets right back up. And you guys, the look in Mike's eyes is pure murder. But the champion is relentless, swinging that massive blade again, making Mike dodge for his life. Suddenly one of the bad guys screams, sir. And the camera cuts to Tony, who's just standing there with his jaw on the floor, completely shook by this whole insane fight. Drop a comment below. You guys, what do you think is gonna happen next?
Yo, get this!
Up ahead, two dudes are throwing down, and our boy Mike is getting totally clapped. He's clutching his sword, backing up like he's on thin ice in Denver, and you can just tell he's in a world of hurt. But then Hamo starts hyping up the squad,
Screaming he's fighting for us, fam!
don't let him down. And bam, the soldiers just get this crazy burst of energy and start rushing the enemy again.
Let's go! He's so right, though!
The Liberator is on our side for real. Hamo's still looking kinda stressed for Mike, whispering, you can do this. Boss, you got this. He's all like, I believe in you. Meanwhile, the main baddie is talking mad trash, like just surrender, and I'll make it quick. But then Mike cracks this wild, twisted smile and goes, yeah, we redone with that.
Then boom!
A massive flash of light erupts from his blade, sending the other guy stumbling back. He hits the ground hard, looking absolutely shook, like his whole world just got flipped upside down. Mike's eyes are just radiating pure I'm gonna end you energy as he stares the dude down. He closes in and starts wailing on him, like, my bad. I was just putting on a little show to boost my soldiers' morale. His voice is dripping with so much confidence, it's insane. And now it's time for the main event. The champion is getting diced up, completely caught off guard. He's gotta be thinking, how in the world is he doing this? He staggers back a few steps, clutching his wounds like a drama queen. The enemy soldiers are starting to panic, and one of them frantically orders his guy,
You go tell the others!
if the champion falls, attack immediately. But the dude just hesitates, pointing like a lost tourist. What a terrible commander, for real. Then he turns and locks eyes with Mike's death stare and literally jumps back in fear. This so-called leader then ducks and hides behind his own guy.
Mob!
Meanwhile, Mike's sword starts to glow with this sick aura. Oh yeah, it's about to get real. He points his weapon at the dude and just says, surrender, then a huge fire lights up the sky, bigger than any fireworks show in Miami. Mike's gaze is laser focused, but then some weird noise makes him turn his head.
And look who it is!
A whole crew is rolling up in the distance, seeing his allies. Mike shouts out a welcome back, then immediately hits up Jack, what's the tea on the goblins? Jack just puts his hands on his hips, super chill, and says, the ones that are still breathing won't be coming back anytime soon. Mike lets out a huge sigh of relief. Bet, that's good to hear, thanks. Jack quickly scopes out the scene, asking about the situation here. Mike explains, after we wrecked the main group. The other goblins harassing the gates just scattered. I sent people to hunt them down, but they were not a threat anymore. Jack bows his head, looking so relieved. So it's finally over. You mean the siege? Mike clarifies. Yeah, Jack says. I had a little chat with the goblin commander. We wiped out the only backup squad they could send. The next army won't be here for a few weeks, so we'll have time to prep. Jack adds, well, the blue coats are probably going to be thrilled about that. Mike's expression is just totally unbothered. We'll see about that. I've got a meeting with the council coming up. Jack looks all confused. They summoned you. Which, makes sense, but Mike drops this bomb. I requested the meeting myself. Jack is shook. Are you kidding me? Mike says it like it's the most obvious thing ever. I hate wasting time.
Okay, main character energy!
Smash that like button if you agree. In fact, I should get going now. I know you retired, but can you watch the pyre? Jack looks over at the massive bonfire and is like, a pyre. Bro, I thought this was a signal fire so we could find our way back. Mike says it so matter-of-factly. It is, but we have to burn the bodies anyway, so I figured we could kill two birds with one stone. Dude is ice cold. Jack's a little freaked out. Dude, you know the goblins see burning bodies as a huge insult to their gods, right? Mike just turns his head, waves him off, and says, pissing off gods is my specialty. Mike then leads the group toward a huge gate. Jake's looking a little nervous, sir. Are you sure this is a good idea? We really should. V brought more guys. Wendy, who was right there with them, also chimes in. The kid's right. Mike just brushes it off. It'll be fine. Wendy keeps trying. That's Gwyn Unbreak kid, a mage. His father is one of the council elders. But Mike just cuts her off. Thanks, Wendy. Across from them, a guy steps forward and asks, you Relelpef, the Liberator, right? Mike stands tall, a little surprised maybe, but answers in a serious tone, that's me. Is the council ready to see me? The man replies, yes. Then he totally looks past Mike and points at Jake. Hey you, are you the one who brought my sister back? Ooh, the plot thickens. Jake doesn't even hesitate. Yes, sir, how is she? The man gets all happy. She's doing great, thanks to you. I'm glad to see you still in one piece. Mike immediately leans in close to Jake's ear and whispers, anything you want to explain. Jake, looking super embarrassed, is like,
I'll tell you later, sir. Spill the tea, Jake!
What's the story? Then the guy announces for everyone to hear, if you will follow me, LP, however, your men and your weapons have to stay outside. And of course, The other two immediately start protesting like, absolutely not. Whoa, you can't just do that. But Mike, totally unbothered, just slides the piece back to Jake like it's nothing, saying, nah, it's chill. Here, you watch her for me. 8. Jake's just standing there, completely shook. Like her? Mike's already over it, yawning and plopping down next to some random dude to wait for Leo. Welp, guess we just kicking it here for a minute. Jake snaps back, all sarcastic. Oh, so now you willing to wait for him, huh? Mike just clears his throat. Dude, talk about drama queen. We literally all thought the guy was ghosted. Okay. Jake is so mad now, he spits back. You guys didn't even give him a freaking chance to bounce back. Mike just chilling next to him is like, that's what normal people call a straight up miracle. My guy. Getting yoinked by the hiplings and actually coming back. Bro, that's like winning the Powerball. Usually, they don't even find enough of you to fill a shoebox. And don't even start with that corny loyalty and faith speech. Let me drop some real talk. That stuff doesn't pay the bills in my Brooklyn apartment. It sure as hell didn't keep my fam safe and fed all this time. Jake's jaw just drops.
Wait, you have a family? Points right in his face. Bingo!
That's exactly why I dipped. Like, what do you even know about your own people? Jake, my dude, you were Leo's second in command, for real. And you don't know the first thing about the guys you're supposed to be leading. Jake gets all pouty. I know their names. And Mike just rolls his eyes. If you were gonna lead a crew into a throwdown, you gotta know more than their freaking gamer tags. You gotta know their vibe. What gets them hyped? He continued. Look, I that the big boss sees us as just in pipes for his big master plan, and honestly, I'm cool with that. But a lieutenant has to actually manage his squad, and that's when Jake just loses it, screaming, Leo does not see us like that. Mike's voice drops, all calm. Yo, chill. Dude, I'm not trying to throw shade on your hero. He is who he is, and we both know the deal. Jake looks genuinely confused now. Okay, if that's how you feel, then why'd you even come back? Mike leans in. Look, I rolled with Dagger, and I rolled with Jack. They were both solid bosses, for sure, but neither of them are even in the same league as Leo. That dude's just built different. I can't explain it. But he's got some kinda cheat code from the gods or something. He's the main character who always survives the final scene. And you just know he's going all the way to the top. I know if I stick with him, I'm getting a piece of that glory too. And that's why I should be his number 2. He needs someone with actual leadership skills watching his 6. Jake shoots back. And you think that's supposed to be you? Mike just nods, smug as anything. Who else, fam? It's not a diss to admit someone's just better equipped for the position. Just step back and take notes. Kid, maybe one day you'll be ready for the big leagues. But Jake's not having it. I'm not going anywhere. Leo is counting on me. Mike just casually wipes his blade. Alright, have it your way. You will get it eventually, and when you do, I'll be right here to take over. Then, crickets. The two of them just sit there in this super awkward silence. Jake keeps nervously peeking at the door. Cause on the other side, Leo is literally walking into the lion's den. Oh my god, you guys, smash that like button if you rehyped for this showdown. Some dude announces all formally, Leo, the Liberator, you have been summoned for an audience. And Leo, just totally annoyed, fires back, nah. You got it twisted, Chief, I summoned you. The guy across the table just loses his mind, pointing right in Leo's face. You disrespectful little punk. But the dude next to him jumps in, whoa, chill out, Lord Ambrake. Ambrake is still fuming, but Bob for real. How is this little nobody from Austin talking to us like this? Bob just keeps his cool. Lord Ambrake, let's just hear the kid out. What's the harm? Then he looks over at another guy, right, Chief. The Chief just crosses his arms, looking unimpressed. Let the kid speak. You've got the floor. Leo's just oozing confidence. Thanks, Chief. First off, let's get this straight. I have zero plans to take your throne. Ambrake, who is like, no patience, just slams his fist on the table. What? You think someone like you could ever overthrow us? Leo fires back. You were the ones who sent your most elite hit squads into the catacombs, just to watch em get totally wrecked chasing a few runaways. He clenches his fist, his voice getting dead serious. If it wasn't for your call, those people would. We actually fought back. But me. I've got a whole army at my back, from the regular Joes on the streets of Miami, all the way up to the gods themselves. Still feeling so cocky. That was it. Ambrake finally snapped. He screams, guards.
Get him!
And a whole squad of soldiers starts charging right at Leo. You can see it in Gwyn's eyes. He's ready to go for the kill, sorry. Kid, can't ignore a direct order. Leo just nods. Like he gets it. I feel you. But right then, the Chief's voice cuts through everything hold. Ambrake is totally confused by this. Chief, what the heck? This little brat. But Bob jumps in with the tea. This is the kid who took down an entire Goblin Legion. Wah! Drop a comment below if you think the Chief is about to side with Leo. Ambrake got called out. Like, you really think you can pull that off, dude? And get this, he was completely shook. Ambrake just stood there, grinding his teeth, looking mad salty. So he just flops into his chair like a deflated balloon and is all like, Gwyn, just bounce for a sec. Then the chief clears his throat, all dramatic like, ahem, you liberator. So, spill it. If you were not trying to take over, what's the play? And then Mike starts laying it all out, like he's giving a history lesson. Yo, back in the day, when the Empire was about to totally crash and burn, they gave all the power to the Grand Emperor. Like a government run by divine right, you feel me. That one dude could use literally everything to kick the enemy to the curb. And you guys, the look in Mike's eyes was so intense. Like he was playing 4D chess in his head. Everyone knew only the biggest boss could secure the UU for the whole kingdom. And then bam! Mike drops his offer on the table. I want the council to make me commander-in-chief. With that juice, I'll lock this place down. No more stepping on each other's toes. We're gonna be a team. The chief was like, wait, that's it. But Mike wasn't done. He's like, nah, I want the authority to run my own plays, the power to draft whoever I want, and access to every last thing we got to hit our goal. The chief started getting heated.
Like, what, you think we were your little puppets or something?
And Mike just hits him with a shrug, totally unbothered. The level of a gaffe was epic. Chill, outside of the war. You guys are still in charge. This is the best deal on the table, period. And you could see the chief was like, off. He's not wrong. After hearing that, okay, fine, that makes sense, but we could just pick Jack, or even Victor. I mean, just like you, Victor basically came back from the dead. And he's got a whole squad with him. Mike just smirked, dripping sarcasm. Jack, he works for me. And as for Victor, you really gonna hand the keys to the military to the dude who, permanently grounded his own parents? For real. You sure you want to roll those dice? Bro, the three dudes across from him looked so uncomfortable. You could cut the tension with a knife. And that stone-cold killer look was back in Mike's eyes. Mike was like, alright, good call, totally confident. So, what's the verdict? Meanwhile, outside, Jake is just bugging this random dude. You got any kids? The guy's like, yeah, and Jake just keeps going. How many? Dem was starting to get annoyed, like, why are you all up in my business?
But Jake just keeps pushing. It matters.
Why do you always go so hard in a fight? Don't you care about your kids? Who Dem shot him a look that could kill. He asks Jake, your family's in the pottery biz, right? Out in Scottsdale. Jake gets all flustered. Yeah, that's right. And then Dem gets right up in his grill. Let me drop some knowledge on you, kid. Man, if you think Jake is out of line, smash that like button. Rule number 1, never ask another man that question, especially a dude with a family. Guys like us, we don't have the luxury of a chill 9-to-5 job like you do. Jake immediately starts backtracking, totally freaked out. Whoa, my bad. I swear I didn't mean it like that. Dem wasn't trying to start beef, he just turns away. It's all good, I'm just letting you know. But for real, if you keep talking like that, you're gonna make enemies left and right. You're a good kid. I'm not trying to come at you for no reason. And don't you ever think for a second that me or the other guys don't want to make it home to our families. Oof. That hit Jake right in the feels. He totally clammed up, not saying a word. Then he starts waving his hands all crazy like, no, that's not what I meant at all. Dem cuts him off. Yo, the commander's been in there a hot minute. Jake whips his head around to look at the door. You think something went down? There was this crazy glint in Dem's eyes. You too, go round up some more of the crew. And right then, the door just bursts open.
Talk about timing!
Sir. Jake yells out as he sees Mike walk through the door. He rushes over.
How'd it go? Spill.
Dem was right there with him. Yeah, did everything go smooth? Commander. Mike starts walking with a purpose. We golden. The council caved. I'm the new commander-in-chief. And now it's on me to keep this place safe. Jake was so hyped and relieved.
Dude, that's awesome!
But Dem was suspicious. They folded that fast. No way. Mike turns to him. They were basically hoping I'd get myself waxed by those goblins on the battlefield. But now they know I'm their only shot. Dem's eyes got all serious again. Don't worry, we got your back from any assassins. They were not just gonna let this go down easy. Mike's voice was solid as a rock. Oh, I'm sure they'll try something, but it's not gonna be easy for them. Besides, I told them I know where some major treasure is buried. And trust me, their greed is way bigger than their hate for me. And speaking of that treasure, I'm gonna need your help. Jake points to himself, all confused me. Sir, I don't know jack about any treasure, Mike explains. I need to meet up with the dude who's been making our crossbows. You told me about him once, right? The super mysterious craftsman who stays on the down low. And you could see the light bulb go off in Jake's head. Ooh. Who do you guys think this mystery man is? Drop your theories in the comments. Mike kept going. It's time for him to come out of the shadows. I've got a plan, and I need him. But then, out of nowhere, some kid bursts in yelling below.
It's Dad!
Dad's home. Okay, so picture this at the main table. Victor is having this big reunion with his son. Luke is absolutely buzzing. Like, he's so hyped to see his dad again. He's like, "Dad, spill the tea. What's the word on the street?" Victor just cuts him off, all casual. Yeah, looks like somebody spotted me on the highway coming back, but Luke is like, for real curious, you know. "Dad, how are you even alive? For real, where have you been this whole time?" Victor gets all mysterious, looking like he's not about to drop his life story right there. "That's a long story, fam. We'll save it for another time." Then he drops this bomb, but Ben has already given me the full rundown on everything that went down while I was MIA. And y'all, Luke is shook, he's stuttering and stuff, like H. Hammond's crew. Meanwhile, Victor is just staring daggers at the two of them, dead silent, the tension is thick. Then, he just stands up, oof. But then Victor's like, "Nah, that's on my bad, I should prepped you guys better before I bounced. Especially before heading out to that whole war mess. You two did what you could, and I can't even be mad at that. But one thing is crystal. And I mean crystal clear, Simon has a lot to answer for. And ooh, speaking of Simon, let's cut to the East Gate. Basically the main entrance to the boggy neighborhood. So Simon rolls up to his boys and is like, "Alright, what's the 411? And Dem, all confident, just says, "Bro, the rumors are 100% true. Victor is back. He totally wrecked the Jira army at the main gate, and he's in with the council right now, spilling all the tea." Simon looks like he's just seen a ghost. What? How in the world did that even happen? Roman's just shrugging. "Beats me, boss. That's just what our guys on the ground are saying." And Simon is just fuming. Why all? He cannot believe someone who was basically a prisoner of the swarm actually made it back in one piece.
Like, make it make sense.
Then Mike chimes in, like it's the most obvious thing ever. "Dude, he's clearly got some major good juju. So anything's possible. Besides, shouldn't we be stoked about this? The goblins posted up at the gate are probably gonna dip out now, and we won't even have to throw down." Simon actually chills for a second, his voice getting softer. "Yeah, that actually makes sense." But then bam, someone runs up, all out of
"Breath, sir? You've got a messenger!"
Jen's just standing there, watching them huddle up and whisper, totally confused. Like, what's the secret, guys? And get this, Jake's eyes are completely dead, like, zero emotion, so creepy. Then he just drops, "Dad is back too." Jen is like, "Whoa, wait, Victor is alive." Then he turns to Simon. "Yo, Simon, what went down with Oscar? That wasn't on you. Go see him, ask him to forgive you." Simon is bugging out. Forgiveness. He's straight up terrified. "Vega, are you kidding me? I'm the one who did it. I'm the reason his favorite son is gone. You really think he's just gonna let us slide?" And Roman's over here like us. Simon's eyes are just pure panic mode now. "Yes, us. Me and literally everyone who picked my side after Oscar died. He's gonna roll back in here and take everything from us, our stuff, our status, our lives." Jen is just staring, completely lost. "Dude, you re-spiraling, you don't know that for sure." But Simon snaps back immediately. "Vega, he's the freaking Rat King. You seriously think we not gonna end up just like Gamma and his whole squad? See, man." And now Mike is freaking out even more. "Oh my god, by the grace of Maga, what are we supposed to do?" Simon's brain is working overtime, desperately trying to figure a way out of this disaster. And speak of the devil. Just then Victor rolls up with this massive, super intimidating crew. They're getting closer, and it looks like more people are joining them every second. They march straight in like they own downtown Austin, and nobody even thinks about stopping them. Total boss move. Luke's got this little smirk on his face. You can just tell he's loving this. "The whole squad's here, boss." The second they heard your dad was back, they dropped everything and came running. The guy next to him totally backs him up. "Yeah, for sure, but Simon had to know we were coming." Victor suddenly pipes up. Oh, he's known for a long time. Then he tells the dude behind him to scope the scene. "Well, Ban, open your eyes. You don't see it." And well, Ban's like see what, boss? But yo, there's a weird vibe from the crowd. Everyone's looking at them sideways, totally on guard. It's so tense. Victor lays it all out. "Simon was my star student. He knew I'd show up at the East Gate. So he's already hyped up the locals to come after us. He's definitely spun some story about how I'm gonna go full psycho on everyone after this is over." Luke's starting to look a little stressed. "So, what's the plan?" And the guy next to Victor is like, "You think he's got a trap waiting for us? Like some kind of ambush in a Philly back alley?" Victor's like, "Totally possible. Tell the squad to stay frosty." But then he adds, "But real talk, I doubt they're mad enough or getting paid enough to actually risk their necks in a real fight with us. They were probably just blocking our exit, plan B in case his main plan flops. Honestly, it's what I'd do if I were him. I mean, props for the strategy, I guess."
Let me know in the comments if you think that's a smart move.
Luke's still trying to plan this out. "Dad, shouldn't we wait to hear back from Rocco and Leo before we do anything? If they showed up, Simon would totally chicken out." But Victor shuts that down instantly. "Nope, the longer we wait, the worse it gets. We already lost the element of surprise, so we gotta move now. Besides, and this is the kicker, I'm not about to keep my son waiting any longer. So they look ahead, and there's Simon, standing there with a freaking army. Victor gets all sarcastic. Well, look at that. I'm sure he's planned a real warm welcome for us, lol, the shade is real. And you guys, the two sides are just staring each other down, looking like a movie scene. It feels like a massive throwdown is about to happen. And Simon is just watching Victor like a hawk, the drama. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe, so you don't miss what happens next. Victor was absolutely livid, like totally shook that his own son Tony would pull a stunt like this. Then some dude behind him got all quiet and was like, yo, they totally see the big boss is back. So what's the tea with those 50 dudes? Luke said, kinda chewing on his lip. Tony probably gaslit them, saying dad would come down hard on them if they didn't side with him. Victor jumped in, like, and you know he probably promised them a fat stack of cash to fight for him. The guy behind him was totally lost. Like, but he's broke, right? He ain't got that kind of money. Victor just steps up, his voice dripping ice. Dead men don't need a paycheck, and boom. Just like that, Tony and Victor are squaring off in the middle of the arena, like some epic showdown in downtown Chicago. Tony's voice was just dripping with sarcasm like, well, welcome back, father. Guess even the ghosts couldn't put up with you. But Victor just kept his voice low, real quiet. Tony, stop this foolishness. I've got 3 times your crew. You're totally outmatched here. But Tony just flashes this little smirk, all smug, and goes, oh, is that right? Then my guy lifts up this bag, and this massive horn just blasts through the whole cave. Over on the side, Luke is freaking out. What the heck is he even on about? And the guy next to him just screams,
Dude, the gay!
look at the gay! And across the way, this huge gate just swings wide open. You could see the fire in Victor's eyes. Man, he was ready to end someone. What did you... Tony's standing there, all high and mighty. The bogey are washed up, father. Even with Lup winning, the Jira are just gonna roll in and flatten us. So I did what had to be done to save our people. They're gonna help me clean house, get rid of all the dead weight in our settlement. And right on cue, a whole squad of armed soldiers starts marching in through the gate, looking like they mean business. He just keeps going, and in return, the bogey will finally see the light of day again. Just grinds his teeth, spitting out, as slaves. Tony screams back, as free people under the sky. Then he points right in his dad's face, growling, something you promised. But all you ever gave us was empty words. And man, Victor looked straight up busted. He couldn't even look at him. Oof.
The family drama!
Drop a comment below if you think Tony has a point. Tony then gestures behind him to this massive army, like he's presenting the final prize on a game show. But I will deliver on that promise. I'm gonna free our people from those greenskins. And from you, he adds, twisting the knife. I'll do whatever it takes to be the real leader this community needs. And you could just see Victor's whole vibe get darker, like a storm cloud rolling over Miami. Tony's got this crazed, excited look on his face, so, I'm ready for your surrender now. And don't you worry, unlike you, I'll actually be merciful. I won't make you suffer like poor old Gary did. Man, his eyes were just blazing with this ambition that was totally eating him alive. So, what's it gonna be, father? Victor had 0 words left for Tony. He just turned his back, all decisive and disappointed. It was a whole vibe. Meanwhile, Luke was losing his mind. That jerk. I can't believe he actually teamed up with the goblins. Even Tony's own guy was getting fidgety like a boss. I thought the goblins were like our emergency plan Z, our last resort. Now that they re in the picture, this could get messy, right? But Tony was just beaming. Totally smug about it. Chill out. The goblins need us more than we need them. Lep already wrecked their main squad, so this crew can't exactly go home to Denver with nothing to show for it. Besides, he said, staring at his dad's back, my father isn't an idiot. He knows when he's cornered and when he's lost. We just gotta kick back and wait for him to admit defeat and swallow that big old pride of his. The dude was still looking kinda worried. Well, I guess you know him better than I do. Tony just pointed over there, super confident. Just look at his crew. They are 1 second away from bailing. Look at their long faces, man. All it's gonna take is for one of them to trip, and the rest will scatter like rats in a New York subway. And he won't be able to do a single thing about it. Back with the good guys, Luke looked totally lost, asking his dad, so, what's the play, Dad? What do we do now? And then Victor just raises his bow high in the air for everyone to see. And he just roars with this crazy energy. Everybody, eyes on me! We came here looking for justice, but right now, we were fighting to stay alive. Tony has brought the Jira right to our front door, and we are the only thing standing between them and the people we love. I know you didn't wake up this morning thinking you'd be defending our people, but fate has called you up to protect your friends, your families, and your homes from these clowns. Keep them in your head while you fight today, and know that if we lose to the Jira,
There is nowhere else to go. This is it.
if we stand united, we can win this thing. But but it's gonna take every single one of us standing as one. Luke was going absolutely nuts, screaming, yeah.
Let's go, Dad!
Man, I'm getting hyped just listening to this. Smash that like button if you're ready for this fight. Victor's voice just boomed, louder than a rock concert. So who's gonna stand with me today? Who will fight by my side? And in that moment, it was like a switch flipped, and everyone just woke the heck up. The whole squad was like, let's go! We about to mess em up.
We got you, boss!
Meanwhile, Hamo and his little crew were posted up, watching the whole thing go down from their spot on 5th Avenue. And yo, just like that, Victor was out front leading the pack, and the whole crew just charged in, full send. This wasn't a fight, it was a full-on mosh pit, absolutely no holds barred. Both sides were going absolutely ham on each other. Every single swing was meant to be a one-hit KO. Like they were trying to send M back to the lobby for good. So Victor, this dude is a total legend, right? He pulls back his bow like he's hockey and lands a perfect shot, straight between some dude's eyes, total bullseye. But then, he whips his head around, Spidey senses tingling. Just as some clown behind him is about to turn him into a pincushion with a crossbow. And get this, a whole cloud of arrows comes flying at Victor. But out of nowhere, this shadowy figure leaps in like a ninja.
And it's Bolo!
He blocks the arrows with his shield and yells,
Gotcha, Dad!
Victor, cool as a cucumber while literally fighting for his life, just asks, yo, what's the sitch on the back line? Bolo reports back, the goblins got better gear for sure, but we got way more bodies, so we re-holding em off. As Victor's already knocking another arrow, he's like, and Luke, where's my boy Luke at? Bolo's all quick with the intel. He's out there hunting Hamo down right now, boss. Okay, so cut to another part of the battlefield, right? This big dude is like, my little bro's on his way too. And as another brawl kicks off, Hamo gets all tense and starts looking nervous. Hamo's stressing, bruh, this fight is way too close. We gotta wrap this up before their backup shows up. He reaches into his fanny pack, pulls out this sketchy-looking vial, and tells the big dude, go take him out with this. The dude clenches his jaw, grabs the vial, and he's like, you better not be playing me about that reward. And then he just chugs the whole thing, like a shot of sketchy jungle juice at a frat party in Miami. Meanwhile, Luke is just going beast mode, wrecking fools left and right with his spear. But then this guy comes at him, moving like a ghost, and just decks him with a solid punch. But this wasn't just any punch, it was a straight-up fucking punch that sent Luke flying into a wall so hard his chest caved in.
Och then, BAM!
A massive explosion goes off right in the middle of everything, kicking up a huge dust cloud. Nobody could see a thing, it was pure chaos. Everyone's freaking out,
yelling, what the heck is going on?
And the dude who chugged the mystery potion starts glowing this sick green color, screaming like a total psycho. Then he just starts going on a rampage with this crazy new power that nobody can even touch. William is screaming orders.
You get him!
Protect Luke. And the whole crew immediately swarms the guy. William sprints over to Luke, slides in like he's stealing home base,
and it's Luke! Dude, snap out of it!
You still with us. But Luke just lets out this weak groan as William turns to watch the absolute mayhem unfold. The roided out dude had already yeeted everyone who tried to stop him. William gets this look on his face, grits his teeth, and mutters, well, at least I got to kiss my wife goodbye this morning in our cozy little Denver home. So they both charge at each other like it's the Super Bowl. And the enemy swings his blade down. William parries it with his own weapon, screaming, eat it, you pathetic loser. The guy grabs William's shoulder, and you literally hear the bones crunch, just as the blade is at his neck, and the dude is grinning. Ready for the final blow, his eyes just roll back in his head, total system malfunction. He totally glitches out and screams as Luke's spear just goes straight through his heart. The dude drops, and Luke, breathing super heavy, is like, fighting back. So much effort, can we just appreciate that sass? He turns to William and asks, you good bro? William just waves him off. Yeah, just let me lay here and contemplate my life choices for a sec. Luke's like, must be nice, I'm dying. That's hilarious. Hamo is throwing a total fit. What is even happening over there? Your troops are a massive L. We have to end this now. The guy next to him just smirks. Chill, bro. My team is here. And just like that, the main gate swings open, and a whole army starts marching in. Bolo and Victor just freeze. And William and Luke are just watching in stunned silence. Like, are you kidding me right now? Hamo starts screaming like he just won the lottery. It's over! This is the end of the line for you. Dad, from today on, there's a new boss in town. The drama, you guys. But then this voice cuts through the chaos. Why is the gate wide open? And why does it look like Comic-Con for goblins in here?
And it's Tony!
Someone's like, Tony. And he just replies all cool. Yeah, good thing Rax told me to swing by from Chicago and give you guys a hand. Victor just lets out this huge sigh of relief, Tony, of course. You could feel the vibe shift. Everyone was so hyped to see the cavalry arrive. Smash that like button if you were hyped too. The enemy leader is looking around all confused. Wait, what is this? Where the heck are my guys? Hamo just snaps, they got wiped, you freaking idiot. Then he screams, tell your men to focus everything on my father. Take him out, and the rest of these wannabes will fall apart. The leader looks at Hamo, then back at his troops and orders. You heard him. Forget the little guys. Take out that archer. Bolo just glances back at Victor and goes, wow, Dad, not exactly making friends today, are ya? As they duck into an empty room for cover, Bolo just screams and collapses. He's got an arrow sticking out of his leg. Oh no! Victor immediately rushes over to him. Bolo, I'm so sorry, he's struggling to talk. It's nothing, Dad, I'm cool. Victor's like, I'm out of arrows, we gotta fall back for a sec. And with that, he drops his bow, pulls out his sword, and just unleashes this absolutely savage attack that wipes out a whole squad of enemies nearby. Tony is also going beast mode, just slicing through dudes like they were nothing. What a comeback! Drop a comment on who you think is the memprov of this fight. This fight was absolutely brutal, like a riot on Bourbon Street. Dudes were dropping left and right. Matt was just screaming for them to chill. Like, yo, hold up, stop! Then this guy next to him starts popping off. You useless punks, your whole crew bailed on you. He gets all up in Matt's face. Our deal is dead in the water, fam. Unless you can somehow clean up this absolute train wreck. Matt is stuttering like crazy. I can do it. He's clutching this little red vial, shaking like a leaf but saying, I'll get it done for real. He's glancing around all sketchy, and then bam. A scream echoes out, Matt, you snake. He whips his head around so fast he probably got whiplash. And guess who it is? Tony and Luke charging at him full speed, so Matt, in a total panic, chugs the entire vial. His eyes glaze over and he just lets out this agonizing scream. Right as Tony and Luke are about to finish him, he rips his cap off. And zap! 2 beams of pure red energy shoot straight from his pupils. The power inside him just explodes, eating both Tony and Luke across the yard. Bro, what was in that thing? Just then Victor lunges in. Matt lets out this insane maniacal laugh. Well, look who's here. Father's arrived. A blast of energy shoots from his hand, aimed right at the old guy. Victor throws his sword up to block it like a boss. But get this, he's totally shocked when he realizes the blade is literally absorbing the energy Matt's throwing. Matt just gasps. Like, what the? Victor's voice is dead serious. Stop this now. While totally thinking to himself, the sword just ate a piece of that power. Interesting. But Matt is screaming back. I can't stop, Father. You're the one who taught me to be true to myself, till the very end. Finally, he just roars with all his might, and I will never let you down. And with that, Victor charges at him too. I never taught you to betray your family. Matt shoots back. Oh really? Then why'd you let Gomez die? Why are you suddenly besties with the dude who murked him? Oof, the tea is piping hot, y'all. Victor grinds his teeth, blocking the attack, and answers. He betrayed us, so I punished him. Matt puts every ounce of his new power into his next attack, screaming back, Father, you sent him to his death. You let that monster take him out, and you did absolutely nothing. Victor dodges the hit and replies, I did what was best for everyone. Matt is completely enraged by his words, but he keeps attacking for everyone, or just for your own damn self. We worshipped you, man. We called you father. And this whole time, you just saw us as pawns in your little game. Victor raises his sword, struggling to block Matt's totally relentless and vicious attacks. Matt is just spilling all his feelings in this storm of accusations. You never loved us. You never loved me. The only person you've ever loved is yourself. Victor can barely get a word out. That's not true. I always wanted what was best for you kids. I wanted you to survive this cruel world and stand right here beside me. Matt just gives this sinister laugh. Well then, Father, your wish came true. There will be one survivor too. But before he can even finish his villain monologue, he notices these creepy cracks starting to spiderweb all over his body. Big yikes. He screams in total terror. What is this? He clutches his head, screaming in agony. Victor calls out. And you can actually hear the worry in his voice, Matt. Then some goblin dude yells from a distance. He's gonna blow. That wild power will fry us all like we at a Texas barbecue. Victor grits his teeth, then leaps into the air, plunging his sword deep into Matt's chest and says, Goodbye, my son. Matt just barely manages to call out, Father, then struggles with his last words. I'm sorry I didn't, man, that was rough. Drop a comment below if you think Matt deserved better. He held him close, his voice super soft. I know, rest now, son, and scene change. We in front of a log cabin, like something you'd find in upstate New York, with 2 guards standing watch with spears. They were just keeping the peace and making sure everyone's safe. The whole village is talking and laughing, and honestly, the vibe is so cheerful and warm. We see Abby, and she's looking around for someone, carrying a small bag. She stops by a cot. Turns out, she's there to wake up Noah. Hey No, get up.
Woo! food!
She yells so loud she probably woke up the whole block. Sitting up, No asks, Abby, I thought you were with Elle. She holds out the bag and answers. I was. She sent me back with some supplies before she went to scout something out. Abby just chuckles at his question. No just smirks and looks away. That little thief, he mutters. Abby sits down next to him. She starts opening the bag while talking. That little thief is the reason any of us are eating at all. Jack's crew is keeping us safe, for sure, but food's getting scarce cause the blues and the greens are hoarding it all. No cap. If it wasn't for her special skills, we'd all be starving to death by now. Inside the bag were just 3 things, and not a lot of them, some bread, a little cheese, and some rice. Hearing that, No silently agrees with a small nod. The other little kids are over there crying their eyes out for their moms. Seeing their faces, No suddenly asks, shouldn't we be sharing this? Abby is quick on it. Don't worry, I already brought food for everyone else. This is just our share. Everyone was so happy because they all got a piece. If you were loving this story, smash that like button and subscribe for more. Lisa lets out this huge sigh like, "Ong, I was stressing for nothing, thank God." Then she totally switches gears. Yo, where's Raza at? She should be grabbing some grub with us. And boom, out of nowhere, Raza pops up behind them like a ninja, whispering, right here. Lisa literally jumped, like a foot in the air. It was hilarious. Raza just snags some food and shoves it in her face, no hesitation. She's chewing and goes, my bad, had to handle a couple of clowns. This cheese looks legit, but for real, is this jerky a little dry? Tastes like it's been sitting in a Phoenix garage. Abelda, holding up her own piece of cheese, claps back with, look, if you were gonna whine, just give it to me. I didn't haul all this back from the market on 5th Avenue for a food critic. Ruz is just like, nah, chill, it's cool. Then they both notice Lisa's being super quiet, just staring off. Abelda's the first to be like, yo, Lisa, what's up? You good? And Lisa just flinches like she got caught, totally flustered. Oh, sorry, it's nothing for real. But like, Abelda totally had her number. You could tell she knew Lisa was thinking about her brother again. Reza gives her a little nudge, whispering, duh, of course she's thinking about him. Give her a sec, okay? Lisa, clutching a piece of bread like it's a stress ball, finally spills, I'm sorry guys, it's just... Hearing about Vanka's latest throwdown totally made me think of Mike. Raza crosses her arms, giving her that real talk look. Lisa, it's all good, we get it. Seriously, every single one of us has been there. I lost my cousin back in Miami, and Abelda, she lost her husband. Hearing that, Lisa's jaw hit the floor. She whips her head around to Abelda, like, wait, you were married. The tea is piping hot, while... Abelda looks kinda surprised, but just nods. Yeah, then she just shrugs it off. He went on a supply run out towards Denver before all this, and... just never came back. Lisa's face scrunched up, like, hold up, that story is way too simple. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I had no clue. But Abelda's all cool about it. Nah, it's old news. We gotta keep it moving, you know. Reza leans in with this big grin.
But look, the important thing is, we know how you feel. You're not dealing with this solo, ah!
Lisa got all choked up and just threw her arms around both of them in a massive group hug. You guys are literally the best. And Abelda immediately starts yelling, hey, watch the grub. You were getting crumbs all over my new jacket. And right then, some rando starts shouting, is Lisa here? Lisa shoots her hand up, yo, over here, thust.
Zez just starts giggling, all like, ooh, look who it is!
Your boo is here. Lisa just grumbles, so over it.
Oh, shut up!
Those sprints over to Lisa, totally out of breath and freaking out. Lisa, you were not gonna believe this.
It's Mike! He's back!
Lisa's eyes go wide, and she jumps up, like she's seen a ghost. What? Are you for real? Ghost is practically bouncing. Yeah, 100%. Come on, I will take you to him. And just like that, they were gone, leaving a dust trail. Abeld and Raza are just waving like proud parents. You two crazy kids have fun now.
Raza yells, yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do!
Then Abelda gets serious. Hey, you and Laura owe me a beer, a real one from the brewery downtown. Not that nasty mushroom stuff you made last week. Urza rolls her eyes so hard I'm surprised they didn't fall out.
Ugh, come on, that was a joke!
Seriously, who makes a bet on whether their friend's brother is, you know, pushing up daisies? Okay, this time Abelda's voice gets low-key scary. A bet is a bet, pay up. Or I'll spill all the tea about what you and Lar got up to with Kogan in the back of the mushroom farm.
Ong, the dra!
Drop a comment if you want to know the dirt. Arza just mutters under her breath. You know what? You've got a full mouth and a serious betting problem. Karma's gonna get you one of these days. For real. Abelda is totally unbothered. Just laughs it off. Wanna bet on it? Reza is just like, nope, I'm done betting with you forever. Okay, that actually seemed to get under Abelda's skin. Meanwhile, Mike is rolling into the village with his squad, pointing stuff out. When he looks up and bam, Lisa is already standing right there. Her eyes get huge, and he just breaks into this massive, happy grin, and then Lisa is just sprinting, full speed, and launches herself right into Mike's arms. It's this super sweet reunion hug. You guys, Lisa's looking at her brother, tears in her eyes, and then, plot twist, the sweet moment is over. She slaps her hand right over Mike's mouth.
I am dying.
She gets right up in his face, giving him the death stare, and growls, why the hell didn't you text me you were coming back? Oh my god, classic sibling energy right here. Smash that like button if you can relate. And she does not let up. She is just letting him have it. Everyone else is just cracking up. Then Jake steps in to play tour guide, pointing Mike in the right direction. Alright, this way, man. Mike's looking around at this place. Like so, your artsy craftsy mystery friend has a pretty wild setup out here in the boonies. Huh. Jake gets all awkward and starts stammering, well, he's not really my friend, sir. It's more like, my dad did him a few solids back in the day. As they about to walk in, Mike's like, so what's the deal? Why is he living off the grid way out here in the middle of nowhere, like some dude in rural Kansas? If he's such a good dude and a master craftsman and all that. Jake turns to answer, well, sir, he's kinda, but before he can even finish, this dude just starts screaming his head off, interrupting everything. He's got this wild long hair and he is pissed.
You know what?
Forget it.
I'm doing it.
Go to hell, you crusty old fossil. And after seeing this total meltdown, Jake just cheerfully waves at the guy like they were best buds. Lol, what is even happening? Yo, Ben, what's up? And my guy just storms past without a single word, getting completely iced out. Jake just looks back like, well, this is awkward. Mike was confused too. What's his deal? You know that guy. Scratching his head, Jake's like, yeah, that's Ben, Gary's top apprentice. He's the whole reason we re-here. Something must be gone down, I guess. Then all of a sudden, another voice shouts out, and Mike and Jake both turn to see who it is. Is that really you? Jake was totally surprised by who he saw. He got all excited and introduced her to Mike. Bro, this is Lisa. She's one of Gary's apprentices too. Mike right away shook her hand. Nice to meet you. Lisa was all smiles. You too. After that, Jake turned to her like, so Lisa, what's the deal? What's happening? What's Ben's problem? It's a lot, Lisa explained. He and the old man got into another huge fight. Mike just adds, classic father-son drama. I've heard it a million times. It's not really like that. Lisa just shook her head, looking totally over it. The old man isn't our father. He just raised us. Then Jake broke it down for Mike. So look, after Gary got into some serious heat with the upper crust types, he bailed to the outskirts of Philly to just be left alone. But Ben, Lisa, and the rest of us just kept following him. He laughed, remembering. We used to come out here as little kids and just terrorize the old man, throwing rocks, breaking his junk, trying to spook him. He remembered the old man yelling at the three of them, and how he made Ben personally fix all the stuff they'd busted. So one day, we were being complete boneheads and the master caught us totally wrecking his cart by accident. He made us fix everything we broke, and he used his forge to fix it. Our eyes totally lit up. It was the first time any of us had seen a real forge. Ben was so obsessed. He was the first one to go back for more. Ben went back the very next day all by himself, and basically begged to be an apprentice. He was super persistent, and eventually the old man caved and accepted him. We joined up a little after that. But lately it seems like all those two do is argue with each other. It's nonstop. That sounds complicated, Mike asked. Any clue why? Lisa just shrugged. Not really, but I swear it all started after Jake got back from his expedition. Getting called out for no reason, Jake literally jumped and pointed at himself like, me? What did I do? Lisa started explaining. Remember when you came to get more lead bolts for your crossbow to deal with the goblins? Everyone was talking about how clutch you were for helping us fight back. Ben even said he wanted to join your crew. Lisa's face got all serious. He and the old man had a huge blowout over it. And they've been at each other's throats ever since. Seriously, if you guys think Ben is in the right, smash that like button and let us know in the comments. Mike just cut in, like, yeah, this is all super fascinating, but we here to see the big boss. Is he even around? Lisa got all awkward, rubbing the back of her neck and mumbled, sorry, but you guys are gonna have to, like, bounce and come back later. He's in the back room. Mike just stared at Jake like, and what is that supposed to mean? Jake straight up spilled the tea. It means he's getting wasted, boss. Seriously, when that door is closed, he's a total jerk. It's probably why he has, like, 0 friends. Jake remembers how trashed the old guy gets. Sometimes he just locks himself in there for weeks on end. It's insane. And the worst part is, the longer he's holed up in there, we have no clue when he's gonna reappear. It's a total mystery box. But Mike wasn't taking no for an answer. He pushed back. Look, the problem is, we need him, like, right now, looking totally helpless. Lisa just shook her head. Dude, I'm sorry, my hands are totally tied. Jake suggested maybe we should dip. We could hit up Carl, the caretaker, over at his shop on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. But nope, that idea got shut down real quick too. Nah, Carl's more of a carpenter. Goran is the guy we really need to get a hold of. Jake was totally out of ideas, like, so, what's the plan now? A stone just skipped across the river. And get this, it was Ben, just sitting there all moody and sulking. Then someone called out to him, and it was Mike and Jake, who had tracked him down. We need to talk. Still totally ticked off, Ben chucked another rock. Get lost, I'm not interested. Mike just turned to Jake and said, show him. And Ben was completely floored by what he saw. Ben was like, stuttering, is this for real? Mike just laid it out. You want to impress your master, don't you? Help us with this, and I guarantee he'll be absolutely blown away. Seeing Ben hesitate, Mike held out his hand. So, are you in or out? Ben was still on the fence, but you could totally tell he was starting to come around to the idea. And just like that, bam! Ben firmly shook Mike's hand, sealing the deal. Lisa and Jake, who were watching the whole thing, just blurted out, What the heck? If you are just as shocked as they are, smash that subscribe button. Yo, even the tech bras in Silicon Valley ain't got schematics this fire. We were talking a whole blueprint. Just covered in these wild drawings and notes. This thing is a next level crossbow. It's lighter, reloads faster, and packs a serious punch. So Mike points at it, dead serious, and goes, and I need you to whip this up for me. The old dude starts sweating bullets, totally bugging out. Wiping his hands on his forehead like, what the heck? The old man is like, bro, I haven't seen plans this intense since my wild days running with some shady crews. Where'd you even get this? You 5-finger discount this from someone. Mike, cool as a cucumber, just says, nah, I drew it up myself, you should have seen the old guy's face. His eyes went wide, staring at the paper like, you. No way, I never thought some genius prodigy like you even existed. How is that even possible? Mike just shakes his head, cutting him off. That's not the point. The real question is, are you down to build it or not? Yes or no? The old man is totally stressing, stroking his beard and mumbling, well, I mean, I could, but, and then bam! He just shuts it down. Nah, I'm not helping you. But then out of nowhere, someone else pipes up, fine, I'll do it myself. The old man whips around, shocked, 'cause it was Bo who said it. He's like, what did you say? Bo looks Mike straight in the eye, all serious, and goes, let me take a crack at it. Bo's like, look, I fixed that last project, I can handle this. But the old guy is freaking out, yelling, that design is way out of your league, kid! There are too many tricky parts. Mike just shrugs, maybe, but then Bo turns to the old man and drops this major truth bomb. But doesn't that depend on the teacher? If our master actually taught us anything, we'll figure it out. Oof, shots fired. Okay, so maybe Bo isn't 100% ready, but with Lisa and Sam backing him up, they could totally pull this off. Teamwork makes the dream work, am I right? Smash that like button if you believe in the squad. Hearing that, Mike chimes in, isn't that what it's all about? Your crew having your back when things get real. The way Mike was staring him down, so steady, really got to the old man, 'cause, like Mike's words hit home, for real, the old guy just looked away. All conflicted, and with that, it was on! Bo and the crew started firing up the forge. Bo and Lisa were huddled up, going back and forth, trying to figure out how to put this beast together. You could see them carefully shaping every single piece. Bo was totally in the zone. His face was all scrunched up, super focused. But then, disaster strikes. They were halfway done and Bo hits a wall. Dude, if I keep going, this thing's gonna snap. I'm totally lost. Mike just sighs. Welp, looks like we hit a roadblock. Maybe you were right after all. Jake turns to the old guy like, sir, but Pops just turns his back, straight up ignoring him, cold. Mike, totally expecting it, just says, just let him be, bro. Mike watches him and thinks to himself, this is all part of his plan. I see you. The old man's face was all serious, staring off like he was remembering some crazy stuff from back in the day in Chicago. Meanwhile, Lisa's looking exhausted and says, if it breaks, we just start over. Maybe a different type of wood would be better. But Bo is so frustrated. It's not the wood, Lisa. It's me. I'm just not good enough yet. He just hangs his head, so bummed, admitting that old dude was right. And then, out of nowhere, the old man slams his toolbox down on the table, yelling, is this how you repay me for everything I taught you? Re just gonna throw in the towel that easy. He grabs this specific tool. His face is all serious, but you can hear he's trying to hype them up. Here, use this. You re not gonna get anywhere with that busted junk. Jake is totally shocked. Like, whoa, sir, but that's your personal set. Mike just gets this satisfied smirk. I know, Jake, I see what he's doing. The whole crew was so moved. They were literally tearing up. He was passing the torch, or, the tools to Bo. Bo is trying not to cry, totally touched, and goes, thank you, master. The old man gets all awkward and turns away. All right, knock it off with the tears. We got a customer watching, for crying out loud. Talk about a confidence boost. Bo is ready to go now. He grabs the tool with this huge, confident smile. Bet. Mike walks over to the old man and is like, you did the right thing, man. The old guy just grunts, we'll see, and then bam, The whole crew is laser focused. They are putting their entire soul into this thing. Next thing you know, 2 bolts fly out and hit the target dead on. Bullseye. And I mean they went clean through. Jake runs over to check and yells, totally freaking out, "It went all the way through." Mike claps him on the shoulder super proud. "Nice work, my guy." Bo just points back at the squad. "It wasn't just me, this was a team effort." Then he points to the old dude, giving him props too. This was way more intense than fixing some busted wheel from a Portland hipster's food cart. "Ivy still got so much to learn." The old man throws an arm around Bo, looking so happy and proud. "That's my boy. You keep calling me master. And I'll keep schooling you. You little punk." But then his vibe shifts and he gets real serious. "So, how many of these are you planning on ordering? No way you just went through all this for one, right?" And Mike just gets this massive grin. "You read my mind. We were gonna need a boatload of these, and some armor, too." Hearing that, the old man's jaw hit the floor. He shook, like, "Armor? Dude, do you have any clue how long that takes to craft?" The old man starts to explain. "Look, we were not exactly starting from scratch here." Understanding him perfectly, Mike just smiles and replies. What do you guys think Mike's gonna say? Drop your theories in the comments.
Alright, listen up.
We gonna take all that armor the goblins hooked us up with and resize it for our crew. I need 45 sets, like yesterday. He was bugging out, legit yelling. Wait, another 45 crossbows on top of that. Are you kidding me? No way, that's gonna take us months to finish. Dude thought the whole thing was insane, but Gon just chimes in, super chill. Yeah, we can totally swing it. We just gotta get the other workshops to pitch in. Gon gives him a friendly slap on the shoulder like, bro, don't even stress. Goran, let me drop some knowledge on you about this legend, Henry Ford, from way out in Detroit, Michigan. Sometime after Vara just collapsed total drama, a voice randomly yells out from one of the tents.
Yo, Jake!
He was in the middle of a convo and whipped his head around so fast, I thought he'd get whiplash, lol. Jake just grins, playing it all cool like Ruby. Yo, you real live. But she clapped back instantly, duh, we bounced the second Duke got taken out. For real, those sketchy tribal guides were about to serve us up to the wolves. Then he totally switches gears, pointing back to the tent. Anyway, you wanna go see her? She's just chilling inside. The second Ruby heard her friend was hurt, she got all tense. Wait, is it actually gone? Is Leb back too? And is Kate with him? Homeboy was like, blinking, totally stunned by all the questions. Yeah, he's back, said she's down in the basement helping with the refugees. Then Jake just waves her in, no more words needed, and holds the tent flap open. Yo, Ruby, my bad, but I gotta bounce, we'll catch up later. And when they heard the good news, the whole crew started cheering. She's alive. Let's go, we gotta see her right now. So after he sent the rest of the squad off, he ducked inside, and right then Vera's sitting up in bed, kinda holding her head like she's got a killer headache, and asks him something. Jake, what happened, bro? He was so worried he completely lost it, screaming, "Whoa, don't you move!" What are you even doing up? You could be totally been unalived. But seeing him all fired up and yelling, Vara just smiled, super relieved. So, you're not dead. That made Jake blush so hard and start stuttering, "No, that's not what I was trying to say." He was so flustered, he just turned away and ran his hands through his hair. Once he got his chill back, Jake sneaked a look at her. And Vara was all smiles, holding this little leather pouch. "Thank you for everything. And for this too." Jake sat down beside her bed, explaining all soft like, "I just wanted to do something to make you feel better." Vera's clutching that pouch for dear life, saying all gratefully, "I'm gonna treasure this forever. It's like, our thing." Seeing her so happy made him smile back, "Glad I could help." And then y'all, her eyes get all wide and she blurts out,
"This is the best engagement gift ever!"
Jake was like, "Wait, seriously?" His jaw hit the floor, engagement gift. Vara, But before my man could even explain, Tony bursts in like the Kool-Aid man. "Jake!" Jack's in a standoff with some mercs. And they both just froze.
Jake, snap back, "What? Spill the tea, now!" "Go help him, dude!"
Vara sees how serious it is and just goes, "He's on his way." But Jake is trying to stall, all desperate, "But I really need to talk to you." Vara shut that down real quick, no buts. She said, dead serious, "This is your mission, go." His face totally dropped, and he started pouting. He was so bummed out, it was kinda hilarious. But, duty calls, so Jake gets up with this huge sigh. "Okay, fine, I'll be back faster than a DoorDash delivery from downtown Miami." And seeing him actually listen, Vara was like, half awe, poor baby, and half lumo, what a dork. So the two of them just booked it. Jake's like,
"Where is he?"
And turns out, it's the mess hall. The second they got there, Jake's whole vibe just soared big time. It was all because Dragus was running his mouth, taunting him like, for real. "You actually think you can take us?" But Jack, he never backs down, just shot back, "Bet. I damn well know I can." Okay, that comeback definitely got to Dragus. He's just standing there, arms crossed, looking pissed. "You retoast, kid. That's when Jake walks up to Jack, looking totally lost. Boss, I thought the plan was to not start drama.
Jack's like, I'm not.
I haven't done a thing. Didn't touch anyone. We were not fighting. Jake, my guy, relax. It's just a drinking contest. I bet them I could drink both their butts under the table. And yo, that is a wild bet. Jake was shook you. But Jack was radiating pure, unbothered confidence. Don't even worry about it. I've done this a million times. Jake literally could not believe what he was hearing, and had to ask again, you have. And Jack just confirmed it, no hesitation at all. The confidence is unreal. Guys, that's right. You can't be the boss if you can't hold your liquor. Jake's face scrunched up in total confusion. Jack, dude. The only time I've ever seen you drink was that one time with the wine Carl left behind. It's like Jack read his mind, thinking he forgot about the mushroom beer, and Jake immediately gagged. Hell no. That stuff tasted like hot garbage from a dumpster in Philly. And then, get this, the blue spear on his back just starts talking. Fear not, master. I shall purge that vile impurity from your system. Like it's about to go on a holy crusade or something. Lomao, what is even happening anymore? Smash that like button if you reliving for this crazy drama. Yo, this just gassed Rack up even more. He was so smug, see? Haters are just fans in denial, for real. Then, all this noise kicks off, and some old dude yanks back the curtain to see what's popping. Yo, what's all the racket? And of course, he asks the one dude who's a total snitch. Turns out, Lep is about to go head-to-head in a drinking contest with these massive dudes, who look like they could chug a whole keg from a tailgate party in Green Bay. The old-timer was kinda shook, like, should I stop this? But give Rack an out. Nah, no way. Lep was feeling himself. This cocky rookie was totally unfazed, just laughing his head off. What a legend.
I got this. Chill.
Let's get this party started. Hope Lady Luck is on my side tonight. But wait, the drama ain't over. The old boss puts a hand on Rack's shoulder like, hold up, my gray-skinned friend. Then he points right at the blue blade and starts laying down the law. That piece. You gotta leave it with your best guy. No hardware at the table. House rules. Hearing that just made the whole room go silent. And poor Vince could only do a massive facepalm like,
You gotta be kidding me!
This big meth head is getting impatient, yelling, yo, goblin-looking dude, you in or out? Rack knew this was a bad scene and started totally panicking. No way, boss, you need me with you. But Rack was all in, stubborn as a mule, telling him to just watch over the blade. Vince, my dude, good luck to you, seriously. Lugging that thing around looks like a total pain. Vince literally had to pop up and pled, bro, please try not to wreck that body, okay? But who knows with this guy? He just laughed and was like, sorry babe, can't make any promises. The absolute chaos. Meanwhile, everyone else is grinding hard. One squad is laying down cover fire, keeping the baddies busy, while the other team is basically playing movers, hauling all this heavy gear. Okay, cut to a corner. And you got Tony and Willie Bass just chilling, arms crossed, spilling the tea. Tony lets out this big sigh and goes, man, this is a total disaster, so Victor just dumped this whole mess on you and dipped. Willie Bass just nods. Yeah man, he's super messed up about what went down with Hamo. He tries to act all tough, but I know he's seriously hurting on the inside. Tony just scoffs at that, clicking his tongue. Willie Bass, my guy, this is exactly why I keep telling you to bounce and go link up with Jack's crew. Then he adds, all annoyed, that dude Victor is straight up bad news. Bro, I peeped that game years ago when I left his squad, and Willie Bass is frantically signaling for Tony to shut his trap, lol. He's frowning, giving him the serious look, like, hey Tony, watch what you re-saying. He's looking over his shoulder like they're in a spy movie before he keeps talking on the down low. A lot of these people basically worship Victor, especially since he pulled that whole back from the dead stunt. After Willie Bass laid it out, Tony started choosing his next words like he was defusing a bomb. He's all nervous, scanning the area, then slowly turns back to Willie Bass, scoffs again, and is like, well, I came back from the dead too, so they can start building my statue whenever they want. The shade is real. You guys. Hit that like button if you reliving for Tony's sass. Willie Bass just raises an eyebrow. Dude, if I bounced, my wife would literally end me. She's convinced Victor's gonna be the big boss someday, and she wants me hitched to that rising star. Tony just bursts out laughing at that. He's like, so scornfully, Victor is chief. Yeah, right? In what universe? Then Tony gets this smirk and goes, bro, you gotta stop letting your wife run your life. Lep is already the top dog in combat. It's only a matter of time before he's running the whole show. Willie Bass just shakes his head, totally annoyed, and claps back. Happy wife. Happy life, my man. You're not the one who's gotta go home to her every night. And right then, some random subordinate runs up.
All out of breath? Like, Commander, we got goblins?
On God. Willie Bass frowns and snaps back, goblins. You for real, right now? Tony just clicks his tongue. Well, looks like I showed up just in time for the party. Then, boom. Willie and Tony are sprinting off toward the goblin's location. The main goblin sees them rolling up, gets right in his face, points, and demands, "Yo, you re the guy in charge, right? You need to let us through, like yesterday." Tony, just casually chilling with his blade on his shoulder, is like, "Whoa, hold up, isn't that Duke's personal security detail?" Willie Bass totally ignores him and asks the Goblin, "What's the deal? What do you guys need?" The Goblin girl steps up and says, "Please, you have to let us in. I gotta get downstairs to the sublevels to save my friend." Willie Bass hears this and just shakes his head, "Sorry, no can do," but Tony, standing right there, looks at her all intense and yells, "Wait, hold on. You said your friend is down there.
You mean Kate? Done.
Willie Bass is super confused, whispering to Tony, "Bro, what's going on?" But Tony sees the look on the Goblin's face's total hope, and it all clicks. He just looks at Willie Bass and says, "Let him through." Willie Bass gets this serious frown on, like, "Tony, I can't just let a bunch of goblins wander through here." Tony just snaps his fingers and replies all chipper, like it's no big deal. "It's not your call, it's mine. Besides, you owe me one, and I owe her friend big time." Willie Bass just sighs, waves them through, and mutters, "Fine. Whatever, consider your debt paid." Drop a comment below if you think Willie Bass is a total softie. Tony nods, gives the goblins the signal to follow him. He flashes this huge grin and says, "I'll get you where you need to go. Just stick close." Name's Tony, by the way. The lead goblin girl replies all polite, "And I'm done." Then she adds, "I think I saw you before when I was out exploring with Jack near downtown Chicago, but we never officially met." Tony crossed his arms,
Nodding like, you looked familiar.
"How'd you even know Kate was down here?" Jake shot him a grin. "Yo, I literally bumped into Jake on my way to the camp down from Chicago. He told me Kate decided to stay on a lower level, so we came to bring her back." Tony nodded, spilling the tea. "Yeah, Kate, Lisa, and Dan have been helping Emma out. Plus my boy Kyle. They've been protecting the refugees from those nasty bug things." Meanwhile, Victor's crew rolled through to clap some goblins, cause they were causing trouble, so, yeah, it's way safer for them down there now. Jake literally jumped when he heard that, frowning as he shot back, "Safer? With the insectoids? Are you for real? Bro, are you crazy?" Tony got all awkward and scratched his face. "Whoa, chill, the bugs are toast, and it wasn't my call, so don't be coming at me." Hearing that, Jake pressed him harder. "The whole species is toast. You 100% sure about that?" Tony just shrugged and mumbled, "Yeah, pretty sure." On the flip side, Kate was staring at the little kids just messing around in front of her. "Well, the drama is brewing. Smash that like button if you think Tony is capping." She asked all worried, "Dan, are we really sure it's a good idea to let them play like this?" Dan was super casual. "Nah, the pheromone sacs got tossed out, and they were all dried up. They were totally harmless." Kate potted, still not convinced. "I hope so. You see any other signs of life?" Dan just shook his head. "I already did a full sweep of the caves around here. There are zero signs of any bugs on this level." Kate let out a huge sigh of relief. "Okay, thank goodness. Did the guard say anything?" Kyle didn't answer, so Kate frowned and called out to him. Kyle, seeing my dude just spacing out, she let out a huff and clicked her tongue. "Ugh. Did he eat some weird mushrooms from the backwoods of Oregon again?" Dan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Nah, Miss Kate, it's more like something ate him." Kate was so confused. "Ate him?" Suddenly, it clicked. Her eyes went wide as she asked him, Emma, you mean it's her?" Dan rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged, "'Fraid so. He even came to me the other night, asking how to write a letter to try and get with her." Hearing that, Kate was literally speechless, just sighing before asking, "Seriously, so, did you help him?" Dan puffed out his chest all proud and was like, "Why not? Guys gotta help each other out when it comes to winning over the one they love." Kate was just at a total loss for words, clicking her tongue as she went on, "All those old memories are gone. When you guys first got here, you were literally trying to kill us." Dan was quick to defend himself. "Hey, that's ancient history. Love can overcome any obstacle, right?" Just shook her head, shutting him down. "Dan, my guy, that was just a few weeks ago. I don't think she's forgotten." Dan mumbled back at her, Yeah. That's probably why the letter didn't hit as hard as we thought." Kate saw Dan's face and immediately knew what was up. She asked, totally scandalized, "She tried to kill him, didn't she?" Dan sighed and fessed up, "Luckily, Lisa and I got there just in time to stop her." Totally annoyed, Kate just turned and kicked Kyle right in the back. "Lol." My dude snapped out of his trance, all irritated. "Yo, what was that for?" Kate scowled and said, "Stop daydreaming and get back to work. If I catch you slacking off again, you re on kitchen duty for a month." Kyle potted back, "Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, there's no one down here but us, so what's the big deal?" Kyle then just bolts out of the forest, sneaking glances around. He was remembering what that goblin dude told him earlier. His story kept getting him all hyped, and he had yelled out all excited, "You for real? Is that thing actually real?" The goblin nodded while grilling some meat like he was at a BBQ in Miami, of course. "Just one piece of the sure thing charm and she'll be all over you." She won't be able to live without you. Kyle clicked his tongue, only half believing him as he shot back. Nah, you re just messing with me. There's no way that's a real thing. The goblin scoffed, pointed to his own face, and said with a smirk, Bro, you think I got a wife in 2 side pieces just by being this handsome? Kyle just went quiet inside. He couldn't even argue with that. Remembering that whole convo, he tightened his lips and muttered, 60 points. Man, this better be worth it. Then Kyle dropped down to one knee. He quietly scoped out the situation ahead, smiling to himself, made it to level 3, piece of cake, huh? With that, Kyle kept it moving, pushing forward fast and reminding himself. He said it's a reddish-green flower with blue leaves. Just gotta find it and get out. All of a sudden, a scratchy voice yelled out from nearby, help.
Somebody, help me!
Kyle totally froze. Looking all around for where the sound came from, he muttered, all confused, is someone actually here? Kyle quickly shouted out,
Where are you? Keep yelling, I'll find you!
The person heard his voice and, like they were grabbing a lifeline, screamed back,
Help, I'm over here!
Kyle took off, following the person's voice and running full speed, but as he got closer to the sound, he started to slow down his pace. What do you think he's gonna find? Drop your theories in the comments below. With a major frown, he just stared at this massive pit in front of him, totally thinking it was some kind of setup or trap. Kyle leaned right over the edge and yelled down, Yo, anybody alive down there? You will not believe this, but a voice shot right back up,
I fell down here!
Can you help me out, please? Kyle instantly replied, 8. Hang tight. Let me find a vine or something. Kyle started scrambling around like a madman, looking for a vine that was long enough and wouldn't snap. And score! He finally found a good one. He tossed that vine down real quick and said, Here, my dude, grab on.
I'll pull you up!
The person down below snatched it and started climbing for their life. But y'all, when Kyle saw the guy's face, he completely freaked out. He yelped and let go of the vine, but luckily, the dude had cat-like reflexes and grabbed the edge of the pit, almost taking a nosedive right back down. The man was panting like crazy as he dragged himself out of the pit, saying super tired, Oh man, thank you. I seriously thought I was gonna be a fossil in that freaking hole. Kyle swallowed hard, totally shook, stammering, yeah, no sweat, hey, are you, like, part of the expedition crew too? The man snapped back him super fast. An expedition. Oh hell no, I'm a doctor, not some soldier, and for the last time, call me Kyle just shook his head. You really shouldn't be down here. How'd you even manage to get this far anyway? Kyle was quick with a comeback. Hey, if you're determined enough, you can find a way to any place. I came down here hunting for a super rare medicinal herb, but I took a wrong step and bam, ended up in that pit from hell. Then you showed up. Talk about lucky. Kyle kinda spaced out for a hot second then shook Kai's hand, grinning big time. The name's Kyle, glad I could help you out, man. Hey, random question, you got any DMAS? Kai frowned, slowly repeating the word. D, and then it was like a light bulb went off. His eyes went wide and he yelled, DMAS. Oh my god, are you in love or something? Kyle answered, looking all shy. Well, yeah, kinda, if you can hook me up, I can totally pay you. Just laughed, super cheerful.
Oh, no way, kid! Put your money away!
No payment needed. I am always happy to help a young dude find love. And besides, you literally saved my life, so we re-even. He kept going, all hyped up. I don't have any on me right now, but I bet we can find some on this level. Now, I wonder where the nearest swamp is around here. And just like that, he started dragging Kyle along with him. He was grinning as they walked. This way, my dude. We'll find it right at the edge of the swamp lands. This girl must be something else for you two. Make you risk it all coming down here solo. Kyle's face went bright red as he mumbled. Yeah, she's really cool. Kyle let out this huge laugh and said excitedly, Awesome. That is just awesome. I gotta say, I'm totally thrilled to meet one of the locals from these caves. For real. This is my chance to get the real tea on how this whole settlement has been growing over the years, so tell me, are your people still getting pushed around by those psycho Jura goblins? Kyle shook his head. Not anymore. I heard from some dude who smuggles snacks that Lep ran them out of town. So I guess we were free now, which is pretty wild. Kyle looked genuinely surprised by that, quickly saying, For real. That's epic, man. Just epic. It must have been a living nightmare under the rule of those savage goblins. The guy asked, all curious, so is this Lep dude your new leader? What's the general vibe? Do people like him? Kyle answered honestly, oh yeah, they totally love the guy. He united all the different crews. He wrecked the goblins, and they say the gods totally have his back. I mean, the man literally came back from the dead. Kyle replied, looking dead serious. Now that is impressive. Coming back from the great beyond is never an easy trick. Sounds like he's about to bring some major change for your people. After living in the dark for so long, you guys are super lucky to have him leading the charge. Kyle nodded, totally agreeing. I think so too. But I don't think the Blues are big fans of his. They made him a general, but What do you guys think? Is Kyle right to be suspicious? Let me know in the comments. I bet you anything they'll try to stab him in the back the first chance they get. Led Kyle over to a riverbank near some place that looked like Miami, Florida, scanning the area as he talked. A classic. Nothing scares the suits more than a young, powerful general who actually has the people's love. Your boy Lep definitely has a tough road ahead of him. You ain't kidding, Kyle smirked and added, but they're not gonna win. Lep's got a ton of real friends. They'll watch his back. As he said that, Ka pointed in one direction, telling Kyle, "Hey, let's split up, you try looking over there, and remember, the leaves gotta be blue. If they were still yellow, it's not ripe yet." He waited for Kyle to walk over to the spot, and then he casually asked, "So, if Lep takes over for real, what do you think he'll do?" Kyle was super focused on the search but still answered Kaz's question. "I think he'll totally clean house with the blues and make the greens get in line." Kaz shot back, "Damn, sounds pretty ruthless. Are the people scared of him?" Kyle shook his head. "Not really, he's actually a pretty chill dude. He can be a hard ass sometimes for sure, but he always listens and looks out for his crew." Kaz stood still, crossing his arms, and clicked his tongue, so he knows how to balance being tough with being fair. Just what you'd expect from one of Frank's chosen. Ooh. The plot thickens. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. He shoved this plan in Kay's face and was all like, "Is this it?" Real loud, but Kay just shook his head like, "Bro, keep looking." He's like, "Dude, I told you, the leaves are blue, not purple. Get it together!" So then Kay gets all serious and asks, "So Kyle, what's the game plan? After you guys totally wreck those goblins, are you just gonna, set up shop here in Vegas and chill forever?" Kyle, looking completely gassed, just collapses in the woods and mumbles back, "Yeah, pretty much. What else we supposed to do? Can't just be out here starting beef. Maybe we'll, I dunno, start selling fog or something lol. Trading fog. What even is that?" A few minutes later, our boy finally finds a route that matches the description. He rips that thing out of the ground and runs it over to Kay like, "Yo, is this the one? Did I do it?" Kay gives it a quick look-see and then gets hyped.
That's it, my dude. You found it.
"And you didn't even break it. Nice work. Go take 5, then wash it up and get it cooking." So Kyle hustles over to the river to wash this thing off. And while he's scrubbing, he hears Kay asking him, "So for real, even if Leo tried to, kick you guys out, Wall wouldn't bounce from this place?" Kyle just shakes his head. "Nah man, I doubt it. This is basically our home now, our little slice of Portland, you know." But Kay just clicks his tongue, not buying it, and keeps going. "Such a waste, man. Your crew has so much potential, but you're just hiding out here." Kyle's just being real. "Look, we not going anywhere unless the hiplings literally run us out of town." Hearing that, Kay goes quiet for a sec, then drops this wisdom bomb on him. "You guys really need to think about it. The world out there is massive and, super beautiful. Your people need a whole new vibe check." And when Kyle hears that, he's instantly like, "Dude, I want that too!" But then he turns and sees this totally bizarre creature just standing there. He freaks out, literally jumping and screaming. What in the world is that? Oh my god, the drama is real. Kay is so confused, "What's wrong, bro?" And Kyle is pointing with a shaky hand, stuttering, "A hipling, it's right behind you." The pure terror in his voice, you guys. But Kay, total opposite vibe. He's not even a little bit scared. He just gives this creature a sweet smile and goes, all soft and chill, "Oh yeah. You mean this little one? She's actually here for you." And then the creature starts walking towards Kyle, who is about to have a full-on meltdown. He clasps his hands together, shaking like a leaf, begging, "Please, don't hurt me. I'll give you everything I have." This is hilarious, I can't even. And then, plot twist, the creature just hands him this little package wrapped in paper. Kyle is staring at it, completely baffled, and is like, "What the heck?" And Kay, who's watching this whole show, starts to explain. "Use that to dry off and wrap up the Maz root, then you roast it and sneak it into her food. Trust me, she'll welcome you like you. Re the first sunrise over the Santa Monica Pier. Yikes, are we dosing people now? Drop a comment if you think this is a terrible idea." Kyle's brain is totally short-circuiting. He asks all awkwardly, "But, it's a hipling." Kay totally gets what he's thinking and just flashes this big ol' smile. "Oh Nebo, she's my pet. She's not gonna hurt you. I promise, dude. I sent her to grab that cloth for you. You helped me out, so I had to keep my word, you know." Hearing this, Kyle's curiosity is officially piqued. So he wraps up the Maz root real quick and scampers back to Kay, asking, "Wait, for real, you have a pet hipling?" Kay just nods, super casual. "Yeah man, they're actually super affectionate. You just gotta learn their vibe." Kyle grabs his little special delivery, gives Kay a smile, and is like,
Alright, thanks, man. I got a dip.
and with that, he just bolts. Kay frowns and calls after him, "Kyle, are you seriously gonna?" The little creature next to Kay starts making these weird noises, like it's trying to spill all the tea, but only Kay can understand it. He just gently pats his pet to calm it down, saying in this super soft voice, "He's fine, totally fine, just let him go." Then he stares after Kyle, who's running off into the distance, and gets this huge grin on his face. "Little one," he says, "we have so much more work to do." Ooh, the plot thickens. A whole lot of skeletons in the closet that need to be dug up again. Meanwhile, while the whole elf squad is passed out, Kyle is hiding behind this giant boulder, being all sneaky and watching something. What is he up to? He tiptoes past, keeping a close eye on the sleeping mage and her daughter. The second he's in the clear, Kyle ducks down low and makes a break for it like he's leaving a bad party in Chicago. He gets to the middle of the clearing by the burnt-out campfire, squats down, and unwraps the cloth. And you can just see the gears turning. Remembering Kay's sketchy instructions. Roast it, slip it in her food, and she'll welcome you like you, re the morning sun. And you guys, you can see the hesitation hit him like a ton of bricks. He knows this is shitey F. Kyle knows what he's about to do is super messed up. He's totally cringing. But he was not expecting Kate to just pop out of nowhere screaming, "Kyle," making him jump out of his skin. He shoves the package in his pocket real fast and plays dumb. "What? Smooth, bro, real smooth." And Kate is all frantic. "Get the fires started. Make them as big as you can. Throw everything on." Hearing this, Kyle is just looking at her like she grew a second head. "What? Why?" So she explains, "The cave centipedes are coming this way. We need to make as much smoke as we possibly can." And when he hears that, he goes completely white. Cave centipedes. Dude, those things are huge. Okay, so danger is literally seconds away. Kate is pushing him. "Just do it!" The guards said they hate smoke. "We have to get everyone out of here.
Right now!
And Kyle is so annoyed, because he's being pulled away from his shatty little side quest. He's like, "Everyone. What about me?" But come on, he's just talking smack. Deep down, our boy's still got a heart. Smash that like button if you think Kyle's gonna come through for the team! Alright, so the bonfires were totally lit, like, literally blazing, and my boy was ready to dip, but bam! A voice cuts through the air, and guess who? It's the sorceress, Emma, popping up out of nowhere, making him jump out of his skin. She's all business, like, "Yo, you finished messing around." Emma's face was all serious mode, but to our boy Kyle, nah, he's thinking it's the most adorable thing ever. He's literally in his head like,
She's so worried about me!"
"Thank you, universe." Bro is down bad. So, trying to play it cool, he drops this super random line, like, "Yeah, I got the hot stuff right here. We good to go, wink wink wink." Like, what does that even mean? Emma is not having it, she just deadpans, "Good, follow me, ouch." And you know my man Kyle scrambled after her like a lost puppy. "Why, yes, of course.
Anything for you!"
He's so whipped, y'all. Meanwhile, Emma strolls out of the cave, plants her staff in the ground like a total boss. Figuring the spot is way better. She's like, hello. Aren't we supposed to be dipping with the crew? There's a whole game plan, dude," she explained, probably super slowly for him. "The fires are gonna block them from that side. But we gotta hold down the fort and stop Em from rushing us here." And get this, while Emma's all focused, brows furrowed, laying down this epic strategy, Kyle is just staring at her, hard eyes and everything, "Bro, focus." She's like, "I'll throw down some spells to hold him off while everyone bails. Just try not to get yourself unalived, okay?" And Kyle's internal monologue is just, "Mission objective, look cool for Bay." So he starts twirling his spear, puffs out his chest like he's on the cover of a magazine, and goes, "Oh yeah, no prob, I'm your guy." And you guys, this absolute clown is carelessly swinging his weapon like a toy, almost taking Emma's head off. She sees this and has to step in. She's like, "Yeah, how about you try aiming that pointy stick at?" "I don't know, not me." "Alright." So they both plop down on some rocks, and Kyle, sitting right across from her, breaks the tense silence with, "Man, these centipedes are taking forever." "Ha. Read the room, my guy." He was just going on, and you could see her patience just evaporating. She finally snaps, "Dude, stop whining. It's gonna take a minute to get everyone out, especially the grandmas and the little kids." And in the middle of this life or death situation, Kyle, for reasons unknown to science, decides it's the perfect time to ask, so, "You got a crush on anyone?" The timing is just chef kiss of cringe. Emma's face was a whole mood of WTF, and I'm so done. She's just like, "Why would you even ask that?" Not about to admit he's totally into her. Kyle backpedals so fast. No reason. Just, small talk. Poor Emma is probably thinking, "It's late, I'm tired, and I'm stuck with this dude." So my girl Emma, just totally over it, pleads with him, "Look, can you just zip it for 5 seconds? I can't handle any more of your small talk, or your weird poetry. For that matter, this is literally why I didn't want to be your partner. But Dan said I had to," and Kyle hears this, and thinks it's a win. What a legend, he's literally patting his chest, celebrating inside like, "Dan, you absolute G.
You're the man!"
All while she's just watching him, probably thinking he's lost his mind. This just makes Emma even more confused, like, what are you even smiling at? You're so freaking weird. She just rests her chin on her hand, looks away and switches gears. Whatever. They were gonna send backup once the refugees are safe. So for now, we just gotta chill and keep an eye out. Then Kyle leans back, getting all philosophical, and asks, "Yo, do you think the refugees will actually be safe when we get back to the settlement?" Emma looks up at the cave ceiling, thinking for a sec. Probably. I doubt Ulp is gonna force them to fight. Yeah, I heard we re-heading back soon too. Kyle gets all hopeful. Oh, that's what's up. I guess things will finally go back to normal then, right? And she's just like, yeah. So he keeps the convo going. Hey Emma, what's the first thing you gonna do when all this goblin drama is over? And without missing a beat, she raises her hand like she's in class, all fired up, and says, I'm going to study magic, period. Victor literally promised me I could get into the shamanic archive city once we redone here. It's gonna be a grind, cause not all the books are in our language. So it's gonna take a hot minute, but it'll be totally worth it. But of course, Kyle finds this a little dry. He's like, wait, so your big plan is just to study? Lame. But nah, that wasn't the whole tea. Emma holds up 2 fingers, like, oh heck no, I'm not just gonna be a bookworm. I'm gonna travel too. Once we were free, the world's our oyster, right? I was telling Kate about it, and she said she'd take me to all the cool places she's been after we kick these goblins out. Then she looks at Kyle, giving him the floor. My guy grins, trying to sound all worldly. Peesh, I've been outside the settlement, one time. I went with Jake to make an offering to Duke. We went all the way to the next town over. Emma pumps her fist.
That's awesome.
Before he adds, yeah, it was basically like going from Dallas to Fort Worth. She's like, dude, the world is huge, and I want to see every last bit of it. And what does Kyle say to this epic, ambitious dream? But with all that travel, does that mean you don't want to, like, have kids or get a boyfriend or whatever? Smooth. You can tell she's never really thought about it. Emma gets all thoughtful. I dunno, maybe one day, but right now, my to-do list is way too long for that drama. But just as Kyle's about to drop another terrible line like, but if you don't get a guy soon, a noise from down the tunnel cuts him off. Emma holds up a hand. Shy, did you hear that? In a split second, they were both on their feet as this creepy, crawly, chittering sound echoes through the cave. And y'all, they hit the freaking